Chapter 1. Factors. In the starry empire, within a quaint grove, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour accompanied by the crackling of thunder. The confluence of rain and lightning rendered the air chillingly cold. In the heart of the grove stood a stone tablet, drenched and weathered, upon which was inscribed in bold letters, "The Tomb of Huo Yuhao." The inscription emanated an overwhelming sense of desolation and solitude, devoid of companionship, save for the upright stone that marked the site. Before this gravestone stood a young girl, sheltered beneath an umbrella. Clad in a short azure dress, she bore a cascade of pristine azure hair, meticulously arranged without a single flaw. Her crimson eyes, however, were laced with bloodshot veins, resembling tears of blood spilled upon a battlefield, evoking a haunting terror. This girl was none other than Huo Yuhao. "Mother, may your spirit gaze upon me from the heavens. I shall seek vengeance," she proclaimed, her eyes ablaze with fury, an aura of lethal intent enveloping her, a testament to the depths of her hatred. Stretching her limbs, her blue tresses cascaded gracefully around her ears, revealing her undeniable beauty as she approached a state of calm. Her gaze then drifted towards the distant Duke's manor. "Duke's manor, I shall return. For now, let this debt be noted in due time. I shall reclaim what is owed," Huo Yuhao declared, casting one final glance at the manor before departing. In the divine realm, a gentle radiance enveloped the surroundings akin to a mother's tender touch, caressing the ethereal fabric of the clouds. The illusory space possessed an extraordinary sense of tangible beauty. In the distance stood a magnificent palace, both spectral and concrete, beneath the soothing glow. The exalted sea god, the supreme ruler, stood quietly amidst the mists. As the enforcer of the divine realm, he understood the passage of time a day in the divine realm equated to a year in the mortal world. Thus, despite having resided in the divine realm for merely 2 decades, thousands of years had elapsed on the Douluo continent. His former adversaries and cherished companions had all departed. Now, he remained the divine King Tang San, elevated to his celestial throne, gazing down upon the multitude as though they were mere ants. Now a figure of considerable stature within the divine realm, he held a position among the 5 divine kings, one of the 3 great enforcers. Of course, his erstwhile mentor, Yu Shaojing, had long been deceased, unable to remain in the divine realm due to various circumstances. As a divine king, he was bound by principles and could not employ personal power for such matters, thus preventing his mentor's ascent. Yet, as the sole disciple of Yu Shaojing, he understood his teacher's sentiments well, recognizing his reluctance to ascend to the divine realm. Life in the divine realm, though seemingly blissful, was also profoundly monotonous. The so-called gods possessed eternal life and immense power, yet these very attributes could also be a source of suffering. The relentless passage of time and the burden of strength could lead to an excruciating tedium, standing in stark contrast to the ideals pursued by Yu Shaojing throughout his life. Had Bibi Dong triumphed over me back then, she might have recklessly brought our teacher forth, for her affection for him was indeed profound. However, in the realm of victors and vanquished, Bibi Dong ultimately faced defeat. Though our teacher's life was fleeting, he found contentment alongside the second dragon's wife. Tang San was lost in thought. He then turned to the petite figure beside him, Xiao Wu, and sighed. In the divine realm, a day equates to a year in the mortal world, and a millennium has already elapsed. Xiao Wu, the Tang sect that I established, is now in decline. Although I anticipated this day would arrive, it remains disheartening that if not for the divine prohibition against intervening in the mortal realm, I would undoubtedly lend my support to the Tang sect. Third brother, do not be too sorrowful. Xiao Wu immediately grasped Tang San's air as times change. The Tang sect decline is merely a relic of the past, unable to keep pace with the present. Indeed, you speak wisely. The Tang sect has inevitably fallen behind the times. Yet a new star has recently emerged in the Douluo continent, and his destiny is bound to intertwine with that of my Tang sect. I strive to discern his fate, yet it remains shrouded in obscurity. A smile flickered across Tang San's face. Perhaps the Tang sect can be revitalized with his assistance. Moreover, Xiao Qi is growing older, and I might employ certain methods to facilitate a meeting with this new star. The emergence of this star heralds a promising future for my Tang sect. Tang San had already contemplated 100 ways to win over this new star, but first he sought to test the mettle of this child of destiny. After all, we too traversed a similar path without enduring storms. How could one witness the rainbow? I trust that when he arrives in the divine realm, he will be profoundly grateful to me. Suddenly, Tang San's smile faded, replaced by a fierce countenance. He had just caught another glimpse of the new star previously. He could sense its presence, Yet now it eluded his perception entirely. Vaguely, it seemed as though this new star was cloaked in an ethereal veil, rendering its location utterly invisible, transforming it into mere illusion, beyond his reach to investigate. Who could it be? What has transpired? Regardless of your identity or strength, should you dare to disrupt my plans, you have sealed your own fate. Should I ever find you, I shall torment your soul daily, ensuring you are eternally denied rebirth. What is that? Suddenly, a beam of golden light appeared to pierce through the cosmos, directly traversing the divine realm. The divine realm trembled under the impact of that arrow, shattering certain areas, yet sustaining minimal damage, primarily within the territory of Sea God Tang San. In a distant, boundless expanse of cosmic starry skies, a being resembling a centaur stood amidst the void. With an arrow just released from his grasp, he gazed intently into the distance. It seems I have missed my mark, but it matters not. I wonder where prosperity has wandered off to. He was none other than the Star Hunter God, Lan, the very one who had just launched an attack toward the divine realm. However, it was merely the hunt of a bountiful creature that went awry. Here, two celestial deities found him quite bothersome. The god of abundance, the apothecary, and the god of destruction, Nanak. The god of abundance was the very target of his pursuit, while the god of destruction harbored an incessant desire to obliterate the planet. Suddenly, it seemed as if Lan had sensed something amiss. Within his perception, a formidable force appeared to whisk away certain individuals aboard the celestial vessel, a power so overwhelming that even Lan was caught unawares. Simultaneously, similar occurrences transpired in various locations. Beyond the Douluo star, a colossal rift tore through the cosmos, causing stars to plummet towards the Douluo continent. The brilliance of the stars was dazzling, yet the origins of these celestial travelers remained a mystery. To the Douluo continent, they were anomalies. On the Douluo continent, a pair of blood-red eyes opened, fixating on the direction of the shooting stars, murmuring softly, "Anomaly, Tang San, a new epoch begins." It seemed as though the eyes had perceived something, their gaze laced with mockery. "Ah, yet another Tang San. I wonder how you will fare in this new era. Xiaoxian, I hope you flourish well the Duke's manor." The chilling gaze turned towards the Duke's manor, as if casting a curse upon them. In this era, their cultivation would be arduous, particularly detrimental to those who sought to harm Huo Yuhao. Their future progress would be as sluggish as that of ordinary martial souls. For those who brought sorrow to his daughter, a gentle lesson was in order. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the rules, they would have perished long ago, unless they dared to insult him. For as the saying goes, the heavenly way cannot be insulted thus. He would possess the justification to act that he was, after all, the embodiment of the heavenly way within the Douluo star, operating solely within the confines of the established order. His lack of remorse in dealing with the Duke's manor was also in accordance with these rules. However, he too would soon ascend, currently residing in the transformation phase. Once he achieved true metamorphosis, taking action would no longer pose such challenges. Casting a glance towards the Douluo continent, he murmured, "Xiaoxian, may you thrive." With that, the eyes vanished. Yet after their disappearance, the Douluo continent appeared shrouded in a silken veil, rendering the location of the Douluo star imperceptible. Chapter 2. The Dream Ice Silkworm. On the Star Do Road, Huo Yuhao journeyed northward, her destination the Star Do Great Forest. She was in urgent need of soul rings to enhance her strength, for this realm remained a brutal survival of the fittest. As a humble girl, she possessed only a 12th level soul power, still within the dominion of the White Tiger Duke's manor, yet she had not truly departed from their influence. After 3 days of travel, she finally ventured beyond the Duke's manor, arriving at a wooded area, where she brushed past a horse-drawn carriage. Locking eyes with the carriage's occupant, she swiftly departed. She recognized the individual, having known him since childhood, though they had never truly met until now. He is none other than my father, Dai Hao, the White Tiger Duke of the Starry Empire, a man who has betrayed my mother. He is both my progenitor and my adversary. I harbor no surplus emotions toward him. In fact, I find myself at a loss when it comes to feelings regarding him. Over the past few days, I've been both training and making my way toward the Starry Forest, living off the land with unwavering resolve. After wandering for 5 or 6 days, I lay down to rest beneath a tree in a small grove not far from the Starry Forest. Gazing at the lake, which shimmered like a mirror, I noticed several fish swirling beneath the surface. I decided to catch a few before continuing on my journey. Closing my eyes, I, Huo Yuhao, listened intently to the sound of the flowing water. As a possessor of a spiritual martial soul, my senses are far more acute than those of an ordinary person. especially when my eyes are shut. My other senses become heightened. Before the fish had a chance to react, I swiftly caught them with ease. Afterward, I kindled a fire and placed the fish over the flames. Moments later, the aroma of the roasting fish wafted through the air. Not long after, the skin of the fish turned crisp and golden, filling the forest with a rich fragrance. How delightful! Suddenly, a melodious voice of surprise rang out, bright and cheerful. Following the sound, I turned to see two individuals approaching along the stream. The newcomers were a young boy and a girl. The girl was stunningly beautiful, while the boy sported short, deep blue hair and wore a gentle smile that radiated an air of refinement. The girl had her long hair tied in a ponytail cascading down her back. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality, and her light blue attire accentuated her youthful figure. At that moment, they were none other than Tanya and Bei Bei, engaged in a playful master-apprentice dynamic. Tanya approached me swiftly, her gaze fixated on the roasted fish in my hand. "Hello there, little sister. What brings you here alone? Are you selling this roasted fish? It smells divine. How did you make it?" I felt a bit flustered, as this was my first encounter with anyone outside the Duke's residence, where few knew me. I had no friends, having always been solitary except for that rascal, Luo Li. With my cheeks slightly flushed, I replied, "Sister, please allow me to share this with you." Tanya chuckled. "Really? Thank you, little sister. I shall not be polite." Then as she spoke, she took the roasted fish I offered and, without any semblance of decorum, sat down beside me and began to devour it. I stared in astonishment at Tanya, finding her manner of eating at odds with her earlier demeanor. Bei Bei approached as well, greeting me. "Xiaoya, this little sister hasn't eaten yet, and you've already dug in." Tanya shot Bei Bei an annoyed look, saying, "What did you just call me?" Bei Bei, in a gesture of surrender, quickly replied, "Xiaoya, is that better?" "This is more like a do mind your identity," Xiaoya remarked, casting a glance at Bei Bei before. Contentedly indulging in the grilled fish, this elder sister, she, Bei Bei sighed in resignation, turning to Huo Yuhao and saying, "Xiaoya is just like that, don't take it to heart. By the way, little sister, why are you here alone? Did you catch all these fish?" "Yes, indeed." "Here, big brother, please have some." Huo Yuhao replied, "That I shan't take what belongs to others. You eat first, little sister." Huo Yuhao insisted, "I can grill more, you eat, big brother." Upon meeting her pure and adorable gaze, Bei Bei couldn't help but think, how utterly delightful. I simply cannot refuse her kindness. Accepting the grilled fish from Huo Yuhao, he gently inquired, "May I ask your name, little sister?" "My name is Yuhao, big brother," she replied with a sweet smile, then returned to her grilling. After engaging in a brief chat with Tanya and Bei Bei, she departed, continuing on her journey. Once Huo Yuhao left, Bei Bei gazed at her retreating figure, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. Is she headed to the Stardo forest? Bei Bei shook his head, saying, "It's hard to say. I know not her purpose, however. The direction she took is indeed quite close to the Stardo forest. Yet, I sensed a faint soul power emanating from her, likely around the 13th or 14th level. Strangely, I also felt a sort of martial soul suppression from her, akin to an ant standing before a supreme monarch utterly irresistible. How could that be? Tanya was taken aback in her recollections. Bei Bei possessed the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, a once glorious lineage among the top 3 sects a millennium ago, though now diminished. This martial soul remained formidable, capable of suppressing the vast majority of others, particularly as it belonged to a dragon type. Rarely could any martial soul exert such dominance over him. Only a legendary ultimate martial soul might rival it, or perhaps an even more powerful dragon martial soul. Perhaps I'm merely imagining things. It's unlikely to encounter an ultimate martial soul as easily as one might stumble upon cabbages in the street. Very well, Tanya dismissed the notion that Huo Yuhao possessed an ultimate martial soul. Thus far, such souls had appeared exceedingly rarely. She had previously heard Bei Bei mention that fewer than 20 existed on the Douluo continent. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She possesses soul power, why not recruit her into our Tang sect? The food she prepared was exquisite. I wish she could be my personal chef. However, teacher Xiaoya, before you consider bringing her into the Tang sect, have you thought through a crucial question? Joining is one thing, but what if she declines? Will you hire her? The issue is, do you have the funds? The Tang sect is no longer what it once was, and presently, it consists only of the two of us. Our ability to recruit is severely limited. Bei Bei's pragmatic words doused Tang Ya's dreams with cold reality. Bringing her back to the present, IT will come in time. Then, esteemed Master Tang, when shall you repay the debt you owe me? When I am in possession of wealth, I shall certainly return it to you. It appears she has ventured into the Stardo forest, hoping we might encounter her. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Little did they know, in this lifetime, Huo Yuhao would be fated to be forever estranged from them. As she journeyed alongside Bei and Tanya, a wooden sign by the roadside captured her attention. Bold crimson characters were inscribed upon it. 50 miles ahead lies the entrance to the Douluo forest. Soul beasts roam the area. Please exercise caution. Upon reading this sign, she realized she was nearing the Douluo forest, and she pressed forward, ever vigilant. The Douluo forest was unlike the small woods traversed previously, which posed no tangible threat here. However, it was rife with unknown dangers, existing in the calm before the storm. She sprinted through the starry forest with fervor. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao came to an abrupt halt, for within her martial soul, she sensed an ominous presence, more precisely, a murderous intent. With such malevolence in the air, she questioned who or what lurked nearby. Huo Yuhao's martial soul, the eye of nihility, endowed her with an innate ability to detect imminent danger. As she turned her gaze toward the source of this malevolent aura, she observed a shadow flickering amidst the underbrush. The figure emerged before her, revealing its true form. It was a baboon, standing approximately 1 meter tall, its body adorned with tawny fur. Its brown eyes glinted with ferocity. Its arms disproportionately long, and its claws sharp and menacing. The creature's canine teeth protruded from its lips, radiating a palpable aura of threat. Recognizing the creature before her, Huo Yuhao discerned that it was a windstorm beast, which seemed to have aged approximately 10 years. A decade-old windstorm beast possessed no remarkable traits, merely representing an ordinary category of soul beasts. However, as she cast a glance at it, her gaze sharpened with intensity. In her right hand, a tree materialized, her eyes shifting from crimson to a kaleidoscope of colors. The tree in Huo Yuhao's grasp radiated a vibrant hue, its branches and leaves resembling a myriad of worlds, emanating an overwhelming aura that rendered the windstorm beast unable to meet its gaze. This was Huo Yuhao's second martial soul, the world tree, a force capable of suppressing the essence of Bei's martial soul. Each leaf symbolized a distinct realm, suggesting that the entire world tree encompassed countless worlds. The trunk was adorned with a multitude of intricate runes, though their meanings remained elusive. This revelation startled the windstorm beast momentarily, but the spectacle was far from over. A colorful halo ascended from beneath Huo Yuhao, signifying that her martial soul, the world tree, differed fundamentally from typical martial souls. As it did not require the absorption of soul rings, it could transcend levels autonomously and acquire a soul ring on its own. This colorful soul ring grants the wielder 2 soul skills, World Imprisonment and 10,000 Leaf Strike. World Imprisonment weaves a cage from branches and leaves, capable of ensnaring either an individual or a group. It is classified as a control-type soul skill, and those trapped within the cage experience a reduction in their strength by 75%. One approach involves directing each branch and leaf towards the adversary. Yet one must not underestimate these seemingly insignificant leaves. They are, after all, the leaves of the world tree, each imbued with the weight of an entire realm. When confronted, resisting them becomes an arduous task. I observed as Huo Yuhao gently released a single leaf, which danced gracefully through the air. Though it appeared unremarkable, its significance was profound. Even a single leaf could inflict lethal harm. With terror in his eyes, Feng Feifei watched as the leaf drew nearer, causing his heart to race as he prepared for a final desperate struggle. He gathered energy in his mouth and expelled a white orb of light in an attempt to disperse the leaf. Alas, while imagination may be boundless, reality is often cruel. Upon contact, the white orb was cleaved in two by the leaf. It seemed as though the leaf, sensing the attack, became imbued with an almost sentient vitality. Its previously languid pace accelerated rapidly, and before Feng Feifei could comprehend the situation, it struck him squarely on the head, resulting in a fatal blow. The once mighty Godslayer. Feng Feifei met his demise in that moment. After his reluctant lamentation echoed into silence, a white halo swiftly coalesced around his form. Huo Yuhao cast a glance at it before averting her gaze. It was merely a 10-year soul ring, unfit for her. Among certain gifted soul masters, the ideal first soul ring is often one of 100 years. Absorbing a 10-year soul ring is perceived as indicative of poor talent, making future cultivation exceedingly challenging. Only prodigious talents may assimilate a 1,000-year soul ring. In the realm of soul masters, it is widely accepted that soul rings come in 5 distinct colors: white, yellow, purple, black, and red, representing 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years, respectively. Beneath the colorful soul rings at her feet, even Huo Yuhao was oblivious to the years they represented. The soul rings formed from her martial spirit remained a mystery to her. After casting a glance at the tempestuous corpse, she averted her gaze, opting to rest for a while before seeking a soul ring befitting her. Yet, scarcely had she reclined beneath the tree when a voice resonated within her mind. At last, I have encountered a human with a mental attribute. Alas, were I capable of shedding tears, my face would surely be awash with them. Who is it? Who speaks? Huo Yuhao sprang to her feet. Her senses heightened as she scanned her surroundings in search of the voice's owner. Suddenly, cracks began to emerge on the ground 2 meters ahead, widening gradually into fissures. A faint chill emanated from them, accompanied by a flickering golden light. In an instant, the fissure expanded, its diameter stretching beyond 5 meters in mere seconds, while the land within a 3-meter radius was cloaked in a veneer of ice and snow. Beneath the fissure, it seemed as though a terrifying creature was emerging, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet drastically. A colossal ice silkworm surfaced before Huo Yuhao, towering over her with an imposing gaze. Its height reached an astounding 7 meters, its body radiating a lustrous white hue, translucent and ethereal, with a halo shimmering beneath its skin. A pair of golden, glimmering eyes adorned its head. Starting half a meter from its head, intricate golden patterns spiraled around its form at intervals, numbering a total of 10 from head to tail. "Do not fear. I shall not bring you harm," echoed the voice in Huo Yuhao's mind once more. "Were you the one speaking to me?" The gargantuan silkworm nodded in affirmation, lowering its head to a height more conducive for conversation with Huo Yuhao, who stood beneath. Chapter 3, Memories of the Past. The ice silkworm, gazing down at Huo Yuhao, who appeared diminutive in comparison, spoke in a gentle tone, "I apologize for startling you. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions." After a prolonged moment, sensing the absence of malice or hostility from the ice silkworm, Huo Yuhao's previously taut nerves began to relax. "What is it that you seek?" The ice silkworm responded. "First, allow me to introduce myself. I am the celestial dream ice silkworm, the embodiment of heroism and nobility, the ultimate soul beast that harmonizes wisdom and beauty, a peerless force of the Do forest, and a soul beast of 1,000,000 years in cultivation." 1,000,000 years? Huo Yuhao was taken aback by this sudden revelation, having never encountered the concept of 1,000,000-year soul beast before. The existence of such a creature in the Douluo continent left her profoundly astonished. Observing her astonishment, the ice silkworm proudly declared, "Are you awestruck by my identity? You should be thrilled. You are the first to behold my true form." Huo Yuhao, still in a daze, inquired, "What is your purpose in seeking me?" The voice of the celestial dream ice silkworm turned grave. "I intend to become your soul ring, the first intelligent soul ring ever recorded in the Douluo continent." In an instant, just as she absorbed this significant revelation, another momentous tidbit struck her. Had she not been a spirit attribute soul master, she might have found herself in a state of mental overload. The celestial dream ice silkworm suddenly cast a wary glance into the depths of the Do forest before returning its focus to Huo Yuhao. "I shall begin now. Do not worry, it will not be too painful." Before Huo Yuhao could respond, an icy breath enveloped her, and in an instant, she lost consciousness. The heavenly dream ice silkworm commenced the ritual that was rightfully his, as its forehead gently made contact with the center of Huo Yuhao's brow. Upon the dream ice silkworm, the 10 golden patterns appeared to possess a sentient quality, transforming into 10 resplendent golden halos that swiftly converged upon Huo Yuhao. The dream ice silkworm transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, penetrating the body of Huo Yuhao. As the essence departed, its physical form morphed into a delicate white membrane. "This girl, is this truly the spiritual sea of humanity?" The dream ice silkworm gazed upon the scene before it. An ethereal wonderland, shrouded in enigma. Beneath its feet lay a golden ocean, shimmering with iridescent waves, a fantastical spectacle. Although some areas appeared barren, their starkness only served to accentuate the inherent beauty. At the heart of this golden expanse stood a resplendent, multicolored tree, which, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be Huo Yuhao's second martial soul, the world tree. The entire sea of consciousness is illuminated by the vibrant radiance of the world tree. Moreover, at the vast center of the world tree, in the horizon, a golden core radiates a luminous glow, slightly weaker than that of the world tree, yet exuding a power that profoundly stirs the soul, igniting an insatiable desire to possess it. Were it not for the might of the world tree, the dream ice silkworm would likely succumb to the influence of this golden core, as it magnifies one's greed and yearning to an extraordinary extent. A twin martial soul? How fortunate I am. I never anticipated that a chance encounter with a girl of spiritual affinity would reveal her to be a dual martial soul wielder. This significantly enhances my plans. I shall mold you into the very first individual in the history of the Douluo continent to possess 3 martial souls. Ha ha ha. However, Huo Yuhao's consciousness did not delve into the sea of knowledge. Instead, it momentarily entered a dream. When did your journey begin? A gentle yet ethereal voice echoed within the dream. What journey? I am utterly unaware. 2 pieces of information, star core and world tree, surfaced in her mind. One felt alien, while the other was profoundly familiar. Approaching, Huo Yuhao found herself in a tranquil lake, the water seemingly frozen in time. Before her stood a gray-haired maiden, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Huo Yuhao, yet she towered over her. Who are you? The maiden smirked disdainfully, saying nothing as she approached Huo Yuhao. Do you wish to know? She inquired with a soft laugh. Who exactly are you? I am you, and you are me. Huo Yuhao appeared perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind the words. What did it mean to say you are you? I am I. It seemed that the reincarnation of another self had forgotten everything from the past. But worry not, I shall assist you in recalling. The maiden held a lotus leaf, which touched Huo Yuhao's forehead, and a torrent of memories flooded her mind. Once, aboard a space station, 2 women created me, planting the star core within me, rendering me a being not of humanity, a synthetic entity. They were known as the Star Core Hunters. The subsequent tale unfolded as I, in my infancy, embarked on a journey of exploration, traversing the starry railroad, witnessing numerous events both grand and minute. I visited countless planets and forged many friendships, gaining insights into various destinies. 20 celestial deities materialized in my mind. During the final cosmic explosion, my companions escaped, but I could not, in the last moment. I was swept into a rift in time and space. I remember now, I am Star, the pioneer. You have recalled, the gray-haired maiden remarked. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, Indeed, I never anticipated that beyond the remnants of my former memories, there existed others. It seems I have undergone more than one existence. What have you gained? Huo Yuhao shook her head bitterly, replying, I am uncertain. It should be termed a taboo, something that requires years of accumulation to recollect. The world tree and the eye of nihility are no mere coincidences. Perhaps they are intertwined with that past. Huo Yuhao, Star. In the past self, I have already lived 2 lives. This is the 3rd. In this place, it is truly lamentable. My mother passed away long ago, and I have endured a heartbreaking separation. Although in your lifetime, I also faced trials. At least my mother did not die. Yet in this life, she was murdered. What do you intend to do? She is acutely aware that time is fleeting, leaving only ephemeral remnants of herself. Yet, upon the restoration of her memories, these remnants will inevitably fade away. It is, of course, a quest for vengeance. I understand that you are but a fleeting apparition from my memories. Once I regain my recollections, you too shall vanish swiftly. Regardless of who I may have been in past lives, I remain unequivocally myself, impervious to alteration by anyone. Henceforth, I shall embark on a distinctive path, guided by your will. Following this cascade of thoughts, the figure of the silver-haired youth began to shimmer and transform, ultimately dissolving into a flurry of peach blossom petals. In this place, the world has vanished, and Huo Yuhao has returned to her consciousness. The familiar attire and her mobile phone reside within her mind. You have arrived. The voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm resonates. Huo Yuhao glances over, and the heavenly dream-eye silkworm inquires, have you entered my consciousness? You are the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Oh, you are aware of that. It saves me the trouble of explaining. By the way, you have been dormant for quite some time. You fully absorbed the soul ring and only awakened after 2 days. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm remarks, Indeed, I slept for 2 days before awakening. Yes, and while we're at it, let me share my story. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm begins to recount its previous experiences, including the tale of Huo Yuhao million-year soul ring. However, the heavenly dream-eye silkworm did not anticipate that such a diminutive human could bear its immense power. It seems I have chosen wisely. That's all I have to say. Do you have any questions, Xiao Xiner? Huo Yuhao shakes her head and replies, None. Very well, you may leave now. I shall take a brief rest. The heavenly dream-eye silkworm then finds a spot and promptly falls asleep. Huo Yuhao, feeling somewhat speechless, retrieves her clothing and returns to reality, placing her tattered garments into her backpack and donning her former attire. In her current form, she would be unrecognizable to anyone unfamiliar with her. She now possesses a baseball bat, which she has brought along. After tidying up her affairs, she gazes into the distance and declares, it is time to depart. Tian, an empire. Tiando City. This city was originally part of the Tiando Empire, but due to the passage of time, It was divided a few years ago into the Douluo Empire and the Tianhun Empire. The city of Tiando, which belongs to the Heavenly Soul Empire, was originally devastated during the war. However, in honor of its former glory, the Heavenly Soul Empire undertook the reconstruction of Tiando. While it may not quite match the splendor of its predecessor, it remains vibrant and thriving. In an unremarkable alley, a blacksmith shop housed a boy of merely 8 or 9 years, gazing intently at the passers-by with an expression of profound contemplation. This lad had recently emerged victorious from the celestial realms, having ascended to the status of a true sovereign of the divine realm, savoring the fruits of his triumph. However, his joy was fleeting, as it soon led to his own demise. He was betrayed by his beloved son-in-law, who detonated himself, unleashing a chaotic distortion of time and space that resulted in their mutual destruction. Memories from his past life flooded his mind, where he had, through unparalleled wisdom and ingenuity, navigated numerous crises alone, successfully thwarting the nefarious schemes of the god of destruction through meticulous planning and ultimately guiding the adversary back to the path of righteousness. Yet, this period of peace was short-lived, for the sudden onset of temporal turbulence shattered the seals, and both the god of destruction and the god of life, in a fervent act of self-sacrifice for the greater good of the divine realm, chose to lay down their lives. In the final moments, I allied with the benevolent deity and the malevolent god to vanquish the Golden Dragon King. Although an unforeseen event transpired at the end, it held little significance. With the departure of the god of destruction and the god of life, the demise of the Golden Dragon King marked the conclusion of the turbulent temporal currents. Yet it also left the divine realm in a state of profound depletion. At this juncture, with the pantheon leaderless, there arose an undeniable need for a leader to guide them toward a brighter future. As the most powerful being in the current divine realm, it is my inescapable duty to assume this role. As he was compelled to take full control of the divine realm, ascending to the position of the new sovereign, his esteemed son-in-law, Huo Yuhao, unexpectedly turned against him, betraying his trust and colluding with the remnants of the old faction, thrusting him into the chaotic currents of time and space. Contemplating this, Tang Xin felt a surge of resentment. Huo Yuhao, why do you treat this divine monarch in such a manner? What wrong have I committed? I have dedicated myself to the advancement of the divine realm, enduring constant peril. Yet you dare to betray me for a mere soul beast? Such ingratitude and despicable treachery shall lead you to your own demise. Upon recovering these memories, he found himself physically traversing into the Douluo continent, whether during the era of the unparalleled Tang sect or belonging to the time of Huo Yuhao remains uncertain. However, in this world, there exists another version of himself, and only he can truly comprehend his essence. Should this other self uncover his existence, he would likely seek to erase him, for apart from himself, all others are outsiders. Fortunately, in this realm, one possesses a martial soul. Had he awakened without it, he would be at a loss, for this is not his original time. If it were, he would certainly carve out his own dominion. Regrettably, this is not the case. His 8 spider lances, the sea god trident, the Shura demon sword, the Haha universe cover, and various other artifacts remain absent, save for those capable of slaying gods and annihilating Douluo level adversaries. Nonetheless, though he must begin his cultivation anew, his soul power currently stands at 30, and he has yet to acquire a soul ring. In due time, he shall venture forth to hunt for a martial soul. Compared to before, he is significantly stronger now. Yet aside from the external soul bones, he possesses none of the internal ones. As for martial souls, he recalls the Blue Silver Emperor and the Haotian Hammer, along with the domains of Slaughter and Blue Silver. With the city of Slaughter no longer in existence, he now possesses a plethora of strategies at his disposal. However, the unfortunate news is that the Sea God Trident and the Shura Demon Sword, these 2 divine artifacts, currently remain inaccessible, likely requiring him to attain at least the 70th rank of Soul Sage to wield them. Yet, given his innate talent, achieving the rank of Soul Sage will not pose a significant challenge. Although this is not his era, relying solely on his abilities will allow him to thrive. Presently, uncertainty looms regarding Huo Yuhao's departure. While he can achieve greatness alone, he is the fated child of this age. Whoever claims him will ascend to the pinnacle of this world. However, to avenge all that you have done to this divine monarch in your past life, all your fortunes shall belong to me. I shall become the first individual in this era to possess 4 martial souls. Though I am not a spiritual type soul master, who says one cannot absorb your soul rings without being of the same type? While my mental prowess may currently be lacking, with the purple extreme magic eye and my eloquence, I shall surely compel even a humble sky dream ice silkworm to submit. Moreover, I possess two extraordinary artifacts, which surely ought to elicit your profound gratitude. Hurry and offer yourself as my spirit soul, coupled with the soulless ice enhancement you bestow upon me, and the assistance granted by that otherworldly fiend. I am destined for greatness. Although that otherworldly demon presents an unpredictable variable, it matters not. Once I have extracted every ounce of utility from him, I shall dispose of him. Contemplating this, Tang Xin felt a surge of optimism regarding his future, redirecting his focus solely on acquiring his first spirit ring. Chapter 4. An unexpected encounter with Ming Hongchen. In contrast, our dear Huo Yuhao remained blissfully unaware that she had drawn attention from others. However, such matters held no significance for her. Her primary objective was to grow stronger. Shortly after departing from the Star-Do forest, her spirit soul, which possessed mental attributes, guided her safely without losing her way. After wandering for a considerable time, having left the Star-Do forest behind, she found herself devoid of danger and thus reclined beneath a tree. Unbeknownst to her, she soon drifted into a deep, sweet slumber. Yet, while Huo Yuhao rested, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near. Teacher Mu, how much longer until we reach the Sun Moon Empire? Had I known, I would have refrained from visiting the Douluo continent. It seems rather lackluster in comparison to our Sun Moon Empire. A young girl lamented about the Douluo continent. Rest assured, had it not been for the flying soul tool being damaged by those soul beasts, we would have departed long ago. We are not far from our destination. We shall arrive shortly, a long-haired woman reassured the girl. Upon hearing this, the girl acquiesced, tossing her silver locks with a flourish. Their identities are quite straightforward. One is named Ming Hongchen, and the other Mu Qingxue. They belong to the realm of the Sun and Moon Empire. Dreaming of the red dust hails from the distant empire of the Sun and Moon, arriving in the Douluo continent with the intention of both exploring its wonders and hunting for soul rings. However, after enduring a beast tide that rendered several of their soul-guiding devices nearly inoperative, they found themselves compelled to journey on foot. Yet, shortly after embarking on their quest for soul rings, they encountered an unexpected sight in this desolate wilderness. Children, dreaming of the red dust, was taken aback upon spotting Huo Yuhao and exclaimed in astonishment. Approaching her, he gazed at Huo Yuhuan's rosy and endearing visage, remarking, "How adorable." However, before he could admire her further, Huo Yuhao was abruptly roused from her reverie. With a wary step back, she scrutinized dreaming of the red dust and inquired, "Who are you?" Catching a glimpse of Huo Yuhao, dreaming of the red dust found her even more enchanting. Her crimson eyes and silvery blue hair, combined with her appearance and demeanor, eclipsed his own allure. The only aspects in which he had an edge were height, age, weight, and figure. "Apologies, little sister. Your cuteness is simply irresistible." Huo Yuhao regarded dreaming of the red dust, noting her silvery hair elegantly gathered into a ponytail on one side, her large aquamarine eyes sparkling, and her attire of blue athletic wear exuding the essence of youthful femininity. Another young lady, adorned with flowing lavender locks that cascaded like a stream of violets, exhibited a gentle curl at the ends, casually draping over her shoulders, exuding an air of both natural beauty and elegance. Her features were exquisitely refined. Her skin as pale as freshly fallen snow, radiating a vibrant glow of health. A pair of purple eyes sparkled as she greeted herself with a soft smile. Tall and statuesque, her figure boasted graceful curves. She donned a silk blouse of the same lavender hue, the collar slightly open, revealing delicate collarbones. Complementing her ensemble were high-waisted black trousers that combined simplicity with a touch of fashion. On her feet, she wore purple high heels that resonated with the shade of her hair, adding an aura of nobility to her presence. "Hello, little sister. My name is Mu Qingxue, and I am the teacher of this child. I apologize for her earlier intrusion," she said, addressing the girl. "May I inquire how you prefer to be called?" Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "There is no need for apologies, both of you. My name is Huo Yuhao." "Huo Yuhao, such a lovely name. May I ask why you are asleep here? This is hardly a safe place. By the way, where is your home? I could accompany you back." "Home?" A wave of desolation washed over Huo Yuhao, for she felt that she had no home to return to, unwilling to revisit the abode of her past, fraught with sorrow. "I have no home, only myself," she spoke softly, her voice imbued with a chilling coldness, and she fell into a profound silence. In her current existence, with her mother gone, she realized that she truly had no home. "I apologize, dear Xianer, for bringing up painful memories." Mu Qingxue swiftly expressed regret, recognizing the sensitivity of the topic. Uncertain of the girl's circumstances, she deemed it prudent to refrain from further mention, hoping to preserve the goodwill between them. After a moment of comforting silence, the previous tension gradually dissipated. "May I ask, dear Shinner, where do you hail from?" Meng Hongchen suddenly inquired. "Huo Yuhao," clearly reluctant to divulge her thoughts, wore an expression that suggested the place in question was not worthy of even a fleeting memory. Once vengeance was exacted, it ought to be forgotten. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao began to recount the tale. "Allow me to share a story with my sister. Once upon a time, in a most harmonious setting, there lived a woman who basked in joy and contentment each day. However, one fateful night, amidst the pouring rain, a man entered her life, and she found herself enamored with him. Fearing her family's disapproval, she eloped with the man. He swore to grant her a life filled with happiness. Yet reality proved starkly different. Within the confines of his household, he showed no regard for her feelings. He soon brought another woman into their lives, one whose heart was as venomous as a serpent's. This woman, having held considerable status in the community, managed the household affairs in her favor. In turn, the first woman sought retribution against the man who had so cruelly abandoned her. There came a day when the man was preoccupied with pressing matters, often neglecting his home for prolonged periods, returning scarcely once a year. The first woman was relegated to the servants' quarters, a place scarcely fit for even those of lower standing. Meanwhile, the man, enchanted by the treacherous woman, all but forgot the first. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she bore his child, albeit at a slower pace than the other. The heartless woman bore 2 sons before the first could give birth to her daughter, ensuring they received the finest resources for their upbringing, molding them into exceptional individuals. As time passed, the memory of the woman in the servants' quarters faded. The daughter she eventually brought forth went unnoticed by the vast family, and tragically, the woman fell victim to the wickedness of the treacherous woman. Fortunately, her child survived, escaping that wretched abode. The daughter, filled with resolve, vowed to seek vengeance. As the story concluded, they were all filled with indignation, yet words escaped them. In truth, this tale mirrored the harsh realities that had transpired, a reflection of one's own past. Although they were aware it was merely a tale, it felt strikingly authentic, devoid of any illusion. Once the tumult had settled, Mu Qingxue inquired, "Huo Yuhao, what are your plans for the future?" "I am uncertain," she replied. "But I intend to seek a prestigious academy in a few days to enhance my strength. By the way, Huo Yuhao, what is your martial spirit? What is your soul power level?" After conversing with Huo Yuhao for a while and gaining a general understanding of her, she began to regard her as her own child, affectionately calling her Huo Yuhao. The individual in question harbors no particular issues. After all, one could say she is rather young, merely 11 years of age, whereas most students entering the academy are typically around 12 or 13. My martial spirit is known as the Eye of Nihility, a unique fusion of the attributes of nothingness and the mental realm, boasting a soul power of level 18. A mental attribute soul master. Mu Qingxue gazed in astonishment at the seemingly harmless little girl before her, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Huo Yuhao was indeed a mental attribute soul master. Mental attribute soul masters are exceedingly rare throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent. Furthermore, they possess a remarkable aptitude for utilizing soul engineering devices, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary soul masters. Hence, it was no surprise that Mu Qingxue was taken aback upon hearing about a mental attribute soul master. Not to mention, within the Sun and Moon Empire, such individuals are scarce, and across the Douluo continent, they remain a rarity. However, the concept of an attribute of nothingness was unfamiliar to her. She had never encountered it before. While she was aware of the mental attribute, the nature of this nihility attribute eluded her understanding. Indeed, it was the first time her sister had heard of it as well. Meng Hongchen and Mu Qingxue were both perplexed by the notion of the nihility attribute. Huo Yuhao began to elucidate the situation for the two. The attribute of nullity, in essence, signifies an absence of attributes, allowing me to counteract any attribute. Anything within the realm of matter can be reverted to its primordial state. Huo Yuhao picked up a stone, infusing it with a trace of her soul power. In that fleeting moment when the stone absorbed her essence, it transformed into nothingness. This revelation left Meng Hongchen and Mu Qingxue utterly astonished. The concept of nullity was explained in such an unexpected manner. Although it appeared to be formless, it indeed possessed a unique property, nullifying any attribute, merely to dissolve into the void alongside it. At that moment, little Yuhao was unaware of the existence of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Huo Yuhao shook her head and remarked, Sister Ming, I am unfamiliar with the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. What is it? However, Ming Hongchun was not disheartened. It was reasonable to assume that Huo Yuhao had not heard of it. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is located within the capital of the Sun and Moon Empire, regarded as the second-best institution in the realm. A destination every soul master aspires to reach in their lifetime. Unlike Shrek Academy, they do not require a recommendation letter from a city lord for admission. Moreover, commoners also have the opportunity to join. The admission criteria for newcomers stipulate that they must be no older than 13 and possess a soul power level of at least 15. Furthermore, there exists the possibility of expulsion once admitted. After all, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is the foremost institution in the Empire, renowned for its excellence. Thus, they would not readily accept individuals deemed inept. The competition is fierce, and upon enrollment, one's background becomes inconsequential, as many possess illustrious lineages. However, one critical aspect remains paramount. Merit is the sole currency there. Monthly assessments are conducted rigorously. Of course, exceptions may arise under special circumstances. For instance, if a student exhibits insufficient soul power aptitude but has already demonstrated exceptional talent in soul-guided devices at other institutions, they may apply for a transfer. In such instances, the Academy would invest significantly in their development, provided that their talent in soul-guided devices is remarkably outstanding. At this juncture, Mu Qingxue meticulously explained to Huo Yuhao the admission standards of Shrek Academy on Douluo continent, while also gathering pertinent local information to assist Ming Hongchun in her quest for soul rings. Coincidentally, Shrek Academy was one of her investigative focal points. Sharing similar admission criteria with the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, candidates must be under 13 years of age and possess at least a level 15 soul power. The only distinction lies in their additional requirement of obtaining a recommendation letter from a city lord within Douluo continent. This added stipulation complicates matters, as expulsion remains a constant threat, regardless of one's talent. Every year, the attrition rate is exceptionally high, surpassing even that of our Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. At least we do not expel students lightly. Only those who possess no value are dismissed. This girl, for instance, is unlikely to be expelled from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, yet her identity must still be investigated. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback, but with her innate talent, she should fare well. However, let us not be overly astonished. Although the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is commendable, it has its drawbacks. The quality of martial souls is significantly inferior to that of the Douluo continent. And within the Sun and Moon Academy, pure soul masters have always been absent. Shaoxian can indeed consider other academies. Teacher Mu Shui. Ming Hongchun gazed imploringly at Mu Qingxue, yearning for Huo Yuhao to join her family's Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, as it would provide better opportunities for private interaction. After all, who could resist a sweet and gentle girl? Yet, while she may appear charming, Huo Yuhao is far from soft, if it comes to strength. With all her cards on the table, Ming Hongchun would not stand a chance. A little girl with white hair and red eyes. While she herself had just awakened her martial soul, it would make no difference whether Huo Yuhao had awakened hers or not. Mu Qingxue pulled Ming Hongchun aside and said to Huo Yuhao, "Excuse us for a moment. I need to speak privately with my student. We shall resume our conversation shortly." Without waiting for Huo Yuhao's response, Mu Qingxue led Ming Hongchun to a secluded spot. Noticing that Huo Yuhao did not follow, she turned to Ming Hongchun and asked, "Little Ming, are you trying to recruit Shaoxian into the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy?" Ming Hongchun nodded. "Is that not a good idea, Teacher Mu? After all, Shaoxian's talent is evident. Moreover, our academy has not produced a spiritual attribute soul master in many years, and here we have one right before us. Besides, Shaoxian does not seem to enjoy this place. I could persuade her to come and see our academy." Mu Qingxue thought to herself, agreeing with this sentiment. As the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had indeed not had a spiritual attribute soul master in recent years, while the Douluo continent had seen several emerge. "I understand your perspective, but I do not know her identity nor her background. Who can say if she is not here by coincidence, perhaps sent by the Douluo continent?" Although Mu Qingxue was aware of her spiritual attribute, she still wished to probe further, or perhaps consult her superior for clarity. Chapter 5. The Unfortunate Journey of Tang Sen. Ming Hongchun inquired with a hint of confusion, "Teacher Mu, could that really be the case? A spiritual attribute soul master would not be easily obtained anywhere. They are aware that spiritual attribute soul masters are more challenging to deal with. One would need to lack common sense to send a spiritual attribute soul master as an undercover agent to our Sun and Moon Academy. Given the nature of the Douluo continent, they would never allow a spiritual attribute martial soul to serve as an undercover agent. It would be absurd. As Mu Qingxue pondered deeply, she reflected that in the realm of Douluo's three kingdoms, it was indeed improbable for a spirit master possessing a mental attribute to act as an undercover agent. The rationale was quite simple. It was hardly worthwhile. Why employ a principal piece when mere pawns could suffice? Such was the logic of the three kingdoms. In this desolate wilderness, abducting an 11-year-old girl would undoubtedly lead others to label one as a trafficker. After enduring a fierce internal struggle, she ultimately decided to adhere to her moral compass. Very well, you may take her along, but only if she consents. Coercion is out of the question, Mu Qingxue stated with gravity. Rest assured, Teacher Mu. Do I seem like an impulsive person to you? Or perhaps not. Last year, while crafting a level 3 soul guide device, I nearly obliterated the laboratory. In the first 3 months, during a spar, I almost caused serious harm to another. Mu Qingxue began to recount the less-than-stellar chapters of her past in the dreaming world. Teacher Qingxue. Meng Hongqin's face flushed slightly as she regarded Mu Qingxue, detesting the notion of her past indiscretions being brought up, akin to a social demise. All right. I shall refrain from further mention. Mu Qingxue chuckled lightly. Meng Hongqin then sought out Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, may I pose a question? What is it? Huo Yuhao inquired, casting a curious glance at Meng Hongqin, who approached her with an air of intrigue. Which academy do you intend to join? If, perchance, you find yourself without options, why not accompany me? Teacher Mu just mentioned the circumstances surrounding the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. If you are willing, I can take you there and facilitate your admission. By the way, I neglected to mention that both Teacher Mu and I hail from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Would you be inclined to join us? Huo Yuhao contemplated the information she had received. She was aware that Shrek Academy maintained a close relationship with the Duke of the White Tiger's estate. For the legendary war god, Daimabai, was an ancestor of that lineage. The Sun and Moon Empire had also been mentioned by her mother as an adversary of the Star Luo Empire and the three kingdoms of Douluo. Although Huo Yuhao had recently regained a fragment of her memories concerning the stars, she remained fundamentally Huo Yuhao, merely having traversed through those recollections for a time. Presently, devoid of any destination, she resolved to join the academy, reassured by the gentle warmth exuded by the sister before her, believing there to be little danger in her choice. Very well, Huo Yuhao nodded slightly. Wonderful. Xiaoxian, congratulations. Welcome to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Meng Hongqin, initially anxious that Huo Yuhao might decline, felt her heart finally settle. In an instant, excitement surged within her as she embraced Huo Yuhao. It was her first time holding a child, and she found Huo Yuao's softness and charm far more delightful than that of her own disappointing brother. Sister Ming, could you please put me down? No. Huo Yuhao is simply too adorable. I wish to hold you a little longer. Meanwhile, the reborn Tang San acquired his first soul ring in this new life. A ring from the mandala snake. Cursed Dream Eye Silkworm, you have chosen the path of demise. He searched the Star Doe forest for 5 or 6 days, yet failed to locate the Dream Eye Silkworm. Accursed creature, your failure to possess me, Tang San, is your greatest misfortune. Reluctantly, he sought out the soul beast from his past life, the mandala snake, and as expected, it resonated with the soul skills of his previous incarnation, the maternal entanglement. Oh, I misspoke, it is simply entanglement. Never mind, without the Dream Eye Silkworm, my innate talents render me invincible nonetheless. However, before he could finish his thoughts, an unknown liquid began to drip from above, landing on the wooden surface before him. He immediately corroded, and Tang San swiftly evaded, sensing a peculiar familiarity. He lifted his gaze towards the direction from which the venom descended, and above, a violet spider's web exuded a noxious aroma, exceedingly repugnant. In the web, a terrifying spider crawled, its body extending beyond 7 meters. It possessed 8 slender, purple legs, each exceeding 8 meters in length. On its lower abdomen, a series of white patterns contrasted starkly with its black body. These white markings formed a sinister visage resembling a malevolent human face, while 8 dark purple eyes fixated on Tang San, their gaze seemingly reveling in the allure of a splendid prey. A chill gripped Tang San's heart as he coldly regarded the spider. Once more, it was you, the man-faced demon spider. As Tang San's gaze met that of the human-faced demon spider, a surge of killing intent surged within him. This creature was one he knew all too well. His lifelong nemesis. He had believed that in his rebirth, he would never encounter it again, yet fate had other plans. Judging by its appearance, it was at least 8,000 years old. Although he felt confident in his ability to slay it, it was evident that this was a human-faced spider monarch, accompanied by numerous smaller human-faced demon spiders. They were still within the Douluo forest, where he could not harness the power of divine artifacts, lest he attract the attention of the Silver Dragon King. At present, the weak Tang San faced a high probability of death. He could hardly hope to defeat even the Silver Dragon King's lesser subordinates. The human-faced demon spider, bored with the standoff, prepared to launch an attack on Tang San, unleashing a colossal web that descended upon him like an overwhelming shroud. Tang San's expression hardened as he took a few steps back, witnessing the desolation of the grass beneath the web, which withered in an instant. Resolving not to engage in a prolonged confrontation with the demon spider, Tang San opted for a strategic retreat, planning to seek vengeance at a later time. It must be said that in his rebirth, Tang San's strength had not significantly increased. However, his ability to escape had indeed improved. Against the 8-legged human-faced demon spider, the 2-legged Tang San proved elusive. Yet, the journey was fraught with peril, as he encountered the soul beasts of his past adversaries, the Earth King, the 1,000-gene ant, and the burrowing demon spider. If only a dark demon, evil tiger appeared, he would have a complete set of his former foes. On the other side, there is Huo Yuhao, who has successfully embarked on her journey to the Ming capital. As for Tang San, who seeks Huo Yuhao, he is bound to be sorely disappointed, for the Huo Yuhao he cherishes is now a woman, and she has been taken away by someone, leaving one to wonder what expression he would wear upon discovering this truth. Their journey's destination is the Sun and Moon Empire, currently the largest empire on the Douluo continent, renowned for its unparalleled civilization and technological prowess. Several millennia ago, the Sun and Moon Empire nearly succeeded in unifying the Douluo continent, but unforeseen circumstances thwarted their ambitions. As the years slipped by, the Sun and Moon Empire's strength grew exponentially, while the Douluo continent languished, largely devoid of soul-guided devices. Yet, when faced with confrontation, they would flee faster than anyone else. Soon, Meng Hongqin and her companions arrived in the capital, Mingdu. With the esteemed identities of Meng Hongqin and Mu Qingxue, the border guards allowed them passage without hesitation. Upon entering Mingdu, the capital of the Sun and Moon Empire, they were struck by its advancements compared to the antiquated designs of the three nations of Douluo. The city was replete with numerous edifices, and the expressions of the passers-by radiated joy. Mingdu, also known as Sun and Moon City, stands as the largest city within the empire. The absence of city walls is easily explained. There is no need for them. Within Mingdu, the pinnacle of combat prowess resides, and few would dare to provoke the might of the Sun and Moon Empire. Additionally, the Imperial Palace is situated here, guarded by a considerable number of 9th-level soul masters, who would swiftly respond to any threat, drawing the attention of many such powerful individuals. Numerous soul-guided devices are also strategically placed throughout the city, making it nearly impossible for even a dozen titled Douluo to obliterate Mingdu entirely. During the tumultuous journey, Huo Yuhao completely exhausted her soul power and fell asleep, only to be carried by Mu Qingxue. Upon arriving at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, Mu Qingxue first sent Meng Hongqin back while she allowed little Xin'er to take a moment to rest. After all, the journey had drained their soul power more rapidly than anticipated, thus a brief respite was essential. Moreover, accommodations were limited among their instructors, as most rooms were already occupied. Reluctantly, she entrusted Huo Yuhao to Meng Hongqin, knowing that Meng Hongqin would not return for another 3 days due to an external inspection, ensuring ample room for her stay. The soft and fragrant Huo Yuhao was far better suited to share a slumber together. How delightful that would be. Meng Hongqin promptly made a more considerate decision to sleep alongside Huo Yuhao, for such a bond between girls was truly lovely. Tomorrow, she would arrange for Huo Yuhuan's handover. Mu Qingxue recounted this matter to Jing Hongqin, as she was one of the esteemed members of the Mingda Hall, often granted access to Jing Hongqin's office. Mu Qingxue gently tapped on the door. "Please, come in," came a warm and gentle voice from within. As she entered, she beheld an elderly gentleman, sipping his coffee while perusing the documents laid out on the table. The elderly gentleman, tall and slender, yet rather stout, donned a flowing purple robe, exuding an air of stern authority. "Master, Teacher Shui, you have returned. Please, take a seat." The venerable elder in question is Jing Hongqin, the esteemed director of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, the master of the Mingda Hall, and one of the 3 illustrious soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire. Holding the prestigious title of a level 93 assault type Douluo, known as the Golden Toad. His might is comparable to that of a super Douluo. Wielding the powerful martial soul of the 3-legged Golden Toad, a symbol of the Hongqian family within the Sun Moon Empire. Casting a glance at Mu Qingxue, Jing Hongqian inquired, "Qingxue, how was your harvest this time? I trust there were no perils encountered?" Shaking her head, Mu Qingxue replied, "There were no dangers, master. However, it seems that Shrek Academy's reputation does not align with our expectations. To the outsiders, it appears commendable, yet upon closer investigation, it is hardly a distinguished institution." "Oh? What do you mean?" Jing Hongqian expressed a keen interest, eager to uncover the true nature of what is lauded as the world's foremost academy, Shrek Academy. Mu Qingxue presented a dossier to Jing Hongqian, stating, "Master, it seems Shrek is not as magnificent as we presumed. It would be more appropriate to label it an aristocratic academy, as it has only accepted prodigies for the past millennium. How could such an institution not be regarded as the best in the world?" Jing Hongqian gazed at Mu Qingxue, astonished by the revelation that the illustrious Shrek Academy could embody such a reality. Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename it Shrek Empire, akin to a sect. "It sounds splendid. By the way, Qingxue, how did you and Meng bring a girl back? Pray, share the details with me." Naturally, the news of their return could not be concealed from Jing Hongqian. Given his esteemed position and formidable prowess within the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, he was privy to all developments, no matter how subtle. The return of Huo Yuhao has undoubtedly captured the attention of Jing Hongqian. Mu Qingxue was well aware that concealment was futile. She candidly recounted all matters concerning the young girl. "Are you implying that your encounter with Ming was merely a chance meeting with a little girl? Or is it that she bears enmity towards our adversarial Douluo Empire? Or is she simply an exceptionally gifted child whom you have brought back?" Jing Hongqian regarded Mu Qingxue with a perplexed expression, unable to discern any deceit from her genuine demeanor. "Do you know her identity? Have you conducted a background check?" "Master, to investigate requires time. And your granddaughter is quite fond of her. What can I do? After all, she is your granddaughter. Moreover, it is unlikely that the Douluo 3 kingdoms would easily relinquish a spirit master with a mental attribute to us. Master, if there are still doubts, you may conduct your investigation." Jing Hongqian sighed and acquiesced. "Very well." She picked up a soul guide phone and instructed, "Jia, send a few people to the Douluo Empire to investigate a certain individual. I want to know her complete information in half an hour." A voice responded from the other end, "Yes, master. I do not know her name. By the way, what is her name?" Jing Hongqian inquired of Mu Qingxue. After some contemplation, Mu Qingxue revealed, "Huo Yuhao. Did you catch that?" "Jia, I expect the results in half an hour." "That is all." "Yes, master." The call was promptly terminated, leaving them to focus on their respective duties. "Let us wait a moment. I too am eager to learn everything about that little one." Notably, the efficiency on the other end was remarkable. Jing Hongqian had anticipated knowing her complete information within half an hour, yet Lin Jiai managed to provide it within 10 minutes. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jiai entered the room. He was indeed the voice from the phone. He presented a storage ring to Jing Hongqian and stated solemnly, "Master, all the information you requested regarding the little girl named Huo Yuhao is contained within. It must be said, the Douluo 3 kingdoms have seemingly gifted us a treasure." Chapter 6. The official arrival in the Sun and Moon. Please elaborate. Jing Hongqian expressed her curiosity as she retrieved the documents regarding Huo Yuhao from the storage ring. As she laid the pages on the table, she examined the first sheet. "The Duke of the White Tiger's household?" Lin Jiai nodded. "Indeed, master. That little girl is indeed from the Duke of the White Tiger's household. Interestingly, we owe our gratitude to the Duke for this grand gift. Huo Yuhao is his daughter. What is particularly intriguing is that her existence remains unknown even to the entire Duke's residence in the outside world. It is estimated that only 3 sons are known to exist in the Duke of the White Tiger's household, and notably, his daughter precedes the 3rd son. Thus, acquiring this information was quite challenging. One would have to infiltrate the Duke's residence to obtain such insights. Moreover, as far as I am aware, the young boy possesses considerable talent, being a dual martial soul, akin to Elder Kong, with innate full soul power. Jing Hongqian gazed incredulously at the information in hand, confirming the authenticity of the findings. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply and remarked, "Jia, this is indeed splendid news. That fellow Dai Hao has presented me with a remarkable gift." He continued, in the Douluo continent, should the day arrive in Xinglua City. We ought to express our gratitude to our esteemed Duke of the White Tiger. Lin Jiayi nodded in agreement and inquired, "So, master, how shall we arrange for that little girl?" "How to arrange it? As per usual. By the way, her treatment will be on par with that of Xiao and Ming." "Ah? What do you mean by ah?" "Our Sun Moon Empire boasts numerous soul masters, yet truly exceptional ones are rather scarce. We in the Sun Moon Empire also eagerly hope for individuals like Huo Yuhao." "Very well, I shall see to it, master." With that, Lin Jiayi departed, leaving Jing Hongqian and Mu Qingxue alone in the room. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mu Qingxue, Jing Hongqian took her leave. "Let me see, little one, how much value you can bring me, and whether you are worth the gamble," she mused while toying with the soul guide in her hand, gazing at the photograph of Huo Yuhao. The following day, Huo Yuhao awoke early, perhaps due to the star core or her martial soul. Her body was in a slightly better state of recovery than that of an ordinary person. Before long, she was fully alert, though initially, she was somewhat dazed. Upon realizing she was nestled in Jing Hongqian's embrace, it felt as though she had been thoroughly drained during her brief unconsciousness. Startled back to reality, she let out a loud scream, which startled a few nearby individuals. Jing Hongqian suddenly awoke, looking at the anxious Huo Yuhao, and asked, "What is it, little Xiner?" "Dream sister, why am I in your room?" Huo Yuhao inquired. Jing Hongqian, observing the curled-up figure of Huo Yuhao, understood the situation. It was merely that they had slept together. There was nothing peculiar about girls sharing a space. "Oh dear, little Yuhao, have you forgotten? Yesterday, before we returned to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, you exhausted your soul power and fell asleep. Given the late hour, there were not many rooms available. So you spent the night in my room," Jing Hongqian teased. "Is that truly the case?" Huo Yuhao replied. "Well, let us not dwell on it. Today marks the beginning of your new journey at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy." "Right." Huo Yuhao donned her outer garment and tidied herself before accompanying Jing Hongqian to complete the necessary formalities. In the conference hall, Jing Hongqian called out, "Grandfather, we have arrived." Holding a crystalline card, she swiped it against a sensor beside the door. The door opened automatically, and the two entered. Inside sat 4 individuals, one of whom Huo Yuhao recognized. It was the newly acquainted Mu Qingxue. The other 3 were strangers to her. Jing Hongqian quietly introduced them, "Little Yuhao, let me introduce you. The one in the center is my grandfather. The person next to him is Su Xing, a 5th-grade teacher who has guided numerous 9th-level soul masters. To grandfather's left is Lin Jiayi, the director of our Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and grandfather's most trusted confidant." In total, there were only 3 people in the room, and Huo Yuhao was largely unfamiliar with them. The individual known as Su Xing, since his entrance, had been casting glances upon himself, seemingly in search of something elusive. Upon noticing Huo Yuhuan's approach, Jing Hongqian directed his gaze towards her, donning a warm and amiable expression. "Yuhuan, welcome. Please, take a seat." After Huo Yuhuan and Ming Hongqian settled into a suitable spot, Jing Hongqian turned to Huo Yuhuan and introduced himself. "I am Jing Hongqian, the headmaster of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and also the grandfather of Ming. I trust Ming has spoken of me, so there is no need for you to feel overly anxious. Consider this place as your home. If it pleases you, you may address me as Ming does." "Indeed," Huo Yuhao replied. Jing Hongqian then inquired, "Might you share with me some fundamental details about your martial soul, age, and soul skills?" "Of course," she responded. While age was secondary to Jing Hongqian, the martial soul was of primary importance. "Since I am now part of this academy, I see no reason to conceal my second martial soul. Tiaming Ice Silkworm has conveyed to me within the sea of consciousness that this esteemed elder before me holds the rank of title Douluo. Though of the ordinary title Douluo level, the aura within him is no less formidable than that of a super Douluo." Rising from her seat, Huo Yuhao unleashed her martial soul, revealing a circle of golden soul rings that appeared as mere century-old rings to an untrained eye, yet were, in truth, 1,000,000 years old. Following its sacrifice to become Huo Yuhuan's soul ring, the primordial power of Tianming Ice Silkworm was replenished, transforming from its original platinum hue to a resplendent gold. "I am 11 years old, and I possess twin martial souls. My first is the Void Eye, which I have already shared with Sister Ming and Sister Mu Shui. My second martial soul is known as the World Tree." In the next moment, as the Void Eye martial soul dissipated, Huo Yuhao held in her hand a tree radiating a spectrum of colors. A ring of vibrant soul rings materialized beneath her feet. and the other 3 individuals present felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from her martial soul. Colored soul rings? Su Sheng inquired, astonished. Master, do you recognize this martial soul? I feel as if my own martial soul is under intense suppression, unable to resist. I have never encountered such colored soul rings before. Not only Jing Hongqin, but even Huo Yuhao herself was taken aback. She too was unaware of the full extent of her abilities. She understood that the world tree exerted absolute dominion over all substances within the concept of the world, wielding the power to govern the laws of existence. It was an exceptionally potent martial soul, with each branch and leaf representing a distinct world. If it were to bless allies, it would bestow tremendous advantages. Once the martial soul was retracted, the oppressive sensation dissipated. However, the suppression was negligible against high-ranking individuals like Jing Hongqin, who could withstand the might of a super Douluo. This revelation startled even Jing Hongqin, who, once equilibrium was restored, turned to Huo Yuhao and asked, Yuhao, could you elucidate this phenomenon for us? How is it that your soul rings are of such vibrant colors? Huo Yuhao remarked, this is due to the soul ring. I am uncertain. It manifested itself the moment I awakened my martial soul. The notion of a self-generating soul ring was novel to Jing Hongqin, who had never before encountered a martial soul capable of producing its own soul rings. Moreover, Jing Hongqin was convinced that this martial soul was likely the legendary ultimate martial soul, world tree. A tree. Could it be the supreme wood? He decided against further speculation. After all, he had stumbled upon a treasure, and the gift from Daihao was indeed genuine. Meanwhile, Ming Hongqin was astonished, realizing that this Xianer, beyond her striking beauty, possessed formidable strength. One could only imagine the expression on the face of the so-called first genius of the academy. The inept brother, who was far away and constantly boasting about his status, upon discovering that his title had been usurped. The mere thought of Ming Hongqin envisioning the devastation on the face of the laughing Hongqin brought her a sense of delight. After a brief interlude, Jing Hongqin finally transitioned to the main topic. All right, Yuhao, she began. Allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is your class instructor, Su Sheng, who will be your teacher moving forward. That individual over there is Lin Jiai. Should I be unavailable, you may consult him for any matters. Understood, Huo Yuhao nodded. Jing Hongqin then produced a document, stating, Yuhao, this outlines the courses you will be undertaking. Please review it, and if there are no concerns, we shall conduct a physical assessment shortly, after which you will officially become a student at our Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy. Huo Yuhao glanced over the document, noting that her instructors comprised only 3 individuals. Su Sheng, the sister Mu Qingxue, who had accompanied Meng Hongqin previously, and a person named Xian Ziwen, whom she did not recognize. She turned to Jing Hongqin and inquired, Grandfather Jing, may I ask who this teacher Xian Ziwen is? The moment she spoke, Su Sheng's attention was piqued. Master, did you not assure me that Xian Ziwen would not be joining Mu Qingxue? Did I not mention it? Lin Jiai timidly interjected. It seems you only informed me yesterday, without further elaboration. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, having forgotten to relay such crucial information. Jing Hongqin cleared her throat several times to alleviate the tension. Well, it appears I neglected to inform you, but it is of no consequence now. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Huo Yuhao shook her head, indicating she had no further questions. I do have a query, Su Sheng began, but was swiftly interrupted as Lin Jiai pulled him away. They proceeded to a laboratory, arriving at a massive soul-guiding apparatus. Jing Hongqin explained, this is the soul-guiding device for physical assessment, which will evaluate your physical condition. If you are ready, please step onto it, and we shall commence. Huo Yuhao nodded, standing atop the apparatus, her heart fluttering with anxiety, silently praying that her stellar core would remain undetected. A beam of golden light cascaded over her, and the results materialized, revealing her personal information. Name, Huo Yuhao, gender, female, age, 11 years, martial soul, Eye of Void. World Tree soul power level, 18 physical strength, none physical resilience, none soul bone augmentation, none soul power intensity, top tier height, 1 meter 34 weight, 34 kilograms overall assessment, malnourished. Strength yet to be measured, physical strength and resilience currently undetectable. As for the information, Huo Yuhao was able to perceive it, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the star core had not been exposed. However, Jing Hongqin found herself somewhat agitated, contemplating the premature annihilation of the White Tiger Duke's residence. She was aware of Huo Yuhao's unfortunate circumstances, but it truly was not as dire as it seemed. At the tender age of 11, she weighed merely 68 pounds, a lamentable situation indeed for the White Tiger Duke's household. Yet, the strength, intensity, and resilience remained elusive in their assessment. Could it be that the machinery was malfunctioning? Regardless of the method employed, the outcomes remained consistent, with even the strength test resulting in the complete destruction of the apparatus. As a being endowed with cosmic star core essence, obliterating an instrument from an unknown realm was a trivial feat, yet Jing Hongshan attributes all of this to the world. For he himself is oblivious to the origins of this martial soul. What does it matter if one is a bit stronger? Moreover, at the tender age of 11, weighing merely 34 kilograms, it is essential to nurture this young lad. For soul masters, physical prowess holds paramount significance, particularly for those endowed with extraordinary talents. Is precisely the kind of individual who, despite being inherently malnourished, will gradually regain her vitality when provided with nourishment. As observed, successfully complete all assessments. She smiled and announced, "Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be an official member of the Royal Soul Master Academy of. Today, there are no classes scheduled. Shortly, I shall have show you around our esteemed academy. By the way, I must apologize as your uniform has yet to be designed. It will be delivered to you in due course. As for accommodations, we currently lack spare rooms. Grandfather, the room across from mine appears to be vacant. Why not prepare it for to reside in?" Pondered for a moment, gazing at, and replied solemnly, "Very well, arrange for that room to be made ready for her. Subsequently, let a group of 9th-level soul masters to tidy up the dormitory." However, one must wonder, was it truly necessary to mobilize such a large contingent for the mere task of cleaning a room? Those in the know understood it was simply housekeeping, while those unaware might presume it was a gathering of a clandestine society. A few 9th-level soul masters cast curious glances at, pondering whether this young girl might be a distant relative of the leader. After 2.5 minutes, once room had been organized, brushed off the dust from his clothing and said, "All right, the items listed here will be provided to you by the Academy free of charge. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to inform me." Handed a storage soul guide device filled with essential items for a soul master. It contained foundational core formation instructions, comprehensive materials for novice soul masters, and books detailing the principles of first-level soul guides. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me," he concluded. Nodded thoughtfully. In the bustling city of Shrek, the nightlife was vibrant, bustling with vendors and throngs of people. Even in the evening, the streets were alive with activity, a testament to the city's prosperity. Having been reborn as Tang San, he has endured numerous trials and tribulations and has finally arrived at Shrek Academy. However, by the time he reached there, the enrollment for the day had already concluded, and he would have to wait until the morrow to register. Before entering Shrek City, he encountered numerous inspections. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately in advance. As he walked through the city gates and observed the bustling passers-by, his thoughts drifted back to millennia ago. At that time, he and Xiao Wu arrived in the once opulent Soto City, intending to join Shrek Academy, the once impoverished and modest Shrek Academy, with the support of himself and his companions, had evolved into a prestigious institution, now a beacon for all aspiring geniuses. Nevertheless, despite this transformation, Tang San remained confident that he would emerge as the strongest among the elite. Yet, Tang San himself, in terms of strength, has progressed immensely compared to a millennium ago, now possessing numerous hidden cards up his sleeve. Back then, he was able to lead Shrek Academy to triumph over the malevolent Spirit Hall. So why should he worry about handling a few juniors? As he walked, Tang San suddenly halted, casting a glance towards the Rose Hotel beside him. It was here that he encountered his good brother, the indulgent Dai Mubai. Although at that time, Dai Mubai was teased by Xiao Wu for being surrounded by a pair of twins, earning the moniker of Lustful Tiger for some inexplicable reason. Tang San felt a strong camaraderie with him. In hindsight, this might be what is referred to as birds of a feather flock together. Despite Dai Mubai's propensity for overpowering the weak and his notorious lechery, how could a brother of Tang San be an ordinary person? With Ma Hongjun, who frequents brothels, and Oscar, who perpetually has a sausage dangling from his lips, are they not both exceptional individuals? It is precisely due to the presence of such brothers that Tang San is far from ordinary. The future would surely see the emergence of an academy that could cultivate the power of the 7 gods. As time passed and memories of the past began to resurface in his mind, he decided to refrain from dwelling on them and sought a place to rest instead. It seemed that the influx of early arrivals was considerable. After searching several ordinary hotels, all of which were fully booked, he found himself back at the Rose Hotel. "Are there any rooms available?" Tang San entered, his expression betraying a hesitant inquiry to the staff. "We have 2 rooms left, sir." A slight relief washed over Tang San. Otherwise, he might have found himself sleeping on the streets. Having encountered a few corpses in the Stardo forest and collected some gold soul coins, wealth was no longer a concern for him. "Are you staying alone, sir?" "Yes. All the other hotels are full." Tang San nodded slowly. He was well aware that couples hotels charged higher rates, but he had no choice but to select this one. "Then I will take one of those." "Wait. I'll take that room," a deep voice interrupted. A golden-haired youth with striking golden eyes entered alongside 2 middle-aged men. Upon seeing the youth's appearance, Tang San immediately recognized his identity. In his previous knowledge, individuals with such features, possessing the evil eye white tiger martial spirit, were said to be descendants of the Star Luo imperial family from a millennium ago. Before me stands a youth from the Duke of White Tiger's estate, radiating an intense heat. If Huo Yuhao were here, she would recognize him as her nemesis, Dai Huabin. Moreover, he is a transmigrator, surpassing the original Dai Huabin in every regard. The original soul, known as Fan Jian on Blue Star, truly lived up to his name, embodying a character that reflected it perfectly. By the time he had assumed this body, Huo Yuhao had already departed, and Douluo had arrived at Shrek Academy even earlier, having been enrolled long before him. Like other travelers, he possesses a unique advantage, a system known as the gold spending system. True to its name, it requires the expenditure of soul coins to obtain rewards, often at prices more exorbitant than those of unscrupulous merchants. For instance, a century-old soul bone costs a staggering 10,000 gold soul coins, while a millennium-old soul bone demands 50,000. The price escalates further, with a 10,000-year-old soul bone reaching 100,000, and those over 100,000 years old ranging from 200,000 to 800,000 gold soul coins. The costs for lethal firearms are similarly prohibitive, with certain items requiring a steep 10,000 gold soul coins, each demand surpassing the last. Although the Duke of the White Tiger's residence is among the highest echelons of power within the Star Luo Empire, it is primarily a military stronghold, lacking acumen in commercial affairs. Thus, the Duke resorts to clandestine embezzlement of military funds and the meager income provided by the court for sustenance. Additionally, there are illicit activities involving human trafficking. However, a recent excursion to the Stardo forest to scavenge corpses yielded a notable bounty, though it pales in comparison to the wares available in the shops. Nevertheless, there exists a degree of humanity within the system, as money spent externally can be converted into points, which hold the same value as gold soul coins in the system's marketplace. Yet, aside from gold soul coins, the conversion of other currencies into points remains an impossibility. Today, I encountered an individual lacking discernment, and I shall impart a lesson upon him. Who dares to seize my possessions? You have chosen your own demise. Dai Huabin, with a disdainful glance, disregarded Tang San entirely and strode directly towards the counter, reiterating his demand to the attendant. "I require this room." The attendant, instinctively glancing at Tang San, hesitated with an expression that suggested he was caught between words. Operating a grand hotel in Shrek City undoubtedly implied that the proprietor possessed some influence. However, the fact that the owner was unafraid of disturbances did not mean he was impervious to danger. These 2 youths were evidently gifted individuals here to enroll in Shrek Academy, and they were likely backed by formidable connections. He was merely an ordinary person, should he inadvertently provoke one of them. Even the most powerful owner would be unable to shield him in time, leaving him with nothing but the prospect of revenge later. Earning a mere handful of silver coins a month, it would be foolish to risk his life. "I apologize." At that moment, Tang San, who had been overlooked, coldly interjected. "I arrived first." Dai Huabin, upon hearing this, cast a condescending glance at him, his eyes brimming with contempt. He assessed Tang San, concluding that he appeared to lack any substantial backing, making him a suitable target for a thrashing. "So what? You have no right to dictate the order of arrival. While I am in a good mood, I suggest you leave promptly." Upon hearing Dai Huabin's words, the 2 companions behind him furrowed their brows and whispered urgently to him. "Young master, this is Shrek City. We must not attract too much attention. If a conflict erupts and the enforcement team arrives, it would be difficult to explain to the madam." Dai Huabin's face darkened with impatience, but before he could respond, Tang San's voice, laden with menace, cut through the air. And what of it? It had been many years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was unaware of how many generations of Dai Mabai's descendants had come and gone. Since his rebirth, he had encountered numerous misfortunes. after finally finding a place to settle. He was now being provoked by a descendant of Dai Mabai. Such a stroke of luck was unprecedented. Is it truly I who lacks the qualifications, or is it you? A cold smile crept across Tang San's face as he taunted. Do your parents never teach you what manners are? Perhaps I should enlighten you on the concept of etiquette. Seeking death. This declaration incited Dai Huabin's fury, his eyes turning a vivid crimson. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath his feet, and the surrounding temperature surged with an infernal intensity, as if a fearsome beast had emerged from the depths of hell. A profound transformation had overtaken Dai Huabin. His entire being radiating a fervent luminescence, his golden hair ignited into a fiery crimson. Behind him loomed an imposing spectral tiger, exuding flames, akin to a ferocious beast escaping from its confines. Dai Huabin's martial soul was the infernal flame tiger king, endowed with the ultimate fire attribute. Yet he remained no match for Tang San. The notion of ultimate fire? Tang San gazed at Dai Huabin in disbelief, astonished that one could possess a martial soul of such a rare attribute. Nevertheless, you are limited to a singular martial soul, while I am graced with the advantage of 2. Moreover, can your martial soul rival that of the 6-winged angel? After all, the 6-winged angel fell before me in the past. I hold no fear of your mere ultimate fire. It is as if you possess no formidable martial soul at all. Furthermore, I, the blue-silver emperor, am not the same as the blue-silver grass of yore. Moreover, with her blue-silver emperor's ultimate life force coupled with the power of devouring, your fate is sealed. Dai Huabin did not engage in further conversation. He activated his first soul skill, the blazing shield, along with the flame heaven fire transformation. A deep crimson protective barrier rapidly enveloped him. This soul skill had also undergone a mutation. All 3 soul skills had transformed. The original white tiger shield had metamorphosed into the blazing shield, reminiscent of the scarlet lotus cloak of a bygone sovereign, inflicting burning damage within a radius of 3 meters, with the intensity of the damage increasing the closer one approached. The transformation of the blazing fire and the white tiger's indomitable strength enhances one's attack, defense, power, and damage by 20% for a duration of 1 minute. As Dai Huabin's physique swelled dramatically under the enhancement of his 2 formidable soul skills, his sharp, deep crimson tiger claws lunged swiftly towards Tang San. What lunatic is this? A young man with no sense of martial ethics, he exclaimed. I haven't even unleashed my martial soul. What animosity do you hold against me? Is it truly necessary to retaliate for a mere taunt? Have I wronged you in my past life? Despite his words, Tang San, drawing upon the memories of his previous existence, remained unperturbed by the sudden onslaught. His extensive combat experience allowed him to respond swiftly. As he began to channel his Xian Tiangong, his hands emanated a lustrous milky white hue. In the face of Dai Huabin's unexpected assault, he barely had time to release his martial soul. He relied solely on his jade hands to counter the assault of Dai Huabin's tiger claws. Bang! The forceful impact surged through Tang San's arm, propelling him several steps backward, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Dai Huabin. If a mere glance could slay, Dai Huabin would have perished dozens of times already. In certain areas of Tang San's body, he bore the burns inflicted by Dai Huabin's initial soul skill. However, relying solely on the Xian Yu hand was insufficient to pose a threat to Dai Huabin. Opting to prioritize the cultivation of the blue-silver emperor, Tang San was inherently at a disadvantage in strength compared to Dai Huabin, who possessed an extraordinary martial soul. Now, with the sudden offensive from his opponent, he was deprived of the opportunity to unleash his own martial soul, plunging him into a passive state upon contact. If this continued, his fate was all but sealed. It was imperative for him to devise a means to create distance, allowing him to better contend with his adversary. Seizing the moment, Tang San swiftly released his martial soul. Dai Huabin and the 2 middle-aged men were momentarily taken aback as they beheld 3 soul rings, nearly identical to their own, rising from beneath Tang San's feet. A youth clad in such simple attire was, astonishingly, a 3-ringed soul master. Almost immediately, dozens of blue-silver emperor strands surged toward Dai Huabin. Yet, he nonchalantly hurled a fireball. With a thunderous explosion, thick smoke billowed forth, obscuring the vision of all in the vicinity. The powerful shockwave unleashed a fierce airstream that swept through the entire hotel, transforming the once pristine establishment into utter chaos, with flames igniting amidst the wreckage. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the first encounter between Tang San and Dai Mabai a millennium ago. It was an eerily similar reunion. However, the chaos did not end there. Amidst the smoke, another explosion erupted, and a cry rang out. Young master. As they reacted, Dai Huabin suddenly collapsed, his face turning ashen. Two silver needles emitting toxic fumes embedded in his shoulder. Young master, what is wrong? This is bad. The young man has been poisoned. One of the middle-aged men's expressions shifted, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Tang San. You despicable scoundrel. Tang San couldn't suppress a cold chuckle. Was this truly underhanded? The weapon was merely one facet of his capabilities. This was but a minor lesson for Dai Huabin, should there be a next time. It would not be so simple. With the experience of 2 lives utilizing hidden weapons, his skills had reached an unparalleled level, and various insidious techniques came effortlessly to him. At present, he had merely seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack amidst the explosion, not even scratching the surface of his true prowess with hidden weapons. Were it not for the fear of attracting the enforcement team and the repercussions it might entail, he might have already left behind a corpse. I advise you to hasten his treatment, otherwise you wouldn't wish to witness what might transpire with the passage of time. My own time is of no concern. But your young master has little time to spare. The aura emitted by the two indicated they were merely soul kings. While he could easily eliminate them, such an action would invite far greater trouble, which was hardly worthwhile. Had he been in a more secluded location, he would have already struck with lethal intent. When Dai Huabin's disdainful gaze met his own, the attitude of the former had already inscribed a path to demise in Tang San's heart. The two middle-aged men exchanged a glance, swiftly reaching a consensus. Even if they were to strike at Tang San now, the presence of the enforcement team and the fact that they were within Shrek Academy deterred them from committing murder on its grounds. Should the youth perish here, no number of heads would suffice to atone for the offense. One of them hoisted Dai Huabin and began to exit, leaving behind a menacing remark. Boy, I will remember you. You have crossed the Duke's manor. I hope you do not come to regret it. Tang San was entirely unfazed by the threat, after all. This was Shrek City. Just as he dared not kill Dai Huabin, the Duke's manor would also think twice before taking action against him. At that moment, the waiter who had been hiding beneath the counter since the altercation re-emerged, addressing Tang San, the sole remaining figure in the hall. Please settle the damages incurred to the hotel. Chapter 8. Huo Yuhao observes the extraordinary Tang's sect. In contrast, Huo Yuhao enjoyed a sweet slumber that night. Her dreams filled with delightful visions, unlike certain individuals who found themselves nearly homeless. She had spent the day exploring with Meng Hongchun and had gleaned some information. Only 6 individuals comprised their entire class. Just herself, Meng Hongchun, Xiao Hongchun, Juzi, Kuku, and Kong Siya, a mere 6, all older than her. As dawn broke at 5 o'clock the following day, she officially commenced her day. Entering her spiritual sea, she sought to discern the significance of the world tree's apex. The heavenly dream ice silkworm remained in slumber, oblivious to the duration of its repose. Huo Yuhao ascended the world tree rooted within her consciousness, yearning for knowledge. Each branch resembled a universe, and as she climbed, the vibrant leaves unfurled, perhaps sensing her arrival, forming a pathway. With each step, she felt the laws within her body surging restlessly. She pondered why this world tree had taken root within her. Was it mere coincidence? Or was there a deeper purpose? Within the world tree, she sensed the power of various laws, space, time, the 5 elements, strength, and others. However, even upon reaching the tree's summit, she found herself empty-handed. To her, the world tree was an intrinsic part of her being, rendering its mysteries difficult to unravel. Huo Yuhao sat dazed atop the world tree, gazing at the celestial cores in the sky, wondering if her mother and Uncle Yang had arrived. Suddenly, a branch of the world tree trembled, and a childlike figure burst forth. The being was exceedingly adorable, with long white hair and blue eyes. As enchanting as the beauty of winter's snowfall. Her skin is as white as snow. Though she is but a child, her beauty surpasses that of many girls. Dressed in a blue top adorned with icy embellishments, she carries a bow upon her back, yet her stature remains shorter than that of Huo Yuhao. This also captured the attention of Huo Yuhao, and at the moment he laid eyes on her, he immediately knelt on one knee and said, Winter Wind, I pay my respects to my master. The child, known as Dongfeng, is one of the beings born from the world tree. His cultivation suppressed to that of a demigod in this realm. Though he appears to be merely 9 years of age, he has existed for 1,000,000 years. Wielding a mastery over certain fundamental laws, akin to that of a Hanyuan Douluo Jingxian. However, in comparison to other entities in this world, he remains rather insignificant. Do you refer to me as your master? He inquires. Indeed, I am one of the beings birthed by this world tree, and thus, you must regard me as your master, Duke White Tiger. I possess little knowledge about this world tree, he admits. But what do you know of it? Dongfeng rises, shaking his head in bitter resignation. Master, it is not that I wish to withhold information from you, but rather that I am unable to reveal much. This tree is often referred to as the supreme taboo. Apart from you, none dare to confront the overwhelming force of its karmic power. However, I can share some aspects of its nature with you. I neglected to mention, Master, that I too am a being of this world tree, albeit at the lowest tier. You are aware that there are countless branches and leaves here, each representing a world, and every world contains myriad celestial realms. Countless beings have existed here, far beyond my reckoning, yet I remain among the weakest, with those above me growing ever more formidable. At that moment, Huo Yuhao senses Dongfeng's formidable strength, surpassing her own, infused with a divine essence. Moreover, Master, it is imperative to keep the world tree concealed. Though your strength may seem lacking at present, it is crucial to maintain discretion. Not strong enough? Huo Yuhao bites her lip at the phrase, feeling a surge of anger unprecedented in this realm, yet she refuses to let hatred consume her. By the way, Master, I must mention that you seem to be under scrutiny from someone in this world. According to my insights, your current identity is that of the chosen one of this realm, located on a planet known as Douluo continent. The previous chosen one has set his sights upon you. Though he has long been discarded, he remains intent on seizing control of this world, particularly your essence. Control me? Dongfeng nods in affirmation. Indeed, however, unforeseen events have transpired on Douluo continent, disrupting his plans to a considerable extent. Nevertheless, Master, allow me to present you with a few tomes. They may hold profound significance for you. In Dongfeng's hands lie 5 books, which awakened the moment Huo Yuhao unlocked her martial soul. Even if the Duchess harbors malicious intent towards Huo Yuhao, what then? Would she dare to act? If she did, the existence of the Duke's household would become unnecessary. Perhaps there are even more tragic fates awaiting. The 5 volumes are titled Douluo Continent, Douluo Continent 2, Peerless God, Douluo Continent 3, Legend of the Dragon King, and Douluo Continent 4, Ultimate Douluo. Upon departing from the Star-Do forest, I stumbled upon them amidst a patch of grass, feeling rather bored in the sea of spirit. And thus, I decided to implant these tomes into the world tree. For one of his caliber, it was a trivial task to discreetly deliver these books to this realm. Master, observe with reason. Begin with this volume. The character here, named Huo Yuhao, shall be presumed to represent yourself. As Huo Yuhao flipped to the first page, her initial demeanor remained relatively composed, yet as she progressed further, her state became increasingly unsettling. With a somewhat frigid tone, she inquired, Dongfeng, are all these events destined to unfold in the future? Within the vast expanse of the sea of spirit, devoid of any chill. An unsettling aura of coldness emanated from Huo Yuxian's emotional turmoil. As the winter wind stirred gently, the chill dissipated in an instant, and with a slight tremor. It spoke. Master, indeed, this world was originally as such. Ultimately, emotions have transformed into deities, and the realm knows no longer the existence of Huo Yuhao. Through countless trials on the path of destiny, bondage has rendered one a mere puppet. In the annals of history, such events did unfold. Yet due to certain exceptions born of cause and effect, these occurrences shall not transpire. Ah, how laughable. Upon receiving affirmation, Huo Yuhao felt a jolt of amusement within. How futile was that other self? Why, oh why, did you treat him so? He responded in kind, yet you still sought to change him. And those comrades from Shrek. When I returned from the ice and fire Yin-Yang, not a single one of the 6 trusted me. We had endured so much together, yet in the end, not one held faith in me. Ah, emotions can indeed be so absurd at times. It has been long since I felt such fury. Were it not for the fact that my powers had yet to be fully restored, I would ensure that Tang San meets his demise amid the winds of fate. In this life, I shall not be as merciful as the former version of myself. Since they have transgressed the rules, they must be aware of the consequences. Henceforth, they shall repay their sins, one by one, in this lifetime. The winter wind trembled in fear at this situation. After all, for her, it was also the reincarnation of her previous master, having experienced 2 lifetimes. In her 3rd existence, it had been a long time since she felt such rage. Upon learning of this matter, Huo Yuhuan's animosity towards Dai Hao and certain individuals from Shrek reached its zenith, leaving no trace of goodwill, consumed solely by the desire to flay them alive. Moreover, she currently harbors no profound feelings for Dai Hao, only an inexhaustible animosity. However, for her, the present is merely a prelude to the future. After regaining her composure, she perused other books. only to be startled by the realization that the Douluo continent is indeed the Douluo continent, or perhaps just Tang San's private garden. Ultimately, the entire realm of Douluo seems to be under the dominion of Tang San. From the moment of selection, my destiny has been ensnared by others. The children of fortune from these 4 eras are all products of tumultuous times. My entanglement with the dreamlike world was irrevocably altered by my affection for Wang Donger, who disguised herself as a man, ultimately becoming a source of unfulfilled longing. The illustrious daughter of Mingda Hall, upon discovering that Wang Donger was indeed a woman, found herself in a state of profound despair. Her life, too, was filled with unresolved desires after the catastrophic explosion in Ming City left her disabled. She departed this world unwed, carrying her regrets and grievances. However, with my presence, dear dream sister, this life shall not follow the same path. As for Wang Donger, even the most pitiable individuals possess their flaws. After completing the 4 volumes, Huo Yuhao felt overwhelmed by the multitude of transgressions committed by Tang San. Recounting them could take days on end. The enormity of his misdeeds was staggering, far too numerous to quantify. In the previous world, one might have been labeled a criminal for far lesser offenses. It seems fitting to refer to him not as the God King Tang San, but rather as the mouthy God King. With the emergence of upheaval on Douluo continent, it signifies that my mother and others will also arrive. After processing a wave of shocking news, Huo Yuhao exhaled slowly and inquired, Dongfeng, when did you awaken? Master, I awakened at the moment you manifested your martial soul. However, I was not fully acclimated to this world upon my awakening. I must mention that our power is incompatible with the realm of this world. My strength was immediately constrained. The changes in this world are not trivial. By the way, Master, I have safeguarded your mother's soul, nurturing it within the world tree. I was surprised to discover that her soul bears a mark of a God King, indicating that someone has been plotting since your birth. Huo Yuhao glanced at the soul resting upon the leaves of the world tree. Dongfeng added, in truth, she remains in a deep slumber, and there is no significant decline. She merely requires a physical body to be revived. As long as I am here, there shall be no issues. With Dongfeng's formidable strength, no one would dare to seize anyone in his presence, nor could they invade Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, let alone attempt to abduct her mother. Huo Yuhao recognized her current weakness, insufficient to protect her mother. For now, it is best to continue nurturing her within the world tree. Moreover, is the child of destiny truly that significant? Tang San. Oh, Tang San, you have truly outdone yourself. Why must you inflict harm upon your own mother? As for the ancient golden tree of Shrek Academy, since you have dared to touch my mother, do not blame me for my retaliation. As the saying goes, one must return in kind what has been inflicted upon them. When the time is ripe, you too shall experience the anguish of losing a mother. Huo Yuhao has resolutely decided that this individual has irreparably offended him, and thus, he along with all his connections and powers must face destruction. From Doi to Dosi, there are but 4 children of destiny: Tang San, Huo Yuhao, Tang Wulin, and Lan Xuanyu. In terms of strength, Lan Xuanyu is the mightiest among them, yet in terms of deceit and hypocrisy, Tang San undoubtedly reigns supreme. By the way, Master, it is indeed possible to cultivate within the world tree, for the spiritual energy in this realm is exceedingly sparse. Based on my observations, a single day of cultivation within the world tree equates to merely a minute passing in the outside world. Suddenly, the winter wind sparked an idea. Huo Yuhao was taken aback. He understood all too well how arduous it is to cultivate with his void, martial soul, which is even slower than the cultivation speed of the ultimate martial souls of this realm, yet it possesses a power surpassing those ultimate martial souls. Moreover, I have gleaned a considerable understanding of the capabilities wielded by the world tree through the winter wind. It can be described as an almost flawless martial spirit, embodying attributes of fierce offense, control, support, healing, summoning, mental prowess, and defense. The classifications of the soul master profession are virtually encompassed by the world tree, which possesses the potential to transcend the confines of Douluo continent and venture into the cosmos to forge its own realm among the myriad worlds. Furthermore, it has the ability to assist in the elevation of worlds. However, the world tree has not established a connection with Douluo star, resulting in the latter's stagnation and ascension. One must possess the audacity to confront the overwhelming karmic retribution. Few can endure the repercussions of countless worlds' annihilation. This is not a burden that just anyone can withstand. Huo Yuhao gently patted Winterwind's head and said, "Very well, Winterwind, I must take my leave now. We shall converse again another time." Winter Wind nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed, I bid you farewell, my master." As Huo Yuhao's consciousness departed from the sea of awareness, the Winter Wind murmured softly to itself, "My master, it is not that I wish to withhold the truth from you, but rather that you are reluctant to confront the knowledge within yourself. In your previous life, due to the nature of your true self, you were coveted by numerous formidable powers, ultimately forced to descend into the ocean of reincarnation for rebirth, having traversed 2 lifetimes. Your true name has come to be known as the Supreme Taboo, a designation seldom spoken of. All answers must still be sought by you alone." As Huo Yuhao's consciousness returned to reality, she realized that less than a minute had passed. She had thought time was sufficient, but to her surprise, the flow of time within her consciousness was in stark contrast to that of the external world. Glancing around, she noted the lingering haze and decided to indulge in a little more slumber. When she finally awoke again, it was 6:50. After carefully grooming herself, she prepared to attend class. Today's lesson was rather straightforward, focusing on fundamental knowledge. Mastering the creation of a first-level soul guide was all that was required, a topic that had been discussed with her by Ming Hongqian the previous day. She comprehended the principles and basics of crafting a first-level soul guide. Yet she intended to refine her own creation further, enhancing its potency to achieve even greater power. As of now, Ming Hongqian has yet to awaken from her dreams. She gently freshens up and dons the school uniform that was delivered yesterday, preparing to spend the next few years of her life here. Chapter 9. The First-Level Soul Guidance Device. By the time Ming Hongqian finally rouses, it is already 7 o'clock, primarily due to her exhaustion from the previous day. However, how could she possibly compare to a non-human star core? Upon arriving at the classroom, she is fortunate not to be late, successfully reaching before 7:30. Otherwise, she would have added another entry to her already considerable list of past misdeeds. Thankfully, today, only 2 students are present, Juzi and Kuku. Kong Xie is also part of the group accompanying Hongqian for her graduate examination, leaving only the 2 of them in their own little world, Ming Hongqian and Huo Yuhao. Before long, Su Xing enters, striding in and observing Ming Hongqian and Huo Yuhao seated quietly, indicating they had arrived early. He had expected them to be tardy like previous students, some of whom would even play tricks by arriving just in time for class. This new batch of students is far better. In past years, the students he taught were akin to mere curs. Stepping onto the podium, he cast a gentle gaze toward Huo Yuhao and Ming Hongqian. "Yuhao, today marks the beginning of your first lesson. Although this is your first time, feel free to raise any questions or uncertainties you may have." Huo Yuhao nods slightly. In fact, she had spent a quarter of an hour earlier that morning mastering some knowledge regarding soul guidance devices, and now she was merely revisiting the material. Before we delve into the study of soul guidance devices, let us first explore the history of our Sun-Moon Empire. Yuhao, are you aware of the great conflict that transpired between our Sun-Moon Empire and the 3 nations of Douluo? Huo Yuhao nods. She has heard her mother mention it, albeit briefly. If it weren't for reading the book Peerless God, she would have been oblivious to the historical context between the Sun-Moon Empire and the 3 nations of Douluo. However, she has also heard from Dongfeng that the Douluo continent has undergone significant transformations. It is no longer the Douluo of old, and thus, one cannot view the events of the Sun-Moon Empire and the 3 nations of Douluo through a conventional lens. Consequently, the dynamics between the Sun-Moon Empire and the 3 nations of Douluo have also evolved substantially. For instance, in the original narrative, my mother was a maid in a duke's household, while in this present life, she is a woman of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Let me elaborate further. Thousands of years ago, the tectonic plates shifted, causing a collision between our Sun-Moon Empire and the 3 nations of Douluo, resulting in the formation of the 4 great empires known today, the Xingluo Empire, the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Doling Empire, and our Sun-Moon Empire. A millennium ago, when our Sun-Moon Empire first collided with the Douluo continent, it took 3 days to assimilate the information. Subsequently, there was a desire to understand how much more powerful the 3 nations of Douluo were compared to our Sun-Moon Empire, which led to yet another war. Initially, our Sun-Moon Empire possessed advanced soul guidance devices, while the 3 nations of Douluo continued to employ their traditional indigenous methods, unchanged and unrefined. The answer was evident. Our Sun-Moon Empire held a comprehensive advantage over the 3 nations of Douluo, as we were on the verge of conquering the Douluo 3 kingdoms. An unforeseen event transpired. The formidable Shrek Academy, allied with our Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon, entered the fray. This alliance exerted considerable pressure upon us. particularly as several soul masters wielding extraordinary martial spirits emerged, intensifying our challenges. Ultimately, we suffered a devastating defeat. However, the Sun and Moon Empire has been diligently advancing our soul-guided technology over the years, while the Douluo three kingdoms have stagnated in their progress. I am aware that they mistakenly believe soul-guided devices pose a significant threat only to those below level 70, and that they would be ineffective against those above this threshold. This assumption is profoundly erroneous. We are no longer in an age reliant solely on innate talent, but rather in an era dominated by soul-guided technology, which will only grow in potency. Huo Yuhao observed the impassioned Su Sheng, were it not for the intervention of sea god Tang San. She could scarcely believe the events unfolding on the battlefield. From her understanding of Ming Hongqin's accounts, it was clear that a millennium ago, the individuals from Shrek Academy alone were insufficient to inflict serious damage upon the Sun and Moon Empire. It was only the covert actions of the god King Tang San that could have altered the course of events. Yet, despite Tang San's repeated declarations of non-interference in mortal affairs, his swift and secretive actions, such as those in the Qian Kuan Winqing Valley during Tang Wudong's ninth soul skill, reveal a disconcerting reality. Now, let us turn our attention to the crux of our discussion. What exactly constitutes a soul-guided device? Yuhao, do you have any insights? I perceive it as an artificial apparatus powered by soul energy, serving as a tool for both everyday life and combat. Su Sheng nodded in agreement, stating that indeed, it is a type of tool. Initially, our soul-guided devices were not developed for combat. It was only later that they evolved. Originally, they were merely storage tools. But following the modifications by a soul master from our Sun and Moon Empire, they gradually transformed into combat-oriented soul-guided devices. Are you aware of the classifications of our combat-type soul-guided devices? They can be divided into melee soul-guided devices, ranged soul-guided devices, and fixed installation soul-guided devices. Correct? There are indeed melee, ranged, and fixed installation soul-guided devices. Among these three types, the fixed installation soul-guided devices are the most challenging to manufacture. What follows is a collection of fundamental knowledge, and the remaining time is entrusted to Huo Yuhao for her own contemplation. The homework assigned is the creation of a primary soul-guiding device. Huo Yuhao ventures into the laboratory to embark on her day of crafting the soul-guiding device. Meanwhile, Jing Hongqin grants her a privilege, the ability to procure any metal free of charge for a year. Yuhao, I am uncertain about which metal you intend to use for the primary soul-guiding device, as I have no need for it. The choice is primarily yours. After pondering for a moment, Huo Yuhao inquires, Sister Ming, what metals possess high hardness and resistance? Ming Hongqin contemplates briefly before responding, titanium alloy. Its hardness and resistance are unparalleled among all metals. However, due to its status as a rare metal, the utilization of titanium alloy is restricted for each soul master in Mingda Hall, with a stipulated monthly limit and a requirement for effective usage. Within Mingda Hall, there are no restrictions on common metals, yet rare metals are subject to specific criteria. The effective utilization rate of rare metals must reach at least 70%. Until one has mastered the intricacies, it is advisable to practice etching the core formation with ordinary metals to enhance proficiency. Otherwise, access to rare metals will not be granted. Should a core formation of a soul-guiding device be etched with titanium alloy or similar rare metals, success in its creation should be maximized. Come, little Yuhao. I will take you to retrieve it. For Ming Hongqin, as a 4th-level soul master, she is on the cusp of reaching the 5th level. At that juncture, titanium alloy posed a challenge for her, requiring nearly 3 days and nights to complete. She wonders how long it will take her younger sister, Xian'er. Ming Hongqin proceeds to the warehouse, selecting a particularly resilient piece of titanium alloy, as the harder the metal, the better it meets Huo Yuhao's requirements, naturally. Its resistance will be higher, and the purer the metal, the superior the quality. After briefly explaining the purpose of her laboratory's workspace, she encourages, Yuhao, do your best. I shall not disturb you. My laboratory is directly across from yours, and you may consult me whenever you have questions. With a smile, Huo Yuhao bids farewell to Ming Hongqin and begins to examine the titanium alloy before her, focusing on crafting a soul-guiding device that fits her needs. Firstly, using her void eye as a reference, she aims for a soul-guiding device that can disregard defenses. She contemplates whether it is possible to incorporate the void attribute into the existing design, although it may weaken the device slightly. This is of little consequence as long as the ability to bypass defenses is achieved. She had witnessed the power of soul-guiding devices in the second arena, however. Each one possessed its own flaws. By incorporating the ability to ignore defenses, she significantly amplified the damage potential of these devices. The thought of bypassing defenses was exhilarating. Envisioning a defensive soul master activating their shield yet receiving no respite from damage was enough to ignite her fervor. Upon nurturing this notion, Huo Yuhao fell into contemplation, concluding that singular damage output was insufficient. Rather, an area of effect would be requisite. This approach would allow the weapon to achieve a true artistic explosion, a value so profound that one could continuously appreciate the aesthetics of its devastation. With this idea in mind, she recalled the world of collapse iron, where various weapons could be slightly modified to decisively overpower first-tier soul-guiding devices, and even second-tier ones would be no match. However, to avoid excessively diminishing the essence of the void, it was essential to refine this metal. In mere moments, Huo Yuhao envisioned numerous settings, recognizing that creating such a device would necessitate the engraving of a core magic array, a foundational matrix capable of withstanding the power of the void. Following this line of thought, purifying the metal would further enhance its capacity to accommodate the void's energy. After all, the power of the void was not something just anyone could wield. The metal needed to be refined to endure the thresholds of such a weapon. Yet, she seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. She was merely an 18th-level soul master, and such complex, high-level creations were beyond her current capabilities. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Despite her limited strength, she could seek assistance. Without hesitation, she decided to find Dongfeng. Master, do you mean for me to possess you in order to complete this task? Dongfeng sat vacantly on the trunk of the world tree, surprised that Huo Yuhao sought him out solely to lend her his power. After all, my current strength is quite feeble. I need your help, Xiaofeng. Dongfeng, being merely a million-year-old child, pondered the absurdity of crafting soul-guiding devices but ultimately conceded. Very well, master. Originally, Dongfeng's power resided at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Hunyuan Daojingxian, just a step away from achieving the Hunyuan Tianji Daojingxian, or the Heavenly Dao realm. Presently, he stood at the threshold of the Heavenly Dao. Although his power had diminished to that of a demigod in the Douluo continent, he still retained an immortal form, making the task at hand no challenge for him. Huo Yuhao released her consciousness, allowing Dongfeng to temporarily take control of her body. As the winter wind gazed upon the titanium, it seized a magnificent golden hammer, an extraordinary tool forged from ancient diamonds, renowned for their unparalleled hardness and immense weight. In the realm of metalworking, Winter Wind was the first to employ a magical artifact for the crafting of metals, solidifying the titanium with its arcane power, ensuring it would not be shattered so swiftly. Thud. What Huo Yuhao endeavors to achieve is the meticulous polishing of the metal, a process that involves an intricate refinement of numerous stages. Through the relentless striking, the aim is to diminish the superfluous impurities within this titanium alloy, thereby facilitating a transformative metamorphosis. The Winter Wind possesses a formidable cultivation, with soul power sufficient for a full day and night. In the continuous process of tempering, it occasionally bestows warmth upon the titanium alloy. Had it been Huo Yuhao, the task would undoubtedly be far more arduous. However, with Dongfeng at the helm, the endeavor becomes considerably easier. Moreover, the Winter Wind treated this titanium with neither fire nor heat, but rather with ice, initiating a cyclical dance of ice and fire. Once the metal had sufficiently contracted, the process of refining the metal was deemed complete, and it was time to engrave the core array. However, the Winter Wind intended to inscribe a rune of law upon this metal, facilitating the seamless integration of the void's power within it. In addition to the core array, a mental array would be superimposed, enabling the creation of a soul guide that does not rely on soul power for its operation. Subsequently, the excess portions of the refined titanium were excised, and the engraving tool was set to work on the core array. With the assistance of the celestial dream ice silkworm, which shared its mental detection abilities, the Winter Wind was able to delineate the core array on the metal with greater clarity. The intricate patterns became increasingly discernible, and with the aid of mental probing, the Winter Wind efficiently crafted the core array. Not a moment was wasted, as this was his inaugural endeavor of such nature. While his master communicated with him within the sea of consciousness, facilitating the creation of this soul guide, the next step involved inscribing the runes of law, a task that required the drawing of several lines to infuse the essence of law into them. After inscribing 3 law runes, the Winter Wind concentrated the power of law in his hands, causing the runes to illuminate as he infused the void's essence into them. Furthermore, in the 4 cardinal directions of the core array, east, west, south, and north, He uniformly etched a mental force field and designed a device to sense mental energy, thereby enabling the concentration of mental power for utilization. Before long, all the intricate components had been meticulously arranged, and the next task was to assemble the metal. The weapon forged from this metal, augmented by exceptional arrays, would undoubtedly amplify its destructive potential significantly. This weapon, forged from the metal principles of the Do-San era's battle armor, may be classified as a level 1. Yet it will undoubtedly pose a challenge to the majority of soul masters. It transcends the mere function of a long-range soul guide. It is an intricate amalgamation of long-range and fixed-position soul guides. After laboring into the depths of the night, this soul guide is destined to be born in that very moment. In the following day, the winter winds heralded the completion of the basic structure of this level 1 soul guide. It had taken shape, resembling a gun with a resplendent platinum exterior, prompting Dongfeng to retire for further rest. The emergence of this weapon heralds a true capability for annihilation. Although the overall form of the gun remains quite hefty, one must ponder, does the weapon wielded by Huo Yuhao not possess weight? The heft of this weapon shall merely serve as a warm-up exercise. In this narrative, the soul guide weapon, aptly named the self-destruction explosive gun by Huo Yuhao, is a first-level soul guide that astonishingly surpasses the power of a third-level soul guide. Despite its current classification, the destructive capability of the void explosive bomb it fires poses a significant threat even to soul masters, easily rivaling third-level soul cannonballs. Its ability to bypass defenses makes it particularly formidable, adding insult to injury for certain soul masters. After a brief respite, Huo Yuhao stored her meticulously crafted self-destruction explosive gun within her storage soul guide, preparing to seek out Su Xing in order to complete the first-level soul guide assessment and truly ascend to the rank of a first-level soul master. The weapon she has fashioned possesses remarkable power, more than sufficient for her to qualify as a third-level soul master. A short while later, she arrived at Su Xing's office. Yuhao, what brings you here? Is there something unclear regarding soul guides? Su Xing inquired with a warm gaze directed at Huo Yuhao. She shook her head and replied, "Not at all, Teacher Su. May we commence the assessment?" Su Xing was momentarily taken aback. "So soon? Did Ming help you with the creation?" "Not at all. It was my own insights that led to its creation, along with a touch of assistance from my martial soul, the Eye of Void. The entry process is quite swift. The underlying truth, the enigmatic power of the winter winds had lent its strength." Su Xing observed Huo Yuhao with keen interest. Her rapid progress in mastering the soul guide was indicative of her exceptional talent. He chuckled heartily as they exited the laboratory. Su Xing led Huo Yuhao to the assessment venue and shared this delightful news with the Academy's headmaster. At the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the entrance examination venue was largely empty, as it was only the first day of the exam. It was quite uncommon for anyone to produce a first-level soul guide so quickly. Upon hearing this news, Jing Hongchen was greatly astonished, never having anticipated that the girl who returned with Ming would possess such formidable talent. Truly, it was a blessing for the Sun and Moon. As Jing Hongchen hurriedly made his way, he astonishingly summoned his martial soul. It is indeed shocking. A powerhouse of the titled Douluo level summoned his martial soul merely to witness the assessment of a first-level soul engineer. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. Soon after, Jing Hongchen and Ming Hongchen arrived. "Yuhao, I heard you spent the entire night crafting soul-guided devices," Ming Hongchen exclaimed, swiftly approaching Huo Yuhao and producing several pills from her pocket. "These pills are intended to refresh the mind and nourish spiritual strength." "Thank you so much, Sister Ming." As Su Xing observed an individual approaching, he expressed his displeasure. "Xin Ziwen, why have you come? Did you not claim you would return in 3 days?" Xin Ziwen replied, 3 days was merely an estimated time frame. It was never a strict requirement. Wouldn't you agree, Su Xing? With a disdainful snort, Su Xing chose not to engage further with Xin Ziwen. Xin Ziwen cast a glance at Jing Hongchen and inquired, "By the way, Su, may I ask, what occasion warrants the presence of the Hall Master at a Level 1 Soul Master assessment?" He directed his gaze towards Huo Yuhao, finding her seemingly unremarkable. Unable to comprehend why the Hall Master would attend to observe a Level 1 Soul Master's examination. "Wait, that girl seems somewhat familiar. I believe I have encountered her before." Su Xing, noticing the expression on Xin Ziwen's face, felt a tinge of amusement, finally witnessing such a reaction from this troublesome individual. After all, the faculty at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon were well aware of Xin Ziwen's character. He was notoriously proud and the disciple of the formidable soul engineer Kong Deming. who had never taken on any true apprentices. As Huo Yuhao engaged in casual conversation with Meng Hanshun, they commenced today's assessment. Upon entering the testing arena, she produced a rather lengthy self-destruct explosive gun. Xian Ziwen cast a glance at the self-destruct explosive gun in Huo Yuhao hand and remarked, "This student exhibits quite a commendable creativity. However, the body of the gun appears to resemble a ray gun, while the barrel takes on the form of a soul-guided cannon. Such a combination clearly defies logic." Lacking true expertise, Xian Ziwen, being a disciple of Kong Deming, would not accept just anyone as a student. Only those with genuine talent could qualify as his disciple. His discerning eye effortlessly identified the flaws in Huo Yuhua's soul-guiding device, recognizing its inherent shortcomings. The design of the gun body and barrel violated the principles of reason, and given the strength of titanium alloy, it would be exceedingly difficult to support the firing of projectiles. "Well, at least it gives one a glimmer of hope, old Xian. It seems you have a new student," Su Xing remarked. "Indeed. What's the matter? I only learned yesterday that her name is Huo Yuhao. I have no idea who she is. And yet I'm teaching the same class as you." Su Xing patted Xian Ziwen on the shoulder and said, "Ziwen, is it possible that the Huo Yuhao you are about to meet is both far away and right before your eyes?" Xian Ziwen widened his eyes, staring at Huo Yuhao and pointing at her. "She is my student. Moreover, the hall master assured me that I would certainly take a liking to her." Just then, Jing Hanshan approached and said, "Ziwen, you're back. How did the external assessment go? I hope they didn't give you too much trouble." Xian Ziwen nodded slightly, naturally. "No trouble at all. However, hall master, it seems something significant has occurred." "Ziwen, how did you come to know that I have accepted a genius with a twin martial soul, and one possessing a mental attribute at that?" Jing Hochen's gaze bore an air of pride as he looked at Xian Ziwen. "What?" Xian Ziwen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the seemingly harmless, delicate young woman, Huo Yuhao. He had not anticipated that his new student would be a twin martial soul. Had he not taken Jing Hanshun as his mentor, he would have certainly referred her to Old Kong. Had he known earlier, he would have avoided missing out on such a stunningly exceptional talent. Wait a moment. Xian Ziwen seemed to have an epiphany. After this session, he would inquire whether she had taken on a mentor. If not, he would take her to meet Old Kong. If she had, he would still introduce her to him. With her innate talent, Old Kong would undoubtedly be intrigued, and Jing Hanshun would have no opportunity to intervene. Although Jing Hanshun held considerable status at the Day and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, it was not comparable to that of my teacher, Kong Deming. Yet, he was still formidable. Jing Hanshun had known Kong Deming far longer than Xian Ziwen had, and such subtle intentions could not possibly escape his keen perception. The Mirror of Red Dust lamentingly remarked, "Ziwen, you have just returned. You must be weary. As the head of this hall, I shall grant you a respite, 1 month to relax and rejuvenate." "Master, I am quite well. My health is robust, and I do not require rest," Su Ziwen replied with pride. It was a jest. Su Ziwen fully understood that the notion of granting oneself a holiday was merely a fade. The true intention was to bind that young lady, Huo Yuhao, to your Red Dust clan. If a genuine leave were to be bestowed upon him, he would undoubtedly regret it. The head of the hall insisted, "I believe you are fatigued. Lao Sheng, please escort Ziwen home to rest. You know where he resides." "Ziwen, you are our esteemed researcher in the Mingda Hall. If you tire yourself, what should I do?" "So be it. Let it be." Ultimately, Jing Hanshun decreed that within a month, Xian Ziwen should take a proper rest and refrain from contemplating a return to the academy. Although Xian Ziwen was reluctant, he was powerless to resist, as Su Sheng and Lin Jiai, in their typical folly, each took him by an arm and escorted him home. Following a series of amusing interludes between Jing Hanshun and Xian Ziwen, when Su Sheng and Lin Jiai returned, they commenced the day's assessments. In the evaluation venue, the supervising teacher assessing Huo Yuhao was not as preoccupied with thoughts as Jing Hanshun and the others. Given the master's keen interest in this student, it was evident that she possessed extraordinary qualities. The supervising teacher did not question Huo Yuhao's ingenuity. Instead, I expressed my admiration for the soul guide device in Huo Yuhua's hands, exclaiming, "Ho, have you considered the issue of mental endurance during the creation of this soul guide?" Huo Yuhao nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed, I have contemplated this matter. I employed a specific method to refine the titanium, thereby enhancing its quality to a certain degree." As soon as Huo Yuhao finished her sentence, it seemed as though a profound knowledge had awakened within her, leaving her companion in a state of enlightened realization. So it was, to enhance the metal itself and elevate its strength, a commendable notion. Is this your own idea? After uttering this, the proctor momentarily appeared taken aback, as if no one had ever broached such a topic before. It seemed that only when one truly exhibited their forging skills would the long-buried knowledge be unleashed. Jing Hongqian also wore a contemplative expression, pondering why no one from the Sun and Moon Empire had ever mentioned this. Nevertheless, she decided to set aside her thoughts for the moment and planned to inquire further with Xiaoxian later. The examination instructor then spoke earnestly. Student Huo Yuhao, are you prepared? Yes. Just moments ago, Jing Hongqian had also explained the assessment method for a level 1 soul master, which comprised 2 types, practical combat and evaluation. The practical combat test was quite straightforward. Both level 1 and level 2 soul masters were assessed by defeating several century-old soul beasts. The detection test serves to ascertain whether the soul guide you have crafted meets the requisite standards or exhibits any flaws, thereby ensuring the quality of the soul guide. Both the practical test and the detection test hold equal significance and can be conducted in any order. One may choose to engage in the practical test first, followed by the detection test, or vice versa. However, as one ascends in rank, the assessments become increasingly intricate. Undoubtedly, those who attain the esteemed title of Level 9 Soul Mentor are among the elite in their field. Huo Yuhao opted to prioritize the practical test, followed by the detection test, as she was eager to witness the true potency of her crafted soul guide. The supervising instructor and Jing Hongqian withdrew to the periphery of the arena, announcing with a commanding voice, "The assessment has commenced. Student Huo, please prepare yourself. The soul beasts are about to be released." Huo Yuhao readied her self-detonating explosive gun and activated her void eye for mental detection, subsequently nodding to the supervising instructor to indicate her preparedness. As the soul beasts were unleashed, images of certain soul beasts began to manifest within her mind. For the practical test of a level 1 soul mentor, there is typically 1 soul beast of a century's age, while a level 2 soul mentor faces 3 century-old soul beasts, coupled with several 10-year-old ones in a mixed configuration. As the soul beast cage was opened, a century-old wind whirl emerged slowly. What can I possibly exchange for another soul beast? Wind whirl, do I bear a grudge against it? I encountered a 10-year-old wind whirl in the Stardow Forest and later came across a century-old wind whirl at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Is wind whirl destined to be my lifelong adversary? As the fierce wind Fei Fei locked eyes with Huo Yuhao, a surge of ancestral power seemed to awaken within its veins at the very moment it laid gaze upon her. Its eyes ignited with a blood-red glow, fixating intently on Huo Yuhao, harboring an overwhelming desire to rend her apart. Yet, fate conspired against it, for in the presence of Huo Yuhao, the beast was far from a worthy adversary. With a roar, Huo Yuhao was eager to witness the prowess of this god-slayer, as it would serve as the inaugural specimen under her gun. Wind Fei Fei gathered a sphere of white light in its maw, brimming with the intent to showcase its might. Unfazed, Huo Yuhao unleashed a projectile from her self-detonating rifle, the guidance of her mental probe rendering evasion nearly impossible for Wind Fei Fei. The weight of this gun is far from ordinary. Even a typical soul master would struggle to wield it for more than a mere quarter of an hour. As Huo Yuhao subtly activated her ethereal power, her mental strength surged forth. The sphere of white light collided with the projectile, yet the cannonball effortlessly penetrated the luminous barrier, hurtling towards Feng Fei Fei. In the moment when the wind howled and struck, a violent, widespread explosion ensued. The wind, now reduced to a blur of flesh and blood, bore witness to the swirling, golden century-old soul ring manifesting above it. The ground was pockmarked by the remnants of the explosion, resembling a diminished version of a nuclear weapon. The supervising teacher, rendered speechless, exclaimed, "Master, are you aware of the extraordinary prowess of this new student? Although this was merely a level 1 soul guiding device, I can confidently assert that it approaches the potency of a level 4 device. While it utilizes a level 1 core formation, the magnitude of its power is simply astonishing." The teacher's lips trembled as he gazed in disbelief at the ground and the remains of the wind, unable to bear the sight. Jing Hongqian's face was alight with excitement and exhilaration. Though he had anticipated the outcome, he was nonetheless taken aback by the reality. He had never imagined that the shell fired by the young girl, Huo Yuhao, contained such terrifying force. Throughout this assessment, Huo Yuhao had only fired a single shot from her guiding device, resulting in a spectacle of such breathtaking destruction. While the strength of her martial soul played a significant role, the technological value of the guiding device itself should not be overlooked. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jing Hongqian spoke gravely. I did not foresee that little Yuxuan would possess such power, far exceeding my expectations. More crucially, the techniques she employed to create that guiding device have entirely compensated for the inherent weakness of the metal's strength. Thus, it may very well pave the way for an entirely new frontier. Huo Yuhao cast a glance at the ground, which was in a state of disarray. It seemed she had exerted excessive force and resolved to moderate her power in the future. Teacher, please announce the results of this practical assessment. The teacher, observing Huo Yuhao brandishing her self-destructive explosive gun with a hint of trepidation, hastily declared the results. The assessment and evaluation revealed no issues with this soul-guiding device, which is remarkably close to the threshold of a fourth-level soul-guiding apparatus, indicating an exceptional proximity. Huo Yuhao has successfully risen to the rank of a quasi-fourth-level soul master, achieving this milestone even before Jing Hongqin's grandson, Xiao Hongqin, although her soul power currently stands at only level 18. A feat that few can attain within the Sun-Moon Empire, Jing Hongqin is determined to instill in Huo Yuhao a sense of belonging to the empire, recognizing the lack of affection she has experienced throughout her childhood. However, he must also find a suitable moment to take her as his apprentice, as it is likely that Xian Ziwen has already relayed this news to Elder Kong. While Huo Yuhua's accomplishments may be concealed for a time, they cannot be hidden indefinitely. Thus, it seems prudent to seek an opportunity to introduce the girl to Elder Kong. Ultimately, Jing Hongqin personally awarded Huo Yuhao, though Xiao Hongqin's title of first genius was claimed by another. Once all matters were settled, the group returned to the conference hall. Yuhao, could you enlighten me on how you managed to forge titanium capable of withstanding such intensity? Huo Yuhao nodded and replied, the method I employ for enhancing metals can be broadly classified as forging. Forging? The assembly was visibly puzzled by this unfamiliar term introduced by Huo Yuhao. The titanium I utilized to create the explosive gun underwent a forging process that achieved a level of 100 refinements, thus significantly enhancing its strength. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqin's eyes narrowed slightly, focusing intently on the concept of hundredfold refinement. While he was familiar with the notion of purification, the term hundredfold refinement was entirely new to him. This was the first time he had encountered such a phrase. Xian Yuan, could you elaborate on what hundredfold refinement entails? Huo Yuhao nodded and replied, the process itself is not particularly intricate. In fact, it is quite straightforward. It involves the continuous striking of metal with a forging hammer to eliminate any excess impurities, thereby allowing the metal to transcend its former state. During the forging process, the internal structure undergoes a reorganization, resulting in a qualitative transformation that enhances the metal's density, strength, and toughness. This comprehensive amplification of its properties continues until it reaches a certain threshold, at which point it can be deemed as having undergone hundredfold refinement. Jing Hongqin inhaled sharply, not due to the complexity of the technique, but rather because he had never contemplated this matter before. Rather, it seems that although it is not particularly difficult, they have never contemplated this aspect. Throughout the years, no one has ever raised such questions. It is evident that the inherent strength of metals is superior, resulting in more formidable soul devices. If this holds true, the soul devices of the Sun-Moon Empire may ascend to a deeper, more profound echelon. Curiously, this is the first time I have encountered such matters. I had never considered this angle before. Mirror Hongqin is equally perplexed, feeling that the more one delves into this line of thought, the more one's mind threatens to explode from the sheer volume of information. With narrowed eyes, Mirror Hongqin mused, having been in contact with metals for a lifetime and practicing since ancient times. I find it absurd that I have never contemplated the notion of refining through 100 forges. Dean, do not lose heart. Perhaps it is fate that has prevented you from considering this aspect. Reflecting on Tang San from the Douyi, for him, mastering the 100 forges posed no significant challenge, as he merely spent a few years working alongside a blacksmith. Is there truly any technical complexity involved? It lacks any substantial value. If it were spirit forging, soul forging, or celestial forging, neither Mirror Hongqin nor his companions could accomplish such feats. Perhaps in the future, they might, but for now, it is still too early. One must first master the 100 forges before pursuing further knowledge. If one cannot even grasp the 100 forges, there is little hope for the subsequent 1,000 forges, spirit forges, soul forges, or celestial forges. However, even the most obtuse individual, with unwavering dedication over a few years of smithing, can certainly touch upon the threshold of entry into the craft. It can only be said that during this period, the opportunities to advance are exceedingly rare, naturally becoming a limitation upon the world. and it is only during the era of the Dragon King's legend that such developments emerged. With hands clasped behind his back, Mirror Hongqian nodded slightly. As one of the contemporary 9th-level soul engineers, I am certainly not an individual of low intellect, yet I find myself stymied by this conundrum. Mirror Hongqian pondered slowly, reflecting within. Oh, Mirror Hongqian, how could you descend to such depths? You are a master of soul engineering. How can you allow a mere thought from an 11-year-old girl to shatter your grand image? Mirror Hongqian, the esteemed master of the Mingda Hall, a 9th-level soul engineer. A rank 93 title Douluo, with the martial spirit of a 3-legged golden toad, undoubtedly stands among the pinnacle of contemporary combat prowess. It appears that certain matters necessitate change. As he glanced towards Su Sheng and Lin Jiai. Su Sheng, Xianziwen, do you possess any unique insights? The purification of metals may yet unveil a new path, potentially allowing for greater developmental space in the future. My thoughts are largely in accord with those of the Hall Master. Regardless, once this method is implemented, I must confront the individual who has disturbed my thoughts. Unless I procure a few 9th-level fixed soul-guided artillery shells, I shall not be called Mirror Hongqian. Dean, what if that person is exceptionally powerful? Queried one. Mirror Hongqian waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. What if they are stronger than I? I am merely stating my position clearly as Mirror Hongqian. Huo Yuhao found herself at a loss for words. However, if Tang Wulian were to arrive, she would yearn to unleash her frustrations upon him, as a manifestation of her alternate self, and obliterate the spirit tower she had painstakingly built. That tower was the culmination of his dedication and effort. As Jing Hongqian calmed her emotions, she finally directed the excitement in her eyes towards Huo Yuhao. Xianer, I am grateful that you pointed this out. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to such rudimentary techniques of the 100 forging purification for an indeterminate period. Huo Yuhao mused internally, the 100 forging purification is merely foundational. There are far more advanced techniques to explore beyond this. Moreover, she does not intend to disclose her ideas regarding battle armors and mechas at this moment. However, it must be said that the mechas of the Douluo continent are significantly inferior to those of the Luing baby. Moreover, regarding the battle armor, it is nearly impossible to craft without allowing the Winter Wind to possess it, as the concept remains too distant. Within the realm of the 3rd stage of battle, the complete procedure for creating battle armor encompasses forging, design, production, and maintenance. These processes correspond to 4 distinct sub-professions of soul masters, even a millennium hence. Battle armor is thus divided into 4 sub-professions. The previously mentioned blacksmith, alongside the maintenance technician, designer, and manufacturer. These represent the 4 most crucial vocations in the crafting of battle armor. Jing Hongqian clapped his hands, visibly excited, and declared, Su Sheng, notify all soul mentors of the Mingda Hall tomorrow. Before crafting soul-guiding devices, they must prioritize the refinement and enhancement of metals through the 100 forgings. Su Sheng inquired, Master, why not implement this across the entire school? Jing Hongqian regarded Su Sheng with a look of incredulity and responded, Su Sheng, has your mind faltered? How can you teach students when you and your fellow instructors have not fully mastered the 100 forgings? It would be utterly embarrassing to be clueless when questioned. If you are unconcerned about the shame, I certainly am. He then suggested, let Yuxian instruct you briefly. Once you have achieved a foundational understanding, we shall integrate this into the curriculum and include forging in the main courses of the academy. Yuxian, you have truly astonished us with your remarkable talent. Jing Hongqian was filled with exhilaration, as today had been exceptionally fortunate. The Star Luo Empire had gifted them an extraordinary genius, which was delightful indeed. Were it possible to stream live, he would undoubtedly shower Dai Hao with virtual rockets in gratitude for this prodigy. Suddenly, Jing Hongqian seemed to recall something and remarked, Yuxian, during the assessment just now, although your residual attack obliterated a century-old soul beast, I sensed a mental fluctuation. Was that your soul skill that precisely targeted Feng Feifei? After contemplating, Huo Yuhao decided to convey her answer. A wave of mental energy surged into the minds of the onlookers, seemingly a request. Jing Hongqian did not intervene. Eager to witness the nature of the soul skill employed by Huo Yuhao, all present chose to acquiesce, and in the next instant, the minutiae of their surroundings became vividly apparent, with a 3D representation manifesting in each person's mind. Everything around them was crystal clear, and no object could evade the gaze of this soul skill. The group was awestruck, as if they possessed dominion over the universe. Jing Hongqian was equally captivated by this soul skill, rendered momentarily speechless. This skill was nothing short of divine on the battlefield. It would undoubtedly establish its wielder as a sovereign force. Jing Hongchun, Lin Jiai, and Su Sheng were utterly entranced by this soul skill, as if under a spell. When it was withdrawn, they felt as though their souls had been stripped away, leaving life devoid of interest. Eventually, the trio regained their composure and exchanged somewhat sheepish glances with Huo Yuhao, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Master, this soul skill is tailor-made for soul mentors. It is an unparalleled weapon on the battlefield, Su Sheng contemplated, envisioning how the enemy scouts would be detected long before they approached, significantly enhancing the accuracy of the soul mentors. The soul skill possessed by Huo Yuhao serves to completely compensate for this particular deficiency. It is no wonder that Yuhao took the initiative to create this soul guide. It is likely that even a first-level soul master, with the aid of this soul skill, could successfully craft a second-level soul guide. Lin Jiai firmly believes that, with the assistance of this skill, unification of the Douluo continent is certainly within reach. This ability is undeniably alluring to soul masters. The admiration expressed by the group for this skill suggests that it is destined to herald a new era. Subsequently, Jing Hongchun exchanged a few words with Huo Yuhao before the two departed. Yet, it seems that Jing Hongchun has forgotten something, perhaps someone, but it is of no consequence. So let it be. What significant events could transpire in these few days? Everything shall remain as usual. By the way, I forgot to inquire about Su Sheng and that girl Xin'er. How did she fare yesterday? The overall situation appears satisfactory, yet, dear leader, the attendance yesterday was exceedingly sparse. Merely 2 individuals. This cannot be attributed to Jing Hongchun, as Xiao Hongchun and the others only returned today. The influx of new arrivals yesterday was disappointingly meager. Perhaps today will yield better circumstances. The presence of just 2 individuals has created a stifling atmosphere, rendering it quite unpleasant. However, I am optimistic that today will improve. As you are aware, for reasons unknown, attendance was notably low yesterday, yet today may prove to be more favorable. Upon her return, Huo Yuhao commenced her training. Although not within the confines of her dormitory, but rather within the consciousness of the world tree. Currently, her soul force remains at level 18. And she is yet to ascend. She plans to venture to the far north upon reaching level 20. Moreover, in this human realm, my mentor has inexplicably vanished, leaving me unaware of his whereabouts. Furthermore, my current objective is to grow stronger. I estimate that by tomorrow, I shall attain the 20th level. The day after, I shall embark on a journey to the farthest north. While regarding the second spirit ring, I shall proceed step by step. With a gaze filled with melancholy, Xia Hongchun looked at Meng Hongchun and remarked, Meng, I have just returned. It is one thing for you not to come, but even grandfather has not made an appearance. Speaking of which, many of the medicinal pills in my dormitory have gone missing. Did you perhaps give them to someone? In truth, she had only bestowed them upon one individual, Huo Yuhao. These were all the pills that Xia Hongchun had concealed in her own chamber. They were nothing of great consequence. Healing potions, antidotes, and those to enhance spirit power and strength, among others. As for why there were so many antidotes in Xia Hongchun's room, the reason is quite straightforward: protection against fire, theft, and a troublesome little sister. With such a mischievous sister, one could never predict when misfortune might strike. Meng Hongchun remained indifferent. Her actions were not unprecedented. Xia Hongchun then added, on another note, never mind that. By the way, Meng, do you know the whereabouts of that person named Huo Yuhao? Damn it, after just a few days away. Someone has actually stolen my place on the rankings. Upon hearing this, Meng Hongchun erupted into hearty laughter. Brother, are you all right? After just a few days apart, your position has been taken from you. Dream Hongchun was well aware of the true culprit's identity, residing in the dormitory directly opposite hers. She never anticipated that Xiao Hongchun would learn of her theft of the top student title so swiftly. Yet, what did it matter? She chose to remain silent, allowing Xiao Hongchun to uncover the truth at her own pace. There was a peculiar enjoyment in observing the helpless and despairing gaze of her brother. Well, if you remain oblivious, so be it. I shall seek the truth myself. Xiao Hongchun, languidly exchanging banter with Dream Hongchun, let out a dismissive huff before departing from Dream Hongchun's room, on a quest to find the individual who had usurped her title. A sigh escaped Dream Hongchun's lips, pondering the fate of their illustrious Xiao genius. She cast a fleeting glance at the retreating figure of Xiao Hongchun and murmured softly. Then, cautiously, she turned her gaze towards the opposite room and stepped inside. Noticing that Huo Yuhao's door was unlocked and that she was still engrossed in her cultivation on the bed, Dream Hongchun refrained from disturbing her. Before leaving, She stole one last glance at Huo Yuhao, resolved not to intrude upon her practice. Chapter 12. The journey to the far north. By the following day, Huo Yuhao had broken through to the 20th level. Upon entering the classroom, she found it already bustling with students, including several newcomers who had arrived the previous day, with 3 days remaining for enrollment. Among them were a few unfamiliar faces. Primarily new students, while Xiao Hongchen, Juzi, and Kiki were engaged in their cultivation. Only Kong Xia, who was at the same stage as Dream Hongchen, had come. Sister Xia, you have returned. Dream Hongchen exclaimed upon spotting the purple-haired girl seated there, approaching her with curiosity. The purple-haired girl, Kong Xia, was indeed from the same cohort as Xiao Hongchen and Dream Hongchen. She possessed the martial spirit of Extreme Thunder Moon, endowed with the ultimate thunder attribute, and was also a 5th-level soul minter. Her lineage traced back to Kong Dimming, making her the sole descendant of the Kong family in the current era. In the Sun and Moon Empire, one could act against anyone, but Kong Xia was to be left untouched. In fact, it could be said that at least one 9th-level soul minter would stand guard to protect her, providing a profound sense of security. Yes, I just returned yesterday, she replied. Glancing at Huo Yuhao before continuing, are you the renowned Huo Yuhao? Dream Hongchen's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Kong Xia, exclaiming, Sister Xia, I don't believe I mentioned this to you. Your grandfather informed me, Kong Xia responded, but recently. He mentioned he would visit my grandfather and hoped to find some time to seek him out. Dream Hongchen was well aware of her grandfather's intentions. He sought Kong Dimming, widely regarded as the most powerful soul minter in the Sun and Moon Empire and the first to attain the status of a 10th-level soul minter. Both Kong Xia and Meng Hongchen share a fondness for playfully pinching Huo Yuhuan's cheeks. Furthermore, he gently rearranged the seating of Huo Yuhuan's male classmate with a calm demeanor and reasoned discourse. Subsequently, teacher Su Xing arrived, commencing today's lesson. In this cohort, the 5th-level soul masters consist solely of 5 individuals, Juzi, Kiki, Xiao Hongchen, Meng Hongchen, and Kong Xia. Among them, Kong Xia was the first to attain the status of a 5th-level soul master, widely recognized by various noble and clan circles. During the class, Kong Xia effortlessly grasped the foundational knowledge, treating it as a mere review. He frequently teased Huo Yuhao throughout the session, finding her utterly delightful. The following day, Huo Yuhao departed from the academy, setting off towards the extreme north. The extreme north is a realm shunned by humanity, a sanctuary for ice and snow spirit beasts. Situated at the northern frontier of the Tianhan Empire, enveloped in a world of perpetual frost. This region, known as the extreme north, is characterized by its unmelting snow, earning it the designation of a human forbidden zone, rivaling even the Star-Doe forest in its mystique. As Huo Yuhao ventured into this domain, the biting cold winds whipped up flurries of snow, swirling around her. Moreover, possessing the means to safeguard one's own life, one is naturally unafraid of the frigid temperatures of the far north. Moreover, although I claim to have joined the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, I sensed that many would follow me, likely individuals sent by the Mirror Red Dust faction. However, they were swiftly cast aside. Within the Sea of Spirit, tranquility was a mere illusion. The winter wind had confronted the heavenly dream ice silkworm, yet the incessant chatter of the latter proved unbearable, prompting the former to seal its mouth in ice, thus restoring a semblance of silence. As Huo Yuhuan's consciousness entered her spiritual realm, she beheld this striking scene. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was encased in frost. Winter wind, what is transpiring here? She inquired. The winter wind cast a glance at the heavenly dream ice silkworm, snapped his fingers, and released the silkworm from its icy prison. Master, this oversized insect has too much to say. I thought it best to grant it a moment of quietude. Upon noticing Huo Yuhuan's presence, the heavenly dream ice silkworm scuttled behind her, affectionately exclaiming, Yuhuan, who is this? So formidable. The winter wind interjected, Little bug, could you remain silent for a while? Otherwise, I shall encase you in frost once more. The heavenly dream ice silkworm fell silent, acutely aware of the winter wind's formidable power. Merely the aura he exuded rendered it incapable of any resistance, instilling a sense of insignificance akin to that of mere ants beneath a vast sky. All right. It is only natural for you two to have such an encounter upon first meeting, Huo Yuhuan reassured them. Brother Tianming, allow me to apprise you of the recent significant events and my latest secret. In essence, this powerful being is the manifestation of your second martial soul, albeit the weakest among them. What of the weakest? When combined, All of Douluo continent remains, but ants in my eyes, the winter wind remarked with a nonchalant air. A statement that left the heavenly dream ice silkworm utterly astounded. The gravity of winter wind's words bore no hint of jest. It felt as though a mere glance from him could obliterate it, and the most alarming aspect was that he was a being of 1,000,000 years. Moreover, the entity resides within one of the insignificantly small worlds of the world tree, a realm that exists as a phoenix amidst the frigid chaos. Born in the depths of this extreme cold, it possesses the profound cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal from the moment of its emergence. And it is also a primal and extraordinary beast. Moreover, in his realm, he is not the strongest. It took the dream ice silkworm a considerable amount of time to assimilate this information. On this journey to the far northern lands, they aim to acquire both the second soul ring and the second martial soul of Huo Yuhao. The winter wind also emerged from Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, finding it easier to safeguard her in the outside world. As the winter wind swept through the external realm, all the icy elements in the far north were irresistibly drawn towards it. Numerous ice attribute soul beasts also gravitated towards the direction of Huo Yuhao. Yet they were met with an overwhelming aura radiating from the winter wind. Upon reaching a certain ice cavern, the winter wind came to a halt. What troubles you? Winter wind? What is happening? Master, there is an anomaly below. A presence still clings to life. Please step back for a moment while I investigate. Huo Yuhao retreated to a relatively safe distance. Though uncertain of what lay beneath, she trusted that the winter wind had no reason to deceive her. Emitting an infinite power of ice and snow, the winter wind swiftly coalesced a longsword in the high heavens. With a forceful strike, it collided with the ground, shattering the ice and creating a vast array of fissures, revealing a bottomless abyss beneath. Huo Yuhao peered down, catching a glimpse of chilling azure hues, and sensed that there was indeed someone below, a figure she felt she had encountered before. Thus, she resolved to descend and investigate further. The winter wind grasped the hem of Huo Yuhao's garment, propelling them swiftly downward. Before her lay a series of frigid tunnels. Were it not for the protective charm of her life path, she would have been untroubled by the cold, yet had another soul occupied her place, they would likely have been rendered a mere block of ice. The temperature surrounding her was even more chilling than that outside, as she walked in utter silence, each step echoing with the drip of falling water. Approaching the edge of an icy lake, she found herself captivated, sensing a familiar presence beneath the surface, a faint breath of life calling out for salvation. Who could it be? It seemed she had encountered this presence before, right within this very lake. Casting a glance, Huo Yuhao appeared lost in thought and turned to the winter wind, inquiring, "Winter wind, can you discern what lies beneath?" The winter wind calculated with precision and replied, "My master, it appears to be a palace down there, though its occupant remains unknown. Additionally, there is a frozen girl. She is likely the one drawing you in." Though a hint of confusion flickered within her, Huo Yuhao felt compelled to investigate further, for the pull was undeniable. She descended deeper and deeper into the icy waters, which were chilling to the core, at least below freezing. As she submerged, Huo Yuhao sensed the waters as if they were a cold spring, distinctly feeling a surge of primordial energy laced with frost rippling through the depths. Perhaps this energy was nurturing the third martial spirit bestowed upon her by the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Yet, as she ventured deeper, the light began to fade, and the intertwining forces of darkness and cold enveloped her. At the center of the lake, a swirling vortex appeared, a spring, its space so confined that it could accommodate only one person at a time. Huo Yuhao resolved to descend first, with the winter wind following after her. Moreover, the spring's whirlpool exuded a mesmerizing ice-blue hue, unleashing an intense cold current. It felt as though any ordinary individual who dared to enter would likely be torn asunder by its violent eddies. This place had remained undiscovered by the soul beast of the far north, and should it be found, the chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. With the risk of losing one's life looming large, I could sense its formidable power. Only those with ice attribute martial souls, such as a soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo, might withstand the frigid winds swirling within, else they would be reduced to mere bones by the icy gales. Upon entering the spring, there was no need for Huo Yuhao to navigate. The torrential waters enveloped her, guiding her through the cavernous tunnel with ease. After a quarter of an hour, Huo Yuhao gradually emerged to the surface. Huo Yuhao, astonished, discovered that he now found himself within an underground ice river, facing a dimly lit cavern. The water's surface lay beneath the cavern, sparing it from inundation. Huo Yuhao rested upon the icy surface, her cheeks flushed, evidently affected by the biting wind. Once the winter breeze settled, she began to survey the vast cavern, slowly rising to her feet. Though the prolonged immersion in water rendered her somewhat unsteady, it was the winter wind that steadied her. The cavern sparkled with ice-blue luminescent ores, the temperature plummeting even lower than that of the spring itself. A blue flame in the hands of the winter wind illuminated the so-called dark cavern, revealing its true nature. It was adorned with frigid crystals, all exhibiting a deep blue hue, transparent and imbued with an ethereal beauty. Ice extreme divine crystals, Yuxuan. How extraordinary that we have stumbled upon such treasures in this place. I recalled my own descent into an ice cave from a snow pit, emerging from an ice lake. It seemed there might indeed be several ice extreme divine crystals here. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ice extreme divine crystals are truly remarkable treasures. These crystals possess the qualities of the hardest and most malleable ice attribute metals. Although they appear crystalline, they already exhibit the ductility of metal. The ice extreme divine crystal itself serves as the finest conductor and amplifier of ice attribute soul power, particularly for soul masters who embody the essence of ice. It is indeed a rare treasure from the heavens. Within the pages of that tome, in my past life, I, alongside an individual named Shinziwen, collaboratively devised the Ice Extreme Battle Armor. This represents the earliest humanoid soul guide capable of assisting soul masters in combat. And it is also the precursor to the battle armor that would emerge a millennium hence. The Ice Extreme Divine Crystal is exceedingly rare, a material of great value. Though there are explicit records of its existence, it remains virtually absent among humanity, whether in the Empire of the Sun and Moon or the three nations of Douluo. This underscores the exceptional rarity of the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal, which can only be found within the ancient ice cavern that has existed for millennia. However, to excavate this crystal, one must employ a master of the utmost ice essence. At this moment, it is paramount to avoid disturbing the structure of the ancient ice cavern, for such actions could precipitate a catastrophic collapse. Yet, the most pressing concern is to locate the individual whose presence resonates with my own. I feel an uncanny familiarity with her. Who could she be in this lightless ice cavern? As I venture deeper into the cave, I soon encounter three diverging paths, one to the left, one to the right, and one straight ahead. As Huo Yuxuan sensed the direction of the chilling aura, it seemed to emanate from the center, prompting her to move toward the intersection ahead. After approximately a quarter of an hour, she arrived at an ice bridge, only to be met by a terrifying coldness. Surrounding the bridge were peculiar ice pillars, interwoven and varying in size. Unlike the sequestered chill of the ultimate crystal ice, the ice crystal emanated a cold that could only be felt upon proximity. These pillars had endured for over 10 millennia, their icy elements reaching a most formidable intensity. Even those possessing the utmost affinity for ice would hesitate to venture here, for the frigidness of these pillars surpassed the extreme of ice itself. Gazing at the bridge, Huo Yuxuan felt a twinge of apprehension, hoping it was not constructed of fragile ice shards. Beneath the bridge lay an endless expanse of razor-sharp ice spikes, suggesting that anyone lacking a means of survival would surely perish. Yuxuan, be cautious, a voice warned. Though this ice bridge appears alluring, its structure is exceedingly fragile. As it stands, only one person can traverse it at a time. Moreover, those ice spikes, like the pillars, have likely endured for millennia and are equally lethal. Huo Yuxuan, dismissively shaking her head, replied, "If we cannot cross on foot, then we shall fly, right, Dongfeng?" She continued deeper into the realm, but as she reached a certain point, danger approached stealthily. A swarm of insects appeared before her, causing her pupils to contract in shock. "Hibernating larvae, progeny of the breeding insects?" she exclaimed. Huo Yuxuan was well aware of these creatures. They were the progeny of the star god tower, Huo. She had not anticipated that these insects, responsible for a cataclysmic locust plague in the universe, had also arrived on the Douluo continent. She understood all too well that these insects were exceedingly difficult to eliminate, and their numbers exceeded 10,000. "Dongfeng, we must act swiftly. These insects are formidable adversaries. Simultaneously, we must encase them in ice. They must not perish, or else this place will collapse." Huo Yuxuan was acutely aware that upon death, these insects would self-destruct, and with their sheer numbers, the resulting detonations would lead to annihilation before they could be contained. Chapter 13. The Ice God soared. Upon hearing her words, Dongfeng cast a piercing gaze at the insects, whose eyes were filled with hostility. To these creatures, any living entity was perceived as an enemy in the eyes of their insect king, having obliterated numerous civilized planets. They were indeed a formidable threat. Thousands of insects swiftly enveloped Huo Yuhao and Dongfeng, seemingly transforming the remnants of life into their proliferating kin, as was customary. Yet today, fortune appeared to have abandoned them. They had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Despite their numerical superiority, they were, in Dongfeng's eyes, mere ants. The swarm of young stinging insects surged toward Huo Yuhao, intent on devouring the two. However, Dongfeng maintained a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips as these creatures were uncontrollably drawn together. Recognizing his master's directive to avoid killing, lest it induce a collapse of this realm, he resolved to create a space that would isolate the insects, allowing for their demise without repercussions on the surroundings. With this thought, he regarded the insects with a benevolent expression. A tempest began to constrict. The endless laws of wind compressed the insects into a singular mass, and with meticulous control, Dongfeng spared their lives. A spatial barrier emerged beneath them, severing their connection to the icy cavern. His cold gaze fixed upon them, and any insect that met his eyes was swiftly encased in ice. Employing spatial transportation, he relocated them within this domain, but a delightful idea struck him. He decided to airdrop them into the divine realm, intending to bestow upon Tang Sen a grand surprise. After all, his master was not particularly fond of him, thus, delivering a lesson seemed justifiable. In the divine realm, the former god King Tang Sen found himself unable to glimpse the Douluo continent due to its recent upheavals, leaving him in a state of constant agitation. Ever since a mysterious force disrupted the Douluo continent years ago, the divine realm had lost all contact with it. However, the consciousness remaining within Shaoqi could no longer establish a connection. Fortunately, other means at my disposal remained accessible. It remains a mystery who has sealed off the divine realm. If I were to discover their identity, they would surely face their demise. As Tang San pondered methods to torment the individual responsible for thwarting his plans, a sudden tremor rippled through his palace, heralding the arrival of thousands of juvenile stinging insects. Abruptly, these thousands erupted in violent explosions, their power immense, reducing the sea god palace to ruins. Thankfully, Dongfeng managed to contain the force, preventing the complete annihilation of the divine realm. Nevertheless, 5 lesser stinging insects were left behind for Tang San, with the hope that he would find them to his liking. What was this situation? What manner of soul beast was this, to self-destruct upon arrival? Tang San was at a loss. Who would recklessly destroy themselves upon entering another's domain? Observing the devastated palace, the sea god Tang San resigned himself to the need for a fresh start. Suddenly, 5 juvenile stinging insects emerged from the remnants of the sea god palace, conversing in their insect tongue, filled with confusion. Where are we? I do not know. Tang San's expression darkened with anger as he exclaimed, "You audacious creatures, daring to ravage my palace, you have sealed your own fate." In that instant, Tang San grasped the sea god's trident, and a radiant light enveloped him, as boundless divine power surged within him. These 5 audacious insects dared to intrude upon his territory. Today, he must subdue them to establish his authority. Yet, would reality unfold as he wished? The answer was in the negative. His furious roar captured the attention of the 5 juvenile stinging insects, whose eyes suddenly brimmed with hostility, signaling the dawn of a new challenge for them. One of the juvenile stinging insects lunged swiftly towards Tang San, who summoned the sea god's divine power and unleashed his divine technique, the unfathomable tempest. As he concentrated his divine energy, 5 golden rings coalesced and swiftly shot towards the juvenile stinging insect. Observing this, the insect evaded hastily, and after 3 seconds, the 5 juvenile stinging insects underwent a transformation, splitting into identical replicas of themselves. However, the uncertain windstorm unleashed by Tang San can only ensnare 5 of them. While the arena is home to more than 5 juvenile stinging insects, there are currently 10. If he fails to eliminate these 5 creatures simultaneously, their numbers will only proliferate, escalating to an alarming extent. The power of reproduction is not to be trifled with. For any action that falls within the broad concept of breeding and production can give rise to these insects. What is this? Is it a form of duplication? Before Tang San could process his astonishment, those that had split off severed the uncertain waves emitted by the sea god. Yet, before Tang San could fully comprehend the unexpected turn of events, the 10 juvenile stinging insects had already divided into 20. A sense of urgency gripped Tang San's heart. How could they have split again? He concentrated the divine power of the sea god, summoning the vastness of the ocean to envelop the 20 juvenile stinging insects. Tang San also came to the realization that these 5 juvenile zerglings were far more formidable than he had initially envisioned. It seemed imperative to vanquish them simultaneously. At that moment, a divine being appeared, the god of destruction, who sensed the surge of Tang San's divine power and approached to investigate. "What are you doing, Tang San?" Upon seeing the god of destruction, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied, "Destruction? I lack the time to explain. First, we must eliminate these 5 creatures, and then I shall elucidate." The god of destruction then noticed the 5 Zerglings confronting Tang San and glanced at the ruins of the sea god's palace, bewildered. The destructive capacity of these creatures was astonishing, capable of dismantling the sea god's abode. Yet, his astonishment was mirrored in Tang San's expression, as the 20 juvenile Zerglings had multiplied into 40. If this continued, their numbers would inevitably swell. The eyes of the god of destruction brimmed with hostility. For the time for division did not exceed 5 seconds, and within that brief span, they proliferated from 40 to 60. This speed was indeed terrifying. Without further contemplation, the god of destruction acted decisively, channeling the power of annihilation in his palm toward the juvenile Zerglings. As the force of destruction struck one of the juvenile Zerglings, it began to spread like a contagion. Soon enough, all 60 Zerglings were imbued with the god of destruction's annihilative energy. With a swift motion, he clenched his hand, unleashing an endless torrent of destructive force, leading one juvenile Zergling to emit a horrendous scream before being obliterated. Yet, in the moment of its demise, its corporeal form rapidly expanded, akin to a balloon being punctured, before erupting violently. In unison, the 60 juvenile Zerglings detonated, prompting both Tang San and the god of destruction to exclaim in alarm, "This is not good." They both activated their maximum defenses to withstand the impending damage. Fortunately, there were only 60 Zerglings. Had their numbers reached 100,000, they could have reduced the entire divine realm to rubble. Once the monstrous entities were entirely annihilated, the god of destruction turned his gaze toward Tang San and spoke in a frosty tone, "Tang San, may I inquire for an explanation?" Tang San did not respond to the god of destruction's query. Instead, he focused on the remnants of the sea god's palace, now a desolate wasteland. "Very well. I shall inform you during the upcoming law enforcement assembly. It appears we have much to reconstruct." As the winter wind, the true instigator, was aware of the situation, it silently mused, I did not anticipate that the little insects would be dealt with so swiftly. Had I known, I should have retained them all to engage in battle with the thousands of creatures." However, along her journey, Huo Yuhao encountered numerous perils, such as rolling stones and icy mists, all of which were adeptly managed by the winter wind. Yet, upon reaching the depths, a low voice called out to Huo Yuhao and her companions, "Intruders, depart from this place." 2 colossal ice giants bellowed at them. These giants were immense, surpassing even the height of a small mountain, their bodies adorned with diamonds, from which numerous blue spikes protruded, sharp and menacing. Their amber eyes glinted with a deadly intent as they gazed upon Huo Yuhao. These were ice giants, guardians of the ice god, as far as I know. "Yuhao, it appears fortune smiles upon us. We have arrived at the abode of the ice god." Yet, these 2 ice giants have existed for at least 200,000 years, having not been seen since the ice god departed from the extreme north, although the soul beasts of that region continue their search for him. Who would have thought that within this underground cavern, we would discover the palace of the ice god? The heavenly dream ice silkworm exclaimed in astonishment. It is worth noting that the soul beasts of the extreme north turned the entire region upside down in their quest. Yet none could fathom that the ice god's domain lay here. "Humans, depart now, and you may coexist peacefully. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise here," one of the ice giants proclaimed, their tone laden with a palpable threat. Nevertheless, the 2 companions dismissed the ice giant's warnings. Although the ice giants served as the ice god's guardians, their power paled in comparison to the likes of the Ice Empress, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, and the Titan Snow Demon King. Their bloodline was inferior, and their strength did not rival those formidable foes, yet they remained exceedingly difficult soul beasts to vanquish. The ice giants possessed remarkable defense and strength, particularly the 200,000-year-old giants, whose defenses were astonishing. After all, what other reason would they have to be the guardians of the ice god? With a gentle sigh, the winter wind stepped forward, its icy essence firmly suppressing the ice giants. "Might we enter to take a look?" the winter wind asked, its voice calm as it regarded the 2 giants with a piercing gaze that sent shivers down their spines. This was not an ordinary tremor, but one born of a profound sense of oppression from the very soul. To the winter wind, the ice giants appeared as mere ants. Under the immense pressure, the ice giants whispered among themselves, "Brother, should we allow them entry?" "Yes, I sense that this young one possesses formidable strength. After 200,000 years, he remains so fearsome. Very well, let them in. The ice god had once mentioned that we could permit their passage. Yet, we both understand that when the ice god's artifact returns, we shall meet our end. While we may not know the reason, we have never been able to unlock it. If they can draw forth that artifact, perhaps we shall attain our freedom. The two ice giants addressed Huo Yuhao, stating, "Intruder, we agree to your presence. But should anything transpire, do not hold us accountable." The ice giants opened the grand door of Jue, unleashing an overwhelming chill. Upon entering, a vast expanse of mist greeted them, swirling in a mystical haze, as though they had stepped into an ethereal realm. At the center stood an imposing altar, encrusted with frost, upon which rested a sword. This blade appeared to be forged from eternal ice, transparent and profound, its surface shimmering with a celestial blue glow reminiscent of a starry river. The hilt was intricately designed, resembling an ancient mythical beast, adorned with golden patterns that accentuated the icy blue radiance, as if the frozen stars had returned to the mortal plane. This sword was none other than the Ice God's sword, a supreme artifact belonging to the Ice God, a being not of human origin but a divine entity among soul beasts. However, that was a bygone era. Once, it had been relatively easy for soul beasts to ascend to godhood, but now, such feats were unattainable. The walls of this chamber bore inscriptions chronicling the Ice Goddess' origins. Initially, it was a spirit from the farthest northern tundra, a time before the emergence of the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, and the Ice Goddess of Snow. At that time, the extreme northern lands had yet to witness the advent of ultimate ice soul beasts, and the Ice God was the first to possess such mastery over ice, having cultivated for millennia to attain divinity. After achieving godhood, 3 entirely new races emerged, yet an unforeseen calamity led to their demise, scattering their divine souls. Nonetheless, the divine essence, the artifact, the divine attire, and the divine position remained here. After perusing the Ice God's tale, Huo Yuhao turned her gaze to the Ice God, sword upon the altar. The entire palace was constructed from the rarest of icy diamonds, and alongside the previously encountered pillars, there stood a total of 64 ice columns. Unlike the earlier pillars, these were adorned with a luminous icy blue glow, and at the apex, a throne crafted from ice crystals awaited. Additionally, clusters of ice crystal orchids adorned the surroundings, forming a magnificent and resplendent palace. Huo Yuhao inquired of the ice giants, "Have you remained here all this time?" They replied, "Indeed, we have remained here without departure. As long as this sword remains sheathed, we are bound to this place. We are the guardians of the Ice God. Though he has departed, we steadfastly remain, for this is the last tranquil land. You are the first guest to arrive here. If you wish, you may attempt to draw the sword." Huo Yuhao gazed at the Ice God's sword, the familiar aura growing ever stronger, suggesting that perhaps she should indeed make an attempt. "Master, what if?" As the winter wind sought to offer assistance, its words remained unspoken, interrupted by my dismissive gesture. "No need, I can manage on my own." Slowly, Huo Yuhao ascended the altar, yet with each step, it felt as though an immense weight of frozen ice was pressing down upon her, a bone-chilling cold that penetrated deep into her very soul. However, bolstered by the world tree's protection, she remained immune to the frigid air. Had a mere mortal attempted this, they would have been torn to shreds by the biting chill of the Ice God's sword. The staircase comprised 100 tiers, each resembling the crushing weight of a glacier. As Huo Yuhao began her ascent, she was enveloped in icy mist, indicating that no interference from others was permitted in this sacred space. Nevertheless, for the winter wind, this slight effect bore no consequence. Chapter 14. The Snow Empress. Upon reaching the pinnacle, a few phrases materialized in my mind. The frozen throne stands tall beneath the vast firmament, commanding the winds and clouds. I am the sovereign. With an icy heart and iron will, I subdue the realms. As the master of winter, I reign supreme. A poignant phrase escapes my lips, evoking memories of the battlefield once graced by the primordial Ice God. I have glimpsed the silhouette of the Dragon God, though it was but a fleeting moment. During the Dragon God War, the Ice God remained neutral, offering no assistance. Fully aware that the Dragon God's existence was a farce. Lovers perished, progeny met their demise. The outcome was evident. Thus I refrained from interference, allowing events to unfold naturally. In the depths of the cosmos, while uncovering certain secrets, I was nearly felled by an unknown deity of formidable strength, who, with a mere strike, inflicted grievous wounds upon me. Stripped of the possibility of escape, I returned my artifact to the Ice God's temple, leaving behind a message to the destined. Upon witnessing this, you have glimpsed my memories. I should have long since departed from this world, unaware of the present age or whether those who arrive are humans or soul beasts. Yet, those who reach this place are undeniably fated. My current state is merely a phrase left before death, a message I wish to convey to you. Since you have arrived here, you have reached the Ice God Sword, and you are indeed worthy of becoming the new Ice God of my generation. However, it is regrettable that my divine position has shattered and requires your efforts to reconstitute it. Rest assured, my artifacts are of extraordinary caliber. When you draw this sword, the remaining artifacts will be found in the icy lake beneath the Ice God Sword. Now, kindred spirit, it is time to demonstrate your perseverance. I hope your journey ahead will lead you ever further. As the words faded, everything returned to normal. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Yuhao silently vowed, "Rest assured, esteemed Ice God, I will carry forth your will. First, I shall extract the Ice God's sword." With all her strength, Huo Yuhao attempted to pull the Ice God's sword from the ice. Yet, this sword, sealed within the ice, would not yield easily. The profound ice had endured for millennia, rendering it nearly indestructible. Coupled with the sword's own power, which exceeded in astonishing weight, it would seem insurmountable for an ordinary person. Yet, Huo Yuhao was no ordinary being. She possessed the three lives martial soul, the void eye, and the world tree, alongside an unformed ice martial soul, all capable of withstanding the might of several celestial gods. With a sudden exertion of force, the Ice God's sword began to emerge. At the moment it was drawn, the sword's power intertwined with Huo Yuhao's soul force, signifying its automatic recognition of her as its master. Unexpectedly, as the sword was liberated, the altar that had sealed it vanished in an instant. In its place lay an expansive ice lake, into which she fell, the mist encasing the sword dissipating into nothingness. Winter winds swiftly revealed Huo Yuhao plunging into the icy lake, prompting a swift leap from Dongfeng to follow her. Beneath the lake, she felt no discomfort. Rather, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped her. The biting wind caressed her flushed cheeks, and upon entering the ice lake, she felt rejuvenated. Astonishingly, she found that breathing here was effortless, as natural as on land. As she descended onto a ground adorned with blue patterns, she beheld an ice block before her, within which lay a silver-haired maiden. Huo Yuhao's eyes widened in astonishment as she gasped, "Luiying?" Stunned, she recognized the girl encased in ice, connected to her past life. Her beloved Luiying had also arrived in Douluo continent, but why was she frozen here? Though she was reincarnated, everything that represented her essence continued to reside within her. The ethereal figure of Luiying appeared to have traversed the realm of flesh. Although present in that location, it felt like a fleeting dream. However, the immediate priority was to rescue the precious Luiying. Winterwind, do you have any commands? Please assist in taking Luiying up, while I remain here for a moment longer. Winterwind cast a glance at Luiying and replied, "As you wish, my master." With that, Winterwind summoned spiritual energy to lift Luiying and soared above the lake's surface. Huo Yuhao continued to venture deeper. However, the depths revealed nothing of substance. The water itself was an illusion, suggesting that the ice god had made provisions for the heir to acquire the inheritance. She approached a shell encircled by a cluster of corals, which was strikingly different from the others. The more peculiar it appeared, the more intriguing it became. While the surrounding shells emanated the essence of water elements, this particular shell exuded a faint chill, as Huo Yuhao had anticipated. Within this space lay the remaining divine artifacts of the ice god. Apart from the Ice God Sword, the Ice God had bestowed upon Huo Yuhao several resources, demonstrating why he was indeed a venerable deity of ice. Among the three supreme artifacts, one had been granted to him by the Dragon God. Two were primarily for offense, while one was intended for control, thus enhancing his combat prowess significantly, along with various other treasures, such as celestial herbs, which he had collected for himself. Upon reaching the shore, he observed Luiying and Dongfeng engaged in conversation, where Dongfeng was playfully being pinched by Luiying, a sight that struck him as exceedingly endearing. After living for 1,000,000 years, could I not be afforded some respect? He mused. Luiying, Aishing. In an instant, Luiying released Dongfeng and dashed towards Huo Yuhao, tears streaming down her cheeks, seemingly recounting her tribulations. "It has been a long time, Luiying," Huo Yuhao remarked. "Indeed, it has been quite a while." The two retreated to a quieter spot to share their experiences. Although Dongfeng had conveyed some of these tales to Luiying, she was more interested in hearing them directly from Aishing. However, upon learning that a certain duchess had bullied her Aishing, her fury ignited. "Aishing, let me go and deal with them," Luiying declared, resolute in her intent to exact vengeance upon those who had harmed Aixing. Huo Yuhao gently stroked Lu Ying's hair and said, "Yes, we shall achieve that. I too wish to take revenge. By the way, what of my mother, uncle, and aunt?" Lu Ying shook her head, replying, "I do not know. All I recall is entering the time-space rift, and after that, I lost track. I am also uncertain of Kafuka's whereabouts. Let me inquire." Lu Ying opened her phone and contacted the Starcore family, which consisted of only 6 members: Rin, Yilang, Kafuka, Lu Ying, Xing, and Alio. "Where are you, Kafuka?" Lu Ying asked. "Kafuka, darling, where are you? Alio cannot locate you either. Aixing, you have been out of contact for several days. We have searched throughout the universe but cannot find you. Yilang, I'm dying of laughter. I have hacked into countless planets and still found no trace of you. Lu Ying, I have some good news, a piece of bad news, and an even worse piece of news. Which would you like to hear first? Kafuka, Yilang, Xing." "Kafuka, wait, darling." Kafuka was taken aback, while Lu Ying glanced at Huo Yuhao, who was also holding a phone, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Lu Ying proceeded to explain some occurrences during this period. "Kafuka, so, you are on a planet called Douluo continent, and some changes have transpired in this world, preventing your escape. Is that correct? Aixing, you have been reincarnated. I am uncertain whether to address you as Aixing or as Huo Yuhao." The message conveyed a pure smile, yet beneath her calm exterior, she was focused on locking the coordinates of the Douluo continent. Nonetheless, the Silver Wolf found her, albeit from a great distance, necessitating entry into another universe. But what of it? This merely marks the commencement of a new haunt. After exchanging a few casual words with Huo Yuhao post-message, she decided to bid farewell to the ice giant, who had guarded this place for tens of thousands of years. It was no longer necessary for him to remain. Having secured the items from this realm, she departed from the far north, with hopes of one day restoring the ice god. "Aixing, where shall we go next?" Lu Ying inquired. To her, wherever Aixing ventured was where she would follow. Kafka and the others were uncertain if they could reach this place, and from Aixing's words, she learned that the world system here was rather primitive. Yet Aixing was reincarnated in this realm and was, in essence, the favored child of fate, a being sheltered by the celestial forces. She found it incomprehensible that she could be bullied by a venomous woman when the day arrived that she confronted her. She would make her experience the methods of the Starcore hunters. After walking for a while, Huo Yuhao took a seat, her soul power having reached level 21. In her world, Tree Martial Spirit naturally added a second soul ring. Now, it was necessary to materialize the soulless Ice Martial Spirit. The remainder did not require venturing further afield. Earlier, she had also dispatched the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm to seek the Ice Emperor, hoping for a peaceful outcome. Huo Yuhao sat quietly, seemingly awaiting something. "Yuhao, something is amiss. We have come to the wrong place. This is not the domain of the Ice Emperor." Yet before the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm could finish, a chillingly cold female voice echoed in Huo Yuhao's and Lu Ying's ears. "Humans." This single utterance exuded an air of solemnity, laced with an unmistakable challenge. One could easily envision the speaker as a decisive and formidable empress. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was instantly filled with dread. Its strength might suffice against the Ice Emperor, but confronting the owner of that voice was a different matter altogether. The owner of that voice was none other than the Ice Empress, the foremost among the 3 great sovereigns of the extreme north, ranked 3rd among the 10 fearsome beasts, with a cultivation nearing 700,000 years. Facing her, especially in the heart of the extreme north, would grant her an undeniable advantage in battle. No matter how one compared, it was evident that the Ice Empress was beyond her capabilities. However, Yuhao possessed the legacy of the Ice God, so the Empress might not resort to lethal force. Those who trespass into the core area of the extreme north shall meet their demise. The Ice Empress's frigid voice resonated. High above, an endless force of ice and snow coalesced into a colossal blue sword, cutting through the swirling snowflakes, aimed directly at Huo Yuhao. "Be careful, my master." A voice of immense authority resounded through the air. The colossal sword was suddenly engulfed by flames and melted away. A man materialized beside Huo Yuhao, exuding an air of formidable majesty, as if his very presence heralded impending judgment. The man's hair was a vibrant red, reminiscent of fierce flames ignited amidst the chaos of war. Clad in a black leather outfit and draped in a crimson cloak, his eyes shone with the brilliance of the sun, complemented by finely chiseled features that conveyed both beauty and strength. A flame motif adorned his brow, towering in stature. He appeared to be in his 30s, wielding 2 long swords. one red and one purple. The man cast a piercing gaze towards those who dared to attack Huo Yuhao. As the winter wind was about to strike, it was taken aback, exclaiming, "Master Capep, how have you awakened?" In his heart, if there were to be a being most unreasonable among the myriad of creatures in the world tree, it would undoubtedly be the Fire Dragon King, Capep. Born of the battlefield, embodying noble life and aesthetics. Fire possesses a duality. One side signifies rebirth, while the other heralds destruction. Among the diverse beings of the world tree, Capep is immensely formidable, an indomitable spirit within the dragon clan, an adversary that is indeed difficult to contend with. What a bother! Who dares disturb my slumber? The vigorous flames beneath him incinerated the ice and snow into scorched earth. Though his power was forcibly suppressed, what of it? Capep gazed at the distant figure of a woman unleashing an attack. Under Capep's scrutinizing gaze, the Snow Empress felt a flicker of fear, while Capep regarded her with perpetual disdain. A snow sprite, intriguing indeed. However, since you have harmed my master, you shall pay with your life. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Capep pronounced death upon the Snow Empress, gripping his long sword in his left hand. He swung it towards her with such speed that it rendered the eye unable to perceive. Yet, just before Capep's strike could reach the Snow Empress, an unexpected turn of events occurred. His attack was thwarted. A spatial shield enveloped the Snow Empress, effectively blocking his assault. Witnessing this scene, Capep slowly sheathed his sword, his fury palpable as he exclaimed, "Ensrio, why do you hinder me?" "Oh dear, Capep, it is not that I wish to stop you, but I must prevent you. For my master has commanded you to cease and to regard life with reverence." A silver-haired woman emerged swiftly from within Huo Yuhao, transforming into a streak of white light. She was Ensrio, distinguished by her long white hair, unlike Capep, whose humanoid form bore some traits of his true self. However, Ensrio resembled a genuine human, devoid of any peculiar characteristics of her original form. In fact, to those unfamiliar with her, it would be quite challenging to discern her non-human essence. Her skin bore a slight pallor, her figure exquisite, clad in a purple gown adorned with floral patterns. Her violet eyes radiated beauty, akin to boundless chaos, while her graceful curves accentuated her form exquisitely. Chapter 15. Transforming the extreme north into a forbidden zone. Capep scoffed at this, declaring it time to return. Only then did Ensrio release the spatial barrier protecting the Snow Empress, who was equally astonished, never having anticipated such formidable power from this young girl. Luiying was also struck by fear at the might of the Fire Dragon King Capep, realizing that even her utmost strength might pale in comparison. Huo Yuhao then spoke. "I apologize, Sister Snow Empress, for having startled you." "Sister?" The Snow Empress's eyes widened in astonishment as the young girl referred to her as sister. Huo Yuhao explained, "Sister, the Kapapu we encountered earlier is the manifestation of my martial soul. This may be difficult to believe, yet it is indeed the truth." After much effort and persuasion, Huo Yuhao finally managed to convince the Snow Empress of her sincerity. "In other words, the version of me from another world ultimately became your soul ring." At this moment, the dream-eyed silkworm, along with Huo Yuhao and the Snow Emperor, gazed at one another. Rather than merely telling Huo Yuhao, it would be wiser to allow her to witness the tales from the era of the Supreme Tank sect, woven into a luminous orb for the Snow Emperor to behold. "In this world, you were once known as Huo Yuhao." The Snow Emperor continued to observe. "What is this?" "I, the Snow Emperor, a formidable beast of 700,000 years, have been captured from my realm by a mere 9th-level soul master." Upon reaching this point, the Snow Emperor was filled with rage. How could such a venerable soul beast be taken away by an insignificant human, and worse, transformed into an embryo? Within the orb, as Huo Yuhao had once experienced, the prowess and constitution of this incarnation paled in comparison to that of the current Huo Yuhao. As night descended, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and snowflakes drifted gently from the heavens, rendering the sky as pristine as if it had been washed clean, with stars twinkling like scattered jewels. The Snow Emperor observed the luminous orb, where Huo Yuhao and Lu Qing were engaged in a barbecue. After a while, the Snow Emperor concluded her viewing of Huo Yuhao's acquisition of the second martial soul in the extreme north. Yet, upon finishing, her mind was a tempest of thoughts, pondering the implications. In that parallel universe, perhaps I might have led a different life. Yuhao, your existence transcends the realm of humanity. You are a miracle of that world and an eternal enigma in my heart, are you not? Indeed, with such formidable power, do you still require the divine creation plan of the dream? Huo Yuhao shook her head and replied, "I too am uncertain. The historical rules of the Douluo continent have been shattered, and numerous exceptional factors now exist. Sister Snow Emperor, are there any abnormal phenomena in the extreme north? Huo Yuhao wished to understand the changes occurring in the extreme north due to the anomalies in Douluo. None. Except for the fact that the soul beasts in the extreme north are diminishing daily. At this rate, the region will soon face extinction. The Snow Emperor articulated the dire state of the extreme north, which is now teetering on the brink of catastrophe. The Stardow Forest houses the spirit beasts, protected by treaties with humans, rendering them cautious, yet the extreme north lacks such agreements. If this continues, it will not be long before the extreme north is utterly transformed into a wasteland, devoid of any soul beasts, merely a realm of ice and snow. Once the soul beasts of the extreme north perish, and the ice melts away, the entire region will become a relic of history. After speaking, the Snow Emperor unconsciously clenched her fist. She was currently wounded, yet felt helpless to prevent the impending doom. If it truly came to a point where the survival of the extreme north was at stake, she was prepared, if necessary, to teach a profound lesson akin to what Emperor Tian had done. Snow Emperor, is the situation in the extreme north truly this grave? I have only been away for a few years. The Snow Emperor nodded and replied, had it not been for my injuries sustained during the condensation of the soul core, I would have already unleashed a beast tide to settle the score. I do have a method to emerge from this predicament. At that moment, Lu'er suddenly spoke up. Lu'er, do you have a solution? Lu'er gently nodded and said, indeed, Master, there is a way, but it requires your assistance. She then introduced herself. I am Lu'er, as Kappa mentioned earlier, the Space Dragon King. I can also be referred to as the ancestor of space dragons, and I am the mentor of that young lad, Dongfeng. Upon hearing the title of Space Dragon Ancestor, the Snow Empress was taken aback, momentarily startled. After all, both the Douluo continent and the world tree had a space dragon king. But the one from Douluo had long since perished. Are you the space dragon? She asked, bewildered. Lu'er, slightly puzzled, replied, I am not the space dragon king. What am I then? Huo Yuhao elaborated. There was indeed a space dragon king here, but he has long been deceased. Some ancient and powerful soul beasts are aware of this fact. Lu'er felt somewhat speechless. It was astonishing that there was a space dragon king in this world. Yet he had fallen. The dragon kings of their world tree cultivated their laws to the utmost perfection before pursuing other laws. Lu'er herself followed this path, perfecting the laws of space to greatly enhance her survival chances. She had not anticipated that the space dragon king here would be so feeble as to meet his demise in this place. To gain the Snow Empress's trust, Lu'er stated, my dear girl, it is quite simple to prevent humans from entering. I can declare the entire extreme north a forbidden zone. Soon, I will summon the populace of the extreme north and prepare for a significant transformation here. With that, Lu'er produced 4 ice pillars from her hands, emanating a chilling aura that was palpable even from a distance, leaving the air around her imbued with an intense cold. Celia merely cast a fleeting glance, infusing a breath of energy into the bodies of the Snow Empress, Lu Ying, and Huo Yuhao, enabling them to acclimate to the environment of the 3 ice pillars. My dear Snow Maiden, what I impart is an essence that shall allow you to adapt seamlessly to this realm, ensuring you experience no discomfort. It was then they realized that the 4 ice pillars bore no adverse effects upon them. The Snow Empress turned to Huo Yuhao, expressing gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall proceed with our matters. Snow Empress, prior to this, how did you address the situation concerning Shinner and Inger? Have you summoned the beings of the far north to ensure no calamity shall arise? Huo Yuhao inquired. With my presence, chaos is unlikely. However, given your involvement, Bingo may take action against you. It would be prudent to explain matters to her. Before you speak to Binger, Snow Empress, allow me to share a secret regarding the Ice God. Revealed the heavenly dream ice silkworm, recounting its encounter with the Ice God and all its impressions thereof. The Snow Empress responded, are you implying that the Ice God has perished, and that Huo Yuhao is now the new Ice God of our generation? Indeed. Although she has inherited the Ice God's legacy, she cannot truly become the Ice God, for the divine position has long been shattered and requires a new beginning. Yet, there is no urgency. We shall address this once she reaches the tidal Douluo stage. The Snow Empress withdrew her gaze from the astonishment, not anticipating that the Ice God had indeed fallen, slain by an unknown deity, and that such divine power would be formidable. The ancient and revered Ice God had left a significant mark on this era of Douluo continent, which now boasts an abundance of prodigies. This is no longer an age reliant solely on talent. Each sect feels compelled to possess at least one tidal Douluo to claim their significance. Subsequently, The Snow Empress and the heavenly dream ice silkworm proceeded to explain matters to the Ice Empress. During their conversation, the heavenly dream ice silkworm occasionally interjected with flirtatious remarks, only to be met with a playful punch. In the heart of the far north, they arrived at a frozen lake, at the center of which stood an altar. Along its edges, numerous statues of ice and snow guardians were aligned, with the Ice Heavenly Maiden, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, and the Titan Snow Demon King standing in a row behind the altar. The Ice Heavenly Maiden occupied the center, with the Ice Emperor Scorpion and the Titan Snow Demon King flanking her. Behind the Ice Heavenly Maiden stood the statue of the Ice God that Huo Yuhao had previously encountered. The icy figure stood atop a frozen lotus, as a snowflake descended from the sky, landing gracefully in the Snow Empress's hand. With a gentle breath, the Snow Empress transformed the snowflake into a radiant blue light, which began to float delicately to every corner of the far north. Soon, a throng of spirit beasts arrived in haste, the first among them being the Ice Empress, who, as a dear sister, had come promptly after the Snow Empress's words. In a mere few moments, a multitude of soul beasts arrived, and a cursory glance revealed the pitiable number of creatures in the extreme north, totaling only a few thousand. Despite the relentless hunting by invaders, tens of thousands still remained. Soul beasts that have cultivated for 10,000 years typically awaken their intelligence, experiencing a remarkable surge in cognitive abilities. Compared to their kin that have only existed for 10, 100, or 1,000 years, they exhibit superior intellect and are more obedient to commands. Naturally, they could heed the summons of the formidable Snow Empress in the extreme north. Yet before her, they behaved with utmost decorum, none daring to act defiantly in her presence. After all, the extreme north is not what it once was. It now teeters on the brink of extinction. At such a critical juncture, the Snow Empress must have significant matters to discuss with them. Among the imposing figures in the forefront stood the Titan Snow Demon Clan, one of the sovereigns of the extreme north. The Titan Snow Demon King, towering at a staggering 100 meters, now cowered like a quail, haunted by the memories of deeds done millennia ago. The Ice Emperor, having arrived early, stood near the Snow Empress, observing her. "Have all gathered?" she inquired. Those capable of speech confirmed their presence, while the mute could only nod in acknowledgement. The Snow Empress then inclined her head slightly and declared, "My subjects of the extreme north, our land is in dire straits. Given their actions, we need not extend them any courtesy. Let them dare to hunt. We shall see if they can emerge unscathed." With that, the Snow Empress produced 3 precious pillars, leaving the soul beasts in a state of perplexity. On a nearby mountain, Huo Yuhao and her companions were observing these soul beasts. Alongside Huo Yuhao, Lu Ying, and in Si Luer stood another woman. This woman possessed silvery blue hair that cascaded like the first snowfall of winter, pure and crisp, her tresses soft and lustrous, flowing gently down to her waist, as if imbued with the refreshing essence of ice and snow. Under the sunlight, her hair shimmered with a faint silver glow, akin to countless tiny ice crystals embedded within. Her blue eyes, reminiscent of a snow-covered landscape, exuded an aura of chilling nobility. Her features were exquisitely defined, with a prominent nose and rosy lips, complemented by a regal countenance that conveyed an air of mystery. Clad in an ancient gown adorned with motifs of ice and snow, the dress was predominantly white, embellished with silver blue patterns that resembled frost flowers of winter, pure and elegant. The wide hem of the gown was light and airy, resembling snowflakes dancing in the air. Intricate ice crystal designs were embroidered upon the fabric, each one so lifelike that they seemed poised to melt into water at any moment. A silver blue sash cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure while harmonizing with her hair and attire, bestowing upon her an added touch of nobility. Adorning her wrist were silver white bracelets that complemented her frosty gown, enhancing her ethereal and refined presence. She is none other than the Ice Dragon King Hitrina, who resides alongside the Space Dragon King Ansriel and the Fire Dragon King Capep. Space, how you truly are, utilizing my belongings while playing the role of the benevolent one. Ah Bing, do not speak thus. What belongs to me is not yours. We have all lived for tens of thousands of years. Why should we concern ourselves with such trivialities? Enough of that, master. Once these matters are settled, where shall we venture next? Let us first return to the Sun Moon Empire. After the grand tournament, there shall be delightful surprises in store. Although Huo Yuhao gleaned insights about her future from the book, it remained merely a narrative, not an experience she could call her own. She too harbored curiosity about the prowess of this generation's prodigies, wondering if they truly possessed such formidable strength. However, she pondered how this place, transformed into a forbidden zone, would appear. With Ansriel's aura, she could traverse the impending frigid expanse with ease, but for now, she would observe the Snow Emperor before proceeding. The Snow Emperor aimed to convert the extreme northern territory into a human forbidden zone. Ansriel had also mentioned to her the establishment of 3 sealing points, intended to render the extreme north a realm of unrelenting cold. The soul beasts all concurred, uncertain as to whether they could halt the relentless advance of those detestable humans. However, Lord Snow Emperor has never engaged in endeavors devoid of assurance. The forbidden zone of the far north holds no sway over the denizens who have thrived in these frigid realms. Rather, it imposes significant constraints on the invaders. In any case, Ansriel has already bestowed upon the inhabitants of the far north the essence necessary for them to acclimate to that formidable power, resulting in no detriment. The Snow Emperor inhaled deeply, casting a serious gaze into the distance as she relinquished her grip on the 4 ice pillars. These 4 pillars, a configuration of 3 offspring and 1 mother, consisted of 3 pillars representing the progeny and 1 embodying the matriarch. Moreover, in order to dismantle the core, one must first eliminate the 3 subsidiary pillars, ultimately culminating in the destruction of the primary ice column, which, however, is no simple task. As time elapses, the 4 ice pillars vanish, and the expanse of the extreme northern land begins to rapidly expand, with frigid air rising swiftly. Initially clear, the skies over this desolate region are soon enveloped by ominous clouds, and snowflakes begin to fall, growing increasingly dense, obscuring the sun and diminishing visibility within the severe blizzard that descends upon the extreme north. Chapter 16 transforms the extreme north into a forbidden zone. Yet, this is not the end. The ground begins to tremble, not just in one location, but throughout the entirety of the extreme northern expanse. Gale winds howl, whipping up fierce gusts. In a nearby mountain range, the tremors intensify, and an ice column emerges above it, piercing the summit, where a blue-patterned magical array is inscribed. A veil of snow and mist cloaks the mountain, rendering it nearly illusory. From afar, its true nature remains obscured. At the mountain's base, 6 swords plunge into the ground, vanishing into thin air after a mere 3 seconds. Within the mountain, a vast space emerges, fraught with peril, generating sprawling thickets of icy thorns. Numerous creatures arise, none of which belong to the realm of soul beasts. Each emanates an elemental aura, representing various elemental forms. The ice column transforms into a radiant beacon, surrounded by an intricate lattice of arcane chains. Furthermore, the extreme northern region continues its metamorphosis, rapidly expanding at its core, much to the astonishment of all soul beasts present. Above, a colossal ice pillar rises majestically into the heavens, accompanied by the emergence of towering spires. Certain areas of the land of extreme winds are also shrouded in icy mist, as if the snow has been imbued with some essence, rendering it even more solid and unyielding. The surrounding spiritual energy surges, increasing 100-fold, leading to dire consequences for soul masters seeking the soul beasts, as they are swiftly engulfed by the relentless snowfall. The temperature plummets to an extreme low, making it impossible for even divine beings to tread upon this land. Now entirely cloaked in snow and ice, 3 ice pillars stand at the periphery, one at the mountain's base, another at its peak, and a third midway up its slope. The inner and adjacent outer regions are profoundly affected by the encroaching ice and snow, while the sky, once transformed, returns to a semblance of normalcy. Following the establishment of these 3 ice pillars, the extreme north has become a realm of bitter cold, a veritable forbidden zone for humanity. As the extreme north transforms into a no-man's land for humankind, other factions remain restless. At Shrek Academy, Moon, reclining in a chair with closed eyes, opens his dull gaze toward the north. It appears to be a season of turmoil. As something significant seems to have transpired in the extreme north, has there been yet another upheaval among the soul beasts? The environment there appears to have grown increasingly tempestuous. This is not a favorable development for humanity. It appears that the far north is undergoing some transformation. In the starry forest, many formidable beasts have sensed the alterations in the far north, yet few dare to approach. Emperor Tian also ventured to investigate. But as soon as he utilized the spatial blade to transport himself to the outskirts, he was swept away by the fierce winds of the far north. Ultimately returning to the starry forest, Emperor Tian, what transpired in the far north? Inquired by Ji, a beast trusted by Emperor Tian. Sighing, Emperor Tian shook his head with a bitter expression and replied, I do not know. As soon as I entered with my spatial power, I was whisked away by the wind. I can only imagine how perilous the far north has become. Perhaps the Snow Empress possesses some methods left by the former ice god. Upon hearing that the far north had become exceedingly dangerous, the beasts were taken aback. And the king of all beasts remarked, Emperor Tian, is the Snow Empress planning to transform the far north into a forbidden zone? The mere mention of a forbidden zone startled the beasts, for such places are known to be fraught with danger. Typically, these zones are associated with humans. But from Emperor Tian's words, it was clear that this location is even more treacherous. While the native creatures residing there may be safe, any intruder would surely meet their demise. I have witnessed the boundless expanse, where snowflakes dance like a view from above, obscuring all. The current far north has truly become an unparalleled forbidden zone. Not only humans, but even I would not dare linger there. His words left the beasts in contemplative silence. While this may not bode well, it significantly diminishes the combat strength of humanity. One cannot help but wonder about the current prowess of the Snow Empress. Emperor Tian felt a sense of anticipation. After all, the far north becoming a forbidden zone restricts the path for ice element soul masters, especially after level 30, where possibilities dwindle. The outermost regions are inhabited by soul beasts aged 10 to 100 years, while 1,000-year soul beasts have already fallen within the realm of adverse influence, rendering successful hunts virtually impossible. If even 1,000-year soul beasts are beyond reach, one can only imagine the futility of pursuing 10,000 or 100,000-year soul beasts. In the evil demon forest, an unparalleled beast awakened from slumber. The second-ranked evil emperor gazed towards the far north. The far north seems intriguing. Emperor Tian, I wonder what expression you wear. Snow Empress, I am curious about your current strength. In the ocean, a colossal whale, long concealed in the depths, opened its crimson eyes and gradually surfaced, creating massive waves as it broke the surface. Its gaze, too, turned towards the far north, pondering what changes had occurred there. However, the transformations in the far north hold little relevance for itself. As the words fell, the colossal whale once again submerged into the profound depths of the ocean. At this moment, the Douluo continent was engulfed in tumultuous change, captivating the attention of countless formidable human beings. No one anticipated that the frenzied onslaught of the extreme northern soul beasts signified that the northern region would transform into a desolate wasteland. Amidst this upheaval, the soul beasts of the northern region reveled in the joy of their burgeoning numbers, basking in exuberant delight. Before long, the northern region had reached a state of complete transformation, a realm blanketed in boundless ice and snow, beset by relentless storms. The frost remained unyielding throughout the year. The elemental forces of heaven and earth intensified, and the power of the laws enveloped the core area, albeit confined within its innermost sanctum. As the dust settled, many ferocious beasts found themselves ill-suited to this new reality, retreating to their respective domains, leaving only the Snow King, Little White, the Ice Emperor, and the Snow Empress behind. The Snow Empress briefly elucidated matters to Little White, initially harboring a desire to strike out, spurred by Little White's inquiry regarding whether to address her as grandmother or grandfather. Ultimately, it took considerable effort to clarify the misunderstanding. Yet, they soon found themselves ensnared in another dilemma: who would serve as Huo Yuhao's third martial soul? Considering there was only one martial soul position available, while the remaining slot was intended for a soul ring. Naturally, both the Ice Goddess and the Ice Emperor Scorpion epitomized the pinnacle of ice and snow martial souls, and in terms of lineage, both belonged to the bloodline of the Ice God. If one were to compare their bloodlines, the Titan Snow Demon King would certainly pale in comparison to the Ice Goddess and the Ice Emperor Scorpion. However, if we were to assess their current strengths, the Ice Emperor would undoubtedly find himself outmatched by the Snow Empress, with the Snow Empress boasting nearly 700,000 years of power against the Ice Emperor's nearly 400,000 years. The answer was glaringly evident. The Snow Empress was immensely more formidable. Shui, I believe I am the more suitable choice. Since the Rain Shin of another world is me, and this world is also me, there is no issue. Yuxuan, I am the one and only from the Ice Emperor Scorpion clan, and the advantages I can offer you are undoubtedly numerous. Choose me. Binger, there is no need to contest over the martial soul position for my sake. In the end, we shall all become Yuxuan's soul rings. Actually, would you consider becoming soul spirits? Huo Yuhao sudden proposition rendered the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor momentarily speechless. Soul spirits, originally conceived in another world through the research of Ilex, were destined to replace soul rings after 10,000 years. However, even soul spirits merely accelerated the demise of soul beasts, as the method for creating them was not yet perfected. It was also due to Tang San's machinations surrounding the Snow Empress's inner core that led to her sacrifice for Huo Yuhao. Although it could be said that in this lifetime, without Alex's assistance, the challenges faced by oneself would not be as manageable as before for the teacher. Perhaps this would ultimately prove to be a fortuitous development. Perhaps the world is not the same. To save oneself, one might burn the last remnants of their consciousness. This method, while indeed remarkable, could lead to dire consequences if it falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives. The incident involving the sea princess serves as a simple illustration of this. However, Huo Yuhao does not intend to employ such a method with the soul. Instead, she seeks to make significant improvements to the souls depicted in her book, rendering them far more convenient than their predecessors. Yuhao, I recall that the concept of the soul was proposed by your otherworldly mentor, Alex, yet it seems that you have not encountered him in this realm, remarked a companion. Huo Yuhao nodded, affirming, indeed, in this lifetime, Alex does not exist. He was intended to be my teacher in the course of my original destiny. In this life, I shall forge my own path. Beyond the edge of the extreme northern lands, a figure clad in a black robe stood silently, gazing into the icy mist that shrouded the desolate expanse. The man possessed long, flowing silver hair that danced in the wind, adorned with a golden crown that exuded an air of authority. He wore a fitted black ensemble accented with golden threads, complemented by a voluminous robe of black and red, enhancing his aura of mystery and elegance. In his left hand, he wielded a black longsword, while his right grasped an enigmatic black staff, taller than himself, adorned with golden armor that imparted a formidable presence. His chiseled features were striking, with piercing eyes, a prominent nose, and thick black brows, rendering him exceptionally handsome. He stood there, seemingly awaiting something. A sigh escaped his lips as he uttered a few words. At that moment, two figures materialized behind him, Long Haochen and Sheng Kair, who had also ventured into this realm for reasons of their own. Before him stood the silver-haired man, the god of necromancy, the cataclysm of the undead, Ilex. He had devoted his life to teaching 3 disciples, one of whom was mentioned by Huo Yuhao, a reincarnated being. Endowed with the memories of a previous existence, he yearned to rectify certain regrets. Due to certain changes in circumstances, he found his soul intertwined with Long Haochen. Arriving in a world reminiscent of the past, Long Haochen and his companions had already offered their assistance, rendering his own intervention unnecessary. His foremost objective was to locate his disciple from a previous life, resolutely determined to prevent him from descending the path of becoming a puppet. Master, Haochen, Kair, what brings you here? Long Haochen inquired. Master, in recent days, after imparting the knowledge of old, you have incessantly mentioned these 2 names. I am curious to know who they truly are. Who? Ilyich chuckled bitterly, responding, they are but a fool toyed with by fate. I have taught you enough. This realm is somewhat different from the holy demon continent. I have traversed it once, and I have shared my experiences with you. I too seek him. Within the eternal tower lies my essence. I have entrusted it to you, and there are those who will protect you. Should peril arise, you may contact me through the eternal tower. Long Haochen nodded, affirming, I understand, Master. Please take care. With that, Long Haochen and Saint Kair departed from the location. With a grip on the sun and moon, I stand unparalleled in this world. In the heavens and the earth, no one can contest my supremacy. Who dares to obstruct me in this dominion? A fool may attempt to slay the heavens in vain. The blood-stained path wilts, leaving flowers to wither. Yet the remnants of souls continue to reign over the world. Returning to Huo Yuhao, it was ultimately decided that the Snow Empress would take the lead. However, the Ice Goddess' martial soul required a slight enhancement. Infusing the essence of the Ice God, along with the principles of ice, it would evolve into a new martial soul. The Snow Empress gazed at Huo Yuhao, stating, Now, my dear Xin I shall begin. Huo Yuhao, seated upon an icy lotus, nodded in affirmation, I am ready. Snow Empress. The Snow Empress released a layer of her essence, merging swiftly with the Ice Goddess core in Huo Yuhao's grasp, simultaneously infusing a trace of the ice principle. To a significant extent, it transformed beyond the original ice element, embodying the very laws of ice, which are but one aspect of the grand principles. The Snow Empress commenced her fusion with Huo Yuhao, channeling her essence into the soulless ice. In an instant, the soulless ice transformed into something tangible. The Snow Empress was eager to witness the outcome of this new experiment. At that moment, Huo Yuhao's originally crimson eyes transformed into a brilliant blue, and her white hair cascaded like snowflakes, pure and immaculate. The cold wind tousled her locks, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Surrounding her were 2 azure dragon souls, flanking her sides. A dazzling ice crown, radiating a brilliant blue light, adorned her head. The surrounding snow and ice gravitated towards her, silently suspended in the air. Her attire morphed as well, now clad in a long ice-blue gown imbued with an ancient charm, complemented by a sword sheath at her waist. Upon closer inspection, she resembled a formidable ice mountain swordswoman, adorned with white and blue embellishments. Her skin as pale as snow, maintaining the visage of an 11-year-old. Furthermore, mastering the principles of the ice path, the quality is remarkably formidable, far surpassing that of all ice martial souls in the Douluo continent. It appears that success has been achieved, Master. This Hitrina, seemingly unaware of its name, possesses its own ice law and power, with the two dragon souls embodying its strength. Not only that, but Anslur has also contributed its might, alongside the fusion of the bloodlines of the Snow Empress and the Ice God, resulting in a martial soul that boasts a harmonious balance of speed, defense, attack, and power. Huo Yuhao remarked, given the comprehensive nature of this martial soul, how about naming her the Ice and Snow Goddess? She derived one character each from the Ice Dragon King Anslur and the Snow Empress, thus designating the martial soul as the Ice and Snow Goddess. Chapter 17. Fusion. Neither the Snow Empress nor Hitrina raised any objections, and thus it was settled that Huo Yuhao's third martial soul would be provisionally named the Ice and Snow Goddess. Subsequently, Huo Yuhao took a seat, while the Snow Empress gradually approached her, half squatting. After all, for Huo Yuhao, the Snow Empress currently towered over him significantly. The Snow Emperor, however, remains indifferent to such matters, desiring only to fully confer its power upon you, Yuhao. Assisting Yuhao in becoming ever more formidable is its sole purpose. Moreover, upon becoming a spirit, the Snow Empress naturally reaps numerous benefits, significantly enhancing her own prowess. With a gentle gesture, the Snow Empress extended her jade-like hand, caressing the cheek of Huo Yuhao, allowing a portion of primordial energy to gradually flow from her being into Huo Yuhao's body. Within her, the icy elements began to circulate with the Snow Empress's primordial force, the power of ice and snow coursing through her veins, while the stellar core commenced its rotation, and the icy laws of the world tree began to disseminate within. For Huo Yuhao, this represented a substantial enhancement. Bearing the bloodline of the world tree, coupled with her unique physique due to the stellar core, she was unlike ordinary individuals. Were a common person to be subjected to the formidable power of the Snow Empress, a beast of 700,000 years, combined with the might of the Ice Emperor, a beast of 400,000 years, they would likely succumb under the strain, their bodies unable to withstand such overwhelming force. The Snow Empress, when becoming one soul spirit, would originally bestow 4 soul rings. However, the remaining soul rings have already been predetermined, with the 3rd and 4th soul rings designated for Xiaobai and Atai. In the original work, when the Snow Empress transforms into her own spirit, it necessitates the assistance of a spirit master of the mental attribute to facilitate the soul beast's evolution into a spirit. Huo Yuhao's improved spirit is remarkable, having gained a life and death contract, during which the soul beast truly attains eternal life. Unlike previous spirits, this one does not lose its inherent combat prowess. As the soul master grows stronger, the spirit evolves in tandem. However, this comes at a cost. Neither party may betray the other, for betrayal results in the demise of the transgressor, while the spirit remains unscathed. Beneath Huo Yuhao and the Snow Empress, a mystical array gradually materializes, forging a wondrous connection between them. An ethereal aura envelopes both figures, akin to a translucent membrane of light, within which indescribable energy simmers. This connection seems to tether them together, rendering the Snow Empress's form increasingly ephemeral, almost insubstantial. Her originally pale body now undergoes a profound transformation, infused with the power of the Snow Empress, altering her features and appearance dramatically. As time ticks away, an orange-golden soul ring emerges around Huo Yuhao. It is apparent that this soul ring harbors 2 of the Snow Empress's 3 unique abilities. Upon absorbing the Snow Empress's immense power, Huo Yuhao remains silent, treating the excruciating pain as inconsequential. Such as the resilience of Yuhuan's body, even the soul rings of Emperor Tian would struggle to overwhelm her. It is prudent to avoid mentioning that formidable black dragon. The name alone is disconcerting, as the fusion nears its conclusion. Huo Yuhao has fully absorbed the Snow Empress's primordial power, resulting in the latter transforming into a spirit within Huo Yuhao consciousness. The world tree and star core are also perceived by the Snow Empress. This marks the emergence of Xian'er's second martial soul, an astonishingly vast entity. Although the Snow Empress anticipated such a scenario, the reality of it took her by surprise. After a period, Huo Yuhao successfully assimilates the immense power of the Snow Empress's soul ring. 2 to 3 days later, she restores herself to peak condition before absorbing the Ice Emperor's soul ring. This endeavor yields significant rewards, granting her a third martial soul along with 2 fierce beast soul rings. Her strength has significantly increased. During this period, Huo Yuhao has only experienced half a month. Yet her soul power has already ascended to the 24th level. The Eye of Void has accepted the sacrifice of a 30,000-year-old soul beast, relying on soul spirits. Now Huo Yuhao possesses 4 soul spirits. The second soul ring of the Eye of Void originates from a soul beast endowed with both mental and ice attributes, known as the Ice Whirlwind Xinghuan. This creature embodies the essence of ice and wind, not merely due to its mental attributes, but because it possesses a unique ability known as the diffusion of bare flame. Similar to the powers of the martial god Douluo Xianliner and her martial spirit, the Azure Flame Dragon, this ability underwent a mutation upon becoming her soul ring, now termed Void Diffusion, allowing for area damage dissemination. Within its range, all matter, except for humans, will be gradually eroded, inflicting both petrification and mental damage upon foes. The petrification effect applies wind elements to enemies, causing them to sustain wind damage for a duration of 1 minute. Moreover, the greater the number of foes affected, the longer the duration and intensity of the petrification. Although it cannot exceed 3 minutes, it is indeed a formidable soul skill, reducing defenses and inflicting continuous damage, significantly impacting adversaries. However, its sole drawback is its vulnerability to being easily dispelled by control-breaking soul skills. After meticulously attuning to her soul skill, Huo Yuhao stretched lazily and turned to Luying, saying, "Luying, my dear, we should be on our way." "All right, Xing, hold on tight," came the reply. A platinum-colored mech materialized before them, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Huo Yuhao mounted Sam, soaring directly over the extreme northern lands. A minute later, Huo Yuhao landed at the edge of the extreme north. Upon encountering Ilex, she felt an eerie familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Ilex was startled by Luying's sudden arrival but soon regained his composure. Observing Huo Yuhao and Luying, he pondered, how peculiar. There is a strangely familiar aura emanating from this young girl. "Hello, old man. Who are you waiting for here?" Huo Yuhao inquired. Ilex regarded her with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, but decided to remain curious. "I am here awaiting someone. I wonder, young ladies, what brings you here?" "Not long ago, an anomaly occurred in this place. It is rather unsafe." Unbeknownst to Ilex, the instigators of all this turmoil were the seemingly fragile girls before him. "Old man, I am quite powerful. There is no danger," Luying confidently asserted. "May I ask where you 2 young friends are headed?" Ilex inquired with a warm smile. "We aren't going anywhere in particular. We are curious about whom you are waiting for, and we do not know your names, sir." "I am Huo Yuhao, and this is Luying." Ilex suddenly gazed at Huo Yuhao and Luying with astonishment, lingering on Huo Yuhao for a few extra seconds. Is this how the threads of destiny are woven together? Perhaps I ponder that in this life, we might never have crossed paths. I wonder how my fated apprentice is faring now, and if they have, like me, returned to their origins. Ilex gazed at Huo Yuhao with astonishment, an unsettling familiarity stirring within him, as he tentatively inquired, "Sir, have we met before?" Ilex replied with a knowing smile, "Indeed, we have crossed paths in a previous life. In that existence, I was known as Ilex, or you may refer to me as the Saint of Necromancy, the Cataclysm of the Undead, Ilex." Huo Yuhao's expression transformed, shock evident as she stared at Ilex, exclaiming, "You are Ilex. It appears you have been reborn." Shaking her head, Huo Yuhao responded earnestly, "Not quite. He is my mentor from another realm, distinct from my own identity. In that life, his existence was burdened, and ultimately, he gained nothing." She produced a tome and elucidated, "It is not that I know, but rather he knows himself." Upon finishing her words, Ilex comprehended that the Huo Yuhao before him was not the original. Yet they shared a common identity, merely altered by gender and martial spirit. Nevertheless, he recognized that this Douluo continent differed from the one he had known, laden with anomalies. The established trajectory had diverged into chaos. For instance, he was meant to encounter Huo Yuhao, yet instead found himself alongside Long Haochen. Then, Yuhao, does the resentment in your heart linger? Resentment? Huo Yuhao understood that Ilex referred to her grievances with the Duke of the White Tiger. She acknowledged that such feelings had never vanished. It exists, perpetually. They have sinned, and thus, this cause and effect has been established. regardless of their growth. I shall pursue this to the bitter end, she declared solemnly. The so-called cause and effect between the Duke of the White Tiger and Huo Yuhao had already taken root, unless resolved. The ensuing consequences could not be undone. Huo Yuhao possessed the ability to sever ties, but the Duke of the White Tiger could not. Very well. Where do you intend to go now? I shall journey to the Sun-Moon Empire, for Shrek Academy and the three nations of Douluo are intertwined with Tang San. I do not wish to repeat the past. All right then, will you still become my disciple in this life? At this question, Huo Yuhao fell into silence. The thought of acknowledging him as her master had lingered in her mind. Yet, given the alterations in this world, she hesitated to involve Ilex. As her future endeavors would be manifold, Ilex, perceiving Huo Yuhao's apprehensions, reassured her, "Child, there is no need to concern yourself with me. I understand your reservations. I do not wish to repeat the fate of my previous life, where my essence was scattered for your sake, as subtle intentions, of course, could not escape the keen perception of a formidable being like, who had endured for centuries. He was acutely aware of his fate. Yet, he bore no resentment towards the youthful boy of the past. Rather, he lamented his own lack of strength, which had prevented him from safeguarding him. Declared, "Very well. In this lifetime, I shall once again be your disciple, master." Presently, found himself surrounded by 2 women and 1 man, a solitary male apprentice, which seemed quite satisfactory. After all, his legacy would continue, would inherit his sacred law of the undead, while would take on the mantle of the Son of Light. On their journey to the began to recount the experiences of the years past. His memories, particularly those following his rebirth had turned the Douluo universe into a veritable paradise for her. Although understood that he was not, he still yearned to rectify the regrets of his previous life. In the capital of within a conference room at the Royal Soul Master Academy, paced restlessly, awaiting someone. Naturally, he was anticipating the arrival of. Not long ago, the Brazen had displayed a character akin to that of his teacher. Despite being of considerable age, he still resorted to notifying parents and sought the attention of regarding that girl, wishing for her return to be delayed, the longer the better. Deciding it unwise to remain idle, he opted to step outside to wait, lest the old curmudgeon snatch her away. With that thought, he made his way to the entrance of the Royal Soul Master Academy. "Oh, Master, what are you waiting for?" Approached with a cheeky grin. "What brings you here?" "As the Master, my days are filled with countless responsibilities. Do I need to report my waiting to you?" "Naturally not, Master. However, I am currently on break, and you have no authority over me. Furthermore, the teacher mentioned that once returns, you should take her to see him. Of course, if you find it troublesome, I could take on that task, as the teacher also said that who accompanies her is of little consequence, as long as she goes." S expression faltered, and he retorted with an air of disdain, "That is not your concern. Besides, the sun is quite fierce. It is inappropriate for such a frail figure to be out in this heat. We cannot have you perishing under the sun." Observing sardonic tone, inwardly cursed his misfortune. Indeed, as Xin Ziwen had anticipated, though Jing Hongqian appeared to possess feeble strength, he was, in truth, a cunning and treacherous individual, concealing daggers behind a smile. A few robust men arrived, tasked with escorting our esteemed researcher, Xin Ziwen, who was purportedly unwell, back to the Mingda Hall of the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon. Before long, several burly figures lifted Xin Ziwen effortlessly. "I'm not ill. Release me at once, or I shall not let this matter rest," he protested. Yet, Jing Hongqian feigned excitement, exclaiming, "Behold, our greatest researcher," so overwhelmed with emotion that he might injure his lungs. "Quickly, return him." The 3 men assured him, "Do not worry. Hall Master, with us, the Hu brothers, Xian Laosher will be returned safely." They swiftly hoisted Xin Ziwen away, their speed so remarkable that Jing Hongqian barely had time to react. With a mix of satisfaction and envy, Jing Hongqian remarked, "Truly, the people of our Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy are impressively swift." Casting a lingering glance at the disappearing figure of Xin Ziwen, he scoffed, "Even if you, Kong Deming, hold a higher status than I, what of it? You are not the one to challenge me. It shall take you a century to even consider it." Although Kong Deming had requested that he bring back Huo Yuhao to meet him, he had not specified a time, leaving room for opportunity. Who could fathom what schemes that old codger was concocting? As the most powerful soul mentor of the Sun and Moon Empire, he would undoubtedly recognize Huo Yuhao's extraordinary talent and likely take her as his disciple. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Jing Hongqian's ears, one he had long awaited. "Hall Master." It was none other than Huo Yuhao, accompanied by Lu Ying and Ilex. "Yuhao, you have finally returned," he greeted, casting his gaze towards Ilex and Luing. The oppressive aura emanating from Ilex was akin to standing before a towering mountain, rendering Jing Hongchen as insignificant as a speck of dust. Ilex's presence seemed to embody an invisible force of nature, highlighting Jing Hongchen's own insignificance. Before Ilex, his confidence and pride were thoroughly diminished, and he recognized the vast chasm that lay between them, akin to the distance between stars and mere dust, an insurmountable divide. With a tremor in his voice, Jing Hongchen struggled to regain his composure, attempting to appear less flustered. The immense pressure from Ilex left him feeling utterly powerless. Ilex spoke, his voice imbued with the weight of ages. "I apologize. I am known as Ilex, a name many have long forgotten. It is acceptable for me to take this girl as my disciple, is it not? Additionally, please arrange for me a place to stay, should any troubles arise. The heavens may lend a hand." Electrolux decided to administer a mild reprimand, considering that Jing Hongchen had repeatedly harbored malicious intentions towards Huo Yuhao. Jing Hongchen was taken aback. Huo Yuxian had returned with a formidable ally, one who was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, she regained her composure and warmly welcomed Electrolux. After a brief exchange of words, Electrolux took his leave. Huo Yuxian introduced Luing, noting that her strength might surpass that of Jing Hongchen prior to her arrival. Initially met with skepticism, how strong could a mere 14-year-old be? The doubts were swiftly dispelled when they found themselves thoroughly bested by Lu Ying's mecha. It became evident that Huo Yuxian had brought back no ordinary individual. However, such details were insignificant in light of the substantial enhancement to our combat prowess within the Sun Moon Empire. Once all preparations were complete, Huo Yuxian accompanied Jing Hongchen to a particular destination. "Master, where are we headed?" she inquired. "Someone wishes to meet you. Just follow me," came the reply. "Who wishes to meet me?" she pressed. "You will know upon arrival," was the enigmatic response. As Huo Yuxian and Jing Hongchen soared through the skies with the aid of a flying soul guide, they effortlessly conversed amidst the clouds. Before long, they reached their destination, gently descending before a solemn edifice known as the Hall of Offering. The grand structure bore the bold inscription Hall of Offering in striking red letters. Situated not far from the Sun Moon Imperial Palace, this building, established within the Imperial City, was in close proximity to the palace, ensuring that any attack on the palace would prompt immediate notification to the Hall of Offering. Within the hall, one would find soul masters of a caliber far superior to the average 9th-level soul master, with the added significance of housing 10 such masters in total. Among them, 9 were 9th-level soul masters, while one stood as a 10th-level soul master. This was undoubtedly one of the most critical locations within the Sun Moon Empire. The hall itself was resplendent, constructed from soul guides, boasting defenses surpassing even those of the Royal Soul Master Academy. Upon entering, Huo Yuxian and Jing Hongchen were reminded by Jing Hongchen that, given Huo Yuxian's lively disposition, she might inadvertently cause a ruckus. Upon reaching the door of Kong Deming's office, Jing Hongchen opened it. "Come in," a hoarse yet venerable voice beckoned from within. They stepped inside to find an elder seated regally behind a grand desk, clad in a vibrant red robe adorned with intricate golden patterns. He exuded an air of both dignity and mystery. Though his hair and beard had turned silver, his gaze remained sharp. "Kong Lao, I have brought her," Jing Hongchen announced. Kong Deming nodded slightly and replied gravely, "I am already aware. You may take your leave." "Leave?" Jing Hongchen was taken aback. Was his sole purpose to escort Huo Yuxian? "You should leave quickly," came the urging response. Jing Hongchen departed directly, ostensibly leaving, yet in reality, she crouched behind the door, eavesdropping. However, the scene was now left with only Huo Yuxian and Kong Deming. Huo Yuxian gazed vacantly at Kong Deming. His demeanor was strikingly different when in public compared to when alone. His expression swiftly softened from its previous sternness to one of warmth and kindness. Kong Deming gently addressed Huo Yuxian, saying, "I apologize for startling you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kong Deming. But you may also refer to me as Grandfather Kong or Old Kong. I have a great-granddaughter named Kong Xia, whom you should be acquainted with." "Are you referring to Sister Xia?" Huo Yuxian asked tentatively. Kong Deming nodded and replied, "Since you are familiar with her, that simplifies matters. I am the Grand Priest of this Temple of Offerings within the Empire of Sun and Moon, and I am renowned as the father of soul mentors in this realm. Young lady, it is a pleasure to meet you. Given your extraordinary talents, I would like you to become my disciple. It has been quite some time since I have taken on a student." Huo Yuxian was taken aback, and even Jing Hongchen outside was equally astonished. "Wait. I have only recently pledged myself to Ilex. How is it that another elder wishes to take me on as a disciple? Yet, Jing Hongchen remained outside, feeling a mix of anticipation and disdain for the shamelessness of the old man. Huo Yuhao stared blankly at Kong Deming, recalling that Yilex had once mentioned she was not of this world. If someone were to invite her to be their disciple, she could accept, but her character required scrutiny. She must not end up like a certain teacher who possessed neither theoretical knowledge nor strength, relying solely on their disciples. Nonetheless, Kong Deming exhibited a commendable temperament. Had their positions not diverged, he might have been the one most likely to achieve divinity. However, he was also among the strongest echelon, as in the original narrative. He was capable of overpowering even the limit Douluo with his super Douluo strength. As she pondered, the door was suddenly kicked open by Jing Hongchen. Kong Lao. This seems a bit out of order, Jing Hongchen bravely remarked. Order? What order? I am the order, Master Hongchen. Why have you not departed yet? How dare you poach my find? Isn't it customary to respect the order of arrival, Kong Lao? After all, I encountered him first. Jing Hongchen stood her ground. Very well. Kong Lao, if you wish to accept him, I have no objections, Jing Hongchen conceded, her face displaying the marks of defeat. Initially, it was manageable until Kong Deming exclaimed. Xiner, have you never witnessed a battle between soul mentors? Today, you shall bear witness. Before Jing Hongchen could react, he pulled her into an open area for combat. Afterward, Kong Deming provided her with a rationale. If she could defeat him or surpass him in the art of soul tools, he would no longer interfere. Jing Hongchen inwardly cursed. Who in the Sun Moon Empire could possibly rival him? Additionally, he was the first 10th level soul mentor on the entire continent who could hope to surpass him. Only Huo Yuhao might one day exceed Kong Deming, but that was still far in the future. Before their departure, she had also communicated this dilemma to Yilex, who had agreed. In our journey through life, we will encounter many who guide us. We need not confine ourselves to a single teacher. As long as we keep them in our hearts, it suffices, and we need not remain unwavering. Kong Deming turned his gaze upon Huo Yuhao and inquired, So, do you wish to become my disciple? With a respectful bow, Huo Yuhao replied, I would be honored, Master. I am Huo Yuhao, your disciple. Kong Deming was overjoyed to accept such an exceptionally gifted disciple, lifting his spirits immensely. Meanwhile, Jing Hongchen wore a mournful expression, lamenting, You, Kong Deming, have taken my granddaughter as your disciple. How shameless of you. You already have a remarkably gifted great-granddaughter. What is adding another count for? Moreover, he yearned to discover a worthy successor. Achieving his level of mastery was not merely a matter of formidable strength, but rather the necessity of finding an individual capable of inheriting his legacy. Xin Ziwen, alas, possessed commendable talent, yet he would never attain the rank of a 10th level soul mentor, only managing to surpass the average 9th level soul mentor by a slight margin. Elevating him to his own caliber would be an undue strain. As for Kong Xia, while her aptitude was commendable, she was ill-suited to be a soul mentor. She would be more fittingly aligned with a harmonious blend of pure soul master and soul mentor. In contrast to others, Huo Yuhao is exceptionally suited to be a soul mentor. Kong Deming has learned from Jing Hongchen that her Void Eye and World Tree are almost tailor-made for the role of a soul mentor. However, the world believes that a 10th level soul mentor represents the pinnacle of soul tools. Yet, Kong Deming understands that even if he were to achieve the status of a 10th level soul mentor, he would still not be among the most formidable entities on the Douluo continent. Even among limit Douluos, there exist varying tiers of strength. With his current prowess, he could manage to contend with some titled Douluos from Shrek Academy, but facing demigod-level beings would be an insurmountable challenge. During the Holy War of yesteryears, there were several demigod-level powerhouses, and in the present Douluo continent, those who have attained demigod status are indeed formidable. He aspires to traverse the path beyond the 10th level soul mentor, dedicating his life to this pursuit, yet it remains elusive. In Huo Yuhao, perhaps he can glimpse the possibility of reaching that coveted realm, as if he has caught a glimpse of the shadow of that ultimate state. Moreover, she possesses a striking beauty. However, there is one notable aspect, the surname Huo. Kong Deming grasped the significance of this character. If one were to assert that the Huo family is quite renowned in the Douluo continent, it would also be true that few are aware of the terrifying power they wield. This is particularly true for the Huo family of the Heavenly Spirit Empire, whose members predominantly possess eye-based martial souls. Yet, several years ago, the family endured a tragic incident that claimed numerous lives. Presently, the Huo family consists of merely 5 individuals, with one, named Huo Yuhao, having mysteriously vanished decades ago. Information gathered by Jing Hongchen suggests that Huo Yuhao's mother is indeed named Huo Yuhao. The nature of their connection remains to be explored, and I shall discuss this matter with Hongchen later. Confronting gently assisted Huo Yuhao to her feet, and subsequently produced a delicately crafted box, smiling as he addressed her. My dear disciple, since you have chosen to become my apprentice, allow this gift to serve as a token of our first meeting. Both Huo Yuhao and Jing Hongchen could not help but gaze at the exquisite box. In a swift motion, Confronting opened it, revealing a slender and intricately designed carving knife. The knife shimmered in shades of purple and blue, its blade adorned with numerous intricate runes that resembled ancient codes, densely etched upon its surface. Surrounding the knife was an enigmatic aura of destructive energy that subtly pulsed, evoking an otherworldly ambience. Huo Yuhao was unfamiliar with this carving knife, as her current knowledge was limited to those discussed in class. Her exposure had been minimal. In contrast, Jing Hongchen, with his extensive knowledge, recognized the knife immediately. He had studied carving knives extensively, and this particular one was exceedingly familiar to him. It was the destruction carving knife. Jing Hongchen gazed at the knife in Confronting's hand with astonishment. It ranked third among the renowned carving knives. A fine carving knife is coveted by countless soul masters, and the prestige of a ranked carving knife is beyond compare. Confronting presented a remarkable artifact known as the frost-bound engraving knife, imbued with the essence of destruction. When inscribing runes upon a soul guide array, it allows the soul mentor to determine whether to infuse the soul guide with destructive attributes. This exquisite engraving knife ranks third among its peers in the realm of destruction. I was utterly astonished that old Kong bestowed such a formidable tool upon you. My dear girl, I had never managed to procure it from him myself. Hehe. Confronting directly placed the destruction knife into Huo Yuhao's hands, stating, the right gift belongs to the right person. Disciple, I am aware of your dual martial souls with this engraving knife. I hope you will grow ever stronger in your future journey as a soul mentor. Of course, for some individuals, such a gift would be a monumental waste. Confronting cast a knowing glance at Jing Hongchen, as if to imply, do not hide, it is indeed you. Jing Hongchen's lips twitched, clutching herself in mock indignation. Feeling utterly bullied. Thank you, master, Huo Yuhao graciously expressed, adhering to the customary etiquette. Confronting felt his heart warm at her acknowledgement. He produced a token and handed it to Huo Yuhao, saying, Yuhao, take care of this token. You will need it to visit me in the future. It is also required to access my personal soul guide research facility. When you come to my next class, I shall escort you there. Henceforth, whenever you wish to venture there, you may do so. By the way, when you present this token, many will recognize it. Huo Yuhao gazed at the golden token, upon which striking red characters proclaimed it to be the Grand Worship token. Listening to this conversation, Jing Hongchen nearly questioned his own existence. The Soul Guide research facility for level 10 soul mentors was typically reserved for himself and a select few advanced level 9 soul mentors. Even Jing Hongchen had only been permitted to observe a handful of times. And now Confronting was suggesting that Huo Yuhao could enter freely. Such a privilege was bound to evoke envy. Moreover, the gift of an engraving knife of such caliber would undoubtedly stir admiration among countless soul mentors. Huo Yuhao, brimming with youthful exuberance, promptly accepted the gift from Confronting. Chapter 19. The Ascendancy of the World. Observing this, Confronting smiled and said, very well, disciple, there is nothing more to attend to, so you may take your leave. Hongchen, please accompany Yuhao out. Return promptly, for I have an important matter to discuss with you. Seeing the serious expression on Confronting's face, Jing Hongchen sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. After swiftly escorting Huo Yuhao back to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy, he returned to Confronting. Master, what is this important matter that necessitates sending Yuhao away? Confronting did not provide an explanation but posed a question instead. Hongchen, are you familiar with the Huo family? Jing Hongchen's expression sharpened as if a thought had struck him, and he inquired, Master Kong, are you referring to the Huo family? There are many families with the surname Huo across the world. The Huo family from the Heavenly Soul Empire is predominantly known for their martial spirits related to axes and eyes. It is said that they have been relatively obscure in recent years. Confronting chuckled lightly. Obscurity is not so simple. Their family possesses martial spirits, which would inevitably link them to a certain sect, the body sect. He continued, though their talents have somewhat dwindled due to past events. This current generation has given rise to several formidable individuals. Confronting handed over a dossier, which bore the title, Heavenly Soul Empire Huo Family. Jing Hongchen opened it to find the following details. Name, Wei Yinzu. Position, Head of the Huo Family. Martial Spirit, Raging Flame. Heaven Axe. Age, Unknown. Soul Power Level, Level 99. Limit. Douluo. Title, Raging Flame. Soul Ring Configuration, yellow. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. Remarks. Given the era, his strength should surpass that of a limit Douluo. Name, Lu Ling. Position, matriarch of the Huo family. Martial spirit. Age, unknown. Soul power level, level 98. Super Douluo title, heavenly eye. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Name, Huo Yuhao. Position, young master of the Huo family. Martial spirit, thunder. Soul divine axe. Eye of light. Age, at least over 200 years. Soul power level, level 97. Super Douluo title, blood axe. Soul ring configuration, thunder. Soul divine axe. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, 2 red. Eye of light. 8 black, 1 red. Remarks. Responsible for significant damage to Shrek several years ago. Each appearance has been marked by bloodshed. His sister, Huo Yuhao, went missing on a rainy night decades ago, and he has been frantically searching ever since, to no avail. Name, Huo Yuhao. Position, young mistress of the Huo family. Martial spirit, unknown. Age, unknown. Soul power level, unknown. Remarks. Currently, no information can be sourced regarding Huo Yuhao's youngest daughter. Upon hearing this information, Jing Hongqian felt a jolt in his heart. For he had dispatched someone to investigate Huo Yuhau's mother, Huo Yuhao, knowing only that she was a woman from the Heavenly Soul Empire who vanished decades ago. The coincidence was striking. However, with many sharing the same surname, it could merely be a coincidence, albeit the timelines aligned perfectly. If she were not a woman from the Heavenly Soul Empire, it would be one thing, but Huo Yuhao was indeed from there. If that were the case, why had Huo Yuhao not? Indeed, Yuxuan had mentioned before that someone was watching over her, preventing her from leaving. Yet, Yuxuan had also shared that her mother had spoken of an uncle named Huo Yuhao, though she had not elaborated further. Jing Hongqian turned to Kong Dimming and asked, Master Kong, what are your plans? Plans? Everything remains as usual. After all, that girl has already taken me as her master. However, Hongqian, I must convey to her the true information. Do not limit the scope of your investigation. Instead, adopt a broader perspective. I understand, Kong Lao. By the way, there is another matter I wish to inform you of. Jing Hongqian promptly relayed the situation regarding Electra and Luing to Kong Dimming. Amidst the aura of that formidable being, I felt no inclination to resist. Indeed, it was even more potent than the full force you, Kong Lao, have ever unleashed upon me. Moreover, the young girl named Luing, though appearing exceedingly delicate, possesses a mech that surpasses the humanoid soul guiding device we are about to develop in terms of advancement. Kong Dimming was also taken aback by Jing Hongqian's words, astonished to learn that someone had taken Yuxian as a disciple before me. Yet, my acceptance of Yuxian as my apprentice went unimpeded by that powerful individual, suggesting a harmonious rapport devoid of malice. It is best to let things unfold naturally. Since this person is potentially more formidable than I am, they might be a demigod, if not stronger still. Nevertheless, this situation bears no adverse implications for the Sun-Moon Empire. Rather, it holds only benefits. In her dormitory, Huo Yuhao gazed at the world tree in her hands while looking out at the cerulean sky. She had heard from Ansluer that the world tree possesses numerous functions and is multifunctional. It could facilitate the ascension of this realm. Ansluer, can this world tree truly elevate this world? Indeed, Master. If you harbor doubts, you may put it to the test. However, this realm is fraught with uncertainties, and I cannot predict the outcome of such an elevation. Everything remains unknown. The unknown? Perhaps it will add a touch of color to this Douluo continent, making it even more beautiful. In an instant, the world tree in Huo Yuhau's grasp radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, enveloping the entire room in its luminous glow. Gently, she opened the window, and a brilliant beam from the world tree soared into the sky. If anyone were to recognize it, they would see it as a fragment of the world's essence, capable of facilitating its elevation. Unbeknownst to all, the world had already begun its ascension under that radiant light. At that moment, on Douluo Star, the previously sparse spiritual energy transformed into a dense essence with the infusion of that world's essence, significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of soul masters. This boon extended not only to soul masters but also to soul beasts, marking a fortuitous development for both humans and soul beasts alike. However, this was not entirely favorable for both party stances. Simultaneously, the difficulty of attaining divinity was diminished, adding a new challenge for soul masters. Much like soul beasts, they must now endure the tribulation of lightning to breach the 100-level threshold. This heralds a new beginning. Changes are afoot in the Douluo continent. some of which may go unnoticed by the mighty, yet she is capable of perceiving them. At the bottom of the life lake in the Stardo forest, it is intriguing that the Douluo continent has indeed ascended. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen, yet it has significantly aided in my recovery from injuries. Beneath the lake, a colossal silver dragon opened its eyes, seemingly sensing the changes occurring in the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, at a certain location on the continent, a stone tablet was swiftly revived by spiritual energy, revealing a faint inscription. After the moonlit sky, the golden list shall emerge, before vanishing into oblivion. However, this impending tribulation, the thunder calamity, would likely prove insurmountable for Shrek's moon, who may perish beneath its wrath. Conversely, some individuals, such as Shrek Xuanzi, Yan Xiaozhe, and Song Yunji, managed to break through their limits during this tribulation, advancing from level 98 to the ultimate Doa rank without reliance on the Qinquan creation pill brought back by Huo Yuhao, as was the case in the original narrative. At this moment, Shrek Academy boasted 2 ultimate Douluos and 2 super Douluos at level 98. The poison immortal of the body sect also ascended to the ultimate Douluo rank. However, in terms of overall strength, Shrek Academy would likely surpass the body sect. This is partly due to the Huo family being affiliated with the body sect, yet Huo Yanzhu is not part of this lineage, merely a senior of the previous generation. In the Sun Moon Empire, Kong Diming, Jing Hongchen, and Yi Yulan also achieved breakthroughs, reaching the Super Douluo stage. Huo Yuanyu and remained unaware of these developments, still immersed in her training. Recently, she befriended Xie Hongchen and others, with Xie Hongchen finally discovering his sense of self, initially brimming with arrogance. Meng Hongchen cheekily remarked to Xie Hongchen, "Brother, if you happen to be poisoned while sleeping or eating, don't blame me for not warning you." Indeed, he was quite the dutiful brother. Huo Yuanyuan had no objections, and after demonstrating her first soul skill, Xie Hongchen cast aside all previous grievances. Once, I too was merely a youth, until I met someone who revealed the true nature of the world to me. Who could resist an enemy lock-on combined with auto-targeting? It could even be said that Meng Hongchen monopolized the time spent with Huo Yuanyuan, which was quite delightful. Xie Hongchen, how much longer will you be? I still need to train, Huo Yuanyuan sighed, observing Xie Hongchen's ecstatic expression. Indeed, this was a daily occurrence. Suddenly, Meng Hongchen approached, casting a gaze filled with melancholy towards Xie Hongchen, seemingly to say, "Xie Hongchen, you are rather fortunate. You've taken my Yuanyuan away. Brother, Yuanyu, and we'll get tired. You should play alone." Dreaming of the mundane world does not wait for the laughter of the mundane to speak. Holding on to Huo Yushuan's hand, he departed. Shrek Academy has concluded the freshman assessments, marking the end of the trials for the new students. After months of rigorous training, they are finally granted a respite. Nevertheless, in the original competition, it was still Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao who emerged victorious, claiming the championship of this year's freshman assessment. During this contest, numerous prodigious talents surfaced, showcasing 2 pairs of martial soul fusion techniques. In the original narrative, it was only with Huo Yuhao's participation that the martial soul fusion techniques were utilized. In his absence, such phenomena simply did not occur. Moreover, Huo Yuhao's involvement would mean that the extraordinary fusion of the spirit eye and the goddess of light butterfly would not manifest. This also implies the absence of the Haodong power and the withering golden path within the radiance. In the original work, Wang Dong and Huo were pitted against each other in the finals of the first-year assessment, with the Radiance's withering golden path facing the spectral white tiger, captivating the audience and leaving them in awe. However, in this iteration of the freshman finals, without the cooperation of Huo and Wang Dong, they lacked the trump card to confront the spectral white tiger. Yet, a certain individual named Biming stepped forth, turning the tide and securing victory. This time, without the Haodong power provided by Huo, their soul power level is 2 ranks lower than in the original, which may result in a slower ascent to Soul Sovereign. Wang Dong, a person accustomed to privilege, has always been presented with the best opportunities, endowed with a superior constitution. As the beloved little princess of the Haotian sect, she enjoys the finest resources, yet within the sect, she is merely a small princess. Outside, she is not so favored. Among this year's first-year students, there are indeed those with top-tier martial soul potential, yet Wang Dong's soul power level is not particularly remarkable. Throughout her journey, she has encountered numerous formidable soul sovereigns, including a soul master named Biming, who shares the dual martial souls of the Abyssal Sword and the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, both of which are extraordinarily powerful. Additionally, There are other exceptional individuals, such as the martial soul fusion technique of the Lan sisters. This time, 2 pairs of martial soul fusion techniques were displayed, one being the Lan sisters' heavenly net, and the other the fusion technique Netherfire White Tiger by Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. Despite Dai Huabin's martial soul mutation, their fusion technique has become even stronger. Furthermore, there are members of the 9 Treasure Glaze Tile School, among whom several are exceptionally talented. In the dormitory, Wang Dong clutched her blanket tightly, curling up in a ball. Feeling a deep sense of frustration, why must there be such a thing as martial soul fusion techniques? I am so vexed. From every aspect, background, martial soul quality, and innate talent, I should rightfully possess a martial soul fusion technique. Yet, it feels as though something essential is missing, something that seems profoundly significant to me. Beside her, Biming remarked, "Enough, Donger, don't dwell on it too much. In the end, we won, did we not?" Upon hearing Biming's words, Wang Dong felt slightly better, letting out a soft sigh as she replied, "Biming, do you think I am utterly useless? I feel as though I am unable to assist you in the freshman assessment." Merely a bystander in the team, Biming stepped forward, offering words of comfort. "Enough, Donger, do not belittle yourself. Have faith in your abilities. Perhaps you have yet to unveil your true strengths. When the opportunity arises, your martial soul advantages will undoubtedly shine forth. Regardless, with the conclusion of today's freshman assessment, let us indulge in some grilled skewers tonight, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, to help you forget your troubles." "Really? It's a promise then. You are treating us," she replied. Biming chuckled wryly and remarked, "You little glutton." With that, he took his leave. He too was a transmigrator named Biming, who had awakened 2 formidable martial souls, the Sword of Slaughter and the Abyssal Leviathan. Presently, he stood at the rank of level 42, having attained the Soul Master realm at the tender age of 13. In this realm, he encountered not only one but several fellow transmigrators, along with a few familiar classmates. Among them was an exception, Dai Huabin, a transmigrator whom he held in disdain. While he had traversed worlds, he also possessed a system known as the sign-in system, which mandated that he could not sign in at the same location daily and could only do so once every 10 days. Additionally, he had reclaimed his previous life's mobile phone, which alleviated the tedium of this dreary, magic-deprived era, especially since mobile phones had only recently emerged in the legend of the Dragon King. Moreover, he was aware of Dai Huabin's sordid past, revealing him to be a perpetrator of online bullying and a person of despicable character in reality, having even faced incarceration. Yet, there was a silver lining. He treated his parents with great kindness. Moreover, there are actually 2 celestial beings above, yet one of them is temporarily confined within the divine realm. However, here in this place, Tang San is poised to settle accounts, and for that, he frequently visits the infirmary. Though it consumes a considerable amount of gold soul coins, the experience is undeniably exhilarating. In the 20th chapter, the reincarnated auspicious beast seeks a partner. Oh dear, my hand itches again. Perhaps I should go and give Tang San a good thrashing. Meanwhile, within the Stardow Forest, a soul beast clamors for freedom. I want to go out. I yearn for the human realm. If you do not let me escape, I shall perish here. As the imperial auspicious beast, the 3-eyed golden lion, also known as Wang Qiuer, exists independently in this world alongside Tang Wudong and Wang Donger. However, Wang Qiuer's soul remains unscathed by the ravages of Tang San. She possesses a complete soul infused with memories of her past life, fully aware of all the deeds Tang San has committed against Huo Yuhao. She longs to rectify her past regrets, yet she finds herself hindered at every turn by formidable beasts. Regardless, she is determined to break free today at all costs. Moreover, she acquired an extraordinary ability to sense the location of another child of fate, yet remained blind to her true visage. This innate talent served as a personal navigator, the child of fate being none other than Huo Yuhao. The likes of Ditian, Xiangjun, and the king of all beasts found themselves in a state of disarray, at a loss for words to dissuade their ancestor from this notion. This was not merely enhancing the fortune of the starry forest. It was akin to inviting an ancestor into their midst. Ultimately, Ditian acquiesced, albeit after seeking the counsel of one individual. He slowly descended to the depths of the Lake of Life, where a magnificent palace loomed before him, its grandeur breathtakingly beautiful. Ditian knelt respectfully, bowing as he spoke. "My lord, I humbly intrude upon your presence and seek your forgiveness, for I have a matter to discuss with you." A deep voice resonated from within the palace. "Ditian, I am aware of your intentions. Step outside for a moment. I shall converse with the auspicious beast and permit its departure. After all, this is a matter of destiny, and there are others who are also blessed by fate. Dtion's heart trembled profoundly as he replied, "My lord, does this imply that there will be individuals akin to the auspicious beast? Indeed, when the auspicious beast returns next, we shall receive the answers we seek." Only then did Dtion take his leave. Upon his exit, Bai Ji inquired, "Dtion, what did the Lord say?" Dtion shook his head and replied, "Let the auspicious beast go. Hooray! But do not rejoice too soon. The Lord has a few words to impart to you before departing, and I have also prepared something for you." "Oh, understood." The three-headed Chi sighed softly, saying, "Little ancestor, have you contemplated what kind of martial soul you wish to manifest before your departure?" Upon hearing Chi inquiry, the three-eyed golden lion pondered briefly, recalling that in a previous life, he had chosen the martial soul of a golden dragon, a creature endowed with the ultimate power. Moreover, she possesses the illustrious bloodline of the golden dragon, yet tragically fell victim to the machinations of the god king, who sacrificed her to his beloved. Nevertheless, her strength remains inherently limited. However, she harbors the extraordinary attributes of both supreme fire and supreme light. Should she merge these two exceptional qualities with the golden dragon to forge her own soul weapon, the three-eyed golden lion would scarcely dare to fathom the extent of her power within the realm of humanity. Yet, why must she forego any of these potentials? She harbors a deep envy for those who wield dual soul weapons on Douluo continent, pondering why she cannot possess a dual soul herself. For such an enhancement would undoubtedly amplify her combat prowess. If she aspires to alter her destiny post-transformation and to reaffirm her worth without faltering in matters of love, she must assuredly commence from the very foundation of her soul weapon. Moreover, the golden dragon is not to be underestimated. After all, it is the progenitor of strength. I too yearn to possess a destiny imbued with attributes of ultimate fire, ultimate power, and ultimate light. Would this not render me more formidable? Uncle Red King, you previously spoke of the golden dragon martial soul, and considering my own attributes of ultimate light and ultimate fire, might I claim them all? Upon hearing this, Red King paused for a moment, contemplating that the little ancestor's approach to the martial soul was quite commendable. He turned his gaze towards Emperor Tian, seeking his counsel on the matter. Approaching the three-eyed golden lion, Emperor Tian gently remarked, "Transforming one's own bloodline and ultimate attributes into a martial soul is indeed a feasible path. You may also channel the bloodline of the golden dragon into a different manifestation of your vital energy, while utilizing ultimate light and ultimate fire as your martial soul. Alternatively, you could amalgamate various attributes into the chosen martial soul, be it the three-eyed golden lion or the golden dragon. The outcome of such an evolution remains uncertain." The three-eyed golden lion's three eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, its voice lively and spirited. "If I cannot embody them all as a martial soul, then let it be as Emperor Tian suggested. Have you remembered everything I just said? Remember, whenever you encounter an insurmountable problem, seek Emperor Tian promptly. And let your intellect shine. Do not allow yourself to be deceived." "Well then, how shall you present yourself in humanoid form?" it inquired. "Naturally, I shall conform to the desires of my inherent divine beast." The imperial divine beast did not wish to adopt the identity of Wang Qiu'er, as it would imply becoming the daughter of Tang San, nor did it desire to emulate her appearance. It sought to forge an entirely new identity for itself. Emperor Tian sighed deeply, feeling a sense of reluctance as the cherished being he had nurtured for millennia prepared to depart. However, he requested Bai Ji's assistance. The imperial divine beast, alongside some formidable creatures present, exhibited expressions of heartfelt farewell. While Bai Ji may not fully grasp the intricacies of transformation, she had witnessed numerous soul beasts undergo such metamorphoses and, combined with her own insights, could impart essential details to the imperial divine beast. After conveying important considerations regarding the transformation to Bai Ji, the imperial divine beast began the delightful process of metamorphosis. In mere moments by the lake of life, the three-eyed golden lion successfully completed its transformation. In its new humanoid form, the three-eyed golden lion bore a striking resemblance to its previous self, but with radiant golden hair, reminiscent of sunlit wheat. Its eyes, akin to red agate, were stunningly beautiful. Its skin was pale and smooth as porcelain, with exquisite features, a straight nose, rosy lips, and a gentle smile gracing its visage. Tall and elegant, it resembled a goddess, adorned in a gender-neutral short skirt predominantly of gold. Thus stood the humanoid form of the three-eyed golden lion. Yet its martial soul was not the golden dragon, but rather the fate-burning golden dragon, endowed with ultimate light, ultimate fire, ultimate power, and destiny. The four attributes of the martial soul vastly surpass the other extreme attributes. Little ancestor, you possess the power of destiny, and now, in terms of bloodline and the characteristics of your human form, you are a perfect match. The excitement in the girl's crimson eyes did not dissipate. Hearing the praise from the Crimson King made her even more elated. Furthermore, with this martial soul, she is undeniably stronger than that Wang Donger, which ensures her less involvement with my man. Thank you, Uncle Crimson King. I feel immensely powerful, capable of defeating dozens without difficulty. She then glanced into the bag prepared for her by Bai Ji, adorning herself with a necklace woven from the reverse scales of the Emperor Tian. It emanated a radiant purple glow. Pleased, she donned it and took a few contented steps. Approaching Bai Ji, she cheerfully inquired, Aunt Bai Ji, do you think I should wear a veil? Bai Ji gently caressed the girl's golden locks and replied warmly, no need. My Ruo beast is already so beautiful in her human form. You should be confident and brave when you venture out. Just remember to protect yourself. Yes, I understand. Aunt Bai Ji, now that she had successfully transformed into a human, she asked, Ruo beast, have you considered what your initial cultivation level will be in the human world? Perhaps level 40, she mused. Initially, she had only reached level 60, and now Yuhao should be nearing level 20. However, it seemed something had changed. He was not at Shrek Academy, but in the Sun Moon Empire. How could this be? After all, the Emperor Ruo beast is unlike other soul beasts, possessing a noble bloodline that does not require the same standards as ordinary soul beasts. Soon, under Emperor Tian's guidance, she temporarily set her level to 47. The Emperor Ruo beast also chose a name for herself, Di Ruo Qiu. After all, she would never bear the name Wang Qiu'er. That was simply too distasteful. She would not become Tang San's daughter. Emperor Tian, with a tender and indulgent tone, asked, have you gathered all the items I previously gave you? Yes, they're all in the bag, she replied. Hearing this, Emperor Tian sighed. The human world is not like our star-dough forest. Be cautious in all matters. By the way, where do you plan to go first? Di Ruo Qiu used her power of destiny to sense the location of Huo Yuhao and wondered where she might be. Sun Moon Empire? This time, Yuhao seemed to have undergone some changes. Could he have been reborn? Nevertheless, it mattered not. No matter how far he was, she would bring him back. Uncle Crimson King, do you have a world map? Yes, little ancestor. Just a moment. The Crimson King chuckled and nodded his 3 heads, using his abilities to summon a relatively intact map that flew towards them. The map was still in good condition, detailing every inch of the Douluo continent. I plan to go here. It should be more interesting than other places. The Imperial Beast pointed towards the direction of the Sun Moon Empire. And Emperor Tian cast a glance at the same realm. With a slight furrow of his brow, he did not harbor any disdain for any nation, provided there were no aspects that could provoke his discontent. The Sun and Moon Empire indeed possesses a realm, known as the Forest of Evil Spirits, a sanctuary for soul beasts. In bygone days, the tyrannical ruler of this forest, the Evil Eye Sovereign, sought to seize a Dream Eye Silkworm, a creature vital for energy absorption, and boldly confronted Emperor Tian within the Star-Dough Great Forest. Ultimately, he was vanquished by Emperor Tian's Dragon God Claw. However, he too suffered injuries from Emperor Tian's temporal light, fostering a significant enmity between the two. Observing Emperor Tian in deep contemplation, the Crimson King thoughtfully remarked, Emperor Tian, the Evil Eye was wounded by your Dragon God Claw. Without proper means of recovery, it will take no less than a millennium for him to heal. Hence, he is unlikely to set his sights on the Divine Beast. Emperor Tian nodded slowly, fully aware that he had no reason to fear the evil sovereign's cunning schemes. Nevertheless, given the adversary's previous attempt to capture the Dream Eye Silkworm, a sense of unease lingered within him. The Imperial Divine Beast, bound by the forces of fate, could transform with a cultivation of 10,000 years. Moreover, this transformation is exceedingly unique. Aside from the fact that it does not require the acquisition of soul rings like human soul masters, she can indeed be regarded as human. Should the malevolent emperor dare to act against the Imperial Divine Beast, I would not hesitate to ensure his complete obliteration from this realm. The Sun and Moon Empire has ventured into the Star-Dough Forest to hunt soul beasts, primarily targeting those of 10,000 years, while they have yet to hunt any that are 100,000 years old. The entities that have most frequently hunted the latter, inciting Emperor Tian's ire, are the Body Sect and Shrek Academy. More crucially, Shrek Academy, as the continent's most formidable force, stands as a geographical nemesis to the Star-Dough Forest. Their relationship is constrained by a contract. Otherwise, given Shrek's transgressions against the Star-Dough Forest, it could have long since vanished. It is also the former institution from which 7 deities ascended. Should the divine beast venture to Shrek Academy, even as an imperial divine beast? The risk of exposure is substantial. In such a scenario, it could potentially become collateral in a dire negotiation. Consequently, I have insisted that the imperial divine beast must not enter the Shrek territory without my explicit consent. Be aware, should you encounter anyone from Shrek, maintain your distance. If confronted, raise the dragon scale to summon aid. Emperor Tian then engaged in further discourse with the divine beast, acquiescing to her travel itinerary, which commenced in the Sun and Moon Empire. He gently inquired, in the human world, one cannot thrive without wealth. Have you brought sufficient funds? Rest assured, I have more than enough. In the Stardow Forest, many human corpses have yielded ample gold soul coins. A few years prior, the body sect hunted 300,000-year soul beasts, which prompted Emperor Tian to incite a beast tide, resulting in a substantial bounty of gold soul coins. After a brief interlude, once Huo Yuhao concludes her instructions to Emperor Huo Yuhao, they shall depart. Great Silver Dragon, why do you tarry so? Are you not perishing below? Divine Beast, dare you repeat that? A voice of absolute authority, both noble and commanding, resonated from the depths of the lake. Upon hearing this voice, all ferocious beasts bowed in submission. In the next moment, the waters above the Lake of Life twisted and spun violently, swiftly forming a colossal vortex, from which emerged a shimmering projection, a magnificent silver dragon adorned with hexagonal scales. And thus, it was the numerous soul beast sovereign, Huo Yuhao, that Emperor Tian encountered. Yet she was not the true Huo Yuhao, but merely a projection crafted from power. Misty Ruo Yuhao blinked and said, Great Silver Dragon, you have finally emerged. I have waited so long that my flowers have withered. Please hasten your words, as I must take my leave. Am I truly such a nuisance to you? Huo Yuhao inquired, her tone laced with a hint of gentleness. Not at all. It brings me great joy that you can accompany me for a while. At that moment, a silver hexagonal dragon scale, imbued with spatial fluctuations, materialized before her. Alongside it appeared a long spear, approximately 3 meters in length, resplendent in gold with dragon-shaped dark patterns. Huo Yuhao instructed, take this dragon scale with you, and this golden dragon spear as well. For trivial matters, call upon Emperor Tian. For significant matters, summon me. Thank you very much, Ruo Yuhao replied, donning the dragon scale around her neck and grasping the golden dragon spear. Is this truly the golden dragon spear? Indeed, Huo Yuhao affirmed. Do take care not to misplace it. It is forged from the 49 ribs of the golden dragon, incomparable to ordinary weapons. Rest assured, I shall not lose it. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Nothing more. What else could you require? Very well then, farewell. Great Silver Dragon. With that, Ruo Yuhao set forth, her steps carrying her away. Emperor Tian, you shall arrange the subsequent matters. I trust you will protect the auspicious beast. Wherever the auspicious beast is drawn, the opponent will undoubtedly be formidable, perhaps presenting an opportunity for our soul beasts. Emperor Tian assigned Qi Wang to escort the auspicious beast, bowing respectfully and stating, My lord need not worry. With me, and the reverse scale of my lord, the auspicious beast shall surely thrive in safety. Perhaps, she mused, if the one attracting the auspicious beast possesses enigmatic abilities, I shall intervene personally. With that, the ethereal image of the Silver Dragon King gradually faded away. Chapter 21. The initial encounter with Chiao heir to the northeast of Mingdu. It was the very path once traversed by the evil emperor in his challenge against the beast god, Emperor Tian. Naturally, Qi Wang, tasked with escorting Ruo Yuhao, could not take an extraordinary route. Under Qi Wang's diligent protection and amidst numerous heartfelt admonitions, she bid farewell and embarked on her journey to seek her husband. Yet, along the way, she overlooked a crucial detail. She possessed no citizen identification of the Sun Moon Empire. Although this was not her first visit to Mingdu, her initial arrival had been during the Grand Soul Master competition across the continent. She was now reminded of the sacrifices made for Yuhao. Years had passed, and she found herself back in this place once more, pondering the whereabouts of Yuhao. However, she was utterly unaware of where to obtain a citizen identification of the Sun Moon Empire. Huo Yuhao and her companions, Lu Ying and others, have established a sanctuary outside, a secret base for Huo Yuhao. At this moment, they are exploring the path ahead with Ilix. Shinner, she said, leaning against a book, in that realm, I have refined the essence of my soul. Indeed, it is nearly complete, though some aspects of the soul still require your guidance, Master. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao is determined to fully perfect the art of the soul before solidifying the artificial soul rings and bones. However, the primary concern remains the enhancement of her strength. Recently, she has felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, leaving her puzzled. The regrets of my past life. Such lingering sorrow. Ilix bitterly shook his head. Recalling how he had been ensnared by the machinations of the Divine King in his previous existence, resulting in the loss of a fragment of his consciousness. The soul he created was left incomplete as a consequence. At that time, he had little time to spare, and the art of the soul remained unrefined, ultimately contributing to the accelerated extinction of soul beasts millennia later. Master, you need not blame yourself. This is not your fault. The primary issue lies with my past self. Sighed Huo Yuhao, fully aware of Tang Sen's hypocritical actions during that period. However, according to Dongfeng and others' calculations, the fabric of this world has already shifted. It is also known to her that a reincarnated Tang Sen will eventually return to this realm in the future. This can be seen as good news for Huo Yuhao, as the Douluo continent is sealed and the being above cannot intervene. Yet, his lingering consciousness in the lower realm can still act. His consciousness resides not only within Wang Donger and Wang Chou'er but also in Shrek Academy, the Haotan sect, and the Ice and Fire Yin Yagai. Furthermore, his divine power is present in the statues dedicated to him, capable of disregarding the rules when he acts. However, the Douluo continent is not as it once was. Should one dare to act, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Huo Yuhao is unafraid of Tang Sen's potential aggression for within her. Aside from the heavenly dream ice silkworm and the ice emperor, any one of them could easily overpower Tang Sen. Enough of such thoughts. You will eventually settle accounts with him. For now, focus on strengthening yourself, she concluded. Yes, master. Several months have passed, and Huo Yuhao has now turned 12. Blossoming in beauty. During this time, her strength has grown, and her soul power is nearing the 30th level. Soon, she will be ready to acquire her soul ring. Though this time, there will be no need to hunt soul beasts. Very well, master. At this moment, our dear Douluo finds herself in a bit of trouble. Confronted by a malevolent soul master, one such sinister figure, exuding an aura of dark energy, leers at Douluo. Hee. Little girl. Now that you have caught the attention of the malevolent spirit envoy, you are in for a world of misery. Come, let us converse within my banner. After days of pursuit, I have finally managed to separate you from your companion and capture you. In response, Douluo emits a cold snort, seeking death with determination. She brandishes her golden dragon spear and lunges at the malevolent soul master. Startled, he retreats a few steps, maintaining his composure as he summons his martial spirit. A sinister chest banner materializes in his grasp, and 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, adorn his form. At this moment, Douluo was merely a soul master. Yet he was on the verge of becoming a soul king. In contrast, his opponent, although possessing a somewhat inferior arrangement of soul rings, was indeed a soul king. However, unlike his previous life, when Douluo concentrated on forming his soul rings, he acquired a configuration comprising 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings. The malevolent spirit envoy's sinister banner is not an advanced evil martial soul. Rather, it transforms a person's soul into the power of the dark spirit. Naturally, it cannot be compared to the fate-burning golden dragon, for the disparity in martial souls is not to be underestimated. This particular spirit envoy is certainly no match for Douluo. The wretched envoy continues to wail incessantly. You must be encountering me for the first time. Do not even think of calling for help. The villagers within 100 meters have all become sustenance for my banner, and you shall share the same fate. I advise you to relinquish your resistance. Perhaps it will spare you some agony. Douluo gazes at the spirit envoy with an expression of sheer incredulity. Pray tell, what strength do you possess? Although you may have 1 more soul ring than I, your soul ring configuration pales in comparison to mine, and your martial soul is inferior. The only aspect of note is your soul power level, yet my strength does not dwindle to a mere 40. Furthermore, I have taken a stand against evil soul masters, having perished in a past life as a sacrifice to one. To encounter another evil soul master in this life is quite absurd. However, I shall exchange your life to settle the score from my previous existence. A magnificent golden dragon materializes behind Douluo. Her golden hair, styled in a single ponytail, radiates a golden luminescence. Beneath her, 2 soul rings of yellow and purple, along with 4 black rings, leave her opponent visibly astonished. The extreme radiance emanating from her renders her adversary unable to open their eyes, engulfed in agony. Ah, this loathsome light again. Begone, I command you. For evil soul masters, the most terrifying forces are light and sanctity, and Douluo's unparalleled light attribute undoubtedly delivers a heavy blow to her foe. Humph. You had me wait and wish to make me a spirit within your banner. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. The heaven-burning golden flame. Douluo's fate-burning golden dragon unleashes a torrent of golden fire. A flame embodying the utmost qualities of both fire and light, an inferno that instills fear in the hearts of evil soul masters. Yet, the disparity in cultivation still presents an advantage. The malevolent spirit, driven by an insatiable will to survive, channels all of its soul power to create an opportunity for escape. That golden flame swiftly approaches the death spirit envoy, whose death banner erupts with a peculiar purple light, transforming into a cloud of violet mist. The golden flame of destruction unleashed by Douluo did not engulf him, instead igniting a blaze of golden fire upon the ground, radiating resplendent light. As the mist dissipated, the sinister soul master vanished without a trace, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. Little girl, consider yourself fortunate today. One day, I shall settle this score. Since you wield the light martial soul, you have already paved your path to demise. Initially, Douluo had no intention of pursuing, but the soul messenger's words, echoing the infamous saying of her third brother, provoked her ire. You shall not escape today. Death is your only fate. Mark my words. In that moment, Douluo's aura surged dramatically, her dragon wings emanating a terrifying golden radiance, unleashing a wave of draconic majesty. This soul technique was none other than her third. The transformation of the divine dragon. At this juncture, her speed, flight velocity, offensive and defensive capabilities, strength, and damage output were all considerably enhanced. With the potency of her soul techniques amplified during this period, Douluo's four soul techniques were the golden flame of destruction, the gaze of destiny, the transformation of the divine dragon, and the celestial dragon strike. These four techniques rendered her virtually invincible among peers of equal rank. Before long, Douluo caught up with the necromancer. Flee. Continue to flee. Let us see how far you can escape. Douluo taunted while soaring through the air, addressing the malevolent soul master. Damn it, how can he be so swift? Had I known, I would not have ventured into this place. Recently, the necromancer had heard whispers about the Mingdo mountain range, where an individual imitating his title, known as the Harbinger of Death, had begun to intercept trade caravans from the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Numerous merchant convoys of soul kings and soul emperors had already fallen victim to this harbinger, and the scale of the operations had grown significantly. Yet he lurked in a small village at the foot of the mountain, furtively developing his abilities, and in comparison, he felt an overwhelming sense of failure. He had anticipated that his malevolent spirit banner would today consume a high-quality soul, thereby enhancing his cultivation and augmenting the power of his martial soul. Little did he expect to encounter a formidable opponent, prompting an immediate retreat. The speed of the malevolent spirit messenger paled in comparison to that of Douluo. He refrained from pursuing immediately, wishing to prolong the encounter rather than hasten to its conclusion. Suddenly, the malevolent spirit messenger collided with another individual wielding a flying martial soul, and both tumbled to the ground. At that moment, Douluo descended as well, witnessing the individual who had collided with the malevolent spirit messenger. It was a golden-haired maiden, her lustrous locks cascading gracefully, typically draped over her shoulders and dancing lightly in the breeze. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to that of Qian Ruxiwei from a millennium ago, adorned with a green gemstone embedded in her forehead, exuding an air of enchantment. Tall and slender, she donned a strapless mini-dress that accentuated her elegant shoulders and elongated legs, complemented by knee-high boots. Yigui? Douluo mused inwardly, pondering how she might be present in this place. Yet, given that this was the Sun and Moon Empire, her presence was not entirely unexpected. Nonetheless, a casual acknowledgement seemed prudent. Hello, are you all right? Yigui opened her golden eyes, shaking her head as she exclaimed, Oh dear, who bumped into me? Douluo pointed directly at the malevolent spirit messenger, stating, It was him. The malevolent spirit messenger retorted, Damn it. Had you not been chasing me, I wouldn't have collided. Now, with a wolf in front and a tiger behind, all escape routes are effectively cut off. After all, just facing Douluo was daunting enough, let alone a holy angel like Yigui. Is he a malevolent soul master? She inquired. Indeed, Douluo confirmed, glancing at the fallen figure. Is he dead? He shouldn't be, right? With the golden dragon spear in hand, Douluo thrust it into the heart of the malevolent soul master, stating, He is now. Yigui responded, There is no need for gratitude. It is the duty of our kind, the soul masters, to act with righteousness, especially against such a vile malevolent spirit master. I thank you for nothing. You've killed him. How am I to extract any clues now? I wanted to inquire if he had accomplices to deal with as well. It seemed she had engaged in a virtuous act, yet felt the weight of a misdeed. Nonetheless, Yuhao offered an assessment of Yigui. She was admirable in many respects, save for one. Her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Yigui, exasperated, gazed at Douluo, having just dispatched a malevolent soul master, only to encounter another. She had hoped to eliminate several and restore the glory of her ancestors. Oh, is that so? I merely feared he would escape. Rachel deftly deflected with a reason. She flashed a sweet smile, feeling satisfied with her earlier performance, convinced that it was unintentional. Yigai, captivated by the clarity of beauty reflected in Rachel's stunning eyes, sighed softly. Very well. By the way, I have yet to inquire your name. I am Yigai, and you are? My name is Rachel. A lovely name, Rachel, Yigai remarked, her gaze lingering on Rachel. You are equally charming, Rachel replied. Yigai then pointed to Rachel's golden dragon spear, exclaiming, your weapon was incredibly swift just now. I barely had time to react. As she spoke, Yigai invoked the purifying power of her martial soul to cleanse the malevolent spirits emanating from the corpse of the dark spirit envoy, distinctly sensing the burgeoning aura of her holy spirit. Just average, Rachel responded. By the way, are you a resident of this village? Yigai shook her head, replying, no, I do not reside here. I typically earn my living by slaying evil soul masters and have no fixed abode. I usually stay at inns. Gai, may I inquire if one can enter the Ming capital without a citizen ID from the Sun and Moon Empire? She pondered, recalling her previous life's memories but recognizing they were insufficient to fully grasp the circumstances of the Sun and Moon Empire. After all, it was the Red King who had smuggled her across. Without a moment's hesitation, Yigai nodded. Of course, that is possible, just like merchants from other nations. You need to register in advance, confirm your identity, and obtain approval. Once granted, you may enter the Ming capital with a permit. And how did you arrive here, Gai? I accompanied a merchant caravan. The uncle I met asked if I wished to join the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Since I currently have nowhere to go, I plan to gather some funds before heading there. The Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. That sounds familiar, as if it were the place I sensed earlier, Rachel mused. Perfect, Gai. I am headed there as well. Let us go together. Very well. Yigai replied, unconcerned, recognizing that going there would allow her to continue growing stronger, as long as it did not hinder her mission to eradicate evil soul masters. However, Douluo is also on a quest to find her beloved Yuhao, unaware that this journey will not lead her to the one she yearns for. Instead, she will encounter Huo Yuhao, who embodies the essence of femininity. Each has their own objectives for this journey, and thus, they set off together. Chapter 22, Miss Huo Yuhao. You smell divine at this moment. Huo Yuhao and Alex have perfected the soul spirit method, and, much like in their past life, they have bestowed the holy law of the undead upon Huo Yuhao, thus becoming her fourth martial soul. Every day, I engage in the study of necromancy under the tutelage of Ilex, returning to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, as usual. However, today, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy differs somewhat from Shrek Academy. While freshmen at Shrek attend for 12 months and enjoy a month-long break, the former adheres to the same academic schedule but offers a 2-month hiatus. With the vacation approaching swiftly, I planned to journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire to retrieve some celestial herbs I had stored there. In recent days, I had also remedied the soul power instability that had plagued Xiahongkan and Minghongchen due to their prolonged consumption of elixirs, restoring their combat prowess to that of a seasoned soul king without the aid of potions. Yet, it seemed that someone had eavesdropped on my success. As word of my remedy had spread, the following day, a throng of individuals, newcomers, veterans, and even instructors, converged, eager to witness the commotion. Thankfully, with Jinghongchen's intervention, order was restored. I found it rather bothersome. After all, this elixir was concocted by Ilex and could be replicated by anyone. I had taught a few individuals the process, thereby securing a share of the elixirs for myself. An advantageous arrangement indeed. As I approached the academy, I was met with a scene of chaos, with students rushing frantically towards the exits. What on earth was happening? Upon spotting familiar faces, I was greeted by Xiahongkan and Minghongchen. Xiajexi, Mingjia, what is going on? I inquired, perplexed. Minghongchen chuckled and replied, Xiaoxian, are you not aware that today marks the beginning of our vacation? Ah, today is a holiday? I was taken aback. Xiahongkan chimed in, it's my fault. I've been so preoccupied that I forgot to mention it to you. Now, Xiaoxian, what are your plans for the next 2 months? I intend to return to the Douluo continent for a visit, I replied. Ming Hongchen asked. What business do you have in the Douluo continent? Xia Hongchen interjected. Ming, have you forgotten? Xiao Xian is nearing level 30 and should seek to hunt for a soul ring. It dawned on Ming Hongchen that indeed, Xiao Wan was approaching this milestone. Xiao Xian, wherever you go, I would be delighted to accompany you. Certainly, that would be wonderful. I'll notify you tomorrow. We can stay in touch via phone. During this period, Xiao Wan had successfully brought a mobile phone from the realm of Iron Collapse to the Douluo continent. Though only the Sun and Moon Empire possessed such technology, others did not. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xiao Wan bid farewell to Xia Hongchen and Ming Hongchen, resolved to embark on her journey to the Douluo continent the following morning. Meanwhile, at the inspection point of the Ming capital of the Sun Moon Empire, law enforcement officers were methodically checking the pedestrians passing through. Please present your Sun Moon citizen card. Any form of identification will suffice for verification, one officer intoned solemnly to Yi Gui. Yi Gui retrieved her identification card from her attire and handed it over. For having lived in the surrounding villages since childhood, her humble origins meant her identity would pose no issues. The officer placed the card into a device, comparing it against the embedded information. Once her identity was confirmed without doubt, she was permitted to proceed. However, behind her, Miss Douluo was far less composed, lacking a citizen identification card of the Sun Moon Empire. As Yi Gui walked away, it was now Douluo's turn. The officer posed the same question he had asked Yi Gui. I apologize, but I am an outsider here, accompanying her to the Ming capital to visit a friend. Douluo indicated towards Yi Gui, who had just entered. The officer glanced at Yi Gui, who nodded affirmatively, confirming the truth of her statement. The officer's expression shifted slightly as he replied, I'm sorry, miss, but due to unforeseen circumstances, protocol dictates that you must have a temporary identification certificate prearranged. Since I have detained you, we must first take a record of your situation. Once your identity is verified, you will be allowed entry. As he spoke, the officer felt a light tap on his shoulder. Upon turning, his face changed slightly, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he was taken aback. It was none other than Huo Yuhao. Miss Huo, what brings you here? The officer inquired. Huo Yuhao was a well-known figure in the Sun Moon Empire, recognized for her groundbreaking contributions in advanced fields. Generally speaking, few dared to cross her, as evidenced by the fate that befell Wang Xiaojie, who had previously faced dire consequences for his insolence towards her. Along with his crew, none were spared from being thrown into the ancestral hall by Old Kong. Huo Yuhao, guided by the increasing pull of destiny, had been drawn to this very moment. This young lady here is from out of town and, according to the regulations of our Sun Moon Empire, she cannot be permitted entry without a temporary identification document. We need to verify her identity, she explained. Turning to Douluo, who nodded in agreement, Huo Yuhao then engaged in a brief conversation with the officer, conveying a simple message, allow her passage, assuring him it would not complicate matters, and she would ensure a temporary identification was arranged shortly. Given Huo Yuhao's stature, the officer consented, permitting them to proceed. As for Douluo, she had just sensed the power of destiny within the girl, leaving her momentarily bewildered. How could Yuhao, who was once so grand, now be transformed into a girl? Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the holiday had commenced. By the serene lakeside beneath the girls' dormitory, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao strolled leisurely. Xiao Xiao raised her gaze, her light green eyes discreetly observing Wang Donger beside her. She gently tugged at Wang Donger's sleeve, contemplating for a moment before mustering the courage to ask, Wang, with the school break starting tomorrow, do you have any plans for the holiday? After all, this time we have an extended break of 2 months instead of the usual one. Xiao Xiao wished to invite Wang Donger to join her on an outing, but regrettably, Bei Ming had departed a day early. Otherwise, the three of them could have ventured out together. I'm not quite sure yet. I plan to cultivate and perhaps explore the Douluo Three Kingdoms or other places. May I accompany you? Of course, Wang Donger replied enthusiastically, as venturing out alone would indeed be rather dull. So Wang Dong, do you have any particular destinations in mind for the holiday? Certainly. How about we visit the Sun Moon Empire? I've never been there, and it feels like there might be some connection to me. Xiao Xiao unabashedly expressed her excitement and inquired eagerly, when do you plan to set off, Wang Dong? In a few days, once I finish packing, Wang Donger replied. Meanwhile, at the residence of Huo Yuhao, she has successfully arranged the identification documents for Douluo and the Sun Moon Empire. She has clearly informed them that their visit to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy has come at an unfortunate time, as today marks a holiday for the academy, resulting in a significant lack of attendees. Those wishing to enroll must wait 2 months to sit for the entrance examination. However, should they find themselves without a place to stay, she graciously offers them temporary accommodation at her home, which is quite spacious. Yi Gui, hailing from a humble background, feels little concern over the arrangement, as she is accustomed to staying with others and repaying their kindness in due time. Huo Yuhao household consists of only 3 individuals, not counting the spirit beings within her martial soul. Yet, upon discovering that Huo Yuhao is actually Huo Yuhao, Douluo feels a profound sense of melancholy within her heart. There is both good news and bad news to contend with. The good news is that she has found her former life's Yuhao. The bad news is that they can no longer be lovers, but must instead embrace the bond of sisterhood. Yet, Rachel felt the same way as Orange. Who could have imagined that in this world, Huo Yuhao was not born a boy, but rather a girl? The presence of Huo Yuhao, a daughter, left those who were previously connected to Huo Yuhao greatly disappointed. They could no longer be lovers, but only sisters. However, Huo Yuhao's physique evoked great envy in both the reborn Orange and Rachel, as the girl seemed to embody a certain allure. After all, what could be wrong with girls sharing affection? Ah Xing, you have returned, Luing exclaimed upon seeing Huo Yuhao enter. She opened the door, for she had no need to leave. Her prowess was evident, and she was uncertain when Kafka and the others would return. Oh, who are these two? Ilek stepped forward and remarked, Yuhao, it appears that little Rue Beast's fate ultimately remains unchanged. A glance at Rachel revealed her identity as the Imperial Rue Beast. Although her appearance had transformed, the essence of that destined power was immutable. Rachel was equally aware of Eli Kasi. Having once engaged in a fateful encounter with Huo Yuhao in her previous life, where Eli Kasi had been etched into Huo Yuhao's memories. He was indeed Huo Yuhao's first mentor, possessing strength that rivaled that of deity and his companions. Huo Yuhao remarked, I apologize for neglecting to introduce you. Luing, this is Yi Gui, alongside Rachel, and this esteemed individual is my teacher Eli Kasi. This is Luing. Huo Yuhao briefly introduced the two, and Luing grasped the general essence of the situation. Rachel, in the context of this world, was essentially considered the quintessential complement to the destined child of fate. Aixing had once confided in himself that this world harbors 2 embodiments of destiny. One is himself, while the other is the Emperor's auspicious beast. Sensing the emergence of a rival, he felt a pang of possessiveness. After all, Aixing was meant to be solely his. However, after a brief exchange of pleasantries among a few individuals, they proceeded to arrange their accommodations. Within Huo Yuhao's chamber, she gazed at the illustrious Rachel and remarked, Chioer, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. To Huo Yuhao, the cherished counterpart of Rachel is Huo Yuhao. He is he, and I am I. Each has their own destiny, albeit one of them has been tragically altered by external forces. Yet, I shall not tread the same path as her. Yuhao. Rachel intended to elaborate. You two have been reborn, but was abruptly interrupted by Huo Yuhao's raised hand. Huo Yuhao gradually began, I understand your curiosity. Yet I must ask you to wait a moment. I am not the so-called Huo Yuhao you refer to. She retrieved a volume of the Peerless Tang sect from the bookshelf and presented it to Wang Chioer, saying, please read this book first, afterwards. I shall share more with you. Upon completing her reading, Rachel stared at Huo Yuhao in astonishment. I remain Huo Yuhao, the daughter of Huo Yuhao. The individual you are familiar with belongs to another realm, not mine. This revelation marked the second individual aware of the phenomenon of rebirth. The second? Is there yet another like me? Huo Yuhao gave a slight nod and replied, I am unaware of other locations, but I do know that apart from you, there is also Juzi. Juzi? Rachel had not anticipated this. She had believed herself to be the sole reborn soul, yet it appeared she was not alone. However, why must it be that Juzi, of all individuals, was summoned to be a rival? Then, Yuhao, if Juzi is aware of you, how does she feel? Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment, noticing the eager expectation in Rachel's gaze, and said, she seems to have no particular feelings, much like yourself. Is that so? Rachel, having just encountered the daughterly form of Huo Yuhao, was left in a state of profound shock. After a considerable time, she finally accepted the news of Huo Yuhao's transformation. What else could she do but embrace their sisterhood? However, once Rachel had come to terms with it, her gaze began to scrutinize Huo Yuhao, filled with envy. Why is it that Yuhao, in this lifetime, possesses a daughterly form that surpasses my own? Presently, aside from being slightly younger and shorter, Huo Yuhao was flawless in every other aspect. Suddenly, Rachel inquired, Yuhao, has Juzi done anything untoward towards you? Huo Yuhao responded, Why do you ask this? An unsettling premonition began to take root within her. What do you mean? Hee. Naturally. It pertains to the matters that we girls often indulge in. Suddenly felt an ominous presence, reminiscent of the gazes she had previously encountered from Lu Ying, Ming Hongqian, and Juzi Kiki. What was wrong with girls being close to one another, especially for someone as enchanting as? The very thought stirred excitement within. Ruochio gazed at with a mischievous smile, as if she longed to dominate her. Ruochio resembled a hunter savoring her prey. Before could react, Ruochio swiftly pressed her onto the bed, her eyes filled with an obsession for. In a bold move, Ruochio stripped of her garments, discarding them carelessly aside. The breathtaking figure was unveiled, her snow-white skin delicate and alluring. The slender curve of her waist paired with her long, fair legs was undeniably enticing. Coupled with her crimson-hued eyes, her form was exquisitely highlighted in the air. Such unparalleled beauty rendered Ruochio utterly captivated. With a gentle touch, Ruochio lifted his chin and remarked, "Miss, you possess an intoxicating fragrance. Miss, I have arrived." However, Ruochio appeared to have overlooked a crucial detail. When it came to bloodlines, none could rival S prowess. A reversal was imminent. Is that so? Sure. As for the announcement regarding the book launch, dear readers, this work has officially commenced its publication today at 1727. This narrative is a tumultuous journey through various realms, and I would like to highlight the forthcoming plot. Firstly, concerning the team led by Long Haochen, all members are at the Soul King level, categorized as 6th tier, 6th rank according to the Divine Seal Throne. Additionally, there are high-ranking individuals from the realm of Lu who guard Long Haochen, as well as the 3 major demon gods of sun, moon, and stars, along with other significant deities. If one were to consider who among the traversers of the Douluo Divine Seal Throne is the most unfortunate, it would undoubtedly be Long Tianyu, who is relentlessly beaten by Feng Xiu daily. This is not a one-sided affair, as the entire demon god clan relentlessly pursues him, intent on punishing him until he can withstand no more. Secondly, let us delve into S3 lifetimes. In her first life, she was a world tree born during the primordial era of the Honghuang world, possessing an innate connection to the primordial universe and forming a grand world of her own, known as Hongling. Her cultivation reached the threshold of the void realm. However, her existence incited the greed of many powerful beings, leading to a catastrophic event. To protect herself, she transformed a portion of her essence into seeds of the world tree, sealing away her memories, and subsequently obliterated numerous strong foes, channeling their powers into the seeds. Thus, she severed that period of time, rendering the past invisible, and became an existence of supreme taboo. In the cycle of reincarnation, the second life unfolds in the world of Honkai, Star Rail, where the protagonist is well known, and no further explanation is necessary. The third life introduces Huo. Subsequently, the narrative will delve into the realm of the Eyes of Ice and Fire, where the celestial herb will undoubtedly be obtained, and Tang San's consciousness shall be erased. During this initial month of the new book's release, I express my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. If possible, I encourage you to join the reader group, where advanced plot details will be disseminated. Now, pertaining to updates, I shall ensure daily releases before 6 o'clock. Should everyone diligently cast their votes for monthly tickets, additional chapters may be added. Without further ado, I wish all readers of my work good health, prosperity, and may your dreams come to fruition. Lastly, I kindly request your initial support for subscriptions. Wishing everyone a joyous 2025. Chapter 24, Meeting the Senior Brother. Huo Yuhao chuckled softly, thinking, sure. You are still too young. With a gentle movement, she swiftly pinned Ruochio onto the bed, reversing their roles, with Ruochio now the passive one, and Huo Yuhao taking the initiative. However, wait, this is not as I imagined. Huo Yuhao grasped Ruochio's delicate hand with one hand, her long, fair legs pressing down upon Ruochio's. This sequence of actions rendered Ruochio immobile. Suddenly, Shen Hanlu accelerated the vehicle. Although it was now 2 a.m, the bustling streets of Yijiang were still filled with vehicles, not significantly different from the daytime's heavy traffic. In a moment of clarity, he spoke. But Wang Jian's subsequent words felt like a bucket of ice water, instantly quenching all enthusiasm of the driver. Nonetheless, it appears to be quite useful. While other spells may have slight discrepancies, they still hold some efficacy. Guozhen's master was unaware of what Luo Qingcheng had said in front of the 3 girls. But when Ji Wushuang and the others mentioned the dagger, their gazes instinctively turned towards Luo Qingcheng's waist, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of shyness. It is imperative to consolidate all alliances worth nurturing, and Li Lin stands as a figure of considerable value in this regard. However, after this day, the name Qinzhong has begun to rise prominently in the Xianzhou mansion, becoming renowned alongside the illustrious trio of the Ascension Cliff. 2 centuries ago, the sword god was said to be capable of striking 1,000 miles with a single sword, illustrating the power of a blade that could reach such distances in an instant. Upon seeing Zhongqing escort someone out, Douluo let out a faint sigh of relief. With him present, today's matters would be much easier to handle. Why must one complicate things? He shook his head, snapped his fingers once more, and the black tiger charging towards him was once again transformed into a frozen sculpture. Subsequently, Luo Qingqing gestured with her hand, and a blade of wind shot forth towards the black tiger. After Qin Feng's abrupt retort, he began to ponder while stroking his chin. Moments later, he suddenly recalled an inconspicuous detail, prompting Balak to lift his head and speak. Upon hearing Ting Yan's account, their expressions varied as they exchanged glances. Particularly astonished when she revealed that their ancestor had indeed eliminated both the clan leader and the elders, leaving them utterly speechless. Xing Hongming, standing nearby, reminded her that the number of people aware of her new account was limited, implying that it was not merely an innocuous presence, but rather a source of disturbance. In his view, Jiang Wan's mother was undoubtedly deceased. Had she been alive, her father would not have acted in such a manner. Duan Qinyu emerged from the water, similarly holding 2 task cards, and brushed aside his damp hair, with crystalline droplets cascading down his prominent nose onto his chest. His slender, alluring eyes glistened with a captivating moisture, inciting a frenzy of screams from the viewers in the live stream. Jiang Wanrong, filled with ambition yet harboring concerns, unconsciously furrowed her beautiful willow leaf brows. Even Zfa wore a wry smile as he looked towards Yak, requesting him to confine Weibel and send him to the prison in Push City, despite being one who refrained from harming key figures. Jiangxin observed his body stiffen, experiencing spasms, his pupils dilated, and blood froth seeping from his clenched teeth. Caesar made an appearance as he was soliciting sponsorship for his company. Even if he refrained from showing his face now, potential sponsors would easily trace the funds back to him later, making him a prime suspect. Anticipating the embarrassment of being discovered later, he reasoned it better to be forthcoming now to enhance the likelihood of successful negotiations. The couple, Xiang Yingzhong and his wife, had initially been reluctant to part with the bed, yet when Ting Yin expressed her desire for it, they felt no need for a trade. Ting Yin further invoked the theory of causality, emphasizing that the jade pendants, when worn regularly, could improve health and prolong life, which ultimately led them to accept the offer. However, upon entering through the waterway on the lower left of the reef, they unexpectedly discovered a vast natural cavern, a place previously used by pirates to hide from pursuit. Exceedingly secretive. Had it not been for a guide, Yu Dao would likely have remained oblivious to the hidden wonders within this desolate reef. Chapter 25. The Reunion of the Transcenders. Indeed, a spear-wielding deity came into contact with the imperial sword, but it merely grazed him, causing no significant harm. A few days of rest would suffice for recovery. Long Haochen rose from his throne, determined to confront the challenge with his melee skills, considering it merely a friendly sparring session. At that moment, the eternal and creation divine seal, throne suddenly dissipated into glimmering golden light, unfurling wings behind it. Clad in gleaming armor, wielding a sword that emanated the essence of eternity and creation. This was the sword of eternal creation. Gu Xiaobei could hardly believe that Li Haonan would so easily let her go. After a moment's hesitation, upon seeing him truly descend the stairs, she, having been thoroughly exhausted and drenched in sweat, dragged her weary body to the restroom for a refreshing battle shower. The radiant mental force, within the divine essence of the light sovereign, meticulously grasped the principles of light. Through these insights, the bottleneck that had once constrained him was suddenly cleared, and his realm was rapidly ascending. Lin Shifan could only smile wryly. Within the dragon sword, he was acutely aware of Fong Gong's biases against him, a sentiment that had been formed long ago during the tenure of Old Man Lin and the dragon sword. Upon inheriting Old Man Lin's identity, he also inherited Fong Gong's resentment. Indeed, Lin Feng replied candidly, "This is no secret. All those who needed to be provoked have been. And Zhou Badong is well aware of the matter, so there's no need to conceal it from her." Nami finally felt she had made a mistake in coming here. With a sullen expression, she stood up, about to concoct an excuse to leave, when she heard a conversation coming from the adjacent room. The middle-aged man took a step back, extending his hand, where a faint white sword energy formed at his fingertips, meeting the flames head-on. At the moment of their collision, the flames extinguished, yet the sword energy vanished as if it had never existed. It was not a counterfeit, yet it was not an antique. Dantiming smiled, for she had never claimed that this bronze tripod was anything other than a bronze tripod. It was undoubtedly crafted from bronze, the only distinction being the era of its existence. Just in time, Old Man Lin's voice resonated thunderously as his fist struck out repeatedly. Akin to a tightly wound spring suddenly released, the air crackling with the distinct sound of two sharp bursts. At this moment, although the chair had been destroyed, Yang Dong remained suspended a meter above the ground, his body naturally unfurling. This resulted in the newly created gates differing from those of the original timeline. Yet their performance remained equally formidable, especially as technology advanced, becoming ever more powerful with each iteration. Chu Ming nodded again, suddenly realizing that what Xing Ming was about to say next was crucial. Red symbolized the dragon of war, black represented the dragon of the future. But what did the dark green signify? The black dragon continued to observe the dark green scales, which unsettled him. I was surprised to find that I was affected. It would have been normal had I not been. The enigmatic Tian Yin corresponded in a rather indifferent manner. Zhu Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. Having already attained a moderate level of Xian tier martial arts, he realized that if the bidding were successful, it would greatly benefit the cultivation of his family members. Although Zhu Zhao, having already mastered the Dragon Fist, regarded the Liuli finger with disdain, he found himself swayed for the sake of his kin. Naturally, there was a reason behind Tian Yin's emergence as a spellcaster, yet this reason was not rooted in innate talent or aptitude, but rather a consequence of the myriad phenomena of the universe, which triggered his transformation into a sorcerer. Zhu Zhao was well aware that the ripples he sensed were a result of spatial disturbances, indicating that the Great Slug would soon materialize at this location. Chapter 26. The annihilation of Huo Yuhao. This time, the plan was to first pay homage at the altar for his mother, then proceed to the Sunset Forest, followed by the Eye of Ice and Fire, to obliterate Tang San's consciousness. Upon awakening the next day, it was already 8 in the morning. After breakfast, he bid farewell to Long Haochen and the others before setting off for the Duke of White Tiger's residence, a site steeped in the sorrowful memories of Huo Yuhao. However, the destination was not the Duke's estate itself, but a nearby grove, from which the outline of the Duke's residence could be discerned. To those still holding the fort, I am Amber, the current leader of 72S. Her youthful voice echoed throughout half of the quarantine zone, emanating from the loudspeakers positioned atop the headquarters. When did I arrive here? Li Jingyun, jolted awake from her own world, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she noticed the person she had cherished like a sister standing in her room, oblivious to her presence. Jiangmu, brimming with pride, cast a glance at the awkward neighbor and exchanged a few polite words before tilting her head and departing. Once the harmonious energy reached a certain level, Fang Tianfeng's various energy weapons would inherently carry the power of that harmony, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong with ease. At that moment, Cole and Boma, along with others, awoke from their stupor, realizing that the French army had stealthily captured the once impregnable Basilis fortress, putting thousands of coalition soldiers and the city's tens of thousands of residents in imminent peril under the barrage of French artillery. Kuroka, her face flushed with anger, was on the verge of drawing her sword, while Carlin nonchalantly wrapped his arms around her waist, grinning as he nodded toward Lei. However, their skirmish was unlikely to attract much attention. Aside from causing some minor injuries to uninvolved players, neither side would gain any advantage. Observing the somewhat dilapidated residence before him, Li Lin felt a sense of helplessness. Though he had promised the short-lived uncle, Jiantong Yanyi, he still found it somewhat inappropriate to trespass on private property. Just as they engaged, the agent was swiftly incapacitated by a knee strike from Qin Tang. After finishing her noodles, Mama Li chatted with Xingxi for a while, and noticing the time, she guided her into the guest room, closing the door behind her. Are you all right, Rushi? It was my carelessness that put you in danger. Handsome, feeling a twinge of guilt, remarked that Mo Langwei was certain she had never encountered the man in white, yet something about him felt strangely familiar. Could it be that she had seen his portrait? Clearly, the master of the house had given prior instructions, had it not been so late. She might have informed him of the guest's arrival. As it stood, the master was already resting, and the guest had arrived after a long journey, presumably fatigued. The servant deemed it more appropriate to lead the visitor to a place of repose. Subsequently, the atmosphere fell into a serene silence. Then, a gentle melody wafted through the air, capturing Tianming's ear from the very first note. This music was no less enchanting than that of Gao Jianli. In this space, where no instrument resided, the beauty of a song had summoned the essence of music since the judge first discovered the enchanting voice of the maiden. The next day, Chang Lingxi, unusually reluctant to rise, found herself still ensconced in slumber, even as her biological clock failed to awaken her. Huo Yuhao had already risen, resting his chin upon his hand while gazing at her tranquil visage. Upon hearing the murmurs, the young man glanced at her, his brow furrowing, and a fleeting look of sorrow crossed his eyes. His lips moved, as if about to speak, when suddenly the urgent clattering of hooves resonated nearby, thunderous against the ground. Insure stumbled and fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Father, for so many years, I have envisioned your likeness, and today, at last, I behold you." With that, the father and son embraced tightly, both weeping freely. The onlookers were profoundly moved, tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. Yet, Gong Bin Mumu could not fathom how her clever ruse had failed to elude Ningong Aoshui. It was precisely for this reason that the supreme possessors of the realm's pearl held a measure of authority. They were in contact with the source. When one comprehends and gains mastery over the source, they seize control and become a wielder of authority. Thus, the supreme being stands the greatest chance of becoming a true authority figure. Chapter 27. Filial piety. When posed with this inquiry, he could only reflect on his 3 sons. Lacking a daughter, he had only Dai Yaohong, Dai Huabin, and Dai Luoli, no daughters to speak of, rendering the answer quite straightforward. Senior, I have but 3 sons, Dai Yaohong, Dai Huabin, and Dai Luoli. Nalini Lisha observed Dai Hao. From his gaze, there was no hint of deceit, and her own anxiety faded. He truly seemed unaware. The gathered commanders, primarily illiterate warriors, executed their superiors' orders without fail. They might converse about battle tactics, yet when it came to political and strategic analysis, they appeared utterly at a loss. "Do you recall what Master Wu Tian's ultimate secret technique is?" Sun Wubin asked with a cheerful smile. "A talisman? What need have I for such an object?" Lu Xing always carries an iron chain inscribed with absolute defense, more effective than any talisman. If you were fortunate enough to acquire a limited edition, congratulations. You are now entitled to share your experience on social media platforms. Nanxing remains to care for Yulin, while Dong Ling and Mu Chonghao accompany Chu Hongshi to visit families cultivating Yishouwu. By securing promising trainees, one can ascend to the finals alongside her, becoming the idol of many. Yuki-chan Ryoma never imagined that the person who had just been playing tennis with him would, in the next moment, be lying in a hospital bed. Upon seeing her brother again, she was momentarily startled, especially when witnessing him question their mother in such a manner. Meanwhile, Yuki-chan Nanjiro continued to narrate with great enthusiasm, while Long Ma's amber cat-like eyes began to glimmer. When did this old man become so reliable? As she descended the stairs, a familiar, blush-inducing ache emerged from an unspeakable area, igniting a sudden urge for vengeance within in Xiao Xiao. Moreover, this colossal wave severed all connections between Colonel Dumpus's main fleet and the 2 squads engaged in battle with the orc warships on their flank. Angela felt Lin Lei's grip tightening around her neck, a surge of dark energy coursing through her, rendering her limbs numb and making it exceedingly difficult to raise her armed arm. The realm of departed hatred, while unable to obstruct teleportation spells, could momentarily delay their operation due to its status as a space-tier artifact of the 16th level. Furthermore, this treasure belonging to the Lord of Departed Hatred would inevitably exert a certain impact on the mind of the Lord of Zhurong, causing his movements to involuntarily slow. "Here we go again. The slug is about to utter something peculiar." William exaggeratedly feigned a headache. The orc vanguard, comprising 2,000 warriors, steadily advanced towards the Labida Bridge along both land and water routes. General Kamba had clearly assigned them the mission of scouting the human army's deployment and movements, with the option for exploratory attacks if conditions permitted. Indeed, the working style of the ability group was not to his liking, yet as a member of this group, what could he possibly change? Lin Luo did not dwell on this matter excessively, since the 7-colored flower had managed to sprout a 3rd petal. It was undoubtedly the best outcome for him. The Lord of Thunder Punishment seemed to have a vague premonition that his forthcoming circumstances would grow dire. He strained to maintain his composure while seeking a way to communicate with the chaotic Divine Hall. Everyone was speculating about the king. Yet the king had not instilled much confidence in the people. Gaul gazed at the somber-faced Duke of Nottingham, whose heroic conquest of the Archer City seemed to have drained all his vigor. His complexion was leaden, and he remained silent. Upon hearing Yin Er's words, Yang Fan had already surmised the general situation, and his previous anxiety dissipated, replaced by a warm sensation rising from deep within his heart. At that moment, he was no longer concerned for Yin air, as a mere wisp of pestilential energy could not harm her exceptional constitution. Chapter 28. The Emissary of Void. For Lu Ying and Huo Yuhao, such occurrences were commonplace, yet they were far from ordinary individuals. "Hello, may I inquire where this is?" A deep voice resonated. A woman holding a red oiled paper umbrella appeared before Huo Yuhao, emanating an aura of the same void-like essence as that surrounding Huo Yuhao. A pair of violet eyes gazed out, seemingly immersed in the void, clad in garments of purple, white, and black, even though Cui Feng's talents were astonishingly extraordinary. The black-maned lions did not believe he could gain favor from the colorful elk. After all, for beings of their terrifying endowments, even the slightest disparity in cultivation reflected a chasm in strength. Within the Ming Mountain stronghold, the first elder spoke. "The Daylight Militia has now sealed off the eastern and southern passages into Ming Mountain. I fear an assault is imminent. What shall we do?" The second-in-command inquired. Lu Lingshan, seated in the rear, gazed down at her WeChat, still open, with several unfamiliar contacts reaching out, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. They had merely indulged in merriment at a fine tavern. By the time the group was prepared and set off back to the Wuming Palace, it was already the following morning. However, how to explain this storage pouch? Could it be that someone had stolen Qin Yishang's identity jade token and placed it within this pouch? Yulan Xin countered. Upon hearing this, Shi Yin was taken aback, pondering. The sect leader? What could the sect leader want with me? Suddenly, he recalled the elder he had encountered at the foot of the mountain. "We should have 25,000 fighter jets at our disposal, with 20,000 pilots," General Hamer stated solemnly. A sense of dread began to permeate the air. The three were all prodigies among prodigies, their temperaments far from ordinary, yet even so, a hint of trepidation crept in. Dong Zhanyan, unfazed by the scrutiny, began to organize the knowledge at hand, unraveling the threads of the situation. The first step that came to his mind was to divide the entire process into several stages. One of these steps involved the planetary refining method, wherein the primary medicinal ingredients would be refined first, while simultaneously processing the secondary concentrated medicines. When Ren Changsheng was mentioned, Lin Xiao was consumed with rage. It turned out that, over the years, Ren Changsheng had not imparted many genuine skills to him, instead urging him to follow the natural order and not to harbor excessive hopes of altering what he could not change. "Just say that old man sent you." The Thunder Beast shot him a glance, puzzled by the sudden statement. "I see no reason to deliberate further. We should depart swiftly." Mantu doused the conversation with cold water, his emotions currently unstable. As for that, Yin Xin began, deliberately pausing to pique Lin Yi's interest. Unfortunately, while Lin Yi was curious, he was not at the point of needing to know urgently, and thus Yin Xion's tactics had little effect on him. Chen Yun had not anticipated that in such a brief span of absence, Xia Yu's progress would be so significant. Perhaps Xia Yu had not revealed his advancements to outsiders. "Yes, it is indeed him. Pray tell, what do you know about him?" Xia Yu spoke with palpable excitement. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoming resigned himself to take a seat. Given the gravity of the conversation, what difference would a cup of tea make? "Damn it, I'm ready to fight." The rotund man, completely unfazed by Zhao Su, unleashed a torrent of curses before raising his weapon to aim at him. Unless interfered with by the laws of nature, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to vanquish him. At most, one could merely defeat him. "We possess a navigational chart, and it was by following this map that we arrived here." Changshan spoke no falsehoods, opting instead for the unvarnished truth. Chang Yaojin's well-intentioned meddling had resulted in a misarranged betrothal for his son, leaving him deeply troubled. Yet, the mistake was irrevocable, like water spilled, and in his helplessness, he could only muster the courage to advise his son to make do. Chapter 29. The fiery and icy duo pot. Unlike the outside world, the ethereal energy here is exceptionally conducive to the cultivation of soul masters. A magnificent flower caught their attention. It was a large, pale pink bloom, devoid of leaves, with a stem nearly 10 feet in length. The petals appeared as crystalline as if they were made of purest glass. The delicate pink flower swayed gently amidst the mist, flourishing at the juncture of two springs, one red, the other white. Sunlight filtered through the thin haze, casting a soft glow upon the petals, as though draping them in a gentle embrace. "Father, you truly must have a serious conversation with him. After all, it was you who rescued him from the sea. This formidable mage harbors a fondness for our family. If we do not seize the opportunity to win him over, must we wait until someone else lures him away to regret it?" Aileen Luo reminded Duke once more. The physician's voice echoed with medical directives. Yet the absence of machine alarms was perplexing. Had it not been for Emiya Kuritsugu's inquiry, Kagai Emiya would have preferred to erase all memories of that enigmatic spirit. Given that his family was at a disadvantage in this affair, his father arranged for him to begin at the grassroots level upon his return from abroad. Thus he found himself mingling with the frontline workers daily. Li Kuang remained as audacious as ever, his stride unwavering as he approached Paul Kokorin, striding forth with an air of unrestrained bravado. Xinyu, with blood-red eyes, advanced boldly, seeking to bypass Lin Ying and confront Wan Ling directly, only to be halted by a swift gesture from Lin Ying. Heighten the vigilance. Keep a close watch on them. Not a single movement. Upon uttering these words, Fang Jiren donned his headset and deftly tapped the keys to send a message. However, Li Kuang was undeterred, stepping forward rather than retreating, gripping his blade tightly as he unleashed a formidable wave of crimson energy, embodying his untamed will toward the sword as it surged toward Lu Ling's pillar of flames. Me? Start a fire? Laura found it hard to believe her ears as the youth lounged casually, commanding her to undertake labor. Apart from the Emperor, no one had ever dared to speak to her with such audacity. The grand elephant decoration was adorned in a brilliant shade of gold, with its eyes radiating a vivid intensity, remarkably lifelike. The dormitory doors stood ajar, revealing empty rooms, yet the beds were in utter disarray, cluttered with shoes, socks, and blankets strewn about. Lu Nianqiu had never witnessed such a version of Li Macho. He momentarily froze, uncertain of why he had returned or what he intended to say. Zhao Delay, with a fierce expression, waved his hand and charged ahead, striking with his blade. The opponent appeared to be in his early 20s, donned in a gray robe, and his long, dark hair was impeccably groomed. By the way, where did you hide that staff? Zhang Yu inquired curiously. As Li Shi could always produce that staff during battles, yet it was absent from her grasp at that moment. Shortly after, when she emerged from the elevator with an air of composure, his features deep and striking, with eyes so large they seemed almost otherworldly. Upon hearing this, the commander abruptly stood, swayed slightly, then steadied himself, fixated on Dongzi. In the ensuing moments, Yi Zhaozhao focused solely on her meal, while Lu Fei had barely taken a few bites before his phone vibrated. Amidst the clamor, a large, grimy face loomed before Su Ningen, contorted with rage as it shouted at him. His son was currently working in a neighboring village, earning enough to support the two of them. Contemplating this, Klein temporarily suppressed the disquieting feeling as if he had forgotten something, bid farewell to Alice, and turned towards the street corner where he usually caught the public carriage. He approached the red-haired child slowly, and the ethereal domain of his technique emanated from him, enveloping the young one. In Chapter 30, The Awakening of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, among these two corpses lay the Ice and Fire Dragon King from the era of the Dragon God. Beneath the whirlpool, no one would suspect that the eyes of ice and fire housed the two great Dragon Kings. This was likely the very core of the source of the eyes of ice and fire, created by these ancient Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Kappa gazed at the remains of the Fire Dragon King, sighed, and remarked, "Alas, what a tragic fate, although you and I belong to the same fiery lineage. I am not of your world." Elbu was unwilling to accept such defeat. He rallied his soldiers to seal the breach. His halberd mercilessly claimed one life after another. The once pristine armor was now splattered with crimson stains. However, Wang Peter ignored this and lowered his stance, executing a sweeping kick that brought the bear down. Just as the bear fell, Wang Peter advanced, his fist aimed at the bear's neck. He drew out a jade tube, only to find the seven-colored glow had long since vanished, cold and unresponsive in his hand. Gong Sun Yu possessed absolute confidence in his ability to combat Japanese martial arts, which were divided into ancient and modern forms. The ancient styles included ninjutsu, classical swordsmanship, and illusion techniques, while the modern arts encompass karate, judo, and kendo. Modern martial arts are merely a facade, lacking in substance and posing far less of a threat than an ordinary individual wielding a firearm. After perusing a few images, Shinshi chuckled, "Father, are you planning to transform Nanhu Town into your stronghold? These blueprints are not the work of a master designer. Rather, they are mere sketches of Eastern Ming's plans for Nanhu Town." When I collided with Qian Yin, her body instinctively recoiled, and in a bid for self-preservation, she wildly swung the knife in her hand. I could not evade her strike, yet in a moment of inspiration, I raised my hands, allowing her blade to graze the front of my wrists. A group settled in a newly constructed pavilion, accompanied by Ding Huayan, Chu Dao, and others who shared their experiences, all expressing a sense of nostalgia. However, the Ming Mountain twin saints were indifferent to these tales. The two of them, possessing extraordinary abilities. Detected the scent of liquor hidden by Luo Yu and unceremoniously indulged in it. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly as his left foot descended. An image of the scene behind him flashed in his mind. He summoned his energy and shouted, resembling a flurry of petals swirling away. Overall, it unfolded as a comedic narrative, offering a light-hearted and artistic experience. All brothers are welcome to lend their support. Fu Yushi felt a growing unease. This flower resembled countless bloodied hands, an unsettling sight. Upon hearing this, Lu's anxiety subsided. She had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle matron was, in fact, a confidant of the former empress, evidently placed by the Lu family beside by Muge after retrieving her from the palace. She stood there, biting her lip, her eyes reddening with urgency, akin to a frightened rabbit, yet she dared not knock. His perceptual realm had reached the 5th stage of the earthly vision. Though not fully realized, it was steadily solidifying, with future advancements likely leading him to the pinnacle of perception, possibly even allowing him to brush against the threshold of the heart's consciousness realm. The ancestral patriarch was momentarily taken aback, momentarily neglecting the internal regulation of his energy, and began to dodge. He understood that if he were to forcibly exert his power now, the consequences would become dire. He was astounded by the depths of human treachery, attacking him while he was absorbing energy. Even though Bingwu was acutely aware that her marriage with Gu Jiaxi would ultimately fail, she could not suppress the urge to first unite with Shi Yin, for she could not allow Shi Yin to suffer, could she? Release her, and I will go with you. Mo Yuyin dashed from the car, standing behind Zhike, staring unwaveringly at the man from the Church of Shudigan before her. Devoid of any fear, the life and death struggle before her seemed to do little to waver her resolve. The pancake was ready, and she adeptly rolled it with a rolling pin, placing it on the already heated griddle, then continued to roll out the next one. Chapter 31, The Second Awakening of the Void Eye. How could you be unscathed? Tang San's expression shifted. Although he was merely a fragment of consciousness and lacked the strength of his true form, for the time being, he knew that unless a divine being intervened, none would be his match. Is this all the skill you possess? In the hands of Answer you are. A compressed version of the sea god's trident, infused with Tang San's divine strength, resembled a mere toy. Her gaze towards Tang San was imbued with a mocking glint. Water? In comparison to Nihate's, once by Ruoshui completed her cultivation, Meng Yuqin promptly instructed Tang Sun to approach Ouyang Qi to check his pulse, ensuring his temporary safety before sending Tang Sun to procure medicine, dismissing everyone else. Zhang Sanfeng let out a slight sigh. Wu Xinxin's mention of the term bandit had inadvertently accelerated the bandits' robbery plans. Wang Keluan recounted to Wu Hua the events of the past few months in detail. The ghostly foes they faced were a formidable adversary, not one to be trifled with at will. And the emperor was willing to devote all his energies to combating the demon clan. It is worth noting that he had already quarreled with his father at that time. Even when he had no money for food, he could not bring himself to beg. Oh, could it be that the successor to the celestial master has yet to be determined? Zhang Sanfeng pondered. However, this lady was aware of her father-in-law's predicaments. Perhaps he could enlighten her on why the emperor summoned her esteemed husband, for her husband would never conceal anything from her, and she might be able to assist him. Madame Gu sought to ascertain whether the summons of Gu Zong to the palace was indeed related to matters of the Ministry of Revenue. If Wei Du truly harbored the fear expressed in Wei Yang's letter, then any attempt to confront her through force would indeed be a venture fraught with futility. Meng Xingxin observed the childlike Lang Yu with a smile, shaking his head. This wife often presented a facade of cold indifference in public, yet would engage in childish antics before those close to her, leaving others both amused and exasperated. At that moment, Zhang Sanfeng, slightly unsteady due to the sudden drain of spiritual energy, was fortunate to have the support of righteous qi. Otherwise, he might have indeed become the first foundational cultivator to plummet to his demise from the skies. Many colleagues who appeared to be working began to surface, encouraging Hikai to secretly take photographs for everyone to scrutinize. What's the matter? How long have you been dragging out that money? Planning to just let it linger? The swallow's gaze was sharp, fixed upon the roaring flames intertwined with billowing black smoke, reaching skyward as the surrounding orcs collectively offered their silent tribute. As the next quarter commenced, the bucks finally wound themselves up again, though their movement did not reach the euphoric peak of the first quarter's offensive surge. It was sufficient. Improvements on the defensive front led to opportunities for counterattacks, and the Bucks managed to score with nearly every counter, a trend evident in the past 3 games. While she understood that such hope was exceedingly faint, even grasping a slender thread of possibility in the face of demise was a comfort. Each drop of blood had the potential to become part of his strength, and thus, it must not be squandered. Durant's consistent performance aided the Warriors in regaining the lead, while the Bucks refrained from calling a timeout for ahead. Wang Jin was beckoning for the ball. Haas glanced at his shameful demeanor and continued, building the bird's nest greenhouse requires a considerable workforce. Take K Rao back to the tribe and let her labor alongside her kin. This way, let us see how she can slack off. As for Ha Pei, you should convey to him to return to the Eagle tribe and assist his people in their tasks. 6 dragons, all at once. The East Sea Dragon King's expression shifted, as after practicing the dragon transformation scripture, his sensitivity to the dragon clan's aura deepened. Even for him, it would likely require considerable effort. Zhou Yang? She recognized that these individuals were all cut from the same cloth, and no matter what she did, they would always suspect ulterior motives, never believing her sincerity. Chapter 32. The Resurrection of Old Friends. Then you may begin. Muyao cradled Huo Yuhao's soul. Nourished by the essence of life, yet she was poised to create an entirely new self. Memories and bloodlines preserved would not hinder the resurrection's progress. All that had transpired would return, welcoming a brand new existence. Life should not be easily taken. Destiny should not be dictated by others. Muyao stood like a goddess emerging from ancient myths, quietly poised in the void. Zhang Heng and Ling Yi expended little effort to secure victory in their 99th match. Once they triumphed in the final bout, the title of Dual King would be theirs. The hexagram formation shifted upon contact with Lu Yu's right hand, gradually forming a sphere, slowly separating from her palm. Yet, a strand of electricity, as thick as a finger, remained connected to the center of Lu Yu's hand, pulsing incessantly. The further the hexagram drifted, the more Lu Yu's agony intensified. Upon hearing Yin Liufeng's words, Yin Xian understood that he was standing up for her. Yet she bore no resentment toward Ling Yi. Observing Bai Chenhong's movements, Mo Yang mused, "It seems it's time to test my relationship with the Flame Emperor. If that old relic truly is the Flame Emperor, why should I fear such scrutiny?" With a languid smile, Mo Yang followed closely behind Bai Chenhong. Over the past 3 months, Ling Yi had not merely practiced the Ling Yun sword technique. Under Ling Tian's guidance, he had also cultivated the Ling Tian sword art. Advancing from the initial stage of the 5th layer to the pinnacle of the 5th layer, yet he found himself at an impasse. For breaking through to the 6th layer required nurturing a strand of Ling Tian sword energy within his Dantian. Aren't the Japanese fond of such games? Today, I shall take on the role of both scriptwriter and director, creating an adult film to compete with their local productions. If it sells well in Japan, it could yield substantial profits. I shall title it The Passionate Ones and Their Dogs. Mo Yang chuckled heartily. Although the moon in the central Emperor City lacked the brilliance of the desert regions, the surrounding mist around the Tying Star added a layer of aesthetic beauty. The surroundings were silent, with even the sound of a falling needle perceptible. Lu Qianqian held her breath, listening intently to Su Li's words, finding them peculiarly bizarre, yet oddly reminiscent of truths that once existed. Su Li nodded with a smile. What if I were to say that I too hail from the Yu family manor? With the Yu family's inner strength coursing through my veins? He spun his fabricated tale effortlessly, as though it flowed from his lips without the need for a script. 3 piercing sounds sliced through the air as below. The folding fan unleashed 3 jet black swords, enveloped in swirling black mist, resembling the anguished faces of those who had fallen into the depths of the abyss, soaring through the air like a swallow. Hands clad in tactical gloves firmly grasped the hook suspended in midair. When Yulang's identity was revealed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their faces reflecting shock and fervent discussion. "Hey, you dead dog, get up. Are you planning to cling to me?" Li Tianla abruptly kicked Li Juanxiang. The white-clad youth encircled by them was, like the others, a golden prodigy. You had previously designed numerous outfits for them. Now you can simulate the attire. With the assistance of the spirit's reminder, Locke quickly understood. Beside him, the evil demon and the war demon looked at their friend. Momentarily baffled, why extend such courtesy to a newcomer? Perhaps that was one of the charms of the streamer, frequently shifting the camera to the husky, whose antics were endlessly entertaining. Today, none of you heretics shall leave alive. The holy warriors brandished their cleavers, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, resembling a pack of beasts that had found their prey. Cloaked in an ethereal aura of yin and yang, he appeared exceedingly enigmatic, taking steps in the void. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, with a slight turn of her head, she proceeded directly downwards. Chapter 33. The Maid Outfit of Huo Yuhao. Meanwhile, at a designated location, Wang Dong awaited the arrival of Xiao Xiao. Initially, his family had deliberated and decided against this meeting. For Xiao Xiao was the sole prodigy of their lineage, gifted with dual martial souls. The future of their sect depended entirely on her, leaving no room for error. However, after much persuasion from Xiao Xiao, they reluctantly consented, albeit with the condition of her being accompanied for reassurance. Subsequently, Xiao Xiao departed with her uncle and arrived at Wang Dong's carriage. Of course, understanding the gravity of the situation, he realized that achieving such a profound level of cultivation was exceedingly arduous. It was not merely the 10th level of immortality that posed a challenge. Even attaining the 9th level of immortality had never been accomplished, as the realms of Tian Dao and Gu Ta Xian merely reached the 8th level of eternal immortality. Contemplating his mother and sister, Yang Yu suppressed his rising anger, nodded at Xiao Yuer, and turned to leave. What? Yuchen exclaimed, suddenly anxious. He chided himself for being overly hasty, his mind preoccupied with avoiding control by the enigmatic figure in black. Failing to consider the possibility that the promises made might be insincere, the soft physique of the top scholar rendered the fiery monk at a loss. Unable to find any grounds for his simmering wrath. No more irrelevant chatter. What brings you to my territory? Dr. Wan Xin waved his hand, causing the surrounding scene to vanish, leaving only the crystalline spacecraft gently hovering above his palm. After Suyi decimated the enemy's general, he seized the opportunity to command an all-out assault from his troops. Zhao's cavalry brandished their sabers and unleashed their crossbows, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. In truth, even the shadow that had persistently followed Suzhua could hardly fathom Suzhua's true prowess at this moment. How could Chang Qixing, who had only exchanged a few fleeting encounters with him, possibly comprehend the extent of his strength? Fortunately, the capabilities of a mid-tier enhancer far surpass those of an ordinary individual, what would take years of study for a common person. A mid-tier enhancer could achieve in merely 3 days. As the blood fiend pearl embedded itself into his brow, Yang Ye's body suddenly froze. A surge of malevolent energy erupting outward from within him, sharp and infused with a nauseating metallic scent of blood. This plan is quite promising. Might it serve as a foundation for our military strategy? Wu Luzhen expressed his satisfaction with the plan, intending to commence preparations for the impending campaign into Liao. The moment the precious blood appeared, it showcased astonishing medicinal properties, exuding a fragrant aroma, shimmering like crimson clouds, crystalline and reminiscent of blood diamonds, a natural masterpiece. Unadorned yet supremely captivating, Bai Yunfei retreated with great haste, evading detection with agile movements through the void, and summoned a jade platform that hovered above him like a divine halo, its red crystal radiance akin to a phoenix taking flight. In Lin Yoji's courtyard, a middle-aged man, slightly portly, gestured for Yao Yao and her companion to cease their formalities, stealthily approaching Lin Yoji, who was deep in thought, straining to glimpse what she was writing. Upon hearing a sound, the man shifted slightly. Prince Jean approached with a smile, taking a seat nearby, and after a moment, the man finally rose from the table. The high priest's expression grew solemn as he stated gravely, "You were not originally from our world, and your methods do not align with our own system. I trust you are vaguely aware of this." Long Tian's gaze fell upon the cloth bundle in Tang Nio's hand, from its shape and the blood seeping through. He had surmised its contents, but was curious as to whose severed head it might be. Yuan Hong recalled that in his past life, Taoists practiced self-cultivation, ensuring that their inner energy remained contained, a trait characteristic of formidable martial artists, who often enjoy longer lifespans than the average person. "Hey, I still have dozens of Thunderfire pearls. If you dare, come after me." Luo Tian shouted over his shoulder before vanishing from sight. The cultivators of the condensation realm had no intention of risking their lives, so they refrained from pursuing him with full force. Chapter 34. A narrow path for enemies in the bustling streets of Mingdu. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao strolled leisurely, savoring the diverse and exquisitely crafted architecture lining their path. Some structures exuded an ancient elegance, seemingly narrating tales of yore. Others boasted modern flair, embodying the vitality of urban life. The morning sun cascades upon the streets, casting dappled shadows that lend a touch of poetry to this serene moment. Wang Dong, as we journey together and behold such splendid vistas, my stomach begins to grumble. The military of Yingzhou expresses discontent, and the officials of the Third Court have privately deliberated on how Li Siyu will confront the idyllic realm he has meticulously crafted upon his return to the city, and how he will engage with the multitude of citizens, whether with increased severity or with an iron grip on power. The obsessive leveler, pondering deeply, concludes that after his life and death duel with Yihen Tian, he should dedicate himself to gathering the spiritual herbs for the primordial spirit pill, aiming to elevate his cultivation to its utmost peak. Sun Wukong shakes his head, as he truly lacks understanding of these matters, with no recollection in his mind. The Emperor of Fengdu recognizes that his previous plans and ideas indeed harbor some flaws, and now, among the three emperors, only Tai remains. Yet, one must not be overly obstinate when time is of the essence, especially when considering the identity of the adversary at hand. Sun Wukong detests being threatened under such circumstances. He places his trust firmly in the iron staff he wields. Although Neza feels somewhat disgruntled upon witnessing the respected Yang Jian make such a choice, he opts for silence. However, Zhou Xian, wielding the formidable might that has vanquished 8 ancient emperors, instills unwavering belief in the myriad beings of the universe that he possesses the strength to obliterate all zones of life. A super divine immortal summoning system? What on earth is that? And from whence does this voice emanate? The Sword Saint, due to his skill mechanism, finds that if he falters in the early stages, he becomes incapable of contending with anyone in the wilderness. Nala halts the carriage in the inn's courtyard, unloads it, leads the horse into the stable, and feeds it hay before entering the inn's lobby. Yifeng wishes to avoid excessive elaboration on the trifecta of matters, intending to bypass them entirely. Yet upon recalling Dai Mingming's utter ignorance of kitchen affairs, he cannot resist seeking clarification. The other two also sigh in resignation. Pursuing Hu Fei's best friend is akin to courting disaster. Xiangyu, what is your father's temperament like? Although Yifeng has formally expressed his feelings to Tong Xiangyu, a sense of trepidation lingers within him, for despite having lived 2 lives, it is his first encounter with his future father-in-law. Why is he calling you? I feel a bit anxious. That scoundrel pretends to be a good person, but runs to my mother with who knows what. The air feels somewhat chilly, especially when Zhang Ruren behind me greets Lu Sudong with enthusiasm, causing the surrounding temperature to drop at least 10 degrees. Done. Yifeng's heart swells with joy, indeed. His charming smile has garnered Taibu's favor. Had he approached Yifeng with an air of arrogance, the outcome would have surely been different. From tomorrow onwards, after school, you are to remain at home and go nowhere. Do you understand? Lu Mei admonishes Lu Xing. Before this, he had already contacted Li Hongtu, amassing a considerable sum of funds for unforeseen circumstances. Awaiting the sound of Lu Shuang descending the stairs, Huo Yuanjin slightly swayed his body. One hand firmly pressed against his chest, as if a breath were lodged in that very spot, neither ascending nor descending. After exchanging a few words with Chen Duo and briefing by Ruofing on some matters, Yi Cheng returned. Su Mu was still awake. This night was particularly significant, for the silver salt, after being baked, would reveal its inscription, and candles could only be lit at night. The Pudu Zihong, witnessing the 3-flower ancestor managing to hold its own, immediately withdrew its facade of pretense, directly seizing the golden light of its palm. Engaging in a fierce confrontation with the bloodthirsty fist of the 3-flower ancestor. Chapter 35, Expelling the Sun and Moon. Stop right there. Titan suddenly launched an attack. But it was intercepted by Lu Ying, who stepped forward to block the assault. Who are you? A platinum mech stood before Titan, speaking with a chilling tone. Leave now, and no one will be harmed. Otherwise, you shall all perish. Who are you to speak so boldly? Titan retorted coldly to Sam, yet simultaneously filled with trepidation. Even considering the divine, Bai Fenghua merely smiled silently, gazing indifferently at Bai Lingxi, whose expression grew somewhat awkward under her scrutiny, slowly turning her face away to avoid meeting Bai Fenghua's gaze. No wonder Zhang Qingyi called him childish. At times, he indeed resembled an unsophisticated child. Speak. What is it that you seek from me? Dongfang Ji observed Xuan's earnest demeanor and immediately straightened his posture. That autumnal, withered grassland was stained red with the blood of countless soldiers, rendering it tragically beautiful and profoundly moving. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, then suddenly widened in shock. Li Jinting merely nodded, aware that she was speaking nonsense, yet chose not to expose her, gently patting the back of her hand. Then I shall keep you company tonight. Dongfang Ji whispered in Xuan's ear, causing her cheeks to flush. In truth, the invitation to drink was merely a pretext. My primary intention was to have a private conversation with Tianyan, Rongxi remarked playfully, hands raised in a gesture of openness. With that resounding shout, it seemed even the waterfall sensed a surge of formidable energy, momentarily pausing, and the previously overwhelming force appeared less terrifying in Lin Chen's eyes. Wu Ming, you handle Shan. I will deal with Francis. Qi Shaowang covertly nodded at Wu Ming, then gestured to the black-clad figures behind him, and the group swiftly darted out, with Wu Ming trailing behind. Chen Tianyan gritted her teeth, her anger boiling over from the incident of drunken driving. Showing no regard for the safety of others or her own life, Hao Jiangwo glanced at his wife and promptly nodded. For the restaurant owner had already deemed Zhang Ling and himself as celestial beings. The words we utter are steeped in complete trust, our nods affirming this bond. With no results from his mental probing, Li resorted to employing alchemical fire to heat the black metallic rod. Yet, as the temperature of the fire increased, the rod remained perpetually cool to the touch, showing no sign of change. Hao Gaoxing felt a burning embarrassment, especially when he noticed the mocking glances from those around him, causing his temper to flare. The day passed swiftly in meditation and surveillance, leading into the evening when the labyrinth's temperature once again dropped and a chilling wind arose. Before Tuoba Jia ascended to the title of Khan, he had once united the tribes surrounding the Donghu, during which Jias would join the Donghu's military forces. Thanks to the assistance of the Donghu's great leader, Buluhan Sutuo, the Yuters suffered a crushing defeat, compelling the Murong tribe to sign a pact with the Donghu, thereby ceasing their incursions into the vicinity of Shenbei Mountain. Shi and Duan were momentarily startled, yet upon recognizing their presence, they exhaled in relief and resumed their whispered conversation. Lin Yi regarded him with eyes devoid of sympathy, a dark light emanating from his being, enveloping him with a powerful suction. Just as you have articulated. Should a stalker exist, it would undoubtedly be one of the clients from that matchmaking agency. The Sakura Blossoms have already arranged a matrimonial contract for your sister. She lowered her head, and with a violent retch, everything consumed that evening was expelled from her stomach, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. She lacked the strength to discern the expression on Su Mama's face. This was the most tumultuous moment in recent days. The purple treasure had manifested twice over the past 2 days, yet neither instance compared to the initial appearance of the spirit artifact, the Thunder Cauldron, which he had simply bypassed. He gazed thoughtfully at Xie Qingyao, also mentioning another noble of the Wei family, Prince Dongping of a different surname. Princess Yong'an had initially awakened, expecting that the commotion outside would serve to temper Xie Qingyao's fervor and provide her with a lesson. In a hazy vision, she beheld a 3-clawed dragon slowly lifting its head amidst the crimson hue, its immense body hidden within the mountains and rivers, stretching for miles. General, our scouts have captured 2 bandits from the Great Shun, reported the sentry. Conversely, upon learning that Chu Wanga had truly entered a profound state of enlightenment, they each settled into a meditative posture, unwilling to concede defeat. Despite being at the very bottom of the convoy, the carriage remained unscathed. Apart from a few scratches on its surface, even the rearview mirror was intact. The bodyguard was taken aback, hastily grasping the half-buried insect struggling to crawl into his nostrils and tugging it forcefully outside. A spectral figure nudged her, and as she stepped through the doorway, the scenery transformed dramatically, revealing a colossal ancient city rising from the darkness. Within the 40-story edifice, flames danced like a swirling serpent in the air, their graceful forms undulating and soaring. Flickering flames danced like serpents, their petals of fire gently descending through the air, dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind a lingering warmth. Hugo gazed intently at the dark silhouette ahead. As it gradually loomed larger, his anxiety began to ease. Simultaneously, his muscles tensed in readiness to launch an assault at any moment. We cannot afford to squander time. We are here for serious business, she whispered to Ron. The large EV and its sibling extended their front paws, striking the armored bird with a decisive blow. Wade wiped away his tears, cradling his son in one arm while clasping his wife's hand with the other, their figures fading into the player's tunnel. Although Ji Jiaming had often nagged in Xiao with similar words in the past, at this moment, his remarks resonated with a profound impact, leaving a lasting impression on her. His tactics were exceedingly fierce. The opponents had not anticipated that Ivan and his companions would employ such strategies right from the onset of battle, catching them completely off guard. In an instant, the tide of the conflict shifted, with over 70% of the players from the Link of Light perishing, resulting in a comparable casualty count on the opposing side. For players, combat was a commonplace affair, yet when the enemy's army truly entered their line of sight, a stunned silence enveloped them. Chapter 36, the first day of school and an unexpected duel. Titan, hearing his brother's inquiry, displayed a look of confusion and earnestly replied, "Brother." Initially, it seemed that Donger and Xiao Xiao merely intended to explore that area. However, upon seeing the girl in the CAF, it appeared that Donger developed an affection for her, leading to the desire to recruit her into our Houghton sect. A girl? Donger has taken a liking to another girl? What is this? He was well aware that Blackstone City, situated near the Monster Forest, was frequented by numerous wealthy merchants and advanced combat practitioners. While 50,000 gold coins seemed substantial, it was merely a trifling sum for affluent merchants and high-ranking combat practitioners. The Mu family members were tense, eagerly anticipating the imminent victory, while the Hong family's countenance shifted, revealing signs of unease. In summary, upon encountering the ghoul, Arthur felt a profound emptiness in his heart. Lin Feng immediately regretted his words as he caught sight of Yuxian's distinctly displeased expression. Suddenly, a radiant spark of cosmic energy emerged from his fingertips, shimmering with a celestial brilliance, appearing no different than before. A swift palm strike landed on Chen Jinyue's forehead, causing blood to trickle down from above. Fortunately, Chen Jinyue had studied, knowing that the skull was one of the hardest bones, and thus it would not fracture easily. So he endured, only to hone my skills, and then venture forth to slay the faceless ones. The cultivators in the Tribulation and Mahayana stages had previously been grievously injured by missile strikes. The blade aura, imbued with the intent to annihilate, surged forth, and each Tribulation and Mahayana cultivator struck by it met with bodily disintegration and the extinction of their souls. How astute. I was troubled by the constraints of the path, and you have provided me with the most astute advice. Laughing heartily, Lan Tian, unable to contain his excitement, pulled Wang Ling close and fervently kissed her enticing crimson lips. Regrettably, the Arbitration Council on Earth did not share such fortuitous luck, even though they managed to forcibly glean some distorted characteristics of the demons. Their shallow understanding and lack of combat experience rendered them incapable of maintaining composure when confronted with such foes. Their household wealth was lost in an instant, and the father and son barely escaped with their lives, fleeing from the Great Chu Kingdom into the territory of the Great Qi. However, Lin Zhe was preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth today, and Ji Shuqing felt she had not adequately prepared herself to present her most beautiful self before him. Thus, she resolved to withdraw and bide her time for another opportunity. Observing the unwavering confidence of their group, the county magistrate was drenched in cold sweat, discreetly signaling to the attendant, Chang Sui, beside him. He had considered submitting to other magazines, even sending works to Gujin Legend, but all had met with utter silence. In light of this, his resolve to abandon the pursuit of writing grew ever stronger. She found herself inexplicably haunted by thoughts of Yu Qiao Qiao when alone. It was evident that the so-called dimensional merchant, after enduring her nuclear strike, was willing to extend goodwill. All the fabricated rhetoric and actions were primarily aimed at locating his true form. The old farmer had long been instructed by the village chief regarding the regulations pertaining to the fields. Even with a dull mind, he had repeatedly learned and memorized them. I am aware you know of my plans, but I cannot guarantee their success. The specter hesitated, even it had never engaged in such reckless endeavors. And if pressed to that extreme, it remained uncertain whether success could be attained. A teacher may not necessarily desire that all their students achieve greatness, yet they undoubtedly wish for their children to tread the righteous path. However, having visited once before, she was now familiar with the surroundings, exchanged her shoes, and located Qin Mu Yun's toolbox, where she sought the wires and diodes within. Yang, this stone mountain does not appear to be a place rich with treasures. I suggest we seek an alternative location. Hayes, upon observing the barren mountain, could not help but suggest. Chapter 37, The Sword. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the two individuals on stage had not truly engaged in combat, solely through that momentary surge of overwhelming aura or sword intent. The outcome was discernibly evident in an instant. This left him profoundly perplexed, momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend the profound subtleties of determining victory and defeat solely through momentum. His own sword, imbued with the essence of ice, bore the power of destruction and oblivion. Yet he felt unable to fully unleash his own strength. What were they laughing about? Just then, a deep male voice resonated like a bass drum. The head of the Guo family produced a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it over, detailing the tasks required of Chui Li and the Beta sect. The owl court had evidently yet to conceive a viable solution, and astonishingly, the matter had erupted once more, seemingly in a manner distinctly different from before. It appeared to have fully ignited, no longer shrouded in secrecy. Chui Li trembled within, aware that both the celestial and earthly sovereigns were present. However, for the Beta sect to retain the support of the Guo family, they must collaborate with his endeavors. What use was a thick skin? Just as Jean finished speaking, an idea suddenly sparked within her mind, and upon glancing at Tang Song, it seemed he too had come to a realization. Given that Emperor Li Gu had long since announced his intent to return, Xian Yun had dispatched individuals to guard the city gates well in advance. One must acknowledge, Dr. Raymond, Your experiences are indeed remarkable. Having become an expert in the field of psychology at such a young age, you have even been absorbed by S.H.I.E.L.D., recounting tales with great familiarity. Must I truly carry my own bowl over? What must be done? Despite her doubts, Feng Yunqi nonetheless picked up her large sea bowl and approached. Alas, had she known, she would have sought an appraisal elsewhere first, and decide deeply, plopping down onto the wheel. However, Yuhao did not anticipate that before she could relay all of this to Granny Li, the latter would meet with misfortune. Since the moment Zhang Yu stepped out of the room, he had been fixated on Qin Xiaolu, unabashedly gazing at her while moving closer to Qin Xiaowan. The smoking process in this place lacked fuel. Using coal would yield an improper flavor, and Qian Rujuan believed it could be toxic, thus prohibiting them from proceeding in such a manner. As expected, after circling around, we found no changes whatsoever on the screen, which was adorned with colorful lines. Qian Rujuan had always detested those who engaged in wrongdoing, for aiding and capturing them could spare one from death and even grant forgiveness. Upon witnessing Chen Xiao emerge, when Qinyan's heart instantly found solace, her tear-filled eyes suddenly radiated strength. It seemed Qin Zhao's presence bestowed upon her an immeasurable power. As long as this man stood before her, when Qinyan felt a sense of safety envelop her, Situ Mingkong was immediately taken aback, a surge of fury igniting within him. Grasping his sword, he exclaimed with indignation, "Vile demon, today I shall strike unexpectedly and obliterate you." As Situ Mingkong concluded his words, the once blood-soaked ground gradually transformed, adorned with a glimmering luminescence that exuded an ethereal purity. Feng Bai morphed into a projectile, soaring through the air as a fleeting shadow, instantly traversing the distance of 1,000 meters to stand alongside He Fengjiu. "Compared to the individual behind you, I find myself somewhat lacking," he remarked. Shani had no intention of yielding. A change of adversary made no difference to him, as he remained unyielding in his stance. Upon hearing Shenyi's declaration, the man could only lower his head in awkward silence, recognizing the truth in Shenyi's words. However, Yang Yi exhibited no such trepidation, not due to the sheer might of his abilities, but rather an acknowledgement that even formidable strength could not bridge the chasm of difference in realms, a rule of the celestial order that none could contravene. Within the shattered domain of Yang Yi, a vast and radiant mirror swiftly emerged, known as the Mirror of All Phenomena, a manifestation of the mirror demon's innate divine ability, now fully integrated into Yang Yi's realm. Chapter 38, The Sun and Moon Brigade. At this moment, the events unfolding were beyond the comprehension of Huo Yuhao. After the arrangements of the Shrek team, the Sun and Moon Academy faced its own challenges. There were some alterations in the main selection team. As two of the primary members were compelled to withdraw for a rather straightforward reason, Ji Jiuechen executed a stunning feat that astonished the entire faculty and student body. With the prowess of a single sword, Ji Jiuechen vanquished the competitors from the Sun and Moon Soul Guidance Royal Academy, thereby securing his place among the participants of this Soul Master competition, with Jing Zian also being selected. Was it possible that Yu Ruo felt a sense of embarrassment from being scrutinized? And after reiterating his thoughts, did that only amplify his discomfort? Although his expression bore no trace of embarrassment, in truth, he had long been well aware of the advantages of this cash register system. Even if Ji Cha-Ching did not lower the price, he would still choose to make a purchase, although ultimately the master cast Qing ran down to the mortal realm. Subjecting her to the cycle of reincarnation, she understood that Qing Ran held a position of immense significance in the master's heart. Upon concluding his words, Mu Qinshan slowly brought his two fingers together, allowing the two glimmers of light at his fingertips to merge. In an instant, these two streams of radiance intertwined, erupting in a blinding brilliance. Had it not been for the grievous error made by Zhu Yunwan during the Jingnan campaign, not only Zhu Di but even Zhu Yuanzhang would have failed to secure victory in that position. Undoubtedly, his gravest mistake was not employing Li Jinglong. "Shiva, you vile creature. You have caused my sister's demise, and yet you dare to act brazenly here. Today, I shall take your life." Israel Honglian thundered, as the Honglian sword sliced through the air, unleashing a torrent of flames. At Defuse Square, even in later times, it was hailed as one of the largest shopping centers in Kowloon Bay, while in this era, it remained the sole marketplace in East Kowloon. "Now, let us invite the king to address us," Minister of Supervision Yuan Yuan proclaimed, hastily stepping aside to grant Zhu Yi the central position. "Haha, what is so impressive? At your age, I was leagues ahead of you." Like Dian Wei, Xiao Yi was exceedingly fond of his hardy nephew, patting his robust shoulder and laughing heartily. His physique had been enhanced by jade pendants. At 14, he could not be compared to Shinhu. Previously, he often encountered individuals online lamenting that they doubted they were playing the same hero as others. Whenever he came across such remarks, Chiyomu would merely scoff, however. At this moment, he experienced for the first time the sheer helplessness of being utterly overpowered, a sensation of unprecedented defeat. Noticing Chiyomu casting a glance in his direction, Li Jie instinctively straightened his posture, but before he could assume an air of superiority, he saw Chiyomu nonchalantly turn his gaze away, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Brother Zhang, you are making premature assumptions. Let us allow everyone to judge today. I ask you, how will this matter conclude? With a heart brimming with confidence, Xiao Yi posed a rhetorical question. Chu Yun, it seems something has transpired within. Shun Yu spoke with a grave expression, having detected exceedingly intricate fluctuations of magical energy, along with an alarming instability in the elements. Such phenomena typically manifest only during combat, as the magical energy emitted by various instruments in ordinary use remains remarkably stable. At this moment, it could be said that Shangwan Ling possessed some understanding of Lin Yifeng's capacity for alcohol. General, Commander Zhang of the White Tiger Cavalry has arrived. Just as Taisher Ci was analyzing the situation for the assembled generals, the voice of the messenger resonated. Shui Zhilian truly deserves its reputation as the premier entertainment venue along the river. It is said that the proprietor's background is unfathomably deep, with involvement across numerous industries. Naturally, the Spear of Vengeance capitalizes on this very characteristic, granting it sufficient agility in both offense and defense, thereby significantly enhancing its survivability. Initially, the city lords did not intend to arrive in Hua City, but upon learning that the 8th prince was present to celebrate Hua Xingchuan's birthday, many hastened their arrival in hopes of currying favor with him. Chapter 39 heralds the resounding song of the void. Prepare to witness what true strength entails. Ready? Then let us commence. With a command from Jing Hongchun, Xiao Hongchun, Meng Hongchun, and Huo Yuhao, along with 3 others, moved aside. As for Ma Rulong, Chen Fei, and Li Yin, the 7 of them ventured towards another direction. At the outset, Huo Yuhao promptly activated her first soul skill, deploying mental detection sharing. Once the soul skill was unleashed, the enemy's entire field of vision was under her control. Of course, Meng Hongchun, Xiao Hongchun, and the patrolling ninjas gathered outside the Fujiwara residence did not recklessly attack the barrier, for someone had previously attempted to assault it, only to be severely injured by the rebounding purple flames of the barrier. Henceforth, they dared not approach it again. What? Searching for me? I have never heard of your master, Long Xingyi, nor has he ever met me. How could he possibly know I am in the Yunqi cave? Questioned the Platinum Crow. Navi. Harry sighed in relief, turning to see a round-faced boy struggling to make his way over. If fortune permits. I truly wish to visit those 3 celestial realms and see what they are like, Feng Shi mused, which elicited a round of laughter. In truth, Lin Chu was equally perplexed by his cousin. Were it him, he would never wish to rely on others, especially now that he had the means of his own. Indeed, how could we possibly marry? Do you insist that I want a scruffy old man to be satisfied? Exclaimed Miss Lanyi. Humph. Do you think I could be intimidated by you? Ji Mena scoffed inwardly, her eyes remaining shut as she turned over, adopting another position to continue her slumber. After several declarations of affection, when serious matters were once again broached, the ministers grew increasingly unrestrained and open. Dou had no intention of speaking. Yet as he passed by Zhang Qi, this seemingly simple fellow unexpectedly bowed deeply to him. Thus, everything was arranged. After school, Lin Chu deliberately called Yuxia to gauge his reaction. Is it nearly time to wrap this up? Su Qinyang wondered if he might have gone a bit too far. His master had once taught him that a man who does not cherish and protect the delicate is never worthy of being a proper rogue. As Yuxia finished speaking, a gunshot rang out from the other end of the line, followed by a palpable silence, after which a grim voice emerged from the phone. Upon entering the Yayan, Ling Feng immediately noticed a certain individual. The spatial ring on his finger was indeed Ling Feng's own. Zhang Fuquan, upon hearing this, was visibly taken aback. Why would His Majesty suddenly wish to visit the Yuzhong Palace? Is he not to head north early tomorrow? Shouldn't tonight's dinner be at the side of Consort Xiao? What do you mean? Seeing Yi Huan speaking as if entranced, gritting his teeth, Sun Yiping was suddenly engulfed by a foreboding feeling. He closed his eyes, gazing at the brother on the ground whose eyes had not yet closed, and lowered his weapon. This was indeed a top-grade magical treasure, crafted from rare refining materials by a master of qi refinement. Amadba, the monk without restraint thought, today, I wish to feast on roasted field frogs. With a vigorous rush, He charged towards the toad. Crossing the palace gates and entering the main hall felt akin to stepping into another realm, as the entire space resonated with profound Taoist sounds, echoing throughout the chamber. The very essence of it invited one to sit upon the ground and seek enlightenment. So much so that even Xiaomu nearly succumbed to the temptation of meditative posture, yet ultimately managed to extricate himself through the strength of his formidable mental realm. Perhaps it was said that everyone within this imperial palace served as his eyes and ears, rendering Bai Li Han free from worry. However, it seemed that when Manager Shun cast his murderous gaze, everyone immediately lowered their heads, feigning busyness, while secretly straining to catch wind of unfolding events. Regarding the arrangements for the soul duel competition, this chapter will not delve into the plot, but will address the questions posed by readers and discuss the competition itself. First, will Jing Lu make an appearance? The answer is affirmative. He will be alongside Inu Jun, previously mentioned in Chapter 37. Second, concerning who will lead the team. It was previously stated that it would be the heavenly demon Douluo, Su Yi Chun, who is now known as Bai Chun. He currently serves as a dormitory overseer at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, with an outward strength at the demigod level, while his true prowess aligns with that of a second-generation world annihilator, achieving the rank of Godlord. Third, will there be changes in the Soul Master competition? Indeed. Changes are afoot. The previous method of human randomness has been replaced by soul-guided apparatuses for selection. Fourth, the family of Huo Yuhao will also make an appearance, laying a crucial foundation for the subsequent inclusion of the body sect into the Sun and Moon Empire. Fifth, regarding Huo Yuxian's arrangements, there will be highlights in the soul duel competition, where she may potentially regain memories from her first life. Sixth, concerning the team leaders from the Sun and Moon, a particular focus will be placed on Bai Chun. Bai Chun, originally Su Yi Chun, is now the uncle of the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire. His spouse is Yi Yushui. His martial souls include the Black Hole Heavenly Demon and the World Annihilator Sword, with a soul power level of 99 actually at the Godlord level. The soul skills associated with his martial souls are extensive and formidable, spanning from the endless devouring and shattering sky explosion to the celestial demon true form and the annihilation of infinite light. The World Annihilator Sword possesses equally devastating abilities, from the Annihilation Slash to the Abyssal Annihilation, with skills that echo the magnitude of his legacy. In conclusion, I hope this information proves enlightening, and I kindly invite readers to share their thoughts, collect, and follow along as we journey through this narrative. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 40, The Valley of Demon Shadows. Now, do not appear so astonished. My ability to transcend into the limit Douluo is still reliant on other forces, and I shall disclose certain circumstances to you shortly. However, on the stage, where originally only one person sought out Huo Yuhao, now everyone aware of the soul skill flocked to her. Yet they were all intercepted by Kong Xia and her companions. What a joke. Little Yuhao is one of us. You wretched men shall not claim her solely for yourselves. On what grounds? We have not committed any egregious acts. Upon hearing Adam's suggestion, Zheng Ming cast a glance at the seemingly incapacitated remaining factions, and then his gaze flickered, his expression darkening. His seriousness genuinely frightened me. I truly feared that I had inadvertently caused some trouble. Waves of destructive sound energy clung to the protective array, creating countless ripples that left the ordinary warriors of the beast sect feeling dizzy, forcing them to close their eyes. The night wind in the mountains was quite chilly, making me shiver as I groped for a stone by the riverbank to sit upon. The couple, fragrant chrysanthemums, hurriedly clarified that they were entirely unaware and had even contributed to exposing the matter, asserting that they should not be implicated or required to receive education at the police station. What is happening? Have you also encountered clues on your end? I was taken aback by Lin Ro's inquiry and immediately followed up with my questions. As Bai Lian gazed at Feng Gan, he had long been aware of the boy's admiration for him. However, the manner in which it was conveyed was often rather unappealing. In this moment of peril, the boy's ability to think of him sparked a flicker of affection within Bai Lian's heart. If this situation persisted, once all 6 feet were engulfed by the sand, he feared he would merely watch as others gradually surpassed him, potentially relegating him to the last place. He was unaware of when his clothes had come off. Cradling his beloved Wang Nan, whose face radiated with a blissful smile, her demeanor reflecting the same joy. At the moment Ma Pingchuan rose, Han Qinyu also steadied her footing. Their gazes met, and an intense aura of combat surged forth, both escalating rapidly. Even the slightest remnant of Qing Shing's will was far beyond what Lin Ming could contend with at present. Luo Yu possessed an astute eye for selecting individuals, Those gathered here all harbored a spirit of adventure, eager to wager on He Jinxia's future, no matter how effective the antibiotics and antipyretics. In such circumstances, immediate results were implausible, and even if they did manifest, they would merely address the symptoms rather than the root cause. The primary task remained to extract the bullet lodged in Qin Gu's abdomen. Could she truly be expected to perform the procedure herself? The man spoke with a cold cruelty, fully aware that He Jinxia did not mean it in that way, and understood her reasons for not allowing him to visit. Yet he stubbornly deviated from the script of a caring brother. Jinxia could scarcely believe her fortune in drawing the farming card, prompting her to request the host to reveal the other options which lay hidden on the remaining cards. Zhang Yingming and Huang Matzi, who had been languishing under the covers, gradually regained their senses. However, upon witnessing their surroundings, terror began to cloud Zhang Yingming's eyes. After withdrawing his gaze from the captain, Ding Zhu shifted his focus to the last two men. Yet, what shocked Ding Zhu even more was the S combat level that appeared beside the opponent's name. The information that she needed would be relayed by her manager, while that which was deemed unnecessary would remain undisclosed. Li Riji, noticing their disbelief, reassured them, "Rest assured, I still have him with me." As he pulled Fu Guibao closer, Su Mingfei, incensed, stamped her foot but refrained from displaying her displeasure in front of outsiders, opting instead to concoct an excuse to slip away. After an extensive search, Li Riji failed to identify any suspicious areas, primarily scrutinizing the garden's wall in hopes of uncovering clues such as footprints. Such traces typically proved quite useful. However, the wall appeared pristine, devoid of any footprints or markings. The insect, initially devoid of any spirit, transformed into a fierce creature upon hearing his flute. It buzzed menacingly, flapping its wings as it charged toward the adventurers. Li Riji inquired whether Dong Chao had offended anyone or harbored any unresolved conflicts with others. The members of the demonic tribe fell silent, and the saints suddenly appeared, disrupting the tribe's calculations. While they had previously disregarded the presence of the elders, the arrival of so many saints raised questions about the authority of the demon realm's celestial court. The Hall of Thick Earth was Jiang Zhao's primary target, particularly as it was the strongest force on the Five Elements continent, boasting 3 formidable beings in the Dao realm, including the sect leader, far surpassing the other 4 forces that possessed only 1 or 2. During dinner, Lu Chuanbai realized that his concerns were indeed well-founded. Despite his efforts to prepare the stir-fried pork belly with utmost care, Jiang Qingli still found it unpalatable, complaining of an overpowering fatty taste. Much like humanity's first steps on the moon, every stride Neil Armstrong took was unprecedented. Zheng Chenhang reflected on his actions, acknowledging that he had been rather excessive last night and had disregarded Shichen's pleas for mercy, yet he remained insatiable. However, this was not the first time. Shichen did not genuinely wish to reject him, so what had triggered her genuine anger today? The Vietnamese man displayed a cruel, bloodthirsty smile, tilting his head and cracking his knuckles ominously. A beam of Buddhist light descended, enveloping Shui Hao tightly. A luminous circle formed around him, and an inexplicable force pushed the others away. Even Mu Mingmu was unsurprised as she witnessed the monk sweep his sleeves, summoning a surge of spiritual energy to separate Shui Hao from the rest. Had he not been injured? Joining forces with Guopolu to subdue these two would have posed no challenge, even with the inclusion of Nangong Lianhua, a similarly powerful figure. Together, they would not have been easily intimidated. Nailan Yuanshu occasionally shared with Lu Yu that Wang Xuanzi had actually profited immensely during his years of tomb raiding, accumulating over $1 billion. Seeing Lu Yu joking, she felt a sense of relief, realizing that he was not truly angry. It seemed as if the world had sharpened into clarity at that moment. Each fiber of his being felt familiar, and his mastery over power had significantly improved. Ziyue, veiled and turned away from Lu Tian, concealed her emotions in silence for a moment. Naturally, whether they, as elders of the Spirit Sea realm, could eliminate Jiang Feng remained uncertain. The quarry was neither a black bear, a tiger, nor a wild boar. It was merely a mountain hare. For the money-minded and lay, answering the phone from the secondary card was essential as it pertained to matters of profit. Chapter 41. The Divine Maiden of the Void. They had no knowledge of how far they had fled, but they soon found themselves by a lake. The water exhibited a profound emerald hue, shimmering under the sun's embrace, reminiscent of countless lively gemstones embedded within. The lake's surface lay tranquil, akin to a vast mirror, starkly contrasting the terror previously experienced in the Valley of Demonic Shadows. It was truly astonishing that such a place could conceal a sorcerer of malevolent spirits. Meng Hongchen's voice brimmed with astonishment, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, they had fled a considerable distance, eventually arriving at a tranquil expanse of lake. The water shimmered in a profound emerald hue, glistening under the sun's embrace, resembling countless animated gemstones embedded within its depths. The surface was as placid as a vast mirror, presenting a stark contrast to the prior horrors of the Valley of Demonic Shadows. It was indeed unexpected that such a place harbored a sinister soul master. Meng Hongqin's voice was laced with astonishment, and a flicker of disbelief danced in her gaze. How could this be possible? He was utterly shocked. Even confronting a demon wolf would be a formidable challenge, let alone expelling it with such overwhelming force. Could it be that Ling Feng had already delineated the effects of the diagram, rendering the directional keywords unnecessary? Yet, having withdrawn, the young lady should not have sought him out again. Why then did she persist in her advances? In the early morning, the chirping of birds outside the window filled the air. Gu Pan picked up a slice of toast, spread it with ketchup, took a bite, and followed it with a sip of milk, savoring a morning that was both serene and beautiful. When Duan Muyin entered the room after coaxing the bonds, he found Gu Pan solemnly donning her coat, despite having just changed into her pajamas to prepare for sleep. Qin Shou Yuan's pupils constricted. Ji Mingxi had been preoccupied with planning the wedding with Gun Wanlin, so such an occurrence was unexpected. Yet he understood Ji Mingxi well. This was likely in keeping with his character. Advance further. That is your destined home. The voice resonated again, seemingly more urgent than before. Xia Wanning felt a surge of anger. Conversing with a man full of deceit rendered her words superfluous. Su Nin was solely focused on proving his innocence, and she surmised that his desire was more fervent than ever. Yet, predictably, Liu Qing suddenly changed countenance, leaning closer to Xia Wanning, nearly brushing against her ear, his steady breath wafting through the air and gently touching her skin. Immediately, Yifeng retrieved the blue-eye sword with a swift motion, dancing it through the air in 9 frosty flourishes before striking towards the moon, gazing skyward. This was indeed the concluding form of the forgetting worry sword technique. Luo, perhaps you are overthinking. Xian Ming has sent someone to summon you. This is an order from the Prince of Jing and the War Ministry, Dong Su remarked. Yifeng discerned the confusion in his demeanor and, after a moment's hesitation, resolved to confront Karachi directly. Without assistance, it would be exceedingly difficult to navigate this unfamiliar territory and find a way back. The language of the other party belonged to the Sword Hero continent, suggesting a significant connection to the outside world. Alex fell into silence, taken aback that Regner had posed such a question. Wang Sheng intended to have the shopkeeper lead them up the mountain as a guide, as the locals were familiar with the terrain. Otherwise, it would be rather imprudent for an outsider to venture forth alone. She took out a stack of 100 yuan bills to tempt the shopkeeper. Ling Luo led Yin Xiang to the ruins of the collapsed Moonpine Cave. She stepped forward a few paces, reaching the westernmost end, and with a graceful sweep of her long sleeves, she unveiled the enormous fallen timber that obscured the leaves, revealing a mural of 9 fiery phoenixes. Staggerona was on the verge of madness. The master he had devoted his life to was being insulted right before his eyes. His rage surged, wishing he could strike down those foolish beings with a single blow. Shaking his head, Li Hai bit into the lamb meat in his hand, overwhelmed by the exquisite sensation that even astonished himself. Yifeng found himself at a loss, as the night's surprises left his nerves somewhat overloaded. Ningxia nodded, instantly comprehending why Mo Shishir insisted he make a vow. This matter was fundamental to the flower-hidden pavilion, and if it were to leak out, it would inevitably lead to its disintegration. Chapter 42. The Space World. Moreover, the woman had not vanished but was cleverly concealed within the fabric of space. Suddenly, behind Meng Hongqun and the others, a spatial rift appeared, as if the night sky had been violently torn open. A colossal hand, resembling a ghostly appendage emerging from the darkness, silently circled around them and, with lightning speed, seized Huo Yuhao tightly. Huo Yuhao had no time to react, only feeling a powerful force. She believed that Su Weimiao would ultimately soften towards her, which was why she portrayed herself in such a tragic and desolate manner. The degradation of her life level and power made it difficult for Mo to perceive those with superior mystical powers, leading to a diminished sense of awareness. Now, he found everyone around him peculiar, yet he could not articulate the reasons behind it. The Lord of the Moon instantly crumbled. What in the world was this? It sounded as though these two individuals were about to embark on some venture. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Huo Yuhao appeared before the group, and Yu Zichen sat down calmly, exhibiting remarkable composure. Suddenly, a loud metallic clash resonated through the air, and the skeletal warrior, unbeknownst to Win, raised its left arm. The source of the metallic sound emanating from there. Luo Jing, with tender affection, expressed her desire to be the devoted wife of Ma Changjun. I must say, The portrayal is neither accurate nor comprehensive. The heartache of parting, coupled with the unspoken sacrifices made amidst the tumultuous emotions, ignited a fierce anger within. Wang Hong rummaged through the coffin, seeking something of value, yet found nothing, which incited him to consider setting the coffin ablaze. Of course, I could not permit such an act. Instead, I urged him to descend into the grave pit and eliminate the snakes lurking within. Wu Yin and the others had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Mei Li Fang approached us once more, suggesting, Chang Jun, may I offer you a piece of advice? I wonder if you would be receptive to it. At this moment, Luo Yu glanced over. Recalling her previous promise to assist if the six sects encountered genuine difficulties, offering help from Wang Tianya, Dong Yuanzhang, perplexed by the peculiar expressions of those around him, chose to dismiss his confusion and boldly sat beside Gu Shuexiu, leisurely beginning his meal. The following evening, after finishing her class, young Chi-Chi hurried to the studio, hardly allowing herself a moment's respite due to the overwhelming tasks at hand. Each of them wielded significant influence within their respective factions and, naturally, felt disgruntled by the threats posed against them. After assessing the situation at home, the two ventured into the valley, first arriving at the breeding farm, where nearly all the chickens had perished, with a few ducks and geese also lost, though some survived. The pigs and donkeys had been relocated to higher ground prior, thus escaping disaster. This was his nature. Any treasure he coveted was his alone, leaving nothing for others. Wei Qingyun and Zhou Qinghan felt helpless. Yuan truly had a penchant for the dramatic, insisting on behaving so peculiarly. How could one say such things? Song Ro remarked with a gentle smile. I am already a mother of 3. How could I possibly escape the passage of time? The thought of Xuan Wan and her companions deepened her smile. However, recently, the Alliance had begun to regulate the number of individuals entering and exiting the Woma Temple, which was evidently a strategic move. This caused dissatisfaction among other arrivals. Yet the Alliance had established itself as one of the 4 major guilds, leaving the other arrivals with no voice in the face of its authority. The siblings engaged in playful banter within their room, creating a lively atmosphere, while Zhao's family in the courtyard listened to the quarrel from the main hall. A faint smile of resignation curling at the corners of their lips. They mused on the siblings' apparent incompatibility, wondering why they could not converse amicably without first stirring up a ruckus. The distant lights gradually dimmed, and the relentless night enveloped the city, rendering sleep elusive for many. Yu Chen paid no heed to her confusion, simply returning to his booth with an air of indifference, reclining in his chair with legs crossed. Chapter 43. The Task of Exterminating the Evil Soul Master. The conversation shifted back to the dialogue between Huo Yuhao and the Void. In your own way, you are rather endearing. A light, teasing laugh escaped from the Void, imbued with a hint of affection, as if playfully toying with a mischievous child. Huo Yuhao momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue, and she shyly lowered her gaze, softly murmuring, "But, sister, your attributes." Before Huo Yuhao could finish her thought, the Void abruptly raised a hand to silence her. "Fourth brother, I have uncovered a rather grave issue." Guqiu spoke gravely, peering through the towering ancient trees. Be it the human mortals, the beast folk, or the hybrid tribes, all have practiced the heart techniques disseminated from the Yin Hong Ling Long sect. In a mere span of 20 years, this sect has swept across the vast expanse of Lingyun. Xinjun. Bo Deiji approached Shin Fan, removing her cap to reveal an exquisite visage, sweetly addressing him. With a fierce glare, Tian Mang's eyes shimmered, and 2 invisible forces sliced through the air, sending the waning moon reeling, grievously wounded and spitting blood. The Bodhi Divine Tree, this peculiar entity resembling blood yet not blood, possesses a terrifying ability beyond its affinity for flora. It can suppress realms, lowering an adversary's level by at least 1 tier. With a swift motion, he kicked forward, landing heavily on the ground, struggling for a moment before falling silent. The feigned femininity of the overly delicate figure was not foolish. Sensing the unfolding situation, it promptly turned and fled. In truth, had it not been for the immunity bestowed by Yumei Shuang, he would not have triumphed so effortlessly. The Dark Arcane was a formidable consuming spell, leaving most utterly helpless. Upon hearing Qin Shing's proclamation, the crowd was taken aback, their gazes collectively fixated on Luoyin. Their 5 minds intertwined, forming a vibrant aura that encircled them, erecting a barrier against the encroaching dragon's soul. 9 manifestations of Yin Shursan instantly coalesced into the true Dragon 9 Emperor's formation, ensnaring over 10,000 defeated divine troops. As the formation activated, the 9 true Dragon Kings emerged, a relentless force reminiscent of a harvest machine, systematically reaping the divine army, which once dominated the world. Like ripe wheat falling before the scythe. Though Wei Xian and Wei Jini had encountered each other numerous times, Jini always maintained a forward gaze, never meeting Wei Xian's eyes directly. Thus, Wei Xian had no choice but to gaze straight ahead, responding to Wei Jini's inquiry. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Wei Jini's expression, which remained unchanged. The brilliance engulfed the golden bell, which, steadfast as a fortress, shattered with a resounding crash. A figure stood amidst the radiance, resembling a deity, with wings sprouting from his back, basking in the golden light. The heavenly ladder forbade any interference. This had been a long-standing rule of the Spirit Path Alliance. Of course, Hua Shizi was aware of this, yet he had never been one to obey. He had been defiant in the past, and he remained so now. Strangely enough, he was entirely wrapped in bandages, his head and limbs bound, and the glimpse of the straps across his chest suggested he was entirely restrained. The voluminous fabric obscured most inquisitive gazes, yet from the sight of his emaciated fingers, it was evident that he was once a man of proportionate stature. To save others, can you save yourself? Feng Yuan pondered, recalling Ding Jingxi's abyss-like dark eyes. However, to challenge those of higher status, one must sign a life-and-death contract. Otherwise, one would face punishment from the Dragon Martial Emperor's Enforcement Division. In the concealed corners of the Sumera space, others dared not speak out, hoping to evade the penalties of the Dragon Martial Emperor's society. Talon accepted the recording, simultaneously embracing Lu Chuang's entrustment. Regardless of their past grievances, Talon was determined to fulfill this obligation. It seems that humans are perpetually discontent with what they possess. As the fifth cultivator spoke, he lifted the cup from the table, fixating on the unremarkable vessel without drinking from it or setting it down. As the elder placed his hand upon the pot, the water within began to boil in just 30 seconds. Perhaps it was due to her seat being slightly behind. Or perhaps for some other reason, Nya Sai's gaze lingered upon her for a moment. Lin Roshan's sudden change in demeanor left me unnerved. Zhan Dong had inadvertently tread upon his forbidden ground, yet he seemed oblivious to it. The helplessness evident in his tone stemmed from either her lack of understanding or her departure. The afternoon sun was abundant, and they had taken out the quilts to air. The previous days had been overcast, leaving the atmosphere damp, and the quilts had absorbed that moisture. To speak of unrequited love so casually, Yangxing nearly erupted in laughter, forcing himself to bow his head and stifle it. Tyro hurriedly restrained the furious Han Fei, who could not overpower her, his eyes glaring indignantly at Yilu Liang. The moment he jumped down from the carriage, the bandits, with their shifty eyes, all turned simultaneously to gaze at Xia Qi Shao. Qi Tiayuan whimpered, yet found himself unable to articulate a single word. It was likely that he had not anticipated that Long Qinyu would betray him, handing him over to Xia Luo. Yet at this moment, those indistinct memories were suddenly peeled away and began to intertwine, causing her heart to grow cold. Indeed, should I emerge victorious, you shall extend the network of Shincha Mountain Villa to my Daoxiang village, equipping every household with it. Zhou Yang chuckled, and Lin Xiaodong beside him brightened, a warm feeling rising within her heart. I have heard of the Blood Mother Stone. It is said that after the death of the Blood Spirit, it transforms into the Blood Mother Stone, capable of dispersing one's soul. Han Guang Yuan interjected. Chapter 44. The Duke of the White Tiger. Xuanzi took a sip of wine, narrowing his eyes slightly, as if a righteous light were flickering above him. I have received word that there are malevolent soul masters wreaking havoc along the borders of Xinglua, bringing misfortune to the people. This time, we shall venture near the Mingdou Mountains of the Xinglua Empire to cleanse the area of these wicked soul masters, restoring peace to the land. Their highest cultivation level is merely that of Soul King, so it is quite safe. Just a Soul King, then we can rest easy. Glancing at the students, it seemed they would be safe. The handsome figure instinctively reached out, his heart leaping with joy. Could it be true? He realized that he had indeed grasped that half-piece of spirit stone. Hastily, he looked around. The onlookers were all trying to seize the light reflected by the spirit stones, and without exception, they all grasped at emptiness, unaware that the stone he had captured was the true spirit stone. However, Xiahou Inxue and Yi Buyuo could not remain in a stalemate with the opposing Feng Qin and his two blades. Yet, Long Feiyan was oblivious to the fact that ahead, Emperor Tang Ming had already laid a trap, waiting for him. He had seen that sword thrust, piercing beneath his arm. It must have inflicted considerable harm, though it did not appear to be fatal. I must go check my reflection. Ouyang Tianming jumped out of bed, without even donning any clothing, and dashed outside. This place was a wilderness, not mountainous, yet it was riddled with ditches and mounds, overgrown with wild grass and flowers. How could the sword god claim there was no place to hide? The room on the second floor had not changed significantly, still neat and bright. Entering the inner chamber, nothing seemed amiss. Luo Qingyi pouted and casually struck out a palm, causing Ding Weihuan to fall to the ground. Luo Qingyi raised an eyebrow but ignored him, instead turning with a beaming smile toward Mo Yuni, extending a delicate hand to wave before him. When Xiang Ziao woke, she saw the old man savoring the roasted bird meat prepared by Tianming. She immediately panicked. Where was Tianming? Fortunately, he was right beside her. The figure in black remarked, "You are correct." Upon finishing, he unsheathed the purple devourer, but this time, it was different, aside from the sword's true nature. Its appearance was no longer entirely purple as before. It could be said that this was no longer the purple devourer. What had it transformed into? Duke Rongtai's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Count Shuifeng would display such an attitude in the Grand Hall. At this moment, the disciple of the sword sect had lost all color. His eyes tightly shut, appearing to have long since lost the breath of life. I may not die just yet. I can fulfill my final wish. I wish to understand why the 14th prince did not wish to see me that night. He could have saved me. Why did he refuse to meet? She does not lack the will to resist. Rather, she sought out the 13th brother instead of me. At times, I ponder whether this is the favor of fate. If she had indeed approached me, would I have been able to refuse her? Soon after, I witnessed the figure of the old man flicker, already leading Ouyang Xiaoxiao away from the spot. Upon the conclusion of Xiao Siming's words, Ouyang Xiaoxiao observed De Siming's eyes widen in astonishment. After a moment, she saw De Siming gently descend from the air, coming to rest before her and Di Beihan. In the past, even if the young master found himself outmatched, escaping should not have been overly difficult. Yet, in recent days, that individual has taken advantage of my young master's lingering injuries, launching a sudden attack. Moreover, today he seems to have gathered some formidable allies. This confrontation is likely far from the simplicity of previous encounters, Sienna remarked, her eyes increasingly filled with concern. At that moment, Huolingo let out a cry towards the heavens and soared through the gap in the sky, carrying Di Beihan with her. To her astonishment, her own energy was effortlessly dispelled by the demon, who was now charging forward with a roar. "What rank of alchemist are you now?" Wuji inquired with curiosity, for he was quite familiar with Yun Pizhao's alchemical techniques, which evoked a sense of DJVU, albeit differing from their own methods, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Chapter 45, Space Chenzifeng. The Duke of the White Tiger was exceedingly polite. We have previously discussed our purpose for coming here. He was well aware. Please, everyone, come in so we may deliberate on the matter of eradicating the evil soul master. Wang Yin and the disciples followed the Duke into the White Tiger camp. Dai Yaoheng stepped forward from the crowd and swiftly approached Dai Huabin, kneeling together on one knee before the Duke, their voices tinged with respect and admiration. "Father, well done. Have you brothers all remained intact? They are all your favorites." After finishing his words, He Xianfei cast a gentle glance at her, smiling blissfully. "I'm sorry." Aki mustered her courage, determined not to let Aki come to harm, nor allow those around her to encounter unnecessary troubles because of her. Susan was always loud, and her shout nearly startled Xiao Baizhu into jumping, especially since he was already feeling guilty. Indeed, when Yuling brought Wei Ro to the coast, they found the injured Lan on Lai. It was no wonder, as he was not a match for the demon. Naturally, many men had once coveted her beauty, but most had been thoroughly incapacitated by her. Susan climbed out of the cabin, stretching her limbs, preparing to feign a patrol and observe what her subordinates were busy with. Su Xiaoxi was still practicing his flame perforation technique. Su Dong and Shimulo had gone out together to search for supplies, while Xiao Baizhu was not within the confines of the base. Now that the issue of mental energy was resolved, he should make arrangements for today's competition. It was not a matter of last-minute preparations. Rather, this was the capital, not his small territory in Jiang City. What has happened? Long Xiaoqing pondered, feeling perplexed. Although he was not particularly fond of the people from Haoyan City, they were collaborating this time, and asking a question shouldn't be an issue. In the television dramas, heroes were often portrayed as impoverished figures, with money being mere illusions. The crowd's murmurs swirled around, yet they seemed to have no effect on Wang Haoming, who remained fixated on Sun Wei in the distance. In his eyes, the atmosphere was thick with palpable hatred. Just then, a masked figure in black appeared beside Huang Fuqingming, respectfully presenting a note before vanishing into thin air. At any moment, only within risk can opportunities be birthed. If it were not for the looming threat of the deep blue flesh entity, Lin Wei would willingly bide his time on the Starry Moon continent, gradually amassing strength. However, With this unsettling factor in play, he is compelled to opt for slightly perilous methods. Meanwhile, Robian found himself thwarted in the next instant. The black mist before him had vanished, leaving only the dismembered corpse of Barian. Su Yuqing and Mu Mani exchanged cryptic giggles, beginning to dine without further provoking Jiang Qingce. Yet, regardless of Jiang Qingce's desperate calls, they fell on deaf ears, as Han Yingying had no recourse but to cry out for help. Time passed inexorably, and Lin Wei remained in the reception hall, awaiting feedback from the intelligent orb regarding his memories of Tatalupas, as well as news from Kilian. Chu Qiansheng held considerable status within the demon-slaying army. Otherwise, he would not be entrusted with the stewardship of the Broken Wave sword manual belonging to Lang Fanyan. The Ji Yuan Hall represents the divine realm, and those 7 wearing the Jiang insignia are my adversaries. The outcome, as you mentioned, is mutual destruction. Long Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Nista gently inquired of Lin Wei, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes, yet predominantly warmth. Afterward, gazing at the vice commander before him, John furrowed his brow in quiet contemplation, refraining from an immediate response. With the nod of the Demon King, they departed with their families, unhindered by anyone. Its speed could be described as overwhelmingly surpassing that of Ding and Anda, evident not only in its maximum velocity, but also in its acceleration. Chapter 46. By Qin. There seems to be an excessive amount of pretense among this generation of the gluttonous divine cattle. The gluttonous Douluo Xuanzi, as if possessed, completely disregarded flexibility, directly using himself as a tool to forcibly carve a passage ahead. The Grim Reaper's emissary could not suppress a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. I had long anticipated that my fortune was on the horizon, yet I did not expect it to be so immense. I am truly the fortunate one among the evil soul masters, the guiding light of the evil soul master realm. Before long, the Grim Reaper's emissary emerged through the passage. I instinctively sought to retort, but upon reflection, I recognized that Monk Ju-Ming's words were not without merit. That corpse harbored no fear of the two of us, indicating that Ji-Sun had lost his deterrent power over the Yin corpse. If such an incident were to occur here, how could the Yin corpse possibly let us off easily? The King of the Earth, with his divine sight, witnessed worlds ceaselessly being reborn or annihilated. The misty region transformed instantaneously into a complete world. Such ferocious offensive postures rendered even Daojin incapable of approaching the Yin corpse. However, sending forth a beam of bloodlight was a trivial feat for him. As I exchanged banter with the boss, Fan Yu had already wiped the grease from his face. With a look of disgust, Fan Yu used the inferior paper napkins from the barbecue shop to clean his face, followed by wiping it again with his sleeve. Earthquakes are not particularly astonishing occurrences, yet Du Hang stated that all inmates and most police officers in the precinct perished, which leaves little room for complacency. I found myself irresistibly drawn to Lien Daojin, for he had previously proclaimed that some individuals were destined to perish. The syringe, propelled with great force, pierced my arm with its needle. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and with a swift motion of my hand, the syringe, as thick as a chopstick, fell to the ground. Liang Jing remained as cold-blooded as ever, displaying no semblance of compassion. Despite my dire state, he showed no tenderness towards me. I clenched my teeth in silence, my eyes brimming with tears as I watched him tend to my wound, applying medicine and affixing a bandage. Once everything was concluded, he carelessly tossed my hand aside. "Not yet, mother. Do you not enjoy the cuisine from Bailanji? Come, let us go there now," I said, linking my arm with hers, a cheerful smile on my face. "Are you all intent on mutual destruction?" By Meyer's eyes flashed with a glimmer of coldness as she uttered her words. Sitting in the snow, I found myself speechless, contemplating the 10 feathers that seemed to belong solely to Chu Tian. Thus, my whimsical fantasies of a superhero were dashed. Speaking of which, Yang Qi was surrounded by an array of remarkable individuals. Since his time in Steel Testicle City, particularly after encountering Cake Dog and Dog Dan, he believed that no one could further lower the threshold of absurdity. I possess a list here, peruse it carefully, and I shall endeavor to fulfill any requests you may have. Suddenly, a yellowed piece of paper appeared in Xiaolan's hand. With a casual flick, the paper glided through the air, creating a brilliant arc before embedding itself into the ship's hull behind Magnuson. Without a moment's hesitation, it rendered all of Sakurada Shiori's meticulously devised plans irrelevant. By the way, Chinfu, does anyone truly heed your incessant prattling? Wang Xueqian inquired with curiosity. Even if one were to disdainfully retreat to another location, it would be of no consequence, for this shameless specter would persistently follow. Seated silently beside her, Gao Lingjun had not acknowledged him since last night when Li Su had extinguished the conversation. She had not uttered a word all day. As Yu Yiming trailed behind the group led by Xianyun Shangren in the Temple of Heavenly Kings, he nodded attentively after each of Xianyun's explanations. Yet, only Xianyun Shangren and Xianyi Laozu could discern that his expression had grown increasingly vacant, clearly indicating that his true thoughts were elsewhere. When the words fell, the Knights of the Griffin Rider Corps in the sky displayed expressions of astonishment, seemingly questioning the reality before their eyes. Chapter 47. Xuanzi is a boon for you. Our sun and moon are not mere trifles. Jing Hongchen raised an eyebrow, pondering internally. Xuanzi's words were disjointed, failing to grasp the crux of the matter, revealing no useful information whatsoever. Moreover, if it were merely a common band of robbers, how could Xuanzi be so agitated? It appears that this band of thieves harbors a nefarious background, so remarkable that even Xuanzi finds it challenging to uproot them entirely. Jing Hongchen chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in her tone. Xuanzi, the urgency with which you pursue them is quite evident, don't you think? Suppose Jeff, lacking discernment, believes he has quelled the internal strife of the People's Army and can now launch a full-scale assault on the territories of the intelligence agencies in Wuda and Hua. Linglong, with an expression of concealed dismay, pondered why the two girls beside her had not warned her. Although reluctant, Gu Yinyang maintained a stoic demeanor as he released his grip. Observing as Shin Shaochu placed her hand upon Shin Yan's shoulder. What do you see? Jian Wuzhui glared frostily at the several esteemed medical practitioners beside him, who all shook their heads in response. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away gradually, and amidst their anxious urgency, Zhou Wei and Rong Hui finally arrived in City C. Tang Dashan, the village chief, should be acquainted with other village leaders, and it is likely he possesses more knowledge. Even when ensnared in a predicament, one must maintain dignity. Yi Yuxuan consoled herself inwardly, which rendered her somewhat more at ease. Indeed, it was a stunning reversal. Initially, the public criticized the Shin family for their unscrupulousness. But now the ire was directed towards well and entertainment, with calls for judicial scrutiny steadily rising. Today, S attire suits you remarkably well. Louis Bai donned a moon-white ensemble, layered with a creamy, light blue satin gown, her hair elegantly adorned with a silver moonpin, resembling a celestial being, as if she were floating gracefully. His extensive experiences have imparted him with a certain understanding of how to navigate such situations. Zhuo's mother seemed somewhat at a loss, but upon noticing Lian Jun's gaze, she merely smiled and nodded. Wang Hao fixed his eyes intently on the opponent's movements. This maneuver was extraordinarily formidable, leaving most individuals bereft of even a moment's reaction time. Should this technique truly possess the formidable strength indicated in the materials provided by Aresta, his chances of survival in the next world would increase by another 10%. He could not afford to abandon hope. Having been online for 2 months, to speak candidly, Sanqing has been diligently crafting words, with little opportunity for interaction with everyone. Huang Guoken feigned ignorance, mounting his electric bicycle parked by the roadside and departing. Tang Guo found himself in a perplexing situation, unable to comprehend the absurdity before him. With a dismissive gesture, he pulled up his trousers, turning away from those around him, as only this old rascal could behave in such a manner. Zhang Cheng carefully stored the gold ingot and reached for his phone to dial Ho Jingshan's number, yet despite the ringing that echoed for several moments, no one answered. The martial artist, endowed with a robust vitality and a formidable life force, could be likened to a natural talent endowed with a unique constitution. When one activates the thunderous roar of the tiger and leopard, the functionality of their organs escalates exponentially, allowing their physical strength to remain in an astonishing state. Previously, during Tang Yan's time with the construction crew, he was solely responsible for pouring cement. However, now that Tang Yan had disappeared for several months, the work had fallen into a rotation among the team, leading to some discontent. Wang Hao understood that his parents, aging and filled with concern for him, were feeling mentally exhausted, thus prompting an early onset of their elder years. As for the broadcasts, he disregarded those that were not currently airing. For those who were live, he bestowed a colossal rocket upon each of them, albeit limited to a select few prominent streamers. Those lacking popularity or contracts were not deemed worthy of his gifts. Before his opponents could make their move, he had already established precautionary measures, showcasing his own strength while simultaneously casting aspersions upon his rivals. Seated by the window was a man clad in a dark, thin robe adorned with golden dragon embroidery. In his 40s, he bore a few strands of gray at his temples, yet his demeanor remained vigorous and authoritative. This individual was none other than Emperor Li Kongyu of the Great Zhou. Chapter 48. With my 5 rings, how can you wield a divine artifact against me? Upon contemplating this, the harbinger of death felt the fear within him dissipate significantly. Cackling with sinister delight, he thought to himself, even Shrek's title Douluo cannot catch me. How could the disciples of the sun and moon possibly pursue me easily? He commanded dozens of undead minions to launch an assault on Xiao Hanchun and his companions. Just as Xiao Hanchun was preparing to activate the soul-guided cannon for a devastating bombardment on the undead, Long Ting, still mourning the demise of Feng Jianyang, was momentarily distracted by Ling Yinzhang's words. Lu Tang turned to Zhu Ming and coldly remarked, I know your quest for the true culprit may not solely be for avenging the king, but regardless of your intentions, as long as you fulfill your promise today, my wretched life, Lu Tang of the Red Ghost, shall be yours. After bowing 3 times before the tomb, he vanished from sight. The vile demons offered no resistance whatsoever, howling in despair as they vanished amidst the lightning. Even those at the rear, the most heinous of demons, fled in a frenzy as if facing the apocalypse. We are good brothers who have been through thick and thin. Why must you be so formal with me? Fa Hai complained. By the way, though this compass is merely a one-time use for me, I shall not take it without recompense. It is the pinnacle of the Lao Jin sect's artifacts. A treasure of the sect. You should return it to Uncle Gio. Song Yu waved his hand, and then a massive bell appeared beside him. Long Yuan's dagger snapped as he was kicked violently by Zhang Quan, crashing against a pillar in the hall, which instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, debris flying in every direction. One must not miss this rare opportunity, as it had been long since it savored the exquisite flavor of humanity. The minion stuttered for a long while, unable to utter a single word. Enraged, the monstrous creature struck the minion with a palm, causing his brain to explode. Li Mei would not appear again. It was said that after she implicated Jia Gang, she immediately requested to return to her hometown for an internship, fearing retaliation from Jia Gang and his ilk. Just after a night's rest, upon awakening, when Shihong hummed a modified version of a later famous tune, filled with deep remorse. Moreover, judging from this address, it must be Lin Mashi, right? There is no one else who would refer to both of us in such a manner. Chao Peng couldn't help but chuckle. If he was not mistaken, this girl must be having second thoughts. However, this presented an opportunity for him to teach her a harsh lesson. In the desolate land of Jinma City, strength dictated everything. The more domineering, the better. The heavy tome crashed onto the ground as he tightly grasped the large stick in his hand, blood oozing from his mouth. With a splatter, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, and upon closer inspection, he noticed several pristine white teeth amidst the crimson pool. Licking his tongue across the sharp and bitter taste, he realized that the 2 rows of teeth had long been knocked out by Zhou Lanxiang. Yes, teacher, I understand. Kong Shinyun replied, lowering his head, filled with reluctance yet powerless. He was not a genius, perhaps forever distanced from the 5th rank, without the ability to ascend further. Advancing to the 2nd year would merely expose him to greater despair. As they spoke, the Rakshasa king strode forward, an ugly grin spreading across his face, swinging his iron fists, creating a whistling wind as he aimed for the nearby Shermingda and Xianingi. Hello everyone, I am Tang Jihan. Currently, I am seated in the casino of the Inri cruise ship, surrounded by countless individuals. The person sitting across from me, dressed in a suit, seems to be a well-known gambler here in Europe. Under the auspices of the cardinal, a public mass was first held, followed by the baptism of the congregation. The king of the celestial beasts, accompanied by Lan Yuezha, wore a somewhat indifferent expression, surveying the surroundings as if searching for someone. Chapter 49. A lesson. Wang Yen felt a twinge of pain in his heart, his voice tinged with helplessness. The disciples of the main team have all suffered varying degrees of injury during the early to mid stages of this Soul Master competition. Only 2 can take the field. He paused briefly before adding, the reserve team originally had minor injuries, but Bei and Dai Huabin have sustained significant wounds. Fortunately, their recovery capabilities are strong, and after a few days of rest, they should be able to compete. Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaodao suffered extremely severe injuries. As for the C-level registered disciples of the 5 Elements sect, their status is comparable to that of registered members of the Assassin Guild. Yet they cannot be observed for the time being. At this moment, Ziyuhan felt quite aggrieved. She had already done her utmost, and such a seal was beyond her capabilities to unravel, especially after merely 200 years of cultivating the transformation stage. In the early summer of that year, Tao Shang, wielding his unparalleled authority, commenced the comprehensive implementation of the Shangyang reforms across the various states ruled by the Dawei kingdom, under the guidance of Shangyang himself. Yuan Hong hurriedly approached the 2 and separated them. At that moment, Pan Di had already entered the vehicle and was starting the engine. for reasons unknown. Every time Wu Shuimei thought of Zhang Yin being treated so brutally, a wave of inexplicable happiness surged within her. She witnessed a foul stench erupt from one gaping mouth while another coiled like a python, preparing to ensnare the old monster in eye. Tian Xiang took out some money, casually estimating the amount before entering an ordinary inn. I couldn't help but chuckle quietly. He claimed it would put Wang Feng at ease, but his assurance held little weight. Nonetheless, this ruse proved effective, for Wang Feng had her own backup plan. Fooling the emperor's teacher and the bear seemed a far-fetched notion. Soon, it would be Wang Feng facing the consequences. Xin Shan gazed at the two locations, pondering that perhaps there were still living souls in the residential buildings. But the square would likely be devoid of life. Chang Lu struck at his opponent's ribs with his knife, swiftly controlling the adversary's weapon and counterattacking with precision and coherence, utilizing the strength of his waist during the blade's retaliation. As Shun Huixian gathered her strength once more, the sword that had previously instilled fear in her reemerged, leaving her no time for contemplation. Faced with the incessant inquiries from Iran, Jin Shi remained silent, yet it did not imply that the ethereal Tao Shi would allow such behavior. She donned a flowing white robe adorned with cloud patterns, secured a jade belt around her waist, fastened her hair with a crown, and straightened her collar, instantly regaining her commanding presence. Ain gently rested her hands on Li Ku's shoulders, smiling face to face, her expression radiating uncontainable joy. Skill 3. Healing Power LV1. Utilizes demonic energy to heal all teammates for 60 of their attack's life force, granting them a layer of rebirth that lasts for 2 turns, restoring 25 of their life force each turn. The situation did not keep him waiting long. After synchronizing time, the buffer zone between the two realms began to overlap. Long Gu was right. Once the game commenced, we likely wouldn't have time to indulge any further. Come, brothers, we shall not return until we are drunk tonight. Shi Tu added. Indeed, within these brief 3 months, Mei Ming had already ascended to become the new leader of the mist-hidden village. I understand. It's the noise from downstairs. So there's another level beneath this basement? We must inquire with the village chief, Hua exclaimed with sudden realization. Preparing to make a phone call. Despite having an inkling, Abraham struggled to accept such a conclusion when it was finally reached. Why was I so eager to send Teacher Young away? The motive was certainly not solely to find him a romantic interest. This righteous paladin began to brainstorm, seeking clever ideas. Zhou Tian immediately sensed a formidable threat. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most potent technique, allowing martial energy to burst forth like a fist, meeting the sword's aura head-on. Chapter 50. Xingluo City. Mu Lao cast a stern glance at Yin Xiaoxia and said in a low voice, Do you truly need more inner courtyard disciples to perish before you reconsider your stance? During the previous incident involving the 10,000-year soul beasts, only one person survived while the rest perished. This time, although there were no fatalities, many suffered severe injuries. Regardless of this occurrence, I must gather everyone for a meeting at the Sea God Pavilion to deliberate on several crucial matters. Times are advancing, and soul-guiding devices are a manifestation of this progress. The soldiers from the land of the rising sun appeared just 50 meters away, and the sharp sound of their leader resonated through the air, followed closely by a barrage of gunfire. At that moment, a whistling sound erupted from behind, and before he could react, a golden light pierced through his body. As the two emerged from the tea house, they followed the two Taoists, both of whom possessed considerable cultivation, standing at the pinnacle of their realm, merely a step away from achieving a deeper focus. Such a commotion caught the attention of fellow disciples from other villas, who curiously peeked out to observe. Tianqian Taoist understood well that this seemingly simple-minded individual was, in fact, more cunning than anyone else. Otherwise, how could he hold the position of the leader of the 100 Saints Valley? The valley was home to many capable individuals, and it was impossible to command their respect without substantial prowess. Her audacity in embracing a man raised eyebrows. Could he possibly be her husband? Aobai scrutinized the man whom the girl was holding. The revelation was quite startling, although he could not ascertain the conditions of those on the ground from this clue. He felt a sense of satisfaction, for he was among familiar faces. Action would thus be more convenient and liberated. Friends, I wish you all good fortune, one of them declared, saluting the departing line. However, to be candid, observing the bustling realm of mortals, one would hardly sense the devastation wrought by the crisis in the illusory realm a year prior. After all, this place had always been under protection. Yet, Chen San surmised that these individuals harbored ulterior motives linked to this precious artifact. In truth, as numerous reports spread, The current buzz surrounding the matter had significantly waned compared to before. Although interest remained, the pace of renown had slowed considerably. Strangely, it seemed she had come to address the unfortunate events of the day, yet here she was, sipping milk tea and enjoying herself thoroughly. Set the fragrant scallion oil aside, immerse the noodles into the boiling pot, retrieve them, and then drizzle with the scallion oil, garnishing with scallions, ginger, and garlic before serving. This is the Yangchun noodle dish she prepared for Chini. With a slight nod, she acknowledged that this notion, perhaps a spontaneous whim, was far more worthy of her gamble compared to her previous plans. Su Fan had resolved firmly that he would not allow his success, this time. He must reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Such formidable strength astonished everyone. She bore internal injuries, yet remained alive. The terror of the Nine Lama is difficult to comprehend unless one is present in the heart of Konoha village on this fateful night. In the blink of an eye, a fierce wind enveloped the caravan with fine sand, causing everyone to stagger and lose their bearings. If swept away from the camp, it would mean certain death. As she spoke, she leaned towards Yin Xiaoqi, grasped the steering wheel, and exerted all her strength to push Yin Xiaoqi to accelerate. Her reckless actions causing his expression to change dramatically. Occasionally, someone was called out, energetically rushing forward. Some returned with jubilant shouts, while others were carried out, breathless. The occupants of the room completely disregarded the bleeding corpse, even though just moments ago, that very person had been alive and conversing nearby. For the third consecutive year, they fell short in the playoffs against the Cleveland Cavaliers. After all, no matter how one looks at it, Wu Dawei had once been a consecutive winner of the league's Best Defensive Player award. How could he be so easily dismantled on the defensive front? Chapter 5, The Remnants of the Stars. After Su Jiawei finished reading, he remarked incredulously, "Is this truly the case? 3 severely injured, 2 disabled." Although the Shrek inspection team indeed served to eradicate evil and uphold justice, from a pragmatic standpoint, Su Jiawei felt a pang of sorrow for the casualties among the elite soldiers of the Xinghua Empire, as their losses directly impacted the stability and security of the empire. However, he appeared relatively indifferent towards the casualties of the inspection team. These individuals were all familiar to Chen Feng and were originally formidable figures within the Honghuang realm, now beginning to ascend the merit rankings, which he understood well. Alas, those wretches were likely vying for the assets of the Tianxiong group. The elderly figure was none other than one of the renowned titans of the economic world, Chao Tianxiong, who silently reflected, tears glistening in his eyes. Within the realm of the 10,000 Buddhas, all-powerful beings from the mortal realm who ascended to the Buddhist sect congregated, from the principal Buddha to the Zen masters, numbering in the thousands. The gathering place of these Buddhas was at the center of the 10,000 Buddhas realm, atop the highest peak, the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas. "Hey, you surnamed Yang. How did Master Meng die? Which scoundrel caused such misfortune to Master Meng?" Someone finally could not contain their curiosity and inquired. Accompanying Wang Jinyu in welcoming the Japanese guests were the astute strategists Yang Youtai and Yang Du, who were undoubtedly aware that Wang was merely playing the role of a fool to deceive the tiger. Meanwhile, the others could hardly contain their laughter, especially Yang Wanhua and his companions, who nearly collapsed with mirth. This moment marked the beginning of a culinary tradition that has endured for over a century. With cooking skills remaining a central craft among the 64 trades, and Bailu Yuan gaining fame for its exceptional culinary talents both within and beyond the province. Casting a glance at the 3 prominent families, the Gene Prince did not retract his blade, implying a challenge. "What do you intend to do?" This statement compelled the heads of the 3 families to declare their intentions. Did they seek vengeance for the death of Ping Xia? Such power is indeed reserved for the divine. Yet, if Hattori Hanzo's words bore truth, what terrifying upheaval might the future behold? Contemplating this, even Zhang Hua could not help but feel a profound sense of awe and shock. The old woman, having finally grasped the situation, turned to the old man and inquired, "How much was that jade pendant again? Please repeat it." It seemed her hearing was not the only thing failing her. Could this be achievable? In Balast's view, Chen Feng's assertions were mere empty promises, as the people of the multi-haired nation could not comprehend the significance the Chinese placed on the descendants of Sunday. Furthermore, she was keen to test the might of her spatial abilities, and a 4th-tier sea monster presented itself as an excellent opportunity. Additionally, should she succeed in vanquishing this creature, it might yield rare metals or potent seeds of extraordinary abilities, proving to be quite advantageous. She vaguely recalled flames rushing toward her, with someone tightly embracing her, shielding her beneath their body. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. as nearly all present believed that when Jian's current brilliance could rival that of the legendary figure Li Xiaoyao from a millennium ago. Moreover, possessing similar seeds of extraordinary abilities, one exhibits a considerable degree of resilience. After all, the more one comprehends, the more adept one becomes at unraveling methods. Guoyi trembled for a while before finally providing Guoying's phone number, insisting fervently that Wu Tian await his arrival before hanging up. At that moment, when Li Zicheng encountered Zhang Biwu discussing Guanyu, he could not help but nod, acknowledging the rarity of Zhang Biwu's discourse on loyalty and righteousness. Furthermore, as long as Zhang Biwu's army remained inactive during his engagement with Sun Xuanting, it would indeed be of significant assistance to him. However, he felt compelled to clarify certain matters. It appears that the so-called fourth stage grand tournament and the transcription vaccine were indeed meticulously orchestrated by you. The leader of the Truth sect remarked. In truth, this sentiment extended beyond just the two of them. Many others harbored similar disbelief, yet refrained from vocalizing their doubts. Chapter 52. The gluttonous Douluo versus the stellar Douluo. Indeed, Xuanzi, do you remember me? Recall what I just said. If you are unwilling to live well, then let us all cease to exist. Yu Miaoying raised her eye-star spear, unleashing a surge of 99 levels of soul power. In terms of soul ring configuration, Yu Miaoying's rings outclassed Xuanzi's. She possessed 200,000-year soul rings, with her 9th ring soaring to an astonishing 200,000 years. Regardless of strength or soul ring configuration, Xuanzi stood no chance against her. Li, brother? What brings you here? Wang Xiu asked, momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Li Zhao's unexpected presence when he should have been at the dragon locking well. Could it be that it was all over? Your offspring has been shattered. How can you possibly resolve this? A man sneered contemptuously. Keep talking, and I shall incinerate your flower boat. Let us see if he has made an appearance, he added, casually seizing a turtle servant and issuing a warning to the brothel mistress. Call him. I wish to speak with him, Chun Qingyang stated calmly, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. Lord Slayer, please hold for a moment. I shall dispatch someone to convey your message to His Imperial Majesty. The palace commander replied with a respectful bow. Observing Mo Fan, pale and incapacitated on the ground, Zhang Dashan felt a surge of satisfaction, scoffing as he approached Mo Fan. Is there truly no way to mend your cultivation? After a while, me too felt somewhat fatigued. Once seated on a bench in the corridor, Cheng Yu quietly inquired about her well-being. However, Kai Zhixiang remained convinced that the king of 10,000 demons was lurking nearby, merely eluding his search for its hiding place. Those who descended were formidable. Even the Dao realm was sufficient to pose a challenge, not to mention the existence of beings even more powerful than that. As long as the impending demonic lord's resentment reverted to ordinary grievances, Mo Fan felt no trepidation, promptly sheathing his Tiangang sword and adopting a cross-legged posture. Hearing Dongfang Qiu's warm voice, Su Dan felt a comforting warmth within her. She blinked, wanting to express that she felt no discomfort. Joseph's words were undeniably motivational. After all, everyone present recognized the truth in his assertions. Yet, this was precisely the goal she wished to achieve. Was Nangongyi not particularly special towards Ling Yue? She endeavored to reveal to him the true nature of Ling Yue. Anyone who heard such words would undoubtedly be left with a negative impression. Meanwhile, at the Cold residence, Cold Wuchen's father, Cold Wei, learned of the events that transpired during the Ice Lantern Festival and chastised him severely. Not far away, Fengshen furrowed his brow, delivering a punch back to Zhaozhen, while Taiying managed to restrain Lin Tianyou and quickly retreated. The officer was taken aback upon realizing that Ma Qifeng was no ordinary individual. He hastily dispatched a messenger to the general's residence and organized the city guards to heighten their vigilance, with countless arrows aimed at Ma Qifeng, including over 100 crossbows. Although the reason for her being brought from the pavilion in Qingdefang remained a mystery, it was evident that she had been ensnared in a plot. Feng Qian summoned a carriage, and Huo had already dismounted, yet Qirang approached the carriage as if he were oblivious to his presence. Huo halted in his tracks. The gates of the Feng residence creaked open, and as Qirang settled into the carriage, she could still hear their pleasantries, her fingers tightly clutching the food box, her heart aching with sorrow. Father, mother, the poison that second mother administered to me was indeed this heart-charming powder. And the same toxin was also mixed into the ginseng soup. Ling Yue was convinced that everything had become clear by now, no matter how Shinbiro attempted to argue. It was futile. Suddenly, a powerful surge shot into the sky and erupted not far away, engulfing the entire bloody world. Fortunately, all the servants had perished at his hands. Leaving no obstacles in his path, disregarding his injured arm, he swiftly dashed into the inner courtyard. This young man was none other than Ding Tianren's disciple. Once the envy of many as a prodigious talent, particularly in the field of pharmacology, he had been able to leverage the ancestral formulas passed down through his family, improving them under Ding Tianren's guidance, and had already secured several patents. The first battle of the 53rd Shrek Academy was without incident. Wang Dong produced a piece of paper from his storage soul guide, waving it before Ma Xiaodao with a cheerful smile. During the holiday, Xiao Xiao and I traveled to the sun and moon, and we happened to enter a CAF, where we encountered them. He pointed at Meng Hongchen, his tone light-hearted yet tinged with jest. Xiao Xiao, standing nearby, lamented, "What a pity. We were expelled from Mingdu within less than a day and barred from re-entering for 5 years." She kicked at the bonfire, sending several blazing coals flying towards the two men, while Ji Luhan had already made a hasty escape. To ensure that the workers arriving shortly could begin work immediately, Tang Ao decided to have Yang Ziqi cut the fabric in advance. "Please step outside for a moment. I need to employ my unique healing technique, which must not be witnessed by others." Li Ji spoke to the others in the consulting room. Tang Tong, listening to Tang Ao's words, suddenly felt that her younger brother had changed in some subtle way, though she could not pinpoint exactly how. Regardless of the reason, when she approached him at that moment, he readily acquiesced. After all, expelling Meng Yang would not bode well for their grand plans. It was imperative that she endured her pain and deceived herself, refraining from taking action against her. For whenever Wu Yuan confronted her, he echoed her previous words, which was quite distressing for her. Bai Qingyin gently opened the brocade box, revealing a pair of exquisitely carved, lifelike white magnolia earrings and a gold-inlaid Hetian jade magnolia hairpin. As twilight descended, with only the faintest glimmer of light remaining, the three of them returned, each carrying a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other. The dean, while speaking, instructed the hired security to keep watch over the situation, a tactic taught to her by Wu Yuan. Should the other party persist in causing trouble, they would not hesitate to call the authorities. Now, the narrative had taken a completely different turn. According to the original storyline, the four individuals should have remained unharmed on the surface, yet equally at a loss, only to discover that Jiang Wen had not returned. Following Chen Ming's deductions, the next scene should depict the four young people searching for their two missing companions. Rather than that, it seemed wiser to remain silent, diverting attention to other matters, and postponing any plans regarding the machinations of Zhou Tao. In the dim glow of the flames, there were cries of anguish, wails of despair, shouts for help, and lamentations for lost kin. Upon his return to the imperial capital, Chen Tianlong had engaged in several bouts of magic dueling with Shangguan Leitang. Yet this was their first formal meeting. "I just recalled it. My apologies. I've been preoccupied lately and momentarily forgot." Although Chen Yi bore no fondness for Sun Beibei, he believed in the adage of not striking a smiling face, especially in such a public setting. He had no reason to display displeasure. If it were merely an ordinary organization, Huang Fengyu would certainly not be intimidated, for she was, after all, a leader of a branch company and possessed a degree of social connections. Despite having the means to depart, this young leader chose to remain in the Forsaken territory, deliberately attracting various factions and inciting conflict. Abraham Khan intended to hang the painting deep within the underground dock, while continuously documenting the evolution of their former society through oil paintings. Teacher Qin's recent treatment had reached a critical phase, rendering him quite unwell. He struggled with nausea and weakness, but fortunately, all his medical indicators were excellent and aligned with the doctor's expectations, bringing some relief to Shi Yan's heart. "This is my company. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it when you have the time." After he departed that evening, he left a business card for Tinglan. On the business card, there was no mention of any title, only the company's name, his name, and a mobile number. Peng Chongjia possessed a formidable physique, capable of withstanding the impact of a colossal celestial body. Yet, when confronted by the assault of 49 stars, he found himself engulfed in flames, with sparks flying before his eyes. In Chapter 54, it was noted that 7 individuals were necessary to counter them, but 2 would suffice. Chun Zifeng regarded them and declared, "Having kept you waiting for so long, it is time to bring this to a close." In his hand, he wielded the space-chasing soul sword. Upon his arrival in the Douluo continent, he had awakened his martial spirit early on, transforming it into the space-chasing soul sword with additional spatial attributes. His soul skills underwent significant alteration, now including space-chasing slash, void mirage, space chains, space barrier, and 6 paths space demonic slash. At that moment, Chen Zifeng's third soul ring illuminated, a testament to his access to materials and heritage, as new clans emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain. The next day, Tokugawa Ieyasu exhibited a stark contrast to his previous relentless prodding for military advancement. His orders mandated a daily march of no more than 10 miles. Anticipating ambushes from sea marauders, the vast southern Jianbu continent had never experienced such tranquility. All temptations of treasures were cast aside. As the demon tribes of the southern Jianbu lived in constant fear for several years, dreading the day when the sword atop Yaquan Mountain might descend. A sticky, damp layer of flesh-like substance was spread across the dark cement road. Though apprehensive, Su Xinhui could not wait any longer. With an hour still remaining until the usual training time, prompting her to emerge from the shadows. However, after searching her home thoroughly, they could not locate the cloth doll, as her family believed it had been hidden away by her sister. The volcano's remote location yielded nothing further to search. After a brief stop, the two proceeded directly to City E. The first wave of the toxic zone appeared, yet they remained within the safety perimeter. Xinglai pushed open the door and stepped out, washing the blood from his hands at the sink. He adjusted his raincoat in front of the mirror and pushed up his glasses, gazing at his reflection with a sigh, and gravely proclaimed, "I swear to heaven, I am Sun Ro, not Lian Qingqing." Sun Ro, at a loss for words, had briefly recounted past events. Yet such matters felt as if they belonged to the realm of a scripted drama, only truly understood through personal experience. Singing was indeed Lin Chen's ultimate weapon. Upon uttering this, the three were inundated with requests from the live stream audience to continue their performance. Upon hearing this, Zarda paused, looking at her in surprise. Yet she maintained her composure, her lips curling into a faint smile as she walked steadily forward. Duamu Diyu held Yunyao in his arms. Tears flowed freely, nearly overwhelming them both, as their once stable home had crumbled overnight, with their mother resolutely departing and their father's reputation shattered. The vehicle was equipped with searchlights, tear gas cannons, elevating lighting systems, sound wave dispersers, electric winches, and a comprehensive infrared recording system. As the owner of a company, he naturally understood that everything must be planned with a long-term perspective. Housen Xiaojie belonged to the Housen family, aged 29, preparing to refine his inner elixir, and was originally a subordinate of the Zhuo family. Outside the city of Luoyan, the army was lined up in formation. However, due to the array personally set by Yun Yuan in the middle, neither side made a move. When it comes to thought, one must admire the madness of the artist. Those few who were even more insane had their alchemical hats on. Do you appreciate this? Everyone. Confirm if my pitiful gaze holds an expectation of 120%. Nevertheless, this posed no significant issue for Lin Feng. If the weather were to turn a bit colder, he could simply turn on the central air conditioning. This villa, equipped with solar power in addition to a diesel generator, had been foresightly prepared by Lin Feng to ensure they could endure the winter. Gu Chang did not expect Gu Qingyan to be given such a nickname. Although she was aware that Gu Qingyan's appearance might attract some special attention and treatment in school, she never imagined it would be to such an extent. Perhaps you should have an open-hearted conversation with someone, Naruto said with a serious expression. Chapter 55, the first appearance of Huo Yuhao eyes, concealed behind a blue illusory mask, emitted a hint of ethereality, appearing red, yet in truth, it was but a shade of crimson. Circles of spirit rings slowly rose beneath Huo Yuao's feet, gold, black, red. The 4 soul rings were instantly unleashed. Your Majesty, a 10,000-year soul ring. The ministers and military officials surrounding the Star Luo Emperor widened their eyes in astonishment, rising simultaneously with expressions etched with disbelief. Once Lu Yu no longer felt the pangs of hunger, he seized the moment to begin introspective cultivation. The citizens of Shangzhou were primarily migrants from various states in the Jiangnan region, particularly a multitude of affluent families who had recently relocated from the southern 4 states. These families, having resided in the yet-to-be fully developed southern lands, were heavily influenced by the local indigenous customs, resulting in significant differences from the customs of Guangling. Lin Yi observed her figure, and through the sweat-soaked fabric of her miniature military uniform, the outline of her form was faintly discernible. Seeing that Lung Yen was unharmed, the majority of the encircling team members displayed expressions of relief and joy. Suddenly, Cardini Nicola let out a shout, and at that moment, the previously deceased Luo Tianyang miraculously rose from the ground, pouncing on Wang Qin and sending him flying several meters away. Xiao Xian stood before the painting, quietly pondering. I wonder which desert hero is so esteemed by the Khan that his image is prominently displayed on the main wall of the reception hall. Yun remained silent, observing intently. As her words faded, Mu Ronglan closed her eyes tightly, her arm straining as she attempted to take her own life before Tua Baoje. The drunken left noble king was suddenly taken aback by this scene, his inebriation evaporating as he watched Princess Jialon plunge a dagger into her own chest. He felt a pang of anguish in his heart and rushed towards her, intending to embrace the princess, but the situation unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. Yilin, a traitor of the Tianjin sect, was accompanied by Bai Tai Xin and a group of disciples from the Discipline Mountain to capture Lin Yi, a course of action that was, in principle, justifiable. The proprietor, sporting a handlebar mustache, along with his white owl, turned their attention to Annie, first furrowing their brows before breaking into benevolent smiles. The following day, Huo Yuhao arrived at the company and fortuitously encountered Li Muhan, prompting her to casually inquire whom he planned to pick up that Saturday morning. An hour later, the slumbering crowd was roused, groggily following three elders as they continued their journey forward. However, she had not anticipated that she would inadvertently be pursued into this celestial pit, a veritable treasure trove for physical cultivation, which, in just a month's time, elevated her prowess to the third level of the golden period. Oh! Kane's voice brought her back to reality, and she chose to roll over, ceasing to reflect on the countless mistakes of the years, whether they were unintended or deliberate. Subsequently, he carelessly discarded Huo Yuhao onto the ground, turning to fetch a chair and a bundle of rope. Yilin Gu'er provocatively tilted his head, directing a gaze at the creature seated upon the throne, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. On the battlefield of the Blue Angel clone, only a corrupted beast gifted by Qiushuan and a Manjusri remained. The more the cultivators understood, the greater their fear grew. If the might of the Beast King Mountain had not diminished as it appeared, then the human desire to acquire that mysterious treasure might merely be a futile dream. In this world, even those who have achieved remarkable cultivation rarely exceed a lifespan of 200 years. The body of the celestial titan was succumbing to dissolution. As crimson mist enveloped the area, howling and morphing into various forms of beasts within the fog, only the Confucian scholars remained steadfast. Whether in the halls of power or on the battlefield, they could be seen everywhere, truly embodying the dual roles of generals and ministers. Ningming scoffed disdainfully, raising her right hand to lightly touch the tip of the longsword. With a crisp sound, the sword shattered. Xiaoting, who had been hiding behind Qin Qing, couldn't he help but chuckle, despite not participating in the battle. As the card activated, the surrounding environment transformed into a dark cathedral, encircled by pitch-black iron bars, with mechanical puppets lurking nearby, their sinister gazes fixated upon them. At that moment, they found themselves within a courtyard. Upon hearing this, Ningming's father nodded repeatedly. He had long been aware of Lin Fan's prowess and was astonished that he could cure his ailments. Han Ruobing was at a loss for how to explain to her sister. She certainly couldn't inform her that someone might come to kill her. Could she? Indeed. Perceiving the League players from the previous world as the now realized League heroes did not seem to be the wisest choice. After breakfast, Long Ci arrived at the physics laboratory, and as the door opened, he heard Jim's maniacal laughter. Humph, I detest the binary fallacy of who is the demon and who is the deity. Since you all deem me an evil sorcerer, I shall show you what true wickedness is. Even in rage, he smiled, resolved to teach these arrogant Koreans a lesson. The third elder cast a curious glance behind Chioer, and in that instant, Chioer felt a sudden blur, as the chicken leg she had been holding vanished without a trace. The four brothers had already engaged in battle with Bai Lichuan's subordinates within the Sakura Valley, and to everyone's astonishment, Bai Lichuan's recruitment of followers had surged dramatically. Merely a few months since their last visit to gather information, the number of Bai Lichuan's subordinates had tripled. The girl was entirely correct. Indeed, there was no path ahead. At the terminus of the asphalt road lies an exceptionally dense jungle. However, much to the disappointment of the battle tiger, Lin Yu showed no desire to engage with him, compelling him to depart with his subordinates. Aside from the 8 individuals within the Liu Hall, even the ominous and shadowy Yuming Palace, under the auspices of Bai Yuxian's planning, exhibited a semblance of New Year festivities. Today, Du Ming indulged in a rare cleansing and change of attire, donning an ethereal azure robe that accentuated his jade-like complexion. Around his waist, he adorned a mystical emerald pendant, intricately engraved with the character Duan seal script, faintly emanating a verdant glow. Chapter 56. The Battle Between Shrek Academy and Yu Luo Academy. Some individuals harbor ulterior motives, for discerning Huo Yuhua's true identity seems rather implausible. Huo Yuhao is currently on the path of body refinement and has begun cultivating her techniques. However, regarding the Tang sect, it would be an understatement to say that even the most rudimentary practitioners could easily surpass her. I remarked, Yuhuan, Chior, do you not find it exhausting to wear those masks every day? Meng Hongchun observed Huo Yuhao and Di Ruiqiu, each adorned with a mask, the only distinction being their different colors. In Ju Feng traversed what was deemed an insurmountable fiery chasm with the ease of a soaring wave, effortlessly leaping to the opposite side. At this moment, Zhan Bu was somewhat speechless. Mu Shaoxian appeared to be excessively concerned about her own dignity, perhaps too fearful of embarrassing herself in public. I chuckled inwardly. If one refrains from scrutiny, the stains upon Lin Tian's character would remain indelible. While Jack faced no reproach in life, upon his demise, he would undoubtedly be subjected to slander, losing his share of the inheritance. Upon seeing the item in Zhan Bu's possession, Shang Bofiai was taken aback. He had anticipated Zhan Bu would approach empty-handed, as few were truly aware of the intricacies of the artisan sect's third division. However, given the object Zhan Bu held, could it be that he too possessed a cursed box? If one were to merely observe the movements of the monkeys, they might mistake the puppet standing on the steps for mere straw men, fragile and easily toppled. Ling Yu's body trembled with excitement, as he was nearly certain that this realm was indeed the upper world, for it exuded a sense of completeness, with the laws of heaven and earth intact. Ling Yu first assessed his own condition. He was injured, severely so, with even his mental fortitude significantly compromised. Fortunately, his perception remained intact, allowing him to gauge the circumstances of the realm he inhabited. Witnessing the sudden surge of Zhan Bu's aura, Ruan Susu's gaze became momentarily entranced. She had an admiration for power and an inexplicable obsession with those who wielded it. Yun Zongxian was akin to a leisurely hound, well-fed and with ample choices, while Gong Yang was more like a weary rabbit, constantly on the run. Having failed to notice earlier, now, as he rested, he felt as though his body did not belong to him. Every bone felt unusually loose, rendering even the simplest movement a formidable challenge. Li Dai extracted the tightly wrapped nameless sword from among the various belongings and hoisted it onto his shoulder. In truth, the Yuelian was merely a front for bandits. Otherwise, how could it thrive under the very noses of those brigands? At that moment, the stout man who had collapsed on the ground was finally catching his breath. As he attempted to rise, he caught a glimpse of Chun Jie from the corner of his eye and promptly lay back down, instinctively shielding his vital areas with his hands. After much anticipation to meet the enchanting Ziyao, he found himself thwarted by the door. He carefully placed his belongings and scattered a few seeds of cabbage and radish in a discreet area, mindful that even a small quantity might attract the attention of his wife. Were it not for his need to recruit individuals from the Liu family for the project at Crescent Bay, these people would typically lack the qualifications to converse with him. Left with no choice, he realized that the moment had come for him to confront Chen Tian, rendering any further discussion futile. Consequently, Qian Wanjian's reputation for being notoriously miserly had become common knowledge. He was a man who would prioritize wealth over life. Duan Qianqing glanced around, his figure shifting as he seized 5 flags from the ground. With a swift motion, he waved his arms, launching 4 flags in rapid succession, each embedding itself in a different direction, subtly enveloping the entire town. The lack of a definitive response from the other side weighed heavily on his heart, complicating his emotions with each passing day. Since last night, his feelings had been tumultuous, causing him considerable distress. Su Yingxue sighed, her chestnut-colored eyes dimming significantly. Ah Yan, what brings you here as a bodyguard? And for a senior at that? Do you realize that your actions are making me quite envious? Qin Shui had stealthily made her way to the playground after class, watching Lu Yin intently. Chapter 57, The Shura Martial God, Su Qian. At that moment, the captain of the Yunluo Advanced Soul Master Academy ascended the competition stage and strode confidently towards Su Sanshi. To everyone's astonishment, instead of expressing anger or reproach for Su Sanshi's previous actions, the captain, with a frosty demeanor and a serious expression, slightly bowed in greeting. Yunluo Advanced Soul Master Academy. Situyu. The bustling crowd was filled with the sounds of transactions, haggling, and laughter following successful deals, creating a vibrant cacophony. Dr. Tong's request to use the restroom indicated that her previously vegetative state had completely resolved. As for the other injuries she sustained, they posed little concern to the emergency center's physicians. A full recovery was merely a matter of time. However, the fact that she claimed no assistance was needed piqued curiosity. If she truly possessed the ability to navigate both light and dark realms, she could prove to be an excellent collaborator, alleviating many worries for Qin Bei. Yet, who would dare to discard something in their yard? This burden had undoubtedly been delivered by someone. I inhaled deeply, realizing the power in question seemed to surpass that of the 8 major warzone commanders. When the dishes were presented, the man was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Lin Yuan to serve such a remarkably simple meal. Subsequently, several roots sprouted from the branches, piercing directly into the purplish-red soil. Upon surveying the surroundings, he confirmed his observations. The room was utterly deserted, even stripped of clothing and other essentials. In the dimly lit woods, Jin Lulyalu appeared even more enchanting, causing the disciples of the Jin family to salivate, their eyes gleaming with a peculiar light, an unmistakable glimmer of desire. Despite the lingering muscle soreness, Tugi was increasingly eager to return to the basketball court and realize his aspirations. Before he could make a move, Li Wuyo's hand was already clasped around his neck. Feeling the immense force emanating from that grip, Wu understood that a mere flick of energy from the young man before him could lead to his demise. Now, with a simple adornment, he appeared even more radiant than before, easily inciting envy and capturing attention. Such an arrangement does not conflict with your ideals. Take some time to contemplate it, for it bears no detriment to you. However, the decision must be made tonight. Lu Jingfu spoke solemnly. However, she felt that there was a high probability he would lend assistance. Given how well Tao Zue had treated her in the past, if he agreed to help, she could conveniently invite him to dinner under the guise of gratitude. Count Dracula feared not death, yet he believed there were unfinished matters in his life, and perishing without resolution left him with a sense of regret. The table was adorned with exquisitely carved radish flowers, their petals as delicate as gossamer, bringing an air of elegance to the meal. They had captured a multitude of hostages, and under the constraints of caution, even large-scale lethal weaponry could not be employed. Over the years, Yu Jinjin had frequented places of pleasure. Although she had never crossed the line or engaged in inappropriate behavior, she was lavish in her generosity, bestowing tips upon male models with ease. Unbeknownst to Jiang Lily, she was being secretly photographed, under Su Fengchen's gentlemanly demeanor. She had already made her way to the corridor to head home, when Yu Tian emerged from the restroom. He was taken aback to find a throng of admirers in the dormitory, all gazing at him with envious eyes, mesmerized by his winning of the double color ball lottery, a staggering prize of over 200 million. The group entered the summer resort, making their way towards the training ground, while Yi Fan activated his invisibility technique, silently following behind. Witnessing this scene left not only the 5 shadows in stunned silence, but even the first Hokage momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 58, The Shura Battle of Nihility. At this moment, both sides sent representatives, with the Nebula faction dispatching Tang Qian, the Shura martial god, a being imbued with a penchant for slaughter. At the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, Huo Yuhao was the first to step up against him. He was mysterious, and she too was shrouded in enigma. Once both sides took the stage, Tang Qian was filled with curiosity towards the girl from the academy. According to the records, there were only 4 female students on the opposing team. However, the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon had deliberately concealed some of their team's members. Zhang Xinzhong and Li Dingwood unexpectedly fell into the hands of the Ming army, which was akin to calamity descending upon the great Western Kingdom. So many days had passed. Bai Zhu and Luonan should have developed it by now, Song Yinqin thought. Wu Hin slightly shook his head, refraining from rebuttal. This failure in vying for favor could only be attributed to Sun Jingru's lack of skill, and truly, it could not be blamed on the 5th prince. As he spoke and prepared to close the door, Zhang Hua was already anticipating this move, using his foot to prop the door open, preventing it from shutting. However, the ethereal voice trembled slightly, evidently having recently endured a slight and struggling to suppress the urge to weep. Gao Guiying, Li Yin, Li Gua, and Gao Yigong welcomed them at the camp entrance. After the initial pleasantries, Gao Guiying ushered Li Dinghua into the grand tent. Gui Ho and Gu Li were notably cunning. Their identities remained undisclosed, merely referred to as nobles from the southern wilderness kingdom. Observing the situation, Go Shun swiftly evaded a punch, only to realize it was a feint. Before he could regain his footing, Hu Tianlong's right fist launched a genuine attack. Linny listened intently, discerning the eloquence of the speaker, whose words flowed like a skilled musician's melody. With a tongue capable of transforming straw into gold, he spoke with such fervor that it was impossible to pinpoint a flaw. Anyone in his presence would have acted similarly. She refrained from addressing Su Xin as Madame Sun, Yet Su Xen seemed indifferent, eagerly awaiting her continuation. Tao Kiki felt a tinge of frustration. She had originally intended to monitor the boys' dormitory, but upon not finding Qin Yuyang, she noticed Chu Nan emerging instead. Remembering it was the weekend, she surmised that Qin Yuyang had likely returned home the previous night, so she decided to accompany Chu Nan out of the school gates. Caught in the act, no one knew how to proceed. The emperor's uncle stood at the door, trembling and bewildered, initially hoping that closing the door might avert disaster, only to find that the masked intruder had dismantled it. After this agreement was reached, Bai Ji Cao remained troubled, unaware of what Yin Zi had discussed afterward. But certain it bore no relevance to him, merely trivial matters from various states and counties. The restaurant was bustling, stretching a height of 70 to 80 meters. Yi Chu and the others had sensed the surroundings. While there were many formidable individuals present, it appeared that none were of the saint level. At that moment, Yin Ruo's mind was consumed with thoughts of her own ineptitude. Shun Meijing nodded, shedding her outer robe and reclining on the bed. Jean Yi approached the window, intending to lock it, but upon noticing something, she gasped in fright. Two ambitious, yet foolish individuals remained oblivious to the traps promised by Ogrim. First, one must capture it to claim victory. Second, if all the humans on the continent were slain by the tribes, then his so-called kingship would be utterly meaningless. Shortly thereafter, Shin Shiyuan approached with a gentle demeanor. Even Uncle Qi could discern his good spirits. Mu Chen chose to overlook the difficulties faced by Yin Ruo, as he was indifferent to the matter himself. Dali, today marks your induction into my Longxi Gang's Fenghua Hall, where you shall take center stage. Let us see your performance, said Wufeng, the hall master, addressing Wang Dali. Is Changshan Gong prepared? The leading elder inquired of Wang Xing. As he spoke, the crowd in the valley began to retreat under the guidance of several other elders, clearing a substantial area. Chapter 59, The Auction. The void sword of Huo Yuhao clashed violently with Tang Qian's Shura demon-slaying strike in the void, erupting with a thunderous roar. Two formidable forces collided, instantly tearing apart the surrounding air and creating distorted fissures, as if even space itself trembled under the weight of this power. The clash of the twin blades of light resulted in a violent explosion, with the ensuing shockwave sweeping through the area like a tempest. The void around them began to quiver violently, as though it were on the verge of succumbing to this force. Such notions were not unfamiliar to Qing Shuang. She had previously dismissed them as mere idle chatter. Who could have anticipated that today, this very scenario would unfold before her? The shrill sound of metal reverberated. And amidst the sparks flying, the dragon S-Claw and the giant python had already squared off several times. However, this idea was still in its infancy. It was not something to be acted upon hastily. For now, he needed to secure his visa for his trip to Europe. He carved out some time for an interview, responding to the visa officer's inquiries. After spending a few days in Los Angeles, he successfully obtained both the Schengen and UK visas before returning to pack his belongings. David was the epitome of a handsome man, tall, with deep blue eyes and a light stubble that rendered his smile disarmingly charming. As Anfeng shook his hand, David embraced Joanna with a kiss on the cheek. Anfeng inwardly cursed the flamboyant man 100 times. During the yacht-s fishing expedition, the focus was primarily on leisure. Occasionally, a fish might bite, but the catches were mostly small, with half being palm-sized groupers. Others, whose names eluded them, were released back after weighing. It had turned into a game of who could catch the biggest fish. As for the McLaren F1, even in other types of auctions, its legend could not be overlooked. The three exchanged glances, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to impress before Dyer, and immediately surged forward in competition. The enemy is at Yuanming Temple. A foot soldier swiftly reported behind Doi Sazaburo. They then rushed towards the Yuanming Temple under the leadership of their respective generals. Only I, left behind in utter boredom, regretted not bringing a phone to catch up on sports news and engage in some banter with critics. What a miscarriage of justice. With the same rank and the same charges, one would naturally expect to receive the same punishment. The advisor in Chenqing felt quite perplexed. To translate the essence of this statement, though your clan may be formidable, you are not our opponent. If you do not take your leave now, you will undoubtedly meet your demise. The voice resonated through the spirit, igniting the fervor within everyone's hearts, intensifying their combat resolve. The crimson battle clouds darkened further. As the sanguine radiance continued to rise, transforming into a blazing red flame, a banner of blood and fire, sweeping eastward across the skies of the eastern continent. In that moment, Qi Shi understood. The Taoist of the Fu was certain to have failed his challenge. While the number of martial gods among humans who reached the fifth tier of extraordinary power was few, they were not entirely unique. However, in both CAR and AAR, the name that resonated throughout humanity was none other than the martial god Bai Yin. The title of martial god seemed to have become his exclusive epithet. The immense pressure, never before experienced, left Shirlu trembling with anticipation. Based on the distortion of the starry sky following the dragon's emergence, a shadow that could potentially be a grand castle was faintly discernible. Engaging in conversation with someone who has navigated the world for many years, one cannot conceal their intentions. Their keen perception renders any pretense futile. Once again, amidst the tumult, new souls are added to the journey ahead. Su Huanjun reflects, questioning whether this path has been misguided. With each step, a grave reminder lingers. Must this journey be undertaken in solitude? How would the vengeful princess respond? Is there still hope for me? Meng Baiyun felt a surge of anxiety. He had initially intended to observe Lu Qingyi's recovery, yet found himself eavesdropping instead. The wine flowed gently through the air as if restrained by an invisible conduit, its crystalline beauty captivating to behold. Grateful to His Majesty for not holding him accountable for his indiscretions, Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that his words had resonated with Li Shimin. It seemed there was no longer a need to present arguments or seek to persuade the emperor before him. In the 60th chapter, Soul-Devouring Engraving Knife. Upon hearing the proposed price, Xiao Hongshan remarked that such an item would fetch no more than 1,000 soul coins in the Empire of the Sun and Moon. The others shared his sentiment. The soul-guiding devices presented were largely of mediocre 4th and 5th tier quality, lacking any significant allure. Consequently, they showed little interest, except for the group from the Douluo Three Kingdoms, who regarded this treasure with admiration. In truth, within the Empire of the Sun and Moon, it amounted to little more than nothing. The few of them, therefore, remained disinterested, unaware of the presence of a dark and well-concealed individual whose aura eluded their perception, even as their own intimidating energy coursed through the soul of Gudrian. Amidst the discussions, Xinyang loosed a second arrow, subtly adjusting his force to find a precise target before decisively releasing it. He began to fully heed Sun Zhuo's guidance, continually seeking shooting opportunities, leveraging his height and reach to strike his opponents with pinpoint accuracy. At the inception of that clone, it was merely a mortal, akin to an infant. Yet, as Xia he awakened memories, true energy began to manifest within the clone, gradually fortifying its soul. Sensing a burning gaze behind him, Yi Zifan turned to look, puzzled, only to find Zhao Siqi's stunned expression weighing heavily on his heart. He then chuckled at his own folly, realizing that being gay did not imply that all men in the world shared boundless affection. Upon uttering those words, the once stoic and resolute knights, who had previously brushed aside life and death, suddenly found themselves unsettled. How much did she truly know? He gazed at her, enchanted by her melodious voice, and smiled, exuding unmatched elegance. Shortly thereafter, he noticed a hand waving from behind Cheng Yun, indicating an awareness of Enrua's words. Within mere strides, Cheng Yun swiftly entered the villa. Such audacious actions were undeniably exhilarating. Perhaps this presented an opportunity. If mere mortals could bring deities down from their celestial heights, the profound techniques bestowed by these two divine beings would surely lead to godhood, or at least offer a glimmer of such an opportunity. The path has already been laid out. After Mo Xian administered the miscarriage needle, the warmth in her abdomen dissipated, yet her body temperature remained. And the two unborn children were not expelled. It is easy to imagine the immense physical and mental torment the survivors endured during this period. Qin Song refrained from taking action. Behind him, several flag bearers waved the Qiming banner, creating a barrier before them. The swift arrows were intercepted by the shield, clattering to the ground. In the courtyard, a smoke grenade billowed, while the wooden door creaked ominously, bullets occasionally piercing through, leaving trails of golden light in the air. According to the standards set by the sage of medicine, the so-called divine products revered in the cultivation realm are merely the result of alchemical success. Clearly, Chu Xiaoyan's level is not yet worthy of assessment. With a flourish of his sleeve, Qin Xian transported himself and Yu Pianxian to a nearby chamber to exchange insights. However, given Qin Xian's somewhat dazed disposition, whether he could grasp the matter clearly remains uncertain. Your disciple, Hua Feiwu, is willing to assist us, and it is not due to coercion by Master Uncle. This is the crux of the matter. They seek to harness your yang attribute to secure victory in the battle for qi. Fortunately, Hua Ling is aware of the truth. Otherwise, amidst such emotional turmoil, articulating anything would be nearly impossible. Stones subjected to rapid temperature changes become exceedingly fragile. This moment is the optimal time to shatter them, Tian Yu remarked with a smile. Ji Tian glanced around, astonished to find this vast underground space densely populated with rare spiritual herbs and precious materials, alongside rows of crystal vials containing essence blood. Unable to resist, his gaze wandered to a mountain 100 miles away, where an ancient banyan tree stood. A leaf fell from one of its branches, identical to the one that had fallen before. Chapter 61. Refining the Four Swords of Extermination. Sooner or later, I shall return. A wisp of black smoke rose, heralding the dissolution of the malevolent soul of the Soul Devourer, which had lain dormant within the soul-engraving blade for millennia. Truly, the Soul Devourer is ruthless, as evidenced by its decision to self-destruct without hesitation. Huo Yuhao gazed at the self-destructing soul of the malevolent spirit master. Soon after the detonation, the obsidian exterior of the soul-devouring blade gradually faded, revealing a glimmer of gold belonging to the essence of life. Witnessing this scene, Suwen understood that the contention among the 6 infant transformation cultivators had reached a conclusion, with neither side gaining an advantage. Both factions held an equal share. He had long ceased to care about the orders from above. His thoughts were now solely consumed with the desire to pummel the youth before him into a mere puddle of flesh. As the radiant light receded to a mere 3 feet around that demon clan member, their appearance became clear, leaving Wu Xi and Yang Fu astonished, halting their recollection of past events. At noon, Brett and George visited Qinzhouwei in Chinatown, sharing a meal and discussing matters pertaining to their newspaper. Uncertain how many years had passed, Yuli awoke to a world shrouded in white, devoid of any life. He only remembered his quest to gather the fragments of the all-spirit disk, wandering through the ethereal realm like a soulless entity. Subsequently, Jiyu also took a turn, exercising immense patience, and finally witnessed an object peculiarly rolling out from the light, revealing a high-grade spirit stone. The items bestowed upon him by the elder held no interest for him. He discarded them into his spatial realm, intending to address them at a later time. After a decade of relentless training in swordsmanship and seeking mentorship, he lamented his limited aptitude. Despite possessing a sword's essence, his comprehension was insufficient. The entrance featured a grand glass facade, within which lay Xinjiang's award-winning floral inlay design from the IR design competition. After spending half a day at the racetrack and enjoying a simple lunch, Jiang Shaohua met with several managers at the stable to inquire about the horse's well-being, before personally paying another visit. In such circumstances, confessing his feelings to Kasumi no Sato Shiyu would be an act of irresponsibility. He considered himself not yet so callous. As Wenki pondered, he strolled along the floating bridge, his beggar-like appearance surprisingly inconspicuous in this setting. Upon catching a glimpse of Li Yuyun's movements, Zhang Hao swiftly retrieved 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring. Lu Qi remained unclear about the concept of power dynamics. He only understood that the meager energy provided by Mai allowed him to effortlessly transcend the limits of the human body. To eradicate the roots of the problem, one must decisively sever the enemy's foundational advantage. Given that enmity had already been established, it was imperative to not allow the adversary to escape unscathed. The Sui people were brazen. Upon arriving in Hedong, Yang Hao and Chang Sunsheng's first action was to bolster the military forces of Hedong Prefecture. Surely, the leaders of the 6 departments had already caught wind of this. Chief of the 6 departments, whom do you believe their actions are directed against? Guoji's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Bulu Guxia. Torino's expression first registered shock, then transformed into confusion, followed by a dawning realization, and ultimately, sheer astonishment. Esteemed guest, if you do not possess sufficient spirit stones, please refrain from making arbitrary bids that disrupt the order. If you do have them, kindly present them to silence the rest of the esteemed guests. Chia spoke, her final words resonating with intensity. The news of the gathering of kings at the Door of Desire has long echoed throughout the ancient land of Xinglan. The city of magic, the Door of Desire, is ablaze with fervor as countless devout pilgrims flock to this grand metropolis to behold the glory of the Holy Emperor and the Holy Kings. This phenomenon is hardly surprising, for Li Yuyun is the successor of the fire element sword monarch, whose bond with Murong Hua transcends that of mere brothers. The elder demon, harnessing the demonic energy within, raised his right hand and forcefully struck forward, conjuring a colossal demonic hand that blotted out the sun, sweeping down from the heavens with tremendous might toward Li Qifeng, as if intending to reduce him to mere fragments and pulp. Chapter 62. Cheating discovered. Huo Yuhao lightly brushed his white hair and remarked, I hope you do not disappoint me. Ending the game too soon would render it rather dull. At that moment, Huo Yulin's eyes emanated a violet glow, seemingly imbued with the essence of spatial power as concentric soul rings emerged around him. 7 soul rings, purple, purple, black, 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 red, rose, far surpassing those of his peers, with 4 being 10,000-year rings and the 7th a 100,000-year one. However, Master, I'm tired. Could you please give me a massage as well? After saying this, she playfully flung herself into Li Longfei's embrace. Nian Jioling reached out, intending to separate the two, but hesitated and retreated, choosing instead to sit back and observe the unfolding events. Damn it, you are the real gorilla. Your entire family is. Lu Bingwu grumbled irritably. Fine. Go on and indulge with Ouyang. Just wait for the opportunity. I shall deal with you. After a few more exchanges, Wei Wui ended the call. Having gleaned from Mu Yuhan's words that both the National Security and Special Operations units sided with Ouyang Pengcheng. At this moment, Su Bowen remained utterly motionless, exactly as he had been before treatment. Finally, at the end of this road, Lei Tian arrived before a massive iron gate, its surface cloaked in moss, suggesting that it had stood there for quite some time. Observing the current impasse, Villiers pondered how to initiate the conversation. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Aijia spoke up once more, delivering a rather provocative opening. Can you tell me why it is the sorrow of parting? She said softly. If my father were truly still alive, I would resent him for not appearing sooner, for allowing my brother and me to languish in this foreign realm. 5 million. The company is mine. The foolish man regarded Ouyang Pengcheng with a condescending look of pity, his tone not one of negotiation, but of command. How are you, Rong? Are you all right? Li Longfei asked with concern, leaning closer to her. The man found himself restrained as the ethereal image of a dragon began to gradually merge with his body. In truth, this young master of the Yun family had never truly regarded the original owner with any respect, treating him merely as one would a pet. I inquired why, and he mentioned Annabelle. However, he had not seen her for over a decade. I requested that he take me to her, and even though Annabelle appeared exceedingly aged, the fervor in the man's eyes was something I had never witnessed before. Upon seeing this situation, Guozi promptly organized the Imperial Army into formation, arranging a triangular formation with 20,000 troops at the front and 10,000 on each flank, prepared to sever Shi Siming's long serpentine line and defeat them one by one. Today, apart from the Empress Dowager, all the lords were gathered in Kunning Palace. But you must have gone there to report. It is not that the Shu army was inferior in combat to the enemy. Heightened vigilance was indeed necessary. But as the saying goes, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but no 1,000 days to guard against a thief. What they encountered was precisely that thief. Xia Wujin reported the current situation to Xu Nao. After all, Yu City was the capital of the Liang Kingdom, and the stakes were quite high. Moreover, as it had peacefully surrendered without experiencing warfare, the military presence and population here were considerable. To completely absorb this territory would require a significant effort. No one in the family expected that after his brother spent the 50,000 dowry, Lin Feng would unleash a series of devastating strikes against his family, culminating in a final blow. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhongnan slammed the table in frustration, causing the teacup to rattle. As for Zhao Qingqing's arrival, Lin's parents were not particularly surprised, as Lin Zio had already forewarned them. Yet, after exchanging dozens of moves with Sister Mei, the opponent did not seem to falter, leading Chuying to conclude that she was indeed superior. Chapter 63, The Fall of the Celestial. Huo Yunchu's assault was far from as effortless as Yu Miaoying's. Facing Huo Yunchu's thunderous strike, Xuanzi quickly assumed a defensive stance, but his expression had grown exceedingly grave. He was acutely aware that Huo Yunchu's prowess far exceeded his expectations, and the might of this strike surpassed his capacity to counter it. The brilliance of the soul rings surrounding him surged, as he attempted to erect a formidable earthen barrier with his potent soul power. However, as the situation shifted from 3 against 2 to 2 against 1, the crimson serpent tail flicked in an attempt to flee towards the 3 beasts. Yet, as he moved, his body became immobilized. Glancing down, he discovered that the ice blocks in the valley had refrozen, ensnaring half of his serpentine tail within. Zhou Wang declared, "Those who trespass upon the medical pavilion shall face certain death." Hu Shui's skin narrowed her eyes into a sliver, enunciating each word through gritted teeth. "Bei, shall I take you to the trial grounds for some fun? Aunt Di Xiao mentioned that there are many fierce beasts there. I have yet to encounter such creatures. I wonder if they are adorable or delectable," the child exclaimed, her demeanor radiating unrestrained joy. "Uncle, what is it that you wish to convey to me?" Yuzhen inquired with curiosity, appearing exceedingly obedient and gentle. The banquet was laid out on either side of the grand hall, with the disciples of the 12 halls seated in the front rows, and diminishing strength evident as one moved further back. After all, their previous demands for the Yun family to compensate entirely were indeed excessively harsh. Old Master Yun refused to acknowledge it, knowing that no one would believe their claims. After countless ages, the once fervent and fiery essence that could rival the three-legged Golden Crow clan had faded from its being. Yet the mark of that flame remained profoundly awe-inspiring. However, upon entering the palace only to find disappointment, her family began seeking alternatives for her, leaving her somewhat anxious. Fortunately, the court soon descended into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Grandmother Jean paused her actions, opting to select a reliable ally once stability was restored. Subsequently, the capital erupted in disorder, prompting them to take refuge in the Infamily Valley. The letter concluded with a somber note, revealing a fear that survival was unlikely. It spoke of a task to be undertaken for a noble master. Should the mission succeed, death would be imminent. If it failed, escape would be equally unattainable. It urged her brother to adopt a child, should he have many, and place it under his name to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Is he truly the most reliable person in your eyes? Yi Xian disregarded Wu Fan, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. She suppressed her ire while observing Yu Yadong seated beside her. His appearance remained unchanged, still strikingly handsome, yet a veil of persistent fatigue lingered in his eyes. As the battle commenced, the earth and wind shadows swiftly maneuvered to the side, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. This mountain star, seemingly in a powerful state of physical prowess, appeared to be utilizing the 8 gates of Duanjia. To their astonishment, it was merely Tsunade's 100 healings technique that could suppress the deity path to such a grotesque state. Tang Song suddenly pressed his palm against the back of his head, applying gentle pressure to draw him closer, their lips meeting in a prolonged and fervent kiss. Just then, a nurse finished her duties and emerged, softly stating upon seeing Jian Zhaoyu and his companions, "Mr. Jian, he has just fallen asleep." The essence of the message is a plea for them to be quieter, so as not to disturb the patients. Yin Xia finally wrested back the token of apprenticeship from the fierce dog, wiping the saliva from his cheek, only to find himself surrounded by 4 figures clad in black. Indeed, in the game of guessing odds and evens, the dealer discreetly introduces a set of dice. Regardless of the individual numbers, the outcome hinges solely on the total count. If the total is odd, those who bet on odds emerge victorious, and vice versa. The furious roars had persisted for over 10 minutes, while the ninjas at the base remained as silent as possible to avoid drawing attention. Lin Wanyan remained surprisingly composed when Lin Piayu was taken away by the authorities. Rather than panicking, she offered words of comfort, assuring Lin Piayu to cooperate with the investigation, promising to wait patiently at home for his return. In the stillness of the night, Bai Jiayan's presence was astonishingly gentle and docile, as Shiqing clearly heard the sound of her own heartbeat. In contrast, Yiling felt no anxiety. Rather, she was filled with delight. Such circumstances only underscored the profound worth of the 3rd volume of the Wuxiang Kaitian Fist. Moreover, the Wuxiang Kaitian Fist was, at present, Yiling's sole adept offensive technique, which was crucial given the complex situation in Yuzhou. This season, Xiaoyu had already executed the 3A jump with a flawless entry, while Plashenko still relied on the traditional approach. For instance, although Wuling had previously always competed with her, her deep passion for acting was evident, as otherwise she would not have risen to fame. At last, Li Xian managed to procure an employee card granting access to the tech park from Yuji. What I mean is, the Yangfeng you see is not actually Yangfeng. Wang Chong hastily rephrased, yet felt something was amiss as he spoke. It would be absurd to continue. Wouldn't that compel confronting to reveal the matter? Although everyone was currently ambiguous about their situation, if they discovered that confronting, despite her alluring demeanor, had not been tempted, it would be quite an embarrassment. Despite her mother having secured a favorable fate, a sense of discontent inexplicably lingered within her. The air was thick with the scent of ozone from the ionization of oxygen, as blue smoke increasingly enveloped the city. Others pointed and whispered, but she paid them no mind. She simply wished to see what tricks Tang Jiayang could conjure from his few words. A Frenchman slid to the sidelines, picked up a mascot, and left the ice rink, his coach offering him comfort. Chu Feng and Xiao Mingyuan exchanged a glance, an insidious glint flashing momentarily in their eyes. Including Yuan Chen's current state, they conversed as if they were mere mortals rather than cultivators. Chapter 64. The Duke's Actions. The Duchess mused, saying, even while alive, I can have you perish once more. I am the daughter of the Star Luo Emperor and the Duchess of the White Tiger. What justification exists for killing a commoner? Madam, Speak with caution. The butler could not help but remind that the master would be returning shortly, and should he overhear such remarks, the Duchess remained indifferent, contemplating that indeed, Huo was about to return. Recently, her brother had conveyed news that even a fifth tier could only perceive certain situations with their soul. Yet Qin Fan had discerned it through mere instinct. As he prepared to crouch down after a few seconds of reflection, Qi Shouyuan swiftly approached and forcefully pushed him aside. Lin Xiao swung his sword to block, but the spear was easily deflected, leaving Chao Xia in a state of shock. He had failed to leverage his strength and instead found his hands numbed, nearly unable to grip the spear. On Earth, Qin Fan had collaborated with several ambitious cultivators to devise commendable foundational cultivation techniques that every practitioner could learn. Is this Ruetsuin? I have heard much about you from your father, and indeed, you are quite adorable, with a charmingly cute appearance. Jing Muliang remarked as he reached to pinch Yuan Ruetsuin's cheek, whose face bore a striking beauty, reminiscent of Yuan Jinsheng's masculinity and Lin Xianen's elegance. This place lay between the core of the world and the surface, akin to the demon extermination platform atop the Nine Nether Continent. Moreover, when a sharper gaze fell upon him, Se Gongming instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. As he raised his head, he met that piercing look. However, in the next moment, He Jingma seemed to recall something, parting his lips to inquire. Shu Wan was still weeping on Fang Shu's lap. But upon realizing that Xiao Yezhou had departed, she let out a low chuckle. Su Jian was surely doomed this time, and even Xiao Yuqin could not save her. Initially, driven by a burst of vigor, they were evenly matched, but gradually, Feng Zhouyo began to gain the upper hand. Certain matters had arisen in the past few days, but only now had he found leisure. Hong Li stared intently at the chessboard, holding a piece in his hand, yet hesitating to make a move. Mama Chiu was busy lamenting to Chu Liangrao, recounting how unreasonable Lin Mama was and how she lacked decorum. Tailston had long been aware of the two on the ground. He opened his mouth and unleashed a stream of flames towards the earth. He indeed intended to stay, for that shadow girl was here. He wished to protect her and uncover her purpose for coming. Qin Tian recalled a time he had spun a lottery wheel, rewarded by the system with a rare item. A fragment of the Excalibur, which he had used for a while before setting it aside. The blood-red whip missed its target, tearing a deep and unfathomable gash in the ancient, indestructible earth. Though obstructed by Xiaomuyu, preventing him from attacking, he had alternative means to make Yun Zhongfeng's situation difficult. Haidang, in my heart, I have never regarded you as a mere substitute for her. Yun Gongzi paused, his voice faltering as he spoke. You cannot leave, Kaya repeated. Her brow furrowed, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Do you wish to settle in the Delan family? To be candid, I have certain connections with the Anton Protectorate. And arranging for you is merely a matter of a single phrase. Zhang Bao inquired gently of Yen Qi. Moreover, at this moment, soldiers of the Beast clan have already ascended the city walls utilizing ladders. Once a substantial number of enemy soldiers reach the top, the archers stationed there will lose much of their efficacy, resulting in a significant loss of initiative. At this juncture, the Grand Elder clenched his fists, his muscles taut, his expression rigid and devoid of emotion. He wrestled with inner turmoil and confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. As the Spectre-esque shadow unfolded, a tempest enveloped the old demon shark and the other aberrations. The fierce winds shattered the rocks, swirling dust and debris into the air. A violent thunderstorm unleashed torrents of lightning upon the aberrations, yet these assaults proved utterly ineffective. Chapter 65, Shrek Academy versus the Thousand Soul Masters Academy. Is there something amiss? Huo Yuhao inquired, bemusement evident in her tone. Huo Wei softly suggested, could we converse privately for a moment? After careful consideration, Huo Yuhao acknowledged that there would be discreet protection, so meeting posed no risk. In the CAF, Huo Wei gazed at Huo Yuhao with infatuated eyes, observing her demeanor. Huo Yuhao sighed, may I ask, esteemed member of the Imperial Royal Academy, what is the purpose of your visit? Upon hearing Huo Yuhua's words, Xiaoyu's chilling voice reverberated throughout the venue, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. Malak and Lockman, both formidable mid-level warriors, held respectable prowess within the Holy Dragon Academy. However, they lacked the finesse to temper their own auras. Who was Jiro? The future heir of the Sacred Knights, a prodigious talent of recent years. And the reigning champion of the last Inter Academy competition, he had never before been subjected to such treatment. And even his companion Alice would not regard him with such cold indifference. If Wu Jie fails to make a decision within these 3 steps, then, after the passage of 3 steps, the esteemed reputation of the Flying Eagle Army will be irrevocably tarnished. Fan Tian feigned contemplation. ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. None of those apprehended bore the surname Chun. His gaze shifted to Murong Shui, only to find her wearing a crestfallen expression. Who do you think you are to presume such entitlement? I scoffed, dismissing the notion. What significance does a mere accumulation of wealth hold? Beyond that, what distinguishes you from the ordinary? The people of Hongqi Township may be impulsive and unruly, yet they are not devoid of intelligence, nor are they oblivious to their circumstances. Within a short span, many came to grasp the crux of the matter, and once one comprehends the situation, their subsequent actions are straightforward and unambiguous. Yuqing returned to the classroom, observing that her classmates were already seated, and she found her place and sat down. Since Ji-Ro does not regard Fu Jingxi with any seriousness, it would be better for him, as a brother, to awaken him from his self-delusion sooner rather than later. Apologize to me. Fu Jingxi lifted her onto his lap, compelling her to part her legs and sit down. He certainly possesses the capability. But should they find Carol's lovely visage displeasing, it is likely that he himself would be incredulous about his prior injuries. The elderly man nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude as he led the caravan into Winsuola City. They did not linger in Winsuola City, but rather traversed the city's heart, entering the mountain tunnel. By Qingyao? And he has a sister? A Yuan was baffled, unable to comprehend. Could it be that the Bai family has a sibling in the outside world whom he does not recognize? Anticipating this turn of events, the crowd swiftly encircled Su Ying and the young master's consort, resolutely preventing Princess Jingxun from approaching them. However, Princess Jingxuan's formidable combat prowess and noble status rendered the onlookers hesitant to employ force, resulting in significant losses while barely managing to hold their ground. Yet, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, a sense of frustration brewing within her. At this moment, the dark judge grew somewhat impatient. He gestured, prompting the other dark elemental beings to spring into action. Their pitch-black magic intertwined and compressed, forming an arcane prison that ensnared Stedragon within. After a prolonged silence with no sign of Gong Yuan, she leaned over to discover he had already succumbed to slumber, gently caressing his face. As pure as jade and warm to the touch, he appeared both aesthetically pleasing and soothing to the soul. She smiled faintly and tucked the blanket around him snugly, then leaned over to extinguish the light. At the heart of the Starlight Kingdom stands an imposing temple, within which a figure draped in a robe adorned with constellations hovers in the air. This individual cradles a celestial orb, with an endless stream of faith flowing through the void directly into it. He is none other than the sovereign of this divine realm, the Morning Star God, who once clashed with Nilek. Chapter 66. The Huo family behind the four Lingxi Shield Soul Masters stands their captain, Shen Su. Shen Su's method of manifesting his martial soul is distinctively striking, leaving a profound visual impact. He slowly raised his arms high to the sides of his body, as if to gather all the strength within him. In an instant, a dazzling silvery radiance erupted from his entire being, akin to silver flames enveloping his skin. Shensu gazed upward at the heavens, his body leaning back slightly, as if to embrace the entire sky, exuding an imposing aura. If Yu Lianchong had taken an interest in Xiao Meijin, given his capabilities, it was indeed plausible that he could have discerned her travel route in advance. After a few seconds, Hermione's gaze involuntarily fell to the bulging letter beside Elena. Yet, upon unfolding the letter, he was taken aback, exclaiming in frustration. After reading the contents, Wu Gu was engulfed by a fury. Follow me, and this name shall no longer be commonplace. A hint of a smile danced in Gu Qing's deep eyes. Once the spiritual mist completely dissipated, the spiritual energy in the space diminished by more than 2/3, now only slightly stronger than the surrounding area. My father has never regarded me as his firstborn. His marriage to my mother was solely a consequence of her pregnancy. After Yang Qingwei tidied up her home, she suddenly realized that the previously compact space now felt eerily empty. Your creator must be Feng Yun, correct? Lu Yaoshi swallowed hard, feeling beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. When everyone witnessed Yang Qingwei washing tropical fruits like starfruit, avocado, and mangosteen, curiosity piqued, and they eagerly indulged. Xiao Meijin's pregnancy did not garner concern. Instead, there were intentions to confine her through Yu Dingchang's influence, which greatly displeased him. If you cannot play, please call me at 5:30. I wish to take a week off, but my wallet does not permit such luxury. Thunder Roar Cannon, Earth Level. The 63rd spell of the Path of Destruction unleashes explosive thunderbolts with extraordinary power. Chanting it doubles the potency and enhances the paralysis effect. The Death Gate. Master of the Dark Elephant Gate, Chaos. The Great Han gazed calmly into Chu Zifeng's eyes, expressing a hint of surprise within. Observing the fallen Gui Jian Shou at Chu Zifeng's feet, A pang of sorrow struck his heart, causing his breath to quicken and his muscles to tense further. The liquid that flowed forth cascaded onto Wenmyo, whose body trembled in fear. The other children, witnessing their leader's actions, rushed forward to imitate him. Upon hearing this, the remaining youths nodded in agreement, unhesitatingly channeling their strength to assist Wang Xiao. They understood the formidable nature of Wang Xiao's Taisu cloak, a treasure that had reached the high-tier royal artifact level, verging on semi-divine status. Such a boon was undoubtedly worth utilizing. With a resounding bang, he was struck by the beam of white light, shattering the barrier of air, and was propelled 1,000 meters away, crashing into the peak of the Demon Mountains, which immediately crumbled with a thunderous roar. The affairs of the city were brought to the forefront, and after careful consideration, Yang decided to appoint Gong Sunshu as the city lord, with the other 3 tasked with supporting him. There were no objections among them. Should Jiang Han continue downward into the momentary sea, it was certain that Zhang Sha would not dare to approach. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Liang Zhong deftly shifted the blame onto Ying Tian with just a few words, while simultaneously showering him with compliments, leaving Shui Wuji feeling buoyant and lightheaded, thus dissipating much of his pent-up anger. The mountain boy retreated to his original spot, suddenly awakening to the realization that someone had called him back, yet chose to ignore him, intending for him to distance himself from the source. Though this duration seemed astonishingly brief, Gri was far from satisfied. According to his plans, he had intended to allocate 6 days for the magical scroll to prepare for the second layer of the 6 trials. In Chapter 67, titled The Tyrant Tiger Refines the Blade, the auctioneer, with a refined and warm smile, proclaimed, "Indeed, this auction showcases a dazzling array of precious items, including various rare herbs, exquisitely crafted soul-guiding devices, and coveted soul bones. Should you desire to partake, you may present this invitation at the Xing Luo auction house tonight to experience this grand auction gala in person." After agreeing with a nod, Huo Yuhao slightly bowed. Once Qingyao departed, the man carrying the double hammers, initially ready to erupt in anger, halted his words and instead revealed a smile. Having said that, Tsunade picked up her coat and intended to leave, prompting Sakura to furrow her brows at the scene. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Naruko's voice suddenly broke through the air. Over the years, the wooden sword had continuously suppressed the void energy, and it remained so now, rendering it impossible to withdraw. Upon seeing the man in dark robes approaching her, Zhao Yin felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks, her gaze shyly directed at Jia Yilan. Su Feier, unable to abandon her concerns for Xianan, insisted on accompanying him. Liang Meibao also wished to join the excitement. However, Wang Ming had no desire to glance back even once at the scene behind her, which resembled a chaotic feeding frenzy at a pig farm. This was the underworld fire within him. Having transcended the realm of spiritual power, it could be wielded without the need for spiritual energy. Though doing so without the protective energy would inflict some minor harm on the body. It was likely that when AIE exhibited his astonishing medical prowess, the Hokage had already anticipated this, or rather, it was the think tank under the Hokage who had deduced it. Everyone obediently fell silent, as the elder's words had struck them profoundly. "Do you realize the gravity of all this?" Loli repeated in her mind. After she departed, a trickle of blood escaped from Loli's lips, only to be wiped away in an instant. Witnessing her departure, Loli returned with a hint of reluctance. On that day, the corners of Su Li's mouth had not descended for a moment. The two lingered together for quite some time until Qingning arrived at the yamen to inform Su Li that all preparations were complete and they could depart. Su Li's enthusiasm waned slightly. His political career had encountered countless intricate scenarios, yet none had rendered him as wooden as this moment. The emperor, noticing the Empress Dowager's indifference, shrugged at Ling Tian, gesturing that he too was at a loss. He then stepped outside. Nian Ruo observed as Ling Tian carried Su Li back. Smiling to herself, had these two reconciled? Indeed, it seemed rather pleasant. With the dramatic increase in attacking power, the fluctuations of energy intensified, causing Nana, not far away, to take notice. Shinjiqin, in a state of panic, withdrew her hand and stepped back, while Shi Jiaqing angrily grasped Shinjiqin's wrist, forcefully pulling her in his direction. Your family? Tulls had no desire to fathom why Zhuang Feng spoke the primitive dialect of the desert so fluently. He was only concerned with the implications of Zhuang Feng's so-called family, struggling to find the connection between this Eastern Huagua visage and the primitive desert tribe. He had a modest understanding of Li Zi's strength, albeit just a fleeting glimpse. Last time, Li Zi was merely toying with him. Indeed, it was just a game. He pondered within, and reluctantly, this passerby gamer remained silent, quietly unleashing attacks as a form of concealment. However, the Windripper Monkey King was indeed formidable. As a third-tier demon beast, it was not something that mere grandmasters could easily handle. Some prominent figures in the online community commented on the matter, and a video from an unknown source circulated, only to be swiftly taken down. 30 grandmasters, even if they were martial saints, could never hope to capture them all at once. Moreover, she, who usually favored plain garments, donned the only red dress in her wardrobe today, and she appeared peculiarly different. Despite having seen each other just yesterday morning, it seemed as if an eternity had passed since their last encounter. Chapter 68. The dark golden claw bear's left arm bone. These 12 fixed spirit cannonballs were painstakingly collected. Each possessed distinct effects and adhered to standard specifications. When utilized appropriately, these 12 fixed spirit shells could pose a significant threat to the lives of spirit masters at the soul Douluo level. In terms of spirit tool classification, each shell contained a precise core formation, the complexity of which was comparable to that of a 6th-level spirit tool. Their attributes included water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. Muchinga's lips twitched as she inwardly scoffed. Was this competition truly becoming a sticky affair? The moment she closed her eyes, a plump matron, trembling like a leaf, fell silently to the ground. The remaining crowd's minds erupted in chaos, a cacophony of confusion as they fervently called for mercy. How could this be? If she bore a child, she would be forever relegated to the role of a hidden lover, following the customary practice of the Imperial Medical Bureau to report only misfortunes. The three of them filtered through the physician's words. Knowing that the doctor had stated that Zhao Zhao's health was no longer a significant concern and that she could conceive again, which brought them a sigh of relief. Seeing the imitation of Qian Benchao, Hoang felt increasingly embarrassed. Ignoring the palace attendant's attempts to restrain her, she bowed repeatedly before Changshan, each bow becoming increasingly forceful. Of course, he would not search room by room. Instead, he first went to Fu Yui's courtyard. Once rivals, the two had now grown closer within the tribe. As if a unique bond had formed between them, he spoke without concealing himself from the white-robed soldiers behind him, leaving them in a haze of confusion. Alternating between addressing him as Your Highness and Luo Yang, utterly bewildered, they could discern that these dragon tooth guards were likely at the 1st or 2nd level of the spirit cave realm. Compared to those in the 4th or 5th tier, it is truly negligible. Upon leaving the palace and returning home, Fu Hui summoned his son, Fu Qi. Without mentioning the emperor's intent to suppress Buddhism, he simply stated that the emperor had tasked him with a perilous undertaking that might endanger their family. Shortly thereafter, Chen Baiqi emerged, and when Si Jiang witnessed a robust man entering the forest only to see the delicate Chen Jiaonyang emerge. Her expression was one of profound distortion and peculiarity. At this juncture, Han Qing maintained his composure, unlike others who were astounded by Yi Zichen's methods. Old Yi, what discord do you have with Zhong Yuan? Shi Feihu inquired quietly when he noticed the absence of others. Of course, come, open your mouth, Chen Anhao said, scooping a generous spoonful of ice cream for Zhang Qiansheng, who indulged without hesitation. As my wife, Xiao Man, should you not fulfill certain obligations? Gu Ziming jested, leaving Xiao Man to interpret his words as pertaining to marital duties. Lu Qianqi shot a glance at Lu Weishi and glared at several black-clad bodyguards, with a mere look. Some approached and encircled the guards. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Imo Zenon lowered his head to acclimate to the suddenly brightened surroundings and let out a huff through his nose. Unperturbed by his failures, Xiao Lang remained unfazed, placing his bank card on her desk with an air of grandeur. It was a piece of oil painting, depicting mountains and waters, beautifully juxtaposed with distinct colors. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the magnificent landscape exuded an ethereal quality. Ultimately, Sima Mao had to personally articulate his plan to execute the stealth operation, appointing a captain from General Bian Shui's left army to deliver a stern lesson to Sima Jian as a form of mild reprimand. The two had been busy selecting locations in the concession area. Huang Jinrong directly suggested they reside in the British concession for ease of communication. However, Du Yexing preferred to find a place in the public concession. Chapter 69. White Knights. It has been a long time since we last met. Upon hearing this, the others relinquished their pursuits. When the time for appreciation arrived, Xuanzi took the lead, presenting an opening bid of 15 million gold soul coins. In the next moment, the screen displayed a line of text. Room 1 bids 15 million gold soul coins. Shortly after, the screen again revealed text. Room 2 bids 16 million gold soul coins. Xuanzi slightly furrowed his brows. Although Li Zitong in room 2 isn't particularly hungry, the moment he catches a whiff of the delicious food, he can't help but swallow. And then, disregarding his image, he begins to devour it ravenously. Jing Shiran, however, did not share this sentiment. Despite the enhancement of his abilities through genetic sequence purification, the total amount of Yuan Qi remained unchanged, leaving him still a considerable distance from matching the 7th level. Shiran was already aware that the master's martial soul was a mutated one, and quite peculiarly, it was a dragon that emitted flatulence. Such an eccentric martial soul was truly one of a kind in the entire Douluo continent. The feng shui of the Zhang family's cemetery was indeed mediocre. If one were to rank it, it could only be considered inferior among the realms of Yin burial grounds, barely reaching the standard of average. Now, with Suzhen gaining increasing popularity, the influx of media and commercial endorsements had notably risen, consequently amplifying Zhang Liman's workload. Damn it, Jing Shiran thought. Turning back towards the house, having promised Dog Mama to protect Ruobosi, he was determined to keep his word. The homeroom teacher was a young and handsome man named Li Sheng, who also served as the head of the youth league. Privately referred to by students as one of the 3 handsome men of Yang City High School. I know that if the national team coach could notice me, that would be ideal. I just hope my parents don't hold me back. At least let me try a little longer, Chen Yu sighed. In the restroom, Tong Xian sobbed softly. Woo, I've never been humiliated like this in my life. Everyone has always affirmed my performance. That detestable Feng Xiaoao. I will surely show him my worth through my achievements. Yesterday, I discovered in the materials that Kuei Ba's greatest fear was this kind of gunpowder sent to him. It was as unbearable as poison, so this morning I deliberately bought a large platter of firecrackers in town. Whoever dares to cause trouble on my territory will be apprehended. Sinjing Yixiang glared fiercely at his subordinates. Tang Jun had become rather impressive. He found a piece of land in Shenzhen and constructed a factory. Although he owed a substantial debt, once the factory was established, the money would soon begin to flow back. The little amount I provided him was merely enough to get him started, yet it ultimately could not sustain him to the end. The terror of Prince No-Filer was not lost on these soldiers. Now, upon learning where Su Mengming's fatal injuries had originated, they immediately recalled the comrade who had just been slain by Prince No-Filer, their eyes radiating a murderous intent capable of tearing the prince to shreds. Another Special Forces soldier didn't need a reminder from Su Cha. Upon sensing danger, he immediately dropped to the ground, crouching behind a row of steel pipes, clutching his head tightly to evade the incoming barrage. What were you two discussing? Why didn't you call me when you woke up? Shin Boi, drenched in sweat, had his robust chest muscles heaving with each breath. After the meal, the rods were tidied up. Change your clothes, the crow said to Yi Fan, handing him a new outfit. Damn that English, you pig. If you can't manage it, I'll give you time to learn, damn it all. Lei immediately turned around and shouted angrily at Chen Jili. Before he could finish his words, Gao Ziyu interrupted him, leaving him with a proud silhouette. I originally intended to sneak back to the classroom, but teacher Lu Yin insisted on dragging me along, so we departed from the auditorium together. Across from the auditorium was an open playground, and to the right of the playground stood one of the largest evergreens of Chongqing Middle School. Chapter 70, The Battle of the Heavenly Demon Douluo against the Shrek experts. Upon hearing Bai Qin's declaration, the entire hall was instantly enveloped in a profound silence, soon followed by a tide of astonishment and uproar. The title of Heavenly Demon Douluo Bai Qin carries immense significance. Throughout history, there has only been one. The Heavenly Demon Douluo Su Yechen. He is a figure who single-handedly suppressed several eras, instilling fear even in the present day. Although they have altered history, they know better than anyone the pressure one faces against him. Li Qinxian gazed at the sky above, smiling softly. The 6-month deadline had arrived. It was time for their reunion. Although he had only acquired a single spiritual mushroom, he felt content, for some treasures are reliant on fate. He then strode forward with purpose. The sound of collision echoed thunderously as the initial impact nearly scattered the vast clouds above. Roar. As the voice fell, a dog as fierce as a lion was unleashed, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. With its black fur, it bore a striking resemblance to a wild leopard. Imowen had never encountered such a ferocious breed before, and upon seeing this dog, he couldn't help but recall the Zimian wolf he had encountered in the illusion path. Moments later, the white holy light and black demonic aura swirled around the demonic armor on Imo Feng, creating an eerie spectacle. Shortly thereafter, a clash of holy and demonic sword energy erupted from within the armor, causing it to shatter violently. Songjiang County is modest in size. The Songjiang Farm was once a prominent enterprise in the county, Thus Jiang Shiying and Wang Zhiguo were familiar with one another. Old ancestor, what did you say? The servants standing beside the black Wei Bao were taken aback. Officer, you must be mistaken. I have committed no crime. Han Tao could never have imagined that one day he would be handcuffed and taken away by the police. As I fell into his arms, he reached out and lifted me from the ground, carrying me straight towards the bedroom. He pushed the door open with one hand, entering and bringing me to a familiar bed. He carefully pulled back the neatly arranged covers and laid me down gently. Not only must the enclosure be built, but it should also extend partially into the woods. While ducks and geese enjoy water, they cannot be exclusively raised in it. This way, it will be more convenient to gather eggs during the laying period. Uncle Ji, being quite strategic, considered these details thoroughly. As a result, the Songqing Palace immediately incited public outrage, and the celestial beings began to observe, curious to see how the Songqing Palace would resolve this crisis. I cannot bear to witness her in such a state any longer. I hastily turned away, seeking solace in the embrace of Qi Tianyag as we strolled together. On the opposite side, Xi Zhanbei and Sheng Fenghuo exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent amusement at the sight. They were pleased to see Zhong Zhiyun treating Si Mu Yuan with kindness. Are you implying that Brother Chen harbors the sin of poison? Old Kai exclaimed, gazing at Sheng Fenghuo in astonishment. Fu Lingye was aware that her father had lost his military power, rendering the general's residence devoid of value. Thus Wang Guifei would not invest much thought in her. He had become utterly limp, like a puddle of mud, paralyzed in every limb, save for his teeth, which chattered involuntarily. Some individuals were so taken aback that they burst into tears, feeling as though their lives hung by a thread, with existence itself hinging on the whims of these scorpions. Certain vehicles were designed to emit colorful confetti, showering vibrant petals along the path of the bride and groom. Ling Yu had spent the past few days in a state of trepidation, as there had been no news from Situ Chi. However, today, Situ Chi summoned her, revealing that she had long been aware of the truth, a revelation that incited her anger. It was as if she were enveloped in discomfort. Behind her cool and serene visage lay a veil of disdain and animosity. What was there to evade? She had touched, she had seen. Li Yongla maintained his gaze, looking directly at the two, and spoke. Chapter 71. The white dust that nearly shattered the heavens and earth. Behind Bai Chun, the colossal shadow of the demonic martial soul stirred slowly. Its immense wings fluttered gently, as if gathering formidable power. A crescent-shaped blade of energy sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. This blade radiated a mesmerizing interplay of purple gold and blood-red light, intertwining to create a remarkably bizarre, yet immensely powerful attack. The blade bore the shape of a new moon, exquisitely sharp. As the two engaged in a fierce battle, the valiant soldiers of the light cavalry camp were nearly annihilated by the formidable experts brought by Song Ziyin and Xing Qingyun. Yu Xiankong observed the scene with clarity, finding himself ensnared in the fray, feeling a sense of helplessness. In his desperation, he unwittingly committed a grave transgression against the martial arts code, narrowly escaping injury from Song Ziyin on several occasions. Her words resonated with an air of nobility, leading me to believe she genuinely cared for my well-being and ardently wished for my recovery. Yet, she was acutely aware of the nature of my plight, the turmoil within my heart, my despair, and my sense of hopelessness. However, I was reluctant to stand at the center of scrutiny, becoming the target of disdain for all to see. If they coveted my position, they could have it. I had no desire to compete with them. I expressed my frustrations to Teacher Jiang with a tone laden with reproach. Gu Nianqi stepped outside and waited for a while at the elevator, but no one else arrived. He lowered his gaze, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Beside her, Chun Gui did not hasten to voice a response, gently caressing her long, cascading hair. This is indeed true. While I comprehend what she yearns to hear, and objectively speaking, Teacher Song's features do possess certain flaws. My previous praises and my current remarks have all emanated from the depths of my heart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, the resounding sound waves dispersing the surrounding smoke, as ominous storm clouds gathered ominously in the sky above. In the surveillance room, witnessing this spectacle, the agents could not resist magnifying the footage. Revealing a distortion in the image, Johnny appeared to be emitting intense heat, warping the very air around him. With a slight curl of the lip, one couldn't help but think of offering some medicinal aid. One wondered how severely Miss Su had been injured. At this moment, the leader at the city gate had already reported this news to the overseer of Cloud City, Ping Yui. How insidious! Just moments ago, your face flushed crimson. It appears you truly failed to comprehend my capabilities. Having made a blunder, even if you dash over with a handsome demeanor, It seems you are somewhat afflicted with a form of senility, Chen Juanxiang remarked earnestly, causing the embarrassment that had faded from Shi Yu's face to resurface. However, Lu Ruyan, standing opposite, remarked that not even a fraction of her strength had been exerted, and for some reason, she suddenly found Jiayu to be increasingly enigmatic. The name Chen Yaxian held a peculiar enchantment for Chen Junyi, as it belonged to a long-lost relative, one of the few remaining kin he had. Indeed. Regarding your intention to lead me to find Ling during that second encounter with Yajing, Chen Junyi stated. The expressions of the three elders from the illusory realm shifted dramatically, akin to the gravity of Chang'e from the illusory realm preparing for self-detonation. This force was sufficient to astonish the three, leaving them unable to intervene. Chen Juanxiang contemplated countless possibilities and explanations, yet he could not foresee what Chen Junyi was about to unveil. He was aware of the adage that leaving a snake alive could lead to harm, but observing Dong Lianzhu gently pinching her own flesh, he began to exert force. Zhao Zilong, who had previously remained silent, subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Yi Yanqing not only successfully transcended her own blade aura but charged directly towards him. The man was taken aback and hastily grasped his weapon for defense. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned his head. In an instant, he found half of his face missing, replaced by a smooth iron mask embedded into his flesh, seamlessly integrated with the other side of his visage. The entire appearance exuded an aura of dread and horror. Chapter 72. The embryo of the celestial beast. Having articulated so much, esteemed guests may feel that this information is already known to them, requiring no further reminders. However, I must emphasize that these are far from trivial remarks. The context I have shared is intricately linked to our pi-si-da persistence today. For what you behold before you, this swirling mass of energy, is actually the essence of a soul beast that, after 100,000 years, chose to undergo rebirth upon reaching a bottleneck, only to be captured during its transformation by a formidable entity, who then utilized a 9th-level soul-guiding device. The divine platform of sealing. A flicker of derision gleamed in her eyes as Hua Qinyang, suspended in midair, retracted her outstretched hand, her fingers delicately tapping the air in succession. A series of sharp sounds pierced the air, followed by a few melodious notes reminiscent of jade beads cascading onto a platter. It was Hua Qinyang, whose fingers deftly unleashed a surge of energy that struck the sword flowers belonging to Qin Shui. Shadows flitted about, as more than a dozen middle-aged individuals halted Gu Qing and his companions, casting them looks filled with malice. This time, the numbering for the grand competition was not seized from a wooden box, but rather inscribed on paper by Wang Junping, in the presence of numerous disciples from Ruoming Valley, and subsequently distributed among Chen Xian and the others. Indeed, his consciousness had witnessed Sun Wukong summon an immensely powerful external ally, who effortlessly obliterated both the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this news, Li Yixuan closed her eyes, a solitary tear glistening within. Denying it was futile. How could one refute the truth? Shi Jingtian did not even glance at the painting, his expression unwavering as he spoke. Supervisor Zhang held the reins of authority, while Logistics Director Lucian controlled the Academy's financial power. The Kai faction remained at a disadvantage. While the Zhang faction's conduct had increasingly become outrageous, engaging in corruption and self-enrichment, leading to a pervasive atmosphere of moral decay within the Academy. Although the Kai faction seethed with indignation, they found themselves powerless to act. Abu, what troubles you? After leaving the Wanjie Chamber of Commerce, Abu appeared somewhat reserved, leading Yilinghan to suspect he had suddenly fallen ill. Mother, I fell and split my backside in two. Wah! The foolish child wept, tears and snot flowing freely. Their prepared opponents were not Qinfeng, but those divine second-generation individuals endowed with formidable powers and boundless resources. I am currently in a critical recovery phase, so some abnormalities are to be expected. I appreciate you making an extra trip for me. You were truly kind, brother. If one were unaware of Qin Weiying's past actions, she might still seem as innocent as before. In an instant, across the cosmos, over 1 million warships ignited simultaneously, their flames blazing as they moved forward in a spherical formation. He struggled against this overwhelming force, yet to no avail. Not even a trace of his vitality could he reclaim, forced to watch it slip away. Unlike Zhao Lingbo, she possessed a keen understanding of the celestial and demonic wars of the Jiuzhou era, and was acutely aware of the synergy between Aju and Zhao Qinlu. Forged through countless battles of life and death, this place has its share as well. Haha, splendid, Xing Kong remarked, smiling as he returned to Tian Chou and Wenren Yingwe. Su Han reassured herself. When have I ever feared meeting others? After all, I am here with you, Teacher Ren. After the departure of the two sisters, Zhuling and Zhuing, Tian Qiu immediately fell into a deep contemplation. The abrupt transitions he experienced, from the Great Snow Mountain to being unexpectedly whisked onto the spaceship by Wenrin Yulin, and subsequently arriving in the so-called Cloud Ridge Sacred Domain, were overwhelming. Luo Lai nodded and retrieved excavation tools from Tan Zitsong, prompting the group to commence their digging. Song Changjin also joined the excavation efforts. Albeit not of his own volition, he was merely acting under the influence of Luo Lai's manipulated consciousness. Ho Liang captured an imposing lion-shaped piece, devouring old Zhu's tiger piece, and was about to boast about his victory when he suddenly sensed a familiar force. Instead of seeking out Yu Qibai, she opted to take a taxi back to her apartment, October Maple. Chapter 73. The grand performance is set to begin. Emperor Xing Luo waved his hand, speaking with resolute authority. No matter the justification, it cannot alter the reality before us. We must strive to confront it. What is the current state of the Sun and Moon Empire? What are the reactions from the formidable sects vying for power? Princess Jiao furrowed her brow slightly and stated solemnly, all major factions have responded. However, the Sun and Moon Empire remains relatively quiet, seemingly adopting a strategy of restraint without any apparent movements for the time being. Su Jiawei felt a twinge of anxiety. The anticipated 100 kilometers had seen Li Jicheng advance for over 10 days, indicating a meager progress of approximately 10 kilometers each day. I require you to enhance the surge-breaking spirit crossbow, striving for the capability of continuous fire. Can you accomplish this? Qin Hengtian inquired with utmost concern. During the Three Kingdoms period, the four renowned strategists convened to devise a strategy in this locale, coordinating with the Ming Navy to confront the imminent threat posed by the crimson-scaled Fish Dragon clan. Han Feng furrowed his brow. While he was not currently lacking in funds, the prospect of being used as a pawn was less palatable, especially after having been manipulated by that wretched woman, Lan Ling, which had left him somewhat wary. Chen Mingjie primarily discussed recent promotional endeavors, targeting high-end clientele. Initially, they relied on their personal networks for publicity. However, as the Jixin dining establishment had yet to commence operations, the results were rather lackluster. To his delight, Qin Hengtian successfully located renowned warriors Guan Yu and Qin Shubao amidst several mountains, both of whom were actively searching for ferocious beasts. After conversing with them, he gleaned valuable insights. As Fanny drove away, a convoy approached from the opposite direction. A high-ranking officer leaped from one of the vehicles. Observing Fanny's furious departure and his soldiers tending to the bodies of the British immigrants, the officer approached to inquire about the situation. Lin Chuan approached the tribunal, where the first sight to greet him was the enormous national and party flags suspended behind the presiding judge's seat, with a grand national emblem hanging overhead. The presiding judge bears the weighty responsibility of the party and the nation, tasked with upholding justice and fairness for the country and its people. It was amidst a sudden wave of relaxation that Li Jiqing discovered the air around him was imbued with a pristine spiritual essence. Such a precious entity. How could it be carelessly left beyond the city walls? What if it were to be discovered and stolen? Dr. Su admonished. On the table lay half-eaten skewers of lamb, alongside a frosty mug of beer, the golden liquid spilling over and dripping from the edge of the table, echoing the incessant ticking of a second hand. What opportunity? Li Kai mused. I no longer require an opportunity. He resolved to distance himself from Xinjing, indifferent to whether he would depart alive or dead. After a fierce skirmish, the crossbowmen could hardly sustain their position and began to retreat. They allowed Dian Wei and Chui to break free, yet the crossbowmen's attacks were ranged. Some among them recognized this advantage, taking cover to shoot arrows. Should the large shield advance, they would simply fall back. As Lu Guanxuan sprinted down the path, he soon heard the agonizing screams of Feng Sanbao, which filled him with alarm, prompting him to run even faster. Perhaps Lei Wei had foreseen that his own innate strength was lacking, which is why, despite being deep within the boundless wilderness, there were no beasts of greater cultivation than the innate stage nearby to disturb his training. From the indistinct silhouettes of their youthful forms, Naruto was able to discern several truths through both his perceptive abilities and keen observation. Meanwhile, Lu Yolin's gaze remained fixed intently on Zhu Laosan, awaiting his response. Danro dared not speak further, instead choosing to convey the unembellished truth of what she knew. Chapter 74. The battle between the Royal Academy of Douling and Shrek Academy. Kong Siye observed them quietly, her intentions unclear, yet resolved to handle them first. With the extreme Thunder Moon behind her, she unleashed her second soul skill, the Thunder Ring. The moon in her hand transformed into a luminous halo, brimming with electric energy, overshadowing the previously clear azure sky with a veil of purple lightning. As the moment the Vajra shield martial soul of Qi Hingyu was activated, it radiated an awe-inspiring aura. The shield's design was unique, with its upper section resembling a formidable figure. Lu Dahong suddenly recalled a conversation from the previous year with Lu Damao, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. Kneeling before Bai Wuchang and bowing her head repeatedly in reverence. Yes, Dou Lin replied softly, lifting his head slightly to reveal a chilling smile. A terrifying beam of light erupted from his abdomen, piercing the ancient cave, causing the earth to tremble as if the very heavens were about to split apart. What is there to be curious about? My blood can dispel evil, so it stands to reason that my inner energy is extraordinary as well, I boasted. Although it seemed like a reasonable assertion, the two continued their idle chatter as they walked, hardly feeling fatigued. As if they arrived in town in the blink of an eye. If Hua Ruxu were to retain power, her staunch vegetarianism would surely clash with the carnivorous denizens of the Wanxiang kingdom. However, given the peculiar circumstances now, should she continue to feign weakness for a few more days, she might face untold hardships if she lost her life. She certainly did not believe she possessed the fortune to reincarnate again. Clear the way. All of you, step aside. A chorus of shouts erupted behind Jing Chun, accompanied by the sounds of soaring spirit beasts. Have we arrived? Jiao Tian peered through the window of the flying shuttle to the right and gasped in astonishment. Spotting a deep, moss-covered stone staircase ascending through a lush forest, flanked by stone lanterns emanating a dim yellow glow. Your servant attends to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Zhouan stepped forward, no need for prostration, bowing respectfully instead. Upon hearing Liang Shan's words, Lu Zicai first let out a desolate laugh, then gritted his teeth and remarked, I now begin to understand why my father would forsake his lineage for my mother. Once, I believed my father to be mad and my mother a fool, which ultimately led to the tragedy of my sister and the tumultuous nature of my early life. Yu Zichen's fingers entwined in Qingrong's strands of hair, and he suddenly sighed. Gong Chanxian sliced a piece of cake and handed it to Gong Shaoxie, cutting another for herself before setting down the knife and preparing to indulge in the dessert. A thunderous boom unexpectedly erupted from the depths of the trumpet-shaped cavity, where a shadow, ensconced within a bird-like consciousness, twisted and danced, occasionally emitting piercing shrieks that were momentarily accompanied by muffled mooing sounds, only to be drowned out by the shrill cries. You may have your turn once you defeat me, Xi Mintuan remarked, harboring no intention of wagering, as he had little faith in Hong Xing's potential for victory. Generally, those who covet power are also most fearful of death. Wang Yonggui, confronted by Liang Shan with a gun pressed to his forehead, was drenched in cold sweat. Upon witnessing Liang Shan's dazed expression after receiving the form, Lisa shot him an irked glare and urged him in a terse tone. Hua Shu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, subtly nodding as if sweetness might spill forth, suggesting that the Crown Prince Xian entreated her with considerable tenderness. The battle would, one day, come to an end, even as all challengers acknowledged that the heavens would ultimately emerge victorious. Outside the walls, arrows rained down upon the cobblestone path. Yet the intended target vanished into the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Whether it was the coffee or the joy of writing that lifted my spirits, my concerns about impending work faded into oblivion. Thus, I began to revise and refine my freshly penned words, striving to craft them into something resembling a prologue. Chapter 75, King versus King. Several of these swords merged seamlessly, forming a colossal blade whose length far surpassed that of the fifth soul skill of the Guzhu sword. In an instant, the immense bamboo was pierced and shattered into fragments. The enormous sword surged forth with a terrifying threat, yet was ultimately blocked by the heavenly kill Douluo. Otherwise, with such an onslaught, they would have either perished or been gravely wounded. The Douling Royal Academy faced off against the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer. Continuing to uphold previous policies, I grant you the authority to recruit soldiers, but you must assure me of their quality, Qin Ning replied. Ping Emma rose, her gaze drifting to the window, and as she caught sight of a flash of bright yellow approaching, a smile graced her lips. Since meeting Yang Linshao, Shuri had never witnessed him lose his temper with anyone. This was a rare exception. Regrettably, the level of the formation here was exceedingly high. Not only was comprehension impossible, but even memorization eluded the mind. The previously tense atmosphere transformed, and the two began to engage amicably, discussing each other's techniques in detail. You are too gracious, young Master Yang. Besides, we share a responsibility. Had we not come to your establishment today to stir up trouble, Nian Yin would not have gone missing. Shuri has never been one to shirk responsibility. He consistently seeks the root of issues within himself. However, it is evident to all that he bears no blame in this matter. What is there for us to discuss? You lack understanding of my circumstances, just as I am oblivious to yours. Our paths do not converge, and I am preoccupied with selling vegetables. It would be best not to complicate matters for you. Xiao Hong is an individual of considerable pride. She does not wish for second sister to treat her as fodder for gossip in the alleyways. What? Luo Yuhang. Have you lost your senses? Am I being kept? What an absurd joke. Shuri gazed at Luo Yuhang, whose thoughts seemed muddled, and gave him a sharp rap on his wooden head. It is no wonder the boss is so pleased. The funds provided by Shuri Yin are sufficient for him to operate two such ends. As for the deceased who have fallen, the authorities will handle that, allowing him to focus on managing his establishment. You are not even as commendable as that Iron Ming. Thus, after they were cast down, the brothers' nightmares began. Meanwhile, behind the Liu family's old village, the gatekeeper, originally stationed there, hastily disregarded Li Huifeng inside and rushed to the front. Taking advantage of this moment, Chengde boldly knocked on the wooden door of the cabin. Disappointment washed over as Sun Rifeng found himself being confronted by a newcomer. Angered not only by their hesitation but also by their internal discord at such a crucial time. Yet, the piranha remained silent, though his eyes conveyed the frustration Sun Rifeng had endured. Ouyang Zhenxian also spent a sleepless night, emerging from the dormitory, obscured by a curtain. Her face bore the weight of worry. The Taiwanese governor, Vanderborg, originally a meticulous military man, found himself compelled to don a smile in the face of Zhang Zhilong's threats, awkwardly nodding like a merchant attempting to smooth over tensions. Furthermore, the history of Shuai-Dong village was initially quite simple. As rumors suggested, it was rendered uninhabitable due to excessive heavy metals, leading to its destruction. He held both respect and gratitude for Shirley, coupled with a deep-seated envy. If a man could possess Shirley's abilities and charisma, he would undoubtedly thrive in his endeavors. Our connection transcends the physical. Our souls are intertwined, devoid of barriers. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The true shock lies ahead. Confirming the absence of danger, Huang Digong ordered a continued advance. The infantry, bearing flintlock muskets, marched forward with heavy hearts. After a brief delay, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed through the unusually silent night sky. Chapter 76. The Pinnacle of Decision. Wang Yuanyu and observed Long Aoyin's condition. This was indeed intriguing and ignited a fervor within him. Blood domain. His own strength and defense had seen a remarkable enhancement as he engaged in a fierce struggle with Long Aoyin. As Shen Kaya stood resolutely with Jiang Ping, she exerted a powerful force upon him, wielding the scythe of death in a fierce clash. Beneath her feet, 6 soul rings shimmered in succession: yellow, purple, black, 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 and red, signifying her nearing the rank of soul saint. The brevity of human life is indeed a harsh reality. Once one surpasses the age of 60, bodily functions begin to decline. Thus, even the consumption of sacred water merely postpones the ravages of time without significantly enhancing one's genetic constitution. In the face of such a resolute act of self-destruction, even if Xia Chao wished to intervene, he lacked the capacity to do so, and could only watch helplessly as the two met their tragic fate, gritting his teeth in silence. You show utter contempt for the imperial army, Ferdinand exclaimed vehemently. To him, as a representative of a great nation, he found it intolerable for the adversary to display such blatant disdain towards their military strength. As his thoughts surged, his gaze continued to descend, only to discover that the source he sought remained unchanged, still presenting the same visage, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. After soaring approximately 5 to 6 kilometers, the formation of the flying sword array activated with a thunderous explosion, unleashing a tempest of tumultuous winds. A myriad of divine lights surged forth, and vibrant rainbows danced wildly, illuminating the vast expanse of the void. Circles of white energy rippled like waves, rolling forth and even pushing towards Xia Chao, prompting many powerful beings to change countenance. Furthermore, Aaron, born into the esteemed magical lineage of Badly, possessed remarkable innate talent. However, due to the passage of time, she was somewhat weaker than her elder brother, who was 4 or 5 years her senior. Yet, once she acquired the enchanted Wanwood ring from Qin Lan, everything changed dramatically. From a bird's eye view, Xuanwu Lake resembled the mythical beast Xuanwu. At this moment, Bai stood before the serpent on the back of Xuanwu. The more, the merrier. Hitting 4 targets is a pass, 6 targets will elevate your salary, and hitting 8 targets will secure your promotion to the rank of Major General. The prince declared with great generosity. Alicia was understandably anxious, to the point of almost calling upon the guards of the Lord's mansion for assistance. Quickly, Katerina reassured her, stating that the young master would return shortly. It turned out that the little grapefruit doll had long desired to indulge in the bread held by Xingzheng, but the adults restrained him from approaching. Upon witnessing the gift that was rightfully theirs being happily devoured, he erupted into loud cries, as if he would consume the entire loaf. The 5 birds exerted themselves for quite some time, yet the peach pit remained unresponsive. Just as they were filled with frustration, they heard a commotion outside the cave. Ha ha! What is there to fear? Mary Sue, if you graciously concede victory to me, why should I hesitate to accept? Ruby mocked with a derisive laugh, striving to appear gentler. She rose to take the sleeping Rong Qiyue from Su Chang'e's arms. Lin Yuan trusted Mu Chongfeng's confidence, suppressing his anger and anxiety while continuing to observe quietly. Zhang Lingsu flashed her bracelet, her fated magical artifact. What now? Shall we fight? It's not as if we haven't tea before. Who is afraid of whom? You know where my teacher and companions are, right? Didn't T. Guji say to wait here while I look for them? Zhezheng inquired of the grape vendor. Brother Qi. Could I ask you for a favor? Pei Wei said, rubbing his hands together, a pleading expression on his face. In essence, Su Chang'e had not yet married Rong Bailon. She retained the right to choose whether to honor the other's wishes. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the leader's lips, as if he could already envision the chilling scene of Shun Han collapsing in a pool of blood. Chapter 77. Absurd opponent within the battle zone of the Royal Soul Minter Academy of Sun and Moon, their expressions were far from favorable. The strategy of the 2-2-3 formation was simple. A total of 3 matches would be held, and victory required winning at least 2 of them. 2 matches of 2v2 and 1 match of 3v3 were arranged. Judging by the strength of both sides, they were dispatching their players strategically. Huo Yuhuan's intention was straightforward. She wanted Lao Ji and Sister Siye to participate in the first match, ensuring that high-level combat prowess would be present throughout the 3 contests. The arrangement from Ryu was for Ji Juechen and Jing Zian to face off in the initial match. I held no particular opinion regarding the order of address between Yi Yuan and myself. After all, the mightiest should naturally take precedence. However, I was curious as to whom the celestial beings would prioritize when they witnessed him and Luo Hua appearing simultaneously. Shunzhan slowly turned around and walked towards the carriage. Just before boarding, he glanced back at the plaque hanging on the gate. The once lifeless red lotus in the pool had been replaced by a vibrant water lily, and the stone slabs at the entrance had been exchanged for jade steps. The magnificent Beizhu Palace, adorned with intricately carved pillars, seemed to have been entirely dismantled and rebuilt from the ground up. Some customer service representatives advised me to be patient, yet most fell into silence, leaving me without any responses. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his points. For instance, when I descended to the mortal realm, I could only admire the courtesans from the beams, while Yi Yuan could enjoy tea and music inside the house. Indeed, wealth begets allure. Money is the undeniable truth. Particularly, the sound of my iPad's tempered glass cracking filled my ears, evoking an unprecedented sense of dread. Guo Weihua clenched her fists tightly. The newly applied extended nails from the previous day had been snapped off due to her excessive force. Set your own rewards? I want you to clear your shopping cart, or grant me half of the prince's position. Are you capable of that? I inquired about any grievances he might have with Luo Hua, and this question struck a nerve. Previously, he had been elated to act alongside me, but now he was too indifferent to continue the charade, falling into silence. Noticing my puzzled expression, he slightly turned his head, allowing me a glimpse of his exquisite profile and resolute jawline. How about creating a money pouch and, when the time is right, dabbling in the stock market while cultivating some vegetable plants? Chives are ever fresh, continually yielding harvest after harvest. That should pose no problem, right? Everyone believed him to possess extraordinary valor, yet Yel Yutu understood that, in comparison to his bravery, this general's strategic acumen was far more remarkable. Ing observed the patterns within the scene with great seriousness until her gaze shifted from the crowd to the judging panel. She had anticipated that Zhang Qingyuan would employ his divine powers to intimidate the mortals, yet she was taken aback when he opted for such a simple approach this time. Zhang Qingyuan pondered deeply, while the many cultivators atop the Qingxiao sect sensed the impending arrival of calamity. Thus, she took action, imparting the Tai Dao and leaving traces of the ancestral dragon Dao, subsequently leveraging the ambitions of the beings within that realm to directly seal the future fate of that expanse. Xiao Qingpei felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he the one eager to engage in battle? Why, upon commencing the fight, did he instead underestimate his opponent and falter? It turned out that humans were far more terrifying and challenging to contend with than any demon or monster. Demons are capable of murder, yet humans are equally so. 2 years later, this scholar returned, having garnered the emperor's favor and achieved the distinguished honor of being the top scholar. The mist in the air was dispelled, revealing the reality of gold and pioneers before the onlookers once more. The bones that constituted the white-boned spirit lay completely shattered. However, within her skeletal remains lingered a peculiar essence known as the ethereal bone. Does this suggest that the white-boned spirit has not perished, but rather transformed into the ethereal bone in a manner beyond the comprehension of Tangsing? Reverse wind. You shall establish a base camp and allow Commander Jiang and Commander Feng to enter the city. Tonight's banquet will be a joyous occasion for the entire city. Jiang Xingyang said with a smile to Reverse Wind. Qin Bei bid farewell to Su Linlang. Due to her injuries, coupled with the fact that Feng Cheng had approved her leave, she obediently stayed at home to recuperate, refraining from mentioning any obligations to return to work. Chapter 78, Resilience next. Wang Yuan and Han Yu are set to battle against Ma Rulong and Lin Yan. Wang Yuan and Han Yu have previously been identified as formidable adversaries, and Ma Rulong feels considerable pressure facing them. Boss Ma, I predict you will lose this match. Huo Yuhao remarked. Oh, do you truly doubt my abilities? After all, I am a Soul Emperor, and there are only 2 Soul Emperors on the opposing side. Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, that is true. Without further ado, she hurriedly crouched down to examine his leg, disregarding her own damp attire. That day, after Elder Zhou conducted an examination on Shi Lu, Li Xiaochen sought an opportunity to speak privately with Elder Zhou. In this world, martial arts and combat techniques are categorized from low to high as yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, spirit, and divine levels, each subdivided into inferior, average, and superior grades. Consequently, countless self-righteous netizens followed the trend of commenting, liking, collecting, and sharing on this matter. Li Qichen spoke with utmost seriousness, mimicking the demeanor of ancient figures from television, which elicited hearty laughter from Xiang Yibai. Due to the earlier incident, Ruan and Zheng Xiaoxiao no longer greeted her with the same warmth as when they first entered. They merely exchanged brief pleasantries. Pei Qing was inherently reticent, speaking little. Elderly, overhearing this conversation, displayed a look of surprise on his face and quickly sought to discern Luo Fan's aura. Before them stood a handsome young man clad in an exquisite suit, casually brushing back his bangs, with wavy hair cascading down his back, exuding an air of elegance. However, the mere presence of such powerful youth from the demon clan instilled a sense of ancestral pressure. Nearly half a month had elapsed since Luo Fan's last strength assessment, and Elder Wang was keen to learn of Luo Fan's current cultivation and battle prowess. Brother, rest assured, my tale is entirely authentic, De Changtong declared, sipping wine and smoking, vividly recounting his story. Faced with Murong Shui, whose cultivation surpassed his own, Xinyuan Hui Wang felt no fear. Instead, it ignited a tempest of battle spirit within him, elevating his sword intent to its zenith. You all swiftly deal with them. I and Brother Shui will hold off Xiaoming Feng and Bai Yi. Mou, noticing the others ignoring him, remained unperturbed and quietly whispered to Xiao Wuxie before charging towards Xiaoming Feng and Bai Yi with Shuizizong. Didn't you say this creature went extinct alongside the dinosaurs? How is it still present on Earth? Yang Jian expressed his curiosity about the species that emerged during the Cretaceous period still existing today, pondering whether dinosaurs were truly extinct. The group wore solemn expressions, gazing into the distance before looking skyward, where an endless, dark expanse loomed. What did you say? Xiang Meng was infuriated, his hand gripping the sword that began to slowly unsheath. Yuzhou promptly channeled his true essence, propelling himself into the air. As he soared over the ridge where his cave was located, he spotted several streaks of light and their convergence point. Without the need for speculation or inquiry, it is undoubtedly there. Upon beholding the origami crane, Lin Mu's expression shifted subtly. He promptly quelled his distractions and extended his hand to catch the crane. As a stream of true energy flowed through him, the paper crane did not dissipate into smoke but instead circled around Lin Mu's ear before soaring away into the sky. Wait. Yang Jian suddenly halted, realizing that the faint sound of footsteps indeed indicated the presence of another. The muted steps reached Yang Jian's ears. Mrs. Zhang, overwhelmed, divulged an abundance of information, leaving Zhong Mushin momentarily at a loss for a response. Gazing into the mirror at his own ghastly visage, a bald head marred by a cross-shaped scar, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept that this grotesque figure was indeed himself. Upon encountering Sandy once more, he had undergone a transformation so profound that it was as if he had been reborn, if he had once been a resolute revolutionary youth. The year of indulgent living had sapped his resolve, rendering him an arrogant official with a protruding belly. Chapter 79. A grudge to settle before the competition. Fear not. I am fine. Rather, an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold, one that promises considerable amusement. What spectacle? Douluo inquired. After a brief silence, Huo Yuhao replied coldly. The resolution of a grudge. Douluo regarded Huo Yuhao, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Her demeanor transformed from her usual self to that of a fierce warrior prepared for battle, exuding an aura of decisiveness amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Gu Fu's blatant favoritism towards Cheng Xueping left Gu Ming despondent. Did he show such indifference towards her while caring for Gu Beichen? After all, as a Wu-type supernatural being, his abilities felt squandered in this desolate place where nothing flourished. Currently, the radio broadcasts reported disasters of drought and flood across various regions, with severe food shortages. In contrast, their location seemed untouched, and it was likely that requests for food supplies would be denied. The towering walls of the Zhao government courtyard loomed high, with heavily guarded gates. The torches blazing brightly, outlining the contours of the estate. Song Si Yuan gazed out the window, observing a wild wolf extending its tongue to lick the bamboo tube, cleaning it of the residual human oil. Had it not been for the copper being secured with an iron chain to the eaves, it would have stolen the item long ago. Lady Fu gazed impassively at Shen Qing, held in Fu Jinchuan's arms, as Shen Qing, on the verge of tears from pain, misinterpreted her words as concern. The conversation with Huo Shinian was alarmingly effortless, so much so that only a few words were exchanged, leaving Huo Shinian without any dissenting voice. Thus, it concluded abruptly. In the depths of the golden patterned blue-silver grass concealed within the courtyard, Tang San deliberately chose a spot that basked in sunlight from every angle, ensuring a stable 360-degree illumination during the day. The blue-silver emperor, Alan, tenderly extended a blade of grass, gently caressing Tang San's fevered cheek. It is rumored that once corpses enter the Shenangjia region, a completely albino creature will inevitably appear nearby, guarding the remains. A few days later, upon the creature's departure, the body will rapidly decompose, merging with the surrounding soil and vegetation. As the 2-minute mark arrived, the door swung open. This time, there was no need for Sun Ruopu to be blindfolded. Instead, he was directly led into a new room where Qiao Yingzi awaited. The Grand Master Ling Nao summoned a shimmering white light, and a sword materialized in his grasp. This sword was a postnatal supreme spiritual treasure. Although he lacked an innate spiritual artifact, his profound celestial prowess had enabled him to wield this sword against many formidable cultivators. Just as Ao being prepared to rest, the Jade Pipa spirit suddenly appeared, informing Su Daji of her plan to harm Huang Feihu's wife during the grand banquet celebrating Emperor Xian's birthday the following day. Owing to its advantageous geographic location and long-standing history, merchants frequently lodged here, having grown accustomed to its hospitality. Moreover, the inn attracted both locals and traveling merchants daily, facilitating trade and the exchange of information, resulting in crowded tea tables and fully booked rooms. As the distance between the two increased, the concentration of BL particles detectable by the blood network communicator gradually diminished, and the voice of Baron Frelin within the communicator became increasingly indistinct. How can it rain on a clear day? Wu Zhihui felt a few drops on his head. As he leaned against the tree, he realized the rain had intensified, as if he were caught in a light drizzle. However, when they turned to look at Chuing, they found her expression devoid of any gloom. Instead, she appeared remarkably calm, even hinting at a trace of drowsiness in her gaze. Suddenly, Lu Feng's focus landed on one of the surveillance cameras, where a hooded figure passed by once more. Each time she glanced toward Di Lin's treatment room, Hua Tanner was reminded of Ning Qin. With waves of guilt and shame washing over her, Di Lin remarked, barring unforeseen circumstances, she instructed us to return early while she remained there. She must have been captured by now. If Iluso did not open the mirror portal, the voices of humans in the real world would be inaudible within the mirror space. After agreeing, Shinchong prepared to leave, but upon seeing the weapon in Yin Shifan's hand, he couldn't help but murmur softly. It turned out that yesterday, upon his arrival, Bai Jinya had immediately visited his precious eldest son at the hotel. Upon returning home, Yu Miao meticulously sorted through the belongings left by Lin Yan, packing away all remnants of memories associated with him. The disciples of the Silver Moon Sword sect are truly devoted to their craft. Since entering the sect, the sword has become their very essence. Even he, at present, remains uncertain of the manner in which he shall ultimately meet his demise. The lords, suppressing their curiosity, dared not accompany the immortal master to witness the rare spectacle, fearing they might incur the displeasure of the aloof Lord Wu. Should they be struck down in a moment of folly, it would be an unjust fate. When Luo Chichi emerged, clad in an elegant dark-hued scholar's robe, he bore an unmistakable resemblance to a wealthy young gentleman, wholly unbefitting of a eunuch. With a sense of astonishment, they approached Yin Shifan, and after a brief contemplation, Vice Dean Zhang took the initiative to greet him. Although Diablo believed he had the situation well in hand, the outcome for Shikili ultimately mirrored the predictions made by Rolling Stone. He fell beneath the gun's muzzle. The Taiji diagram illuminated the 9 provinces, enveloping its inhabitants in an abundance of warmth, awakening something profound within them, both the essence of the people and the very soul of the land. To illustrate, if Zeus prior existed as a withered apple, he now stood forth as a vibrant, fully ripened crimson fruit. Originally, all had entered the league on equal footing within the same season. However, in just 4 or 5 seasons, the disparity had grown so vast that it was difficult for him to comprehend. Wasn't he merely an executor? Was such astonishment truly warranted? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yun felt even more perplexed, questioning the rationale behind it. Aside from the Iron Army, the average playing time of the 4 principal players of the Trailblazers exceeded that of the Lakers starters by 7 to 8 minutes. This illustrates the advantage of roster depth. I can afford to rest, yet you cannot, Zhang Heli remarked with a smile. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the restroom door closing rendered every other noise remarkably distinct. As the disciple Qian hesitated for a moment, he could not resist stepping in to assist his senior sister and junior sister. Chapter 80, Turmoil. Dai Hao, I will ensure your demise. Upon finally releasing Hui Yinshu, Jinping appeared to be engulfed in a sudden fury, unhesitatingly launching an attack. Who could tolerate the actions of such a hypocritical scoundrel, particularly when his target was his own sister? The crowd, caught off guard, witnessed Hui Yunshu's figure flash forward, swift as the wind, as she charged towards the stage. The Duchess, still standing atop the platform, was haughtily shouting insults towards Hui Yuner and her mother. At that moment, Long Han also found Lin Yuru, who had shyly hidden by her family's lotus pond, staring blankly at the fish swimming within, lost in her own thoughts. With a furious roar, Zhou tightened his grip on the colossal sword, raising it high above his head before bringing it down with great force towards Shimin Shui. Yin Mo Shun restrained Jiang Wan's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, his lips parting as he gently explained. Within the explosive malevolent spirit dungeon, the final malevolent spirit roared forth, once again transforming into the countdown clock of the explosion, initiating a 10-minute countdown. Had it not been for old Master Ji's cunning intervention, and had Nancy genuinely developed feelings for him, she might not have been willing to act alongside him in the charade with the old master, which ultimately led to their subsequent connection. Elder Yu is indeed correct, in my opinion. The rules of the grand competition should be amended so that each disciple may only participate in the spirit martial competition once, Gong Shun remarked with a smile. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Feng moved, his feet finally stirred after more than 40 battles. The flow of light instantaneously arrived above the island, halting to transform into a youth with flowing white hair. Regarding the newly emerged malevolent spirit dungeon, Chen Kuei had yet to gather substantial information. Wherever you are, we are brothers. Regardless of whether you are a prince or anyone else, we shall forever support you. Ren Qiang, as the elder brother, took the initiative to comfort Bai Yu. Although they often exchanged banter, their shared time had forged the deepest bond between them. However, Suemo still felt that relying on sacrificial rites to transform these plant spirits was somewhat precarious. I am painting with my second brother's blood. Should I be interrupted on the first attempt, I must start anew. Pray tell, how much blood does my second brother possess for me to paint? The sacred temple of the vast land of Shinzhou believed that appeasing the external sanctum would yield favorable outcomes. Yet ironically, the situation deteriorated, leading to unwarranted reproach, which is a source of grievance. Yin, steadfast in her belief, recognized that among the 9 contenders, the presence of participants from Class A, Class B, and Class C created a veritable mix of talent and mediocrity. Naturally, the income of each content creator varies significantly, directly correlating with the quality and frequency of their submissions. Upon reflecting on this, a surge of indignation surged through me. Without a moment's hesitation, I abandoned my vehicle, disregarding the approaching traffic, and pursued that elusive figure. The initial aspiration was to invest in 10 schools in one fell swoop, encompassing the procurement of educational materials, teaching apparatus, and the recruitment of educators, with projected expenses hovering around 10 to 20 million. Observing Uncle A's lack of enthusiasm for conversation, Su Linger paused momentarily, shook her head, and fell silent. The hope that the vowel sought likely pertained to the spirits yearning to escape this realm, those who had not returned over countless centuries. Su Mo glanced at Zhang Ke, who, like himself, was isolated beyond the battlefield, and flashed a provocative grin in his direction. After enjoying afternoon tea and engaging in light conversation, the two did not depart from the hotel but instead proceeded to book a room. Chekhov held command over the military, and the command center could only heed his orders. Meanwhile, that fool, Major Mai, remained Chekhov's confidant. Thus, retaliation against us was inevitable. Having now left Bear City for the 3rd district, Number 2's audacity had visibly increased. Additionally, Tang Zihao had become ensnared, and the Tang family would not remain indifferent, applying considerable pressure on both sides. Chapter 81. The Azure Dragon. At this juncture, I find myself questioning whether you are truly aware of this matter. Dai Hao then turned his attention to Dai Yaoheng and Dai Huabin, glaring intensely at Dai Yuetheng, demanding, "Are you also privy to the situation regarding Yushuan?" After a brief silence, Dai Yueheng slowly replied, "I am aware, however. My father has changed so drastically that had he not confessed it himself, I would have never recognized him." Dai Hao was instantly consumed by rage, violently kicking Dai Yueheng to the ground. Unbeknownst to the second madam, Jiang Li possessed such a background. She had mistakenly believed, based on hearsay, that Jiang Li was merely a bandit who had amassed wealth through such means, thus acquiring her status in the capital, unaware of the deeper truths that eluded her. Yet, despite the straightforward path, those individuals failed to locate him. Their aggressive approach was met with a hasty retreat. It was morning, and the sun shone brightly, casting a languorous warmth that made the world feel lethargic. In the darkness, Chujima faintly heard countless terrified wails. It is uncertain whether they too were enduring experiences akin to those of Feng Weiyang. As she glanced back, she observed Feng Weiyang despairingly shut his eyes. Unable to endure the situation any longer, Manager Liu, still half a step away from the threshold, was assisted down the stairs without uttering a single word. Promptly turning to ascend once more, Song Ming silently watched the display of the two imposing men, while Hang Wanqing tugged at his clothing from behind, likely concerned that Song Ming's temper might erupt first. After all was said and done, Lin Zimo, still uneasy, contemplated and ultimately resolved to accompany them. Having rested through the night at Yuyuan, Feng Yiling deemed it imperative to rescue Madame Jinwei and clarify matters. "I hope you can still utter those words after finishing your drink," Lu Cancan mused internally, though her exterior remained a picture of innocent charm, adorned with a smile. "Let me take care of it," the gaunt man eagerly declared upon seeing Song Shangyi and his companions consent to a search, his face brimming with avarice. And Feng disembarked, guiding Chao Anna to the swimming pool, where the ancient Greek architecture harmonized with the seascape of azure waters and sky. Standing beside the temple's stone columns, they gazed out at the vast Pacific Ocean churning beneath their feet. They could immerse themselves in the freshwater pool while admiring the boundless expanse of the sea. "Indeed," Su Zhao affirmed, and Su Kalin responded meekly, quickly falling silent. At that moment, 5 years had passed since the demise of Empress Shu. With the beauty Su no longer among the living, and the queen driven to madness, cast into the cold palace, while Li Guofei wielded absolute power over the 6 palaces. To investigate this is no easy task, Gao Mama expressed her concerns. Subsequently, gathering some grass from the surroundings, Chunhu approached the zebra, intending to build rapport and deepen their connection, pausing whenever the creature exhibited signs of agitation. A flurry of fish balls erupted, accompanied by a resounding 45 explosions, indicating to Chunhu that 5 opponents remained on the field. If all went as expected, only the divine monkey and Qin Lei were left. Perseverance bore fruit, as the Leipzig players exerted their utmost effort, eventually earning a free kick from 29 meters on the left side of the penalty area. Witnessing Zhang just standing at the penalty spot, Dieter had already slumped on the coach's bench, eyes closed, unable to bear the sight of his team's slaughter. Just at that crucial moment, Sakaguchi Nobukata finally arrived, grasping the reins just in time to rescue Takeda Harunobu from the impending hail of arrows. "What business do you have with me?" he inquired, having already heard the commotion outside, which shattered his slumber. Standing at the entrance of the Xianxian Hall, with a face of irritation, his expression softened somewhat upon recognizing that the intruder was Lan Xing Er's personal maid. As the wild man drew closer, Chunhu felt an increasing dread, for the sound of his footsteps echoed like thunder. Chapter 82. The Amber Crystal Wall. Shen Kai wielded the Grim Reaper's scythe, confronting Huo Yuhao from a distance. Huo Yuhao's gaze remained void of substance, yet, currently, there are not many individuals whose mental fortitude can rival that of Huo Yuhao. She unleashed a soul shock, a manifestation of her million-year soul skill, which proves exceedingly difficult to withstand for anyone whose mental strength does not surpass her own. Long Haochen found himself ensnared by this technique, as he seemed to have momentarily forgotten to react in time. Despite the extraordinary bond he shares with Enki, the sudden appearance of a rival would undoubtedly challenge her composure. Observing the verbal sparring between the two, Hui could not help but sigh. Their incompatibility was truly remarkable. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Najasuk Irina exclaimed in indignation. "If it weren't for the misunderstanding regarding my arrival, would you have pursued me at all? Is it truly that formidable? Is it even more powerful than my uncle?" Tian Ming inhaled deeply, fixating his gaze upon Yagami Iori, who continued to drink as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply of alcohol. While this might pose a headache for others, it was unfortunate for them that he crossed paths with Hui Yi. Roar. Upon noticing the happiness egg attempting to approach it, the rampaging dragon surged violently from the ground and lunged fiercely towards the happiness egg. Prior to the magical leaf strike, the rampaging dragon had unleashed its reverse scale, resulting in a state of indiscriminate assault upon any Pokemon and human alike, aptly termed chaos. Now, not only has Joan of Arc made her appearance, but even Lily has emerged, and the unexpected arrival of these heroic spirits has left Saber utterly bewildered regarding the nature of the Holy Grail War. After capturing a spiked Dragon King and a Gyarados, and subsequently, acquiring a Butterfree attracted by the scent of a Shenado, Long Tian departed from this place. At the city's edge, a black mist has enveloped the entire suburb, beginning its advance toward the city center. Though Thunder God was rescued back to the Zhou encampment, he remains in a state of confusion, unresponsive to inquiries, while Jiang Zia attempts to diagnose him with no discernible result. When the envoy from the Mingdan faction arrived at Nanjing City, they found the gates closed, forced to wait until dawn to enter. The grass used for weaving mats is long enough to be tied to a cart, while the grass consumed by sheep is short and cannot be bound with rope but must be contained within a frame. Feng Kai expressed his confusion, as the protagonist should naturally attract attention wherever they go, yet Robin did not do so, having just glimpsed the figure of Doflamingo passing by through the flower eyes of the outer world. At a glance, it seemed as though Zhu had donned a golden feathered cloak. The resonating chimes within Pang Yinan were ceaseless, echoing across countless miles. Although Houston is the largest city in Texas, it pales in comparison to New York, rendering the hardships of the South unnecessary. With one side attacking and the other defending, lacking the unique slashing effects of a swordsman, it became a test of endurance. The Black Dragon Society and the Serpent Scale watched with weary eyes, yet the significance of this duel compelled them to observe, their frustration mounting as they wished for an immediate resolution to the fate of the two combatants. She had resolved to eliminate these two oblivious human cultivators with a thunderous strike, believing that the remaining four fence-sitters, even if not swayed, would likely refrain from further action. Pocketing her belongings, Chenyu contemplated leaving, but reconsidered, deeming it somewhat impolite, especially after spending the night with Liang Shaoxian and his companions. I submitted several resumes and interviewed with a number of seemingly large advertising firms, eventually receiving callbacks for second interviews from the final few. You, someone utterly uninformed about painting, dare to utter such words to that father and son duo? Is that not sheer folly? The two vehicles continuously shifted positions, attacking one another, with obstacles succumbing to their influence and beginning to explode, filling the air with smoke. Chapter 83. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Long Haochen leapt into action, colliding with Huo Yuhao. The eternal sword clashed with the dragon's slashing blade, sparking electric flashes and producing a thunderous roar. Both were super artifacts, each refusing to yield to the other. The majestic judgment of the dragon's might and the eternal sword could not determine superiority in that moment. Neither could overcome the other. Long Haochen's assault surged forth like an unrelenting tide, his fifth soul skill, eternal indestructibility, granting him a brief state of invincibility. "Are you a team member?" the commander inquired, noticing the considerable number of battle armors. "Can they be mass-produced now? Speak openly if you have something to say." Yilei languidly reclined in the water, truly reluctant to rise. Furthermore, the message was disseminated across various departments of the school, encouraging more students to dine at the cafeteria. Many were taken aback by the presence of the formidable alchemical master, Jean Danzi, who was presiding over the current alchemist competition. From the moment they first encountered Yi Huan, an air of enigma enveloped him. None could fathom how he had arrived in this era, nor discern his true intentions. Although resurrecting Yi Yaoming was one of his plans, it was certainly not his sole objective. Perhaps the members of Xuanjia Qishao were unaware of Kumiao's presence here. They likely sensed the existence of cultivators and came to the lobster festival to investigate. Very well, this is your choice, even as the sect leader. I have no authority to interfere. The leader nodded, refraining from pressuring Wu Tian. Suddenly, he lay beside him impatiently shouted and then flew into Douluo paradise. Yet, the middle-aged man merely waved his sleeve lightly, and a faint, ethereal light reappeared before him. The monstrous attack could not penetrate this luminous barrier, which merely rippled under the weight of the assault, rendering any attempt to breach it seemingly futile. Indeed, he himself was also swept up in the tempest of lightning. And although lacking true energy to shield him, he managed to sustain the onslaught of the storm through the refinement of the lightning. Master Xuanji, realizing his loss of composure, quickly regained his senses and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely thought she resembled a friend of mine." He then scrutinized Jiao closely, stepping forward to grasp her arm and take her pulse. Lin Wanbai was oblivious to his whereabouts and the reason for his departure, as well as the events of the past fortnight. A new record was established, and the onlookers began to cheer for Zhang Yuquan. Recognizing his prowess in enduring for such an extended duration under Li Yun's formidable grasp, the young master is so astute, he must have guessed already. "No need for me to elaborate," the matchmaker said dismissively, gazing at Yi Weiyang. After sending the blood demon away, Yu Xiangyu stealthily navigated through the central domain for 3 days, akin to a thief, before finally stopping at their current location. Ha ha ha, this is truly splendid. Who would have thought that Master Shaoxi could transcend to immortality after merely 2,000 years of cultivation? Alas, I lament the clutter within my sect, which has deprived me of ample time for genuine practice. With a slight sigh, he turned to look at Hao Sijiao. Originally, Chu Youcai's attacking force was insufficient to inflict severe injury upon Chu Yue. However, relentless assaults upon his chest ultimately rendered it hollow. As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of thuds echoed as he bowed repeatedly, causing his forehead to swell and drawing expressions of concern from his brothers. "So it seems, you have thoroughly prepared in this woodland." Mu Chenong nodded in admiration as he spoke. Despite not yet reaching the age of 60, he was already showing signs of significant aging. The thought of Luo Daoxin, who had surpassed a century this year, left him feeling somewhat discontented. Upon hearing these words, Wang Fan could not help but harbor a hint of sarcasm. If they truly intended to eliminate him, they would not have divulged so much information. Chapter 84. The Final Four emerge, Battle of the Stars. The colossal dragon, born from the fusion technique of Huo Yuhao and Di Ruichio's martial spirits, encompassed 5 distinct attributes. Soaring majestically in the heavens while gazing down at Long Haochen and St. Caire. In that moment, the sky was transformed into a golden ocean by the dragon's formidable power, and the surrounding temperature soared to an unbearable heat. At this very moment, a brilliant golden beam of light erupted from the dragon, directed towards Long Haochen and his companions. Long Haochen wielded the eternal light, attempting to erase the impending threat. However, Shinjin Cheng, though perplexed by his mother's unexpected recovery after consuming the physician's prescribed medicine, her not only avoiding a deep slumber but seemingly regaining her sanity, felt a sense of joy for her well-being. He reasoned that perhaps his mother had merely been delirious from her fever the night before. Bai Lin, clutching a package, raised an eyebrow at the mention of Tang Yang. It seemed that every encounter with him brought misfortune. Indeed, he was a man known for holding grudges. Jun Qilua remarked coolly, yet internally mused that the connection between He Yi Dan and Anya was quite unexpected. It would not be surprising if they harbored romantic feelings for one another. With that, the spirit phoenix wings on Zai Yaozi's back trembled violently, propelling his body upwards and veering off in another direction. The message was clear. I no longer desire a man like you. As Qian Yuan spoke, she hailed a taxi, entered, and shut the door, providing an address before the vehicle sped away. Not long after, Jing Shanghexiang encountered a group of Japanese soldiers. Though they were her fellow countrymen, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure whether to approach or flee in fear. By the way, I happened to run into you. Thank you for helping me earlier. If you have time, I'd like to treat you to a meal, I said, my face darkened, echoing the words taught to me by Yuhua. Thank you, goodbye. Shimen Jin Lian expressed her gratitude politely, pondering once more how generous this landlord was. Theoretically, that could be the case. Could it be that a Luo aspired to wield the imperial seal of Xia? Feng Qian Chang's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Jun Qilua. seemingly searching for something in her expression. He scoured the entirely family fortress, yet found nothing of value. No elixirs, no spiritual artifacts, no spirit stones, nothing at all. Squinting, he could not help but wonder, did the immortals possess such poor quality? Wiping out entire families while plundering their wealth? Can this be quantified by mere monetary value? The former, faced with such naive inquiries from Zheng Kai, wore an expression of displeasure. Xia Sheng scoffed, a wave of unprecedented agitation and resentment rising within him, wishing to tear apart the facades of feigned sincerity. A foul stench suddenly surged into the air, causing the surrounding soldiers, lacking protective gear, to struggle for breath. Now that matters had been thoroughly resolved, with no lingering concerns, he naturally voiced his inner doubts. As he set down his chopsticks, he fumbled, causing them to clatter to the floor. As he reached to retrieve them, he found it a rather prolonged endeavor. After Tan Yaji and Su Zhongxiang took their seats, Su Nian found herself once again caught in the act of incessantly serving dishes between them. For instance, there were issues of stickiness, and some friends had mentioned that the protagonist lacked moments of brilliance, among various other concerns. He felt this was blatantly obvious, requiring no investigation. Upon further reflection, however, he acknowledged that they needed to ascertain the circumstances before addressing the matter. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that President Gui's words hinted at a bias towards Master Bao of the building materials industry. Perhaps I have overthought. Lu Quan unexpectedly began to sing, and despite his innate lack of musical talent, the joy he felt was unmistakable. The contacts on his phone were sparse, with only directors you listed, yet when he called, the line connected. Is the sovereign once again preparing to overwhelm this old man with sheer numbers? Wang Tsangtian laughed heartily, though fury simmered within him, as he yearned to extinguish the arrogance of the individual on the other end of the line. Chapter 85. The Battle at the Extreme North. Among them, the ultimate ice martial soul was undoubtedly present. All 4 soul emperors exceeded level 65, while the 3 soul kings surpassed level 55. In essence, one could say they were all soul emperors. However, it was fortunate that they were all of the ice attribute, though some might still pose unexpected challenges. Huo Yuhao and Huo Yulan exchanged a few words, providing insights about the Extreme North Soul Master Academy. Their power stemmed from the Extreme North sect, which specialized in recruiting ice attribute soul masters. According to Luo Hao, other Taoist 4th-tier spiritual entities could temporarily leave their physical bodies to act independently. However, once the spiritual entity departed, the physical form became a mere empty shell. Devoid of awareness, it would struggle even to perform basic life functions, let alone engage in battle. Nonetheless, the Lotus Sports Car maintained a connection with China and, this year, was entirely acquired by Geely Automotive. This is indeed good news, as Geely has finally established its own sports car brand. Throughout the long years, arcanists have learned to draw power from external sources, with energy crystals being the most common and versatile form. The aforementioned goods were selling wildly, often outstripping supply and reaching a point of scarcity, revealing their immense popularity. All eyes turned to Mu San, eager to discern the meaning behind his mention of opening. However, after observing him for an extended period, no one could uncover any clarity. What exactly is it? Luo Qian was equally intrigued, which is why he took it upon himself to handle the matter of apprehending the thief. Upon hearing Shen Feng's words, Chu Gong's face flushed crimson. His teeth clenched tightly together, emitting a faint cracking sound, indicative of his intense anger. Thus, as long as Wang Wei did not persistently accuse Zhou Yingping, there was a genuine possibility for Zhou Yingping to evade culpability, given the current lack of solid evidence. Believe it or not, Lu Bin turned away, unwilling to engage further. The depth of love often breeds a profound hatred, although their love had not been etched into their very souls. They had shared moments of happiness that now felt painfully distant. Upon seeing the ominous barrel of the gun, Huo Yuhao and Xie Jin's faces turned ashen, instinctively raising their hands in surrender. Your Highness, this is an intelligent, growth-oriented magical beast of the lightning attribute. It appears to have already formed a contract with a human, making its capture of little significance. Wu Yu spoke as the white jade coffin atop the high platform gradually closed. Xianfeng swiftly moved his hands, layers of intricate seals enveloping the coffin. Finally, he produced a translucent silver orb and cast it towards the coffin, where it seamlessly integrated upon nearing its surface. It seemed rather costly, and Yu Feng hesitated momentarily. The price presented by the merchants was indeed steep. Fortunately, Fucking had previously informed them of the market conditions. I had also considered this. If they chose to abandon the townsfolk and flee, they would be compelled to engage us in a protracted battle, retreating from city to city. In such a scenario, our conquest would necessitate actions contrary to natural justice, for they would not confront us directly. Xian Quan spoke slowly. As Lin Mohan spoke again, the others felt there was little left to inquire about, leading to the dispersal of the meeting. Lei Shiba was somewhat perplexed but refrained from questioning Lin Mohan. Since Lin Mohan had spoken thus, there must be a reason. He could always ask in the office later. Have you inquired why they are doing this? Lin Mohan rubbed his temples, feeling that this situation boded poorly. His company had a significant project about to commence. If these suppliers refused to cooperate, they would face a dire shortage. The 8 individuals surrounding him were startled when someone impeded their vehicle before they even exited the town. Each stepped forward, extending their hands to halt Yufeng. A chilling and ominous sound reverberated, permeating the still night air, enveloping the entire forest in an eerie atmosphere. Chapter 86. The 6-in-1 Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Ma Rulong swiftly took action, directing the blue-purple electricity from his cannon not at the opponent, but striking the ground at the center of the arena. A blue-purple light wall materialized, a 6th-level soul guide, its most formidable trait being that upon contact, it ensnares like a fly caught in a spider's web. All electrical energy would instantly retract, enveloping her within its grasp. However, it was not yet time for the auction at the Riva Grand Hotel, so Tang Lin did not proceed there, instead following Huo to a place steeped in memories of Huo and Alice. The directionally challenged individual ascended the high throne once more, her heart a tumult of emotions. Brother Pingdi, what are you mumbling about? Fuxing emerged from her thoughts, raising her gaze to see Pingdi arching his thick brows, prompting her to smile. The flickering lights within the stone chamber seemed on the verge of extinguishing, threatening to engulf those inside in an overwhelming darkness. A shadowy hand purposefully seized the golden-spotted fish, ruthlessly snatching it barehanded. In this moment, the position of the directionally challenged individual was precarious. Though her influence within the sect was considerable, external forces still loomed, including the 5 branches, along with Chaoji and Ningyi. My apologies, but the inventions of adults, such as vacuum cleaners and washing machines, have indeed made work considerably easier. Even the act of walking has become reliant on mobility devices. Nowadays, it is often remarked that people have become considerably more idle than before. Lily gently bent her body and smiled. In their confrontation with the Soul Transformation clan, those city walls served as their formidable defense against the adversary. Originally, both individuals had harbored intentions of violence, yet, as if by prior agreement, they simultaneously ceased their actions and came to a halt. Griffin made his way towards the command room of the base, closely followed by O'Sullivan and the others. Along the way, they encountered a vampire who had previously visited the command room. He decided to accompany Griffin once again. This choice stemmed from his many friends in the industry who perform Cantonese songs, prompting him to be considerate of their sentiments, hence his use of the term one-of. At that moment, the sight of Chu Yang was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. His eyes were swollen and red, and his entire countenance appeared utterly haggard, exuding an air of desolation as though he had endured a sleepless night, having faced some profound calamity. Moreover, Aubrey has contemplated that by that time, the Sophia family would undoubtedly be forbidden to exist, and as such, her title of countess would be rendered null and void. For them, ultimately becoming ordinary individuals might be the most favorable outcome. Indeed, the man in the co-pilot seat replied coldly, before stepping out and making his way towards the rear of the bus. Shenwei's thoughts were tumultuous. She dared not dwell on Qin Chuan's words and could only manage a shy smile under his gentle, probing gaze. Su Jingxian's body stiffened momentarily as the cold, sinister expression in his profound eyes faded, gradually igniting into a fervent flame. Anna radiated charisma and allure, while Ning Tian beside her exuded an even more striking elegance. If Anna was a resplendent rose adorned with thorns, then Ning Tian was a sharp, icy blade. Yen Tingjun promptly went to check on Rong Sui's pulse. His previously furrowed brows began to smooth, and the crowd could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of joy, as it seemed the poison had been temporarily subdued. Zhou Jian had contemplated Lu Zihao's assertions, yet he felt that Tang Feng possessed a deeper understanding of the matter. 3 days later, Jiang Yu awoke, slowly opening her eyes to the concerned gazes of her parents. The best outcome would be for Pei Shan to voluntarily confess to them. Otherwise, should they summon her for interrogation, it would undoubtedly lead to a troubling situation. The princess's words were indeed sagacious. Affluent families have always relied on the protection of power. Shen Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement while fanning himself. Chapter 87. Breaking the stalemate by Chun pondered for a moment before stating, I naturally understand this. The truth cannot be concealed for long, and we will hide it for as long as we can. He had no desire for this idyllic retirement to be disrupted, yet it had already been shattered. Indeed, Bai Chen's assertion holds merit. Numerous individuals have discerned that this is not a true 6-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Although it significantly diverges from the authentic 6-in-1 martial soul fusion, it suffices for Huo Yuhao and the others. Lin Yan furrowed his brow, his tone laced with urgency. Old Ma, ever since Yuan Wu consumed that illusory divine flower in that enigmatic subterranean cavern, not only has his strength surged, but he has also become adept at concealing his power and realm. With his current capabilities, he is comparable to a peak transformation realm expert. The creature resembled a fish, albeit in a resplendent purple hue, shimmering with luminescence. As he grasped it, Luo Tian distinctly perceived a piercing cry. The sound was crystalline, akin to the most ethereal music to Luo Tian's ears. At that moment, witnessing the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side and feeling his own severe injuries, the masked figure let out a cold snort and darted into the woods, making his escape, perhaps sensing the approach of law enforcement. The owner of the sports car lost all patience. The window rolled down, and a Desert Eagle pistol emerged, firing 2 shots, with bullets striking the giant python's head. After struggling for a brief moment, the serpent collapsed, motionless on the ground. The elusive larvae that had slipped through the cracks flew in, performed a mid-air turn, and approached me, an old Gene. With the highest cultivation among them, he realized he could not contend with this elder, especially while entangled in an unknown binding. He was exerting all his effort to summon his inner spiritual energy to resist. Gradually, the crimson flame fire bull approached the cool breeze vine, warily surveying its surroundings. The crimson flame fire bull commenced to devour the cool breeze vine. The melody then shifted, transforming from a sorrowful tune into an intensely serene one, concealing an undercurrent of murderous intent. For a faction's cultivator to seize greater resources and those conducive to their advancement, conflicts with other cultivators and even rival factions are inevitably unavoidable. When neither side can overwhelm the other in momentum, the pursuit of the opponent's vulnerabilities becomes paramount. The two circled slowly, continuously altering their grip on their blades. Although they had yet to engage in direct contact, a thrilling duel was already unfolding. No longer resembling a youthful boy with black hair, he had transformed into a middle-aged man with golden locks, an alteration learned from the serpent creature. Akin to the effects of a complex potion, Lu Jing remarked, well, that may not be feasible. The current Han dynasty is merely an ordinary mortal realm. Once the common people of the Han achieve the ability to cultivate, the fortune amassed then would be sufficient to decimate the Soul Palace. And even contending with the Soul Clan would not be an impossible feat. The flames enveloping Li Lai scorched his scales to a vivid hue, transforming his once pristine white scales into resplendent red ones akin to rubies under the refining heat of the Samadhi true fire. Coincidentally, Yuanji harbored his own reservations regarding this newly appointed heavenly emperor. Despite his beard suggesting wisdom, he was, in truth, still rather inexperienced. At this moment, a black lotus seed appeared on the floor, emanating a familiar voice. Feng Dehai, feeling a sense of urgency, wished to finalize the program and submit it without delay. For once confirmed, rehearsals and preparations for the performance would follow, leaving little time to spare. Observing Dai Yu's demeanor, Jia Yu could hardly conceal his amusement, finding it peculiar how he relished teasing this ethereal beauty from Xiangxiang. Thus, whenever the courtiers encountered the empress, they bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet her gaze directly. Suddenly, a radiant beam of celestial light descended from beyond the realms, illuminating Lu Jing and the fire deity. Tripitaka harbored an inexplicable trust and reverence for the Buddha, his eyes shimmering with starlight as he addressed Li Lai, saying, Your Majesty, I believe that once the Buddha returns to the sacred mountain, all will be set right. Chapter 88. Memories from the primordial chaos in the depths of night, as she slumbered. Huo Yuhao experienced a sensation reminiscent of her initial fusion with the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm. In her dreams, she found herself in an endless expanse of primordial chaos, where at the center stood a colossal tree, grander than the world tree she possessed. In this place suffused with purple mist, the primordial chi, birthed at the dawn of creation, was once coveted but unattainable in the primordial era, yet here it was abundant. You two guard the vehicle, I shall pursue. With that, the fox spirit dashed out. The individual who had initially conversed with Carlo, witnessing the current predicament, swiftly decapitated a guarding soldier with a single stroke. Junior sister, cease your calling. Sister Su and Elder Dugu have gone to Chaoxing Lake, Qin Zimo proclaimed. Huang Tianhua brandished his weapon, a pair of 8-sided gleaming silver hammers, each weighing 40 kilograms. The Qin residence was expansive, spanning approximately 7 to 8 acres. Due to Qin Dafu's notorious misdeeds, he grew fearful of retaliation after the death of his noble supporters, leading him to recruit numerous henchmen, establishing a vigilant watch every 5 meters, revealing his deep-seated fears. Kong Mengong had no intentions of engaging the celestial revolving disk before stepping into the divine master realm. Yet he found solace in the formidable power unleashed by the explosive divine King's hammer under the control of the energy core, which he considered an extension of himself. Several years prior, Luo Xian and Yang Jian were evenly matched in martial prowess, but after years of rigorous training, particularly under the guidance of the Jade Emperor, Yang Jian's skills had soared to new heights, surpassing Luo Xian by several tiers. When the forces of creation annihilated the second universe, the Zhu clan led a valiant uprising against creation, fighting with all their might. This array, seemingly miraculous, was merely tailored for those from a millennium ago. The capabilities of Jiang Zia are indeed inadequate. At most, he may suffer a significant defeat under unexpected circumstances. It is improbable that he could achieve enduring victories solely through this formation. Chen Xing and his companions, upon reaching a midpoint, discovered that the assassin returned empty-handed. The assassin detailed the situation and recounted the abduction of Chen Qiang. Hulk remained silent, observing cautiously. He had witnessed Qin Dong's ordeal and noted the extraordinary speed and strength of their adversary. The following day, the group devised a plan to consume their transformation potions just before entering the city, where they would set up stalls to sell goods and gather intelligence. The subsequent updates would be delayed, so it was advised to rest, as upon awakening in the morning, there would be much to behold. Although these individuals were distanced from the battlefield's epicenter, they were nonetheless awestruck by the incoming waves of energy. It was hard to fathom the state of the lone warrior and beast amidst the tumult at the heart of the battlefield. The clash of the overlords met the brilliance of the sword light, which unraveled like a master chef dissecting a carcass, swiftly neutralizing the overlord's assault and the onslaught of bioweapons. Just as the sword light was about to reach Dr. Shark, he raised his voice to the heavens. In the city, the sewers may serve as a shadowy realm, seldom trodden by human feet, dark, reeking of decay, and at times devoid even of ghostly silhouettes. They nonetheless represent a paradise for certain creatures. He unwrapped a cloth bag containing 7 jade vials, each inscribed with a trace of a talisman, seemingly sealing something within. The master of the Palace of Longevity was well aware that this individual spoke with ulterior motives, yet at that moment, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Filled instead with indignation, countless invisible sword energies lashed out like chaotic whips amid a furious gale. The great King Pan Wuxin swiftly extended his arms, transforming into an infinitely elongated rock slab to aid the second king in defense. Qinshan approached with deliberate calmness, each step perfectly aligned with the previous one. Lele followed closely behind, matching his pace. Xiaochame feared that there might be an issue with her health, which is why the doctor refrained from speaking in front of others at dawn. Little did she expect to discover she was pregnant. Her primary concern was the possibility of sudden departure, leaving her 3 younger sisters in a pitiable state. Now, after class, she habitually rushed down the corridor along her usual path, only to be abruptly awakened by the realization that she had left her behind. The once familiar path has become unrecognizable, no longer leading her way. Yun Ziheng loosened his belt and lifted the light, soft garment, only to discover numerous bruises on her fair waist, reminiscent of jade, causing his brow to furrow in concern. The disdainful and astonished murmurs suddenly filled the ears of Feng Yuanqi and the second madam, their faces alternating between crimson and pallor, akin to a public execution. Sensing that Gu Qing was about to become nauseatingly sentimental, Li Chuantiu, without waiting for him to speak, preemptively concluded the conversation, striving to avert any distressing incidents that might arise at home that evening. Upon hearing Zhao Qin's account and gazing at the ancient kiln site by the river, the minds of netizens conjured images of flames billowing into the sky. Foxes are relatively independent creatures. They enjoy human company but do not depend on it as dogs do. Although he came to assist in deliberation, Ming Huo had a clear understanding of the general approach, merely offering insights on certain details, never daring to claim credit. At that moment, everyone in the conference room gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief, including those from Huaxia, who had not anticipated his formidable abilities. Even possessing knowledge of the locations of the military missiles and nuclear arsenals of the United States. Moreover, numerous foreign consumers had contacted our company, predominantly from developed countries. Inquiring when our products would be available in their markets, continued Xiang Ruashi with her report. Chapter 89, The Finals. On the top floor of the Star Emperor Hotel, Wang Dong, just a wall away from Huo Yuhao, found himself sleepless under the starlit night sky. Reflecting on the nature of that dream troubled her. But what weighed heavier on her mind was the striking white-haired girl of similar age, whose circumstances were worlds apart from her own. The girl invariably participated in every 7 versus 7 battle, while her own appearance rate scarcely reached a third. As opportunities were consistently overshadowed by the conflicts between Dai Huabin and Zhu Liangla, the commotion in Liangwei Tower attracted the attention of many. And upon hearing Li Yongla's words, the only reaction from those nearby was astonishment. This youth spoke with such audacity, as if he had taken countless lives. It can be said that before anyone, he wore a singular expression, leaving one to ponder what Su Fu had become after all these 1800 years and what he had steadfastly held on to. Negong Wentian furrowed his brow. His notorious temper was well known across the nation, and had he not been within the palace at that moment, this old fellow would likely have erupted in rage. Zhou Xiaoshan glanced at Li Yongla, noting his casual attire, appearing as though he had just returned from a harrowing escape from Africa, and remarked without restraint. Zhu Shaoling mused that if she could encounter the legendary astrologer in her lifetime, she would have no regrets. Bored, Yang Tinbo cast a glance at them without uttering a word, instead resuming his seat and continuing to drink. My sister has not come. At this juncture, Morong Lanshan had no choice but to assist her sister. Though the path was obscured, there lay countless dragon scales, formidable remnants that served as natural steps. More resilient than any stone, they bestowed upon me 2,000 yuan, urging me to indulge and enjoy, even advising me to consume ample alcohol beforehand to present a guise of drunken revelry. Senior sister Li Daojian, you remain here and allow Du Bian to rescue you. I shall return now, Ji Mingji declared, striding towards the exit. Suddenly, Qin Munyan felt a chill run down his spine. What was the reason behind that old fellow's eerie smile? That night, the city was blanketed in a heavy snowfall, the flakes dancing through the air like feathers. They gently adhered to the window, reminiscent of a lover's soft whispers. The long street appeared washed anew, although the snow had been cleared to the sides. This morning's flurry once again cloaked the roads. Distant voices began to emerge, heralding the earth's gradual awakening. Duo awoke once more from her dreams, rising to behold the swirling snow outside. Surely, nothing untoward could occur. She tossed aside her covers, preparing to venture into the living room. Yet, as she stood, a wave of dizziness nearly caused her to falter. Steadying herself against the wall, she made her way toward the living area. After a considerable wait, Yidingyu showed no sign of response. Pingyu rolled his eyes, impolitely reclaiming his phone from Yidingyu's grasp while muttering a few unkind words. In a mere instant, the Sea King's robe could no longer summon the myriad sea beasts and aquatic tribes. However, just as they turned, they found themselves surrounded by numerous specters of death that had materialized unbeknownst to them, effectively blocking their path. During dinner, their father remarked upon her pallid complexion, prompting reflection on her recent state, which indeed seemed less than favorable. In this moment, her face was devoid of color, as though all vitality had been drained, leaving only a hollow shell, unable to sustain itself. Gao Qing's unease grew with each shovel of earth, while Lan Lan's confusion deepened. How could the upper layer be black, the middle gray, and the bottom white? They could only await Gao Qing's explanation, who glanced up at the driver, receiving a nod in return. Typically, events require a beginning that leads to a progression. Otherwise, a conclusion becomes elusive. The disciple's actions immediately inspired a multitude of onlookers to mimic him. Chapter 90. The Self-Righteous Individual. At this moment, in the Soul Master competition, Su Sanshur found himself utterly unable to perform the Xianming exchange due to being encircled, making the exchange nearly impossible. Initially brimming with confidence, Ma Xiaotao soon discovered that engaging in genuine combat posed considerable challenges, particularly against Di Ruiqiu, whose martial soul approached the pinnacle of fire, yet fell short of the ultimate flame. The distinction between the ultimate flame and one that merely approaches it is profound. Even the latter cannot be equated with the former. My mother devoted countless hours to teaching me the art of dressing, tying shoelaces, using chopsticks, dining, and grooming myself. Meng Batian stuck out his tongue and chuckled awkwardly, secretly grateful for the wealth of experience possessed by his mentor. Confronted by Yi Zhirong's accusation, the thief before them fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly acquiescing to Yi Zhirong's assertions. Yet, she could not fathom where Chu Feng derived his confidence from. believing he could manage without the assistance of the Summer Emperor, relying solely on his own abilities. With a resigned sigh, she refrained from speaking further and began her cultivation beneath Meng Tiandi, as a dark radiance erupted from the body of the world-extinguishing demon god. A phantom gradually materialized, shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars, safeguarding both Meng Tiandi and the world-extinguishing demon god. After elucidating the existence of two Suis, the group expressed that they had been misled by Dai Huadong, mistakenly believing that Sui suffered from dissociative identity disorder, rather than considering the concept of dual souls. Lu Jingwei shook his head in sorrow. Funds had run dry. The total capital he had brought amounted to a mere 1 billion euros, utterly insufficient, prompting him to withdraw from the fray. A fierce glint appeared on Yi Tianyun's face as he issued a low growl. The golden dragon let out a roar and collided directly with Yi Tianyun's Dantian. At the Sea God's matchmaking event, Dai Huadong expressed a sense of inexplicable embarrassment upon hearing a moving speech from someone he knew, acknowledging that he could never articulate such sentiments himself. Zhang Hao did not intervene. It wasn't that he lacked curiosity about Old Gao's sect, but rather that Old Gao was unwilling to divulge any information. Not even a fabricated response, brazenly walking away without a word, having already surmised much from the earlier conversation. Su Huai was not surprised and inquired if there existed a secret passageway to exit this place. In truth, she was not far away, still residing within herself. Yet her heart was shrouded in darkness, initially infused by Inquin, followed by his affirmation. Lin Xian was unaware of the impact his departure had caused and had never considered that another could endure in the dragon liquid pool longer than he had. He failed to notice a gaze fixated intently upon him as he left. The sound of bones cracking indeed echoed. Yet it was not Mu Zifei rolling on the ground, but rather the so-called leader of the bandits. There, a shadowy figure sat, wielding a flint lighter, striking sparks one after another. The cold visage gradually emerged beneath the flickering sparks. Uncle Su Huai greeted the approaching Shin Tianxing, saying, "I see that the people from the Poison Dragon Valley have arrived. I had intended to pay my respects later, but I did not expect you to come in person." The oppressive force of the spiritual energy was momentarily subdued, while Dao Zun's countenance darkened as he regarded the sudden appearance of Wu Mo. Meanwhile, the damaged space surrounding Lin Liang began to slowly mend itself. Lin Yang astutely positioned Yin Shin between himself and the president, thus ensuring the safety of his life while simultaneously exposing his own body to the sniper's scope. Just as Chen Yo thought that the gun's tip would soon meet the axe's edge, he was startled to see Lin Feng's spear curve like a serpent, the tip deftly bypassing the hand axe and plunging directly into Chen Yo's armpit. "They agreed that if you fail to kill me, you shall return my primordial spirit," Nen Feng declared. Chapter 91. What you suppose is not what I do. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yin inhaled sharply. In terms of the utilization of soul-guiding devices, none could rival the strength of the Sun Moon Empire. The sudden entrapment of the most formidable Ma Xiaotao could indeed be described as a catastrophe for the Shrek team. However, Huo Yuhao had ensnared Ma Xiaotao within an absolute defensive soul-guiding apparatus encircled by a prison-like barrier. Inside, two violet orbs spun with an ethereal force, radiating a colorless light. A few days prior, she had been sold to the metropolis, and although she had attempted to escape once, she had been reprimanded by Mama Jean and confined for 2 days. Yet, 10 minutes later, the arena stood ready, with Yu Kaiyong's Tibetan Mastiff poised for action. "When you have matters to discuss in the future, please inform me," she said. "I am unaware of what transpired at the company today and do not wish to delve into it." She exhaled with relief, for as a sister, Mo Qingning understood the regrets and pains deeply held by Mo Chushi. As the other party departed, Mi Yuning noticed the emblem on the white coat he wore. Zhang Ling approached Su Xian, encountering him as he staggered. The general manager's expression gradually darkened, and the atmosphere in the office became oppressively tense. After digesting the piece, the team had lunch in the company cafeteria, and in the afternoon, everyone began to record in shifts. Even though Huang could contend with the hidden king-level experts, the presence of the black armored guards placed him in peril. Li Naishan had shared so many days with her, yet he had not managed to evoke in her the profound love that Mei Jie felt for him, serving as the best testament to that fact. As a stream of people flowed in and out at the entrance, she feared encountering Xian Wang again and, without hesitation, urged Xiong to return to the palace. Moments later, within 5 seconds, a cable near the sanatorium was abruptly severed, plunging the vicinity into darkness. "Senior brother," Huika said, gazing intently at the person cradled in her arms. Hong Yi spoke again with urgency. He had ample cement, as Philip had previously assisted him in acquiring a considerable amount, and through the construction of rooms. He had amassed various materials. It's fine. My blood can cure zombie venom. Even if I were to be bitten, it shouldn't pose a significant issue, Li Dong chuckled. The unexpected interruption had alleviated some of his initial fears. If they were to scout by car, it would be easy for the enemy to detect them. Should they deploy more formidable zombies in pursuit, the scouts would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Upon closer inspection with the spotlight, the group discerned that the arrangement of this stone door was identical to the previous one. Jiangbai turned around, sipping from a cup of yogurt. He tilted his head back to drink, then extended his tongue to clean the froth from his lips. All right, let us continue searching. Captain Song displayed a hint of reluctance at the current situation. Ji's eyes sparkled with a myriad of colors, and soon after, a radiant light shot forth from his gaze, directed straight at the wooden box. The local dojo, while receiving tax allocations from the government, also bore the responsibility of addressing the peculiar incidents caused by wild spirits. Another voice emerged, yet this time it did not reach Kai Wu's mind. Being obscured by a veil of gray, Tang Hao, the favored child of fortune, was blessed by the heavens. His efforts in dispelling grievances yielded remarkable results. Fortunately, the fracture was in an ideal location, requiring no surgical intervention, just a cast for stabilization and rest. His voice was soft, yet despite its gentle tone, each word resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Aside from a select few at the Duke of Qi's residence, no one was aware that the commander stationed in Liaodong had visited his former master. You are a good person. A resonant phrase echoed in Zhou Ran's mind through telepathy. Chapter 92. The Form of Nihility. These soul-guided cannons began to bombard Shrek Academy with fervor. This marked the first appearance of Xiao Hongchen in this competition, a meticulously chosen stage for him to achieve fame in a single battle. His full-force strike sent shivers down the spines of the three individuals at the back of Shrek. The intensity of this match undoubtedly surpassed any previous encounter, especially during the heart-stopping competition that ensued shortly after the commencement, which, to the discerning audience, was far more exhilarating than the chaotic barrage of soul-guided rays. He swung his sword fiercely toward Sikong Chanwei, and that azure light instantaneously transformed into a colossal azure sword. Whistling as it hurtled towards her, Tang Long shook his head, bowing his head to begin his work, stitching the soft tissues of the deceased's head. Following this, he proceeded with the dissection of the internal organs. The results confirmed that the deceased had indeed been suffocated. After stitching up the body, Qin Dandan promptly commenced the scene's cleanup. A Hittite, astonished, disregarded the falling flames and hurriedly invoked the black fire technique acquired from the beast demon, barely countering the golden radiance of the reincarnation pearl. Williams even began to extend his arms outside, mimicking the sound of an engine thruster with his mouth, as he pretended to pilot a plane on flat ground, providing voiceovers for an animated film, yet evoking a childlike wonder. Such work was undeniably quite easy. Regrettably, you cannot suppress me. Celsus stared intently at the elder, as an aura emanating from him rivaled that of a prison. The burly man at the back, filled with anger and confusion, swung a stick and struck Zhang Nianzhu on the head with a powerful blow. Jia Yuanyuan opened the safe, discovering yet another layer within. She retrieved a painting, and after analysis, they decided to use it to lure the snake from its hole. Even Annie herself was unaware that, unwittingly, her attention had been diverted by Bran, as it was clear that no one was now concerned with whether Bran was playing tricks. This was not a promising omen. Bran wore a pained expression, shaking his head repeatedly. You must trust my instincts, Yin Feitian declared, grinning triumphantly, utterly dismissive of anyone else. But how shall we investigate this? I wore a puzzled expression, feeling entirely at a loss regarding this matter. Moments later, a vague mist gathered at my fingertips, gradually beginning to shift. The next scene to be filmed describes a husband's arduous journey into the mountains to gather herbs for his wife and his encounter with a miraculous doctor who ultimately cured the protagonist's ailment. Su Wan donned a light purple Su embroidery qipao, adorned with a subtle evening makeup. Her hair was elegantly styled, her features distinctly defined, and under the dim yellow light, she radiated a blend of charm and grace, exuding both intelligence and competence. This was precisely the affirmation that Elisa desired. In the realm of Huaxiao, her capacity to command personnel was inherently limited. To accomplish the task assigned to her by Taiping Yihong, reliance on the Tang family's power became imperative. With a broader perspective, sustenance would be ensured, as would delicacies of all kinds. The Desolate Sea displayed a certain arrogance prior to the opponent's ascension to administrator. It remained capable of exerting overwhelming pressure, leaving one to ponder their next move. It is essential to recognize that beyond the fifth realm, each advancement is fraught with immense difficulty. In addition to innate talent, one requires resources and elixirs, rendering every seasoned practitioner of the fifth realm quite formidable. 6 months? 6 months of life, murmured Long San, enveloped in despair and resignation. He continued onward toward Haijiao, where it was evident that many of the once vibrant shrimp soldiers and crab generals had vanished, leaving the East Sea a tad desolate. Some seaweed drifted languidly before me, exuding a faint decay and odor, while the colossal stone columns along the banks bore remnants of destruction. Glancing at my watch, I dared not linger in that place any longer. I swiftly extracted my camera, capturing images of those bizarre creatures before hastily departing the ominous chamber. Like a sky shrouded in thick clouds, it suddenly transformed into vivid flames, heralding a tempest of relentless rain and wind, sweeping through with unyielding force. In Chapter 93, titled The Path of Douluo, who is the madman that has dared to cross my path? At this very moment, Ma Xiaotao unexpectedly breached the protective barrier of the Absolute Defense Soul Guide. Yet, what good was that? Under the influence of the void, it bore no efficacy whatsoever. This scene unfolded in the domain of Huo Yuhao, known as the Void Realm, where all magical and soul powers could not be restored, except for teammates during this period. Ranged attacks would prove ineffective, with only close combat remaining viable. Huo Yuhao treaded upon the lake's surface, advancing step by step toward them. As raindrops fell from the sky, Yao Jinen's gesture had only just begun when Chang Lu stepped forward, seizing her hand, and then raised his gaze to address Chai Zhuwei. Reluctantly, he slowed his pace, casting glances around at those nearby, striving to identify as many as possible. Since the age of 12, Qinglan had served as a personal maid beside Chang's son, witnessing the growth of the young lady, who was merely 4 years old at the time, with her own eyes. 2 beams of light flashed, and 2 figures simultaneously tumbled to the ground, heads over heels. As they merged once more, the man's complexion turned ashen, his hands clutching his chest as he coughed up blood. It was the commotion that awakened the demons, causing Feng Zhu and Yi Yunle to be relentlessly pursued by a level 4 devourer, nearly losing their lives in the process. Accompanied by the sound of still waters, the world before Ji Shui underwent a rapid and tumultuous transformation, eventually returning to the realm of reality. However, just as Arthur Ling began to rejoice, he suddenly sensed a multitude of vibrant lights surrounding him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these colorful glimmers were, in fact, various types of magic. 2 level 8 swordsmen, evading the spells, heard these words and immediately pursued the direction from which Arthur Ling had stolen away, without a moment's hesitation. Although Mo Rong publicly referred to Di Qianxie as a superior, he understood that the master treated him with a kindness that surpassed that of kin. In an instant, I saw the shadow of Pei Xiaobei within him, so composed and serene. The smile at his lips had yet to fade, and the tenderness in his eyes remained. With just this glance, I felt as though we had returned, as if we were back at the very beginning. This continent never belonged to the poison vein. And after Shao Zi ascended to the rank of poison sovereign, the divine spirit sect had systematically purged it. Therefore, you should descend the mountain, my benefactor. No longer linger in this temple. Imochi had never considered providing refuge for Luo Xingge indefinitely. Ren Wuxi nodded in agreement, as this suited her intentions perfectly. Though she had leaped from the cliff, there was no guarantee that Lung Moran had ceased his search for her. Since this place was safe, she would stay here for the time being. In response to Xiao Wanqing's accusations, Yuer first smiled faintly and then nodded slightly, but when Xiao Wanqing prepared to take action, she suddenly began to shake her head. Yin Quan, having followed him for many years, sensed his discontent and, feeling somewhat anxious, retreated and invited Nangong Ling to enter. My heart was filled with trepidation, my legs trembled uncontrollably, and I yearned desperately for Pei Xiaobei to return at this moment. Even though I knew that such a hope was futile, no one came here to investigate. These individuals were either the offspring of officials or the scions of the wealthy. Hangqing, being the epicenter of economic development, was teeming with such figures. Upon hearing Lu Ping's words, Han Shatong and Lu Fudong immediately turned the team around, retreating in an orderly fashion. They had not gone far when Luoya received a phone call from Rua Yi, primarily inquiring about what had transpired. Moreover, inform her that she has accompanied Yin Cheng to retrieve Father Luo and Mother Luo, assuring her not to worry. Subsequently, the individual, believing they had discovered a treasure chest, called upon neighbors to assist in transporting this peculiar item back home, then endeavored to unlock it and unveil its contents. As for the nature of the service, it remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery, with no one possessing clarity or understanding. It was akin to a cryptic riddle. Chapter 94. Turmoil and strife. The Douluo heavenly path cast a formidable gaze upon the Duchess, an oppressive weight bearing down upon her, as if a colossal stone were resting upon her shoulders. What was this great eye in the sky? A sense of dread enveloped her, leaving her bewildered. At the moment the great eye manifested, Huo Yuhao dispelled her intangible form and beheld the eyes suspended in the void. Do you acknowledge your transgressions? The celestial eyes elicited a chorus of admiration. Although Uncle San was aged, his wisdom was profound and insightful, his words resonating deeply with those present. After Luo Haochen spoke, he retreated in his wheelchair, gradually departing amidst the ensuing silence. He was reluctant to concede that it was love at first sight, struggling to accept this reality. Yet today, upon reflecting on those bygone feelings, he recognized that he had indeed been captivated by her from the very first glance. Everything he had done was for her sake, prompting him to take countless risks. Why could they never escape the cruel twist of fate? Ding Malin had already been sentenced. Would she attempt to break free from prison to take her hostage? Considering her words, there seemed to be a semblance of truth. Now, should Long Shao be preoccupied with concocting elixirs or engaging in combat, it would spell trouble. For the sake of their stronghold and the tranquility of the people under their leadership, they had no choice but to take up arms and engage in battle. Such was the lament of Li Zicheng, the helplessness of El Shur. Zhang Liang shook his head and remarked, "The king of Dongyu, Zhou Wuzhu, is akin to a wall of mud that cannot be propped up. Following him leads only to darkness. This cannot continue. The king of Minwei is untrustworthy in his words. He is unreliable. Where did you previously mention going? To Dongyi? Let us lie low for a time and devise another strategy." At this moment, Zhang Liang found himself in a state of panic. Li Bing pulled out the soul bag left to him by his master, uncertain of its efficacy. Typically employed for capturing souls, it was unclear whether it could contain ghostly flames. Nonetheless, there was no choice but to test its capabilities. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. The reinforcements that everyone believed would take at least 5 days to arrive on the battlefield appeared in merely 3. Jiang Kaimei rolled her eyes, tempted to retort with a dismissive mind your own business, but a glance at the man in white beside her transformed her irritation into a soft, feline-like pout. If Tong Meng were to find herself unable to terminate the pregnancy during her examination at the People's Hospital today, she would carry the child to term. However, she would not openly associate with Ouyang Zhiguang, a decision that, while perhaps unfair to her, would ensure the well-being of the unborn child, benefiting not only herself, but also Tong Meng and the child. Let us discuss matters here. There is no chance I will foolishly follow Jiang Yanjun outside. Absolutely not. Lexington is my wife. I cannot part with her. The voice was sharp enough to be almost jarring. Luke raised the receiver to the side, hoping to spare himself from being deafened by the raucous individual. The night served as an intoxicating catalyst, with dim lights acting as a facilitator. The scent of perfume and lipstick seemed to transform into blazing flames. The battle presented by the Emperor of the Reincarnation Realm was destined to be an extraordinary spectacle, eliciting tremors of excitement among the onlookers, who were about to witness the most grandiose conflict of the esteemed ones. Early the next morning, Cax received word that several top-tier researchers had been located, though their positions proved to be quite precarious. What do you need these deep-sea carrier aircraft for? Although unaware of Luke's intentions, Lien obediently approached, picking up the still-smoking aircraft and handing it to him. Aside from being somewhat shorter and a touch rebellious, with a tendency to resist the school's assignments, there were no other flaws to speak of. Chapter 95. Hui Yinzu versus Bai Qin. Hui Yinzu regarded Bai Qin, sensing an inscrutable depth about him, yet also an uncanny familiarity, as though they had crossed paths before. At this moment, within the realm of celestial law, Huo Yuhao gazed upon the visage of the Douluo, celestial entity. "Are you the mother of celestial law?" she inquired. The celestial mother nodded and replied, "Indeed, my child. With many doubts in my heart, having traversed an entire lifetime, I find myself well. Celestial mother, are you aware of my primordial memories?" A companion with green hair produced an iron gauntlet, incessantly striking the railings of the celestial bridge, producing an unpleasant and monotonous clamor. It is said that a calamity from the ghost realm is imminent. Indeed, it is not merely the conflicts among the great powers or the assaults of spectral demons, but perhaps a certain terror has silently encircled the ghost realm. We must conduct thorough investigations of every location. capturing photographs and extracting traces of blood from the ground for analysis. Tang Long made this decision, regardless of his own suspicions or any potential issues concerning Wangda. He felt compelled to pursue the matter to its conclusion. Wouldn't it be a loss to force him to share a meal? Morong Jian pondered his sister's true sentiments. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Langyue shook her head in refusal, perplexed as to why Madame Tianxiang, the mistress of the valley, had suddenly become so solicitous. We found no paintings in the bar. Perhaps that wretched woman has hidden them elsewhere? Wang Laojiu expressed his frustration. Having searched every conceivable location within the CC bar without discovering anything. Girl, are you missing your father? Luo Dinghua's voice sounded quite cheerful, as if he had encountered some fortunate event. Then you can hand those scoundrels over to me. I have a particular fondness for such rascals, Xiao Wei chuckled. Xiao Chifeng shook his head, equally perplexed. However, he distinctly sensed that his willful sister had grown quieter and was learning to manage her emotions. If Hua Donglai were indeed a member of the Zhuge gang, how had he managed to locate them, considering they had undergone alterations in appearance? The Zhuge gang had not received any news of them for quite some time. Could it be that Hua Donglai is also a master of disguise, capable of penetrating their ruse? Eek! The bat-like demon beast emitted a shrill cry, and to Su Yi's astonishment, a plume of white mist erupted from its mouth. Zhang Kuan regarded Su Yi, seemingly catching a glimpse of victory's dawn, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Next came Zhao Qingyang, who did not acknowledge the three but chose a seat furthest from the main dais. Report to His Highness the Prince. We have eradicated all the ruffians from the Queen's quarters. However, IGC cast a glance at the corpse of Walter, shrouded beneath a long cloth. Is he for real? Zhang Kuan scrutinized Su Yi's expression, which appeared genuine, causing him to harbor lingering doubts. Could it be that Su Yi was concealing his true capabilities? The lizard man treated Yang Chong with utmost respect, yet displayed far less courtesy towards others. However, Yang Chong remained present, and the lizard man legend refrained from uttering outright curses, instead adopting a tone imbued with sarcasm. The Iron Will King summoned dozens of iron wheels, directing them towards the Buddha, while Lian Xing conjured up 8 Hyla Ga to personally confront the Iron Will King. The wheels could not approach him. Yet Lian Sheng found himself unable to strike at the Iron Wheel King. Meanwhile, the dragon old man spoke leisurely, as Yang Chong, having unfurled the scroll, began to recite from the very first line. Amidst the astonished gasps of the disciples, the 7 alighted steadily onto the only 7 chairs atop the high platform. Noticing that the vehicle had arrived, Bai Ling handed a first-level coin to a middle-aged man sporting a scruffy beard, and both she and Jianya promptly boarded a van. She possessed the ability to execute instantaneous spatial shifts over short distances, akin to the swiftness of a white falcon. Utilizing her thunder wings to rend her enemies into numerous pieces, a method of attack that was truly terrifying. Chapter 96, Hongling. Subsequently, the Flame Lion was obliterated by this force. Hui Yanzu and Bai Chun exchanged several probing strikes, neither exhausting much soul power, as they regarded one another. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao entered the World Tree Realm, gradually making her way towards the center. At the heart of the world lies an ancient seal, which manifests as a colossal blue magic circle exuding a faint glow. At the center of this azure formation hovers a golden orb. His tone betrays no emotion, devoid of the previous disdain and lacking any anticipation or surprise. I shall certainly put it to the test, Gao Lang remarked. A sudden shift in the smile upon his face. Master, you must be weary. Allow me to massage your back. Upon noticing that the guest had departed, Zhang Chen hurriedly entered, seated himself, and sipped tea. He had spent an excessive amount of time in this establishment, while his brother, the stout one, busied himself seeking traditional Chinese medicine as he endeavored to organize the various enterprises reliant on it. After a thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, a terrifying wave of destruction erupted violently. In an instant, every demon within 100 miles was obliterated, while a sweeping shockwave extended across thousands of miles. The affairs of the Ning family had finally settled down. On this day, the emperor's behavior was particularly peculiar. During court proceedings, he intermittently inquired about Yin Mingzhou's opinions following the minister's discussions. Regardless of what Yin Mingzhou expressed, he offered his agreement, except in instances where Yin Mingzhou was reluctant to respond. They did not regard Xia Yunma and others with any seriousness, for collectively, the individuals present were not even a match for the renowned Zi Marquis. Thankfully, Yin Mingzhou's mask had been crafted to align perfectly with his own facial features. rendering any attempts at removal nearly imperceptible. I have already been married. I am unworthy of further aspirations, Guizhi lamented, clutching the dark blemish upon her heart. In due time, upon breaking through to the legendary realm, it would easily sweep aside those mere humans, and this territory would be revered by their tribes. More crucially, the sound originated from the foot of the mountain. Who could it be? Such internal prowess would necessitate at least a century of cultivation. Mo Rongxian was taken aback by Yang Yan's bold confession, his complexion oscillating between crimson and pallor, unsure whether to feel anger or embarrassment, his heart racing uncontrollably. And his face flushed involuntarily. I alone suffice, Lu Yu stated coldly, launching forth like an arrow towards Huaya. This was her usual demeanor, and it was rather pleasant. Upon reflection, having spent such a duration together, it was likely that without her optimism, their days would not have been filled with so much laughter. Long Ao looked at the figure of Mao Shanshan before him, a grin breaking across his face. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the flames might distorted the surrounding space as they collided directly with Hades. Following this was the performance moment of Duanlong, who would meticulously describe the consort's demeanor, his expectations for the child, and discuss potential names. Su Hang smiled slightly, even if Wang Ping remained silent. He would orchestrate an introduction between him and Jin Heihu before his departure. Just moments ago, she had been a mere spectator, and now, the imminent peril facing Jiang Wanong had transformed drastically in mere moments. Upon hearing the servant's remarks, Pei Yin squinted, surprised that Su Ming possessed such remarkable abilities. Everywhere one gazes, not a blade of grass can be found. A cataclysmic aura of dragon might radiates outward, threatening to engulf everything in its path. This is the most prudent solution. Let it be decided thus. Li Dafeng resolutely rejected Lin Yifan's kind intentions. At this moment, Sun Wan was struck by Bai Sai's words as if by a celestial thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily stunned and vulnerable. The true identity of the war machine is James Robert Roddy Rhodes, a close friend of Tony Stark, a former colonel in the U.S. Army, and the head of the American Army's Weapon Development Department, serving as the intermediary between Stark Industries and the U.S. military. Chapter 97. The gathering storm surrounding Yang Lin was an ethereal aura, as if enveloped by countless layers of overlapping spaces, akin to myriad dimensions quietly swirling around him. His demeanor was transcendent, suggesting he belonged not to this world but to a higher realm altogether. The space beside him continuously warped and contorted, as if being tugged by invisible forces, a bizarre spectacle that instilled both awe and trepidation. Witnessing the manner in which the two exchanged greetings, the time demon did not seem perturbed. Thus, upon seeing the ancient robed man seal the entrance to the colossal stone door, Li Tao found himself in agreement. Earlier, at the underworld barbecue restaurant, the Wuchang brothers had approached seeking charcoal, as events had been delayed to this point. After the 10 Kings revealed the identity of the young master, he too made his appearance, albeit in a state of utter disarray, covered in dirt. His once noble attire now in a state of dishevelment, hair unkempt, blood at the corner of his mouth, presenting the visage of someone gravely wounded. A vision of her in old age seemed to manifest before him, being attended to with great care. Contemplating this brought a delightful warmth to his heart. In truth, Blue Ink had a clear understanding of the identity of this orc. The immense pressure he exerted was something he had seldom encountered, and curiously, it was linked to himself. Despite knowing that she was a Lusha, her current appearance was undeniably that of a formidable brother, causing Nicholas to feel a chill run down his spine, rendering him awkwardly frozen in place. Nicholas feared he might soon succumb to premature baldness, as he had been beset with an overwhelming number of troubling matters lately. Just then, by a stroke of fortune, Nicholas caught sight of Reese. Thus, Jian Yang casually donned a robe and exited his chamber, only to be met at the threshold by the waiting Tanzue. He expelled a mouthful of blood with a gasp, his form hurtling backward and colliding heavily with the nearby wall, before collapsing limply to the ground. The grains they cultivated were theirs by right, and indeed, they could be sold for profit. However, even so, no one dared to hoard excessively, for neglecting the land would yield dire consequences, as it was the law of the land. Upon hearing this, Mo Ziyin embraced her tightly, resting his head on her shoulder as he inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within him. Weirder refrained from further comment, retrieving a stack of berries from his robe, withdrawing 1/5 of it, and placing the remainder upon the counter. A perfectly rectangular patch of earth seemed as though it had been excavated from thin air. As the massive bear's form vanished without a trace, lacking any leverage or time to react, plummeting into the chasm formed by the sudden removal of the land. Ziyin was right. Li Mashang was still lurking outside, watching intently, and none of them could leave the villa. Su Yi sought to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Indeed. Following this, the deer spirit, lying in the body of the doll, felt the coffin being lifted, swaying unsteadily in one direction. The mere thought of the chilling air from the bathing tub sent a shiver through Gu Luxiao. It was unbearably cold here. Previously, he had been mistakenly accused of plotting against the prince, and now, with another incident arising, it seemed hardly surprising. Perhaps Liang Xiuye had uncovered something, prompting this particular statement. As these words left his lips, all present involuntarily held their breath, for sure Sheng Yuan had indeed designated his rightful heir at this moment. Turning his body, Zhu Chongluo wore a slightly grave expression, which caused Fei Jiajin, who had been observing the spectacle, to sense something amiss. This necessitated that the subordinates vying for rewards engage their minds, calculating what accolades would befit the merits they had accrued. The colonial rule of the Han Kingdom has severely undermined the spirit of Bushido in Japan. The once stalwart samurai of Japan can no longer be compared to those who valiantly resisted the invasion of the Han Kingdom in the past. The several ladies present turned their gazes toward Shun Ruohua, their eyes betraying an unmistakable skepticism. Regarding the protagonist's existing information, name, Huo Yuhao gender, female identity, student at the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Physique, primordial world body and indestructible primordial body affiliation. Spirit Transmission Tower, an organization founded by Huo Yuhao and Alexis. Responsible for soul spirits, artificial soul rings, and artificial soul bones. Starry Sky City, the city where Huo Yuhuan's second life resides. Located in close proximity to the Spirit Transmission Tower. Mingdatang, the Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon. Soul Power, Level 54 Soul King. Immortal Path Cultivation, 9th layer of the Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Half step to the Great Tao, subsequent conversion of the system. Special, Undead Half Dimension, a gift from Ilex to Huo Yuhao. Divine Artifacts, Ice God Sword, later to be transformed into a Spirit Treasure, Dragon Slayer Destruction Blade, Ice God Bow. Part of the Ice God. Master, Kong Dimming, the first 10th level soul mentor of the Sun and Moon Empire, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle Douluo. As long as no deity intervenes, he remains invincible. Master, Baichen, Su Yechen, a formidable figure from the Holy War era of the Sun and Moon Empire. The first divine level soul mentor, inheritor of the Annihilation God Lord. Teacher, Ilex, the undead holy law god of the Holy Demon Continent, known as the Undead Calamity Ilex. Possessing memories of a past life and wielding peak power in this life on Douluo Continent. With the assistance of Huo Yuhao, his strength now rivals that of a divine-level spirit, far surpassing that of a divine king. Mother, Huo Yuner, who was murdered by Dai Huabin and the Duchess, ultimately leading to her complete demise, later resurrected by the life dragon ancestor. Kafka, one of the Star Core Hunters, mother of Huo Yuhuan's second life star. Adept in word spirit techniques and the most powerful member in terms of control. Beloved, Di Ruachio, Ming Hongchen, and Orange. Companions, Xiao Hongchen, a friend Huo Yuhuan initially met, with whom she shares delightful conversations. Possessing a three-legged golden toad martial soul, he is a level 59 soul king. Ji Juechen, a true sword fanatic. Deeply enamored with the art of the blade. Soul spirit partners, 1,000,000-year soul beast, Dream Ice Silkworm, Dream Emperor, 500,000-year ferocious beast. Ice Emperor Lizard, 800,000-year ferocious beast, Ice Snow Maiden, Snow Empress, 300,000-year ferocious beast, Ice Bear King, Xiaobai. 300,000-year ferocious beast, Titan Snow Demon King, Atai, 30,000-year soul beast, Ice Swirling Qingwan, 50,000-year soul beast, Replica Beast. 800,000-year ferocious beast, Void Heavenly Goddess, Void. Martial Soul, Eye of Nihility, the ultimate treasure of a previous life. Primordial World Tree, the true form from a past life, Ice Snow Goddess, Undead Holy Law God. Eye of Nihility, an immortal level martial soul with attributes of void and spirit. Upon its second awakening, it enters a state of nothingness, drastically altering its soul techniques. First Soul Ring, 1,000,000-year Dream Ice Silkworm. Soul Skill 1, Mental Detection Sharing. Soul Skill 2, Mimicry. Soul Skill 3, Domain of Mental Interference. Soul Skill 4, Soul Impact. Soul Skill 5, Life Reflection Shield. In nihilistic form, Soul Skill 1, Nihilistic Slash. Soul Skill 2, Nihilistic Avatar. Soul Skill 3, Shattered Blade, No Thought, This Breaks. Soul Skill 4, Domain of Nothingness. Second Soul Ring, 30,000-year ice swirling Qingwan. Soul Skill 1, nihilistic diffusion. In nihilistic form, Soul Skill 1, nihilistic storm. Third Soul Ring, 50,000-year replica beast. Soul Skill 1, replication. In nihilistic form, Soul Skill 1, nihilistic 10,000 shadow slash. Fourth Soul Ring, 800,000-year void heavenly goddess. Soul Skill 1, void sword. Soul Skill 2, nihilistic other dimension. Soul Skill 3, chanting, void invocation. Soul Skill 4, domain of void. In nihilistic form, Soul Skill 1, nihilistic divine sword. Soul Skill 2, nihilistic shattering dimensional rupture. Eye of Nihility Soul Ring colors, 1 gold, 2 black, 1 red. Primordial world tree, the true form of Huo Yuhao from her first life, requiring no absorption of soul rings. A treasure of the primordial spirit root that achieves a martial soul. First Soul Ring, self-congealed soul ring. Soul Skill 1, world prison. Soul Skill 2, 10,000 leaves annihilation. Second Soul Ring, self-congealed soul ring. Soul Skill 1, world spear. Soul Skill 2, blessing of the world divine tree. Third Soul Ring, self-congealed soul ring. Soul Skill 1, summon of all spirits. Soul Skill 2, a world of its own. Soul Skill 3, divine leaf suppression. Soul Skill 4, spirit of heaven and earth. Fourth Soul Ring, self-congealed soul ring. Soul Skill 1, rule restriction. Soul Skill 2, rule mirror reflection. Soul Skill 3, all heaven's world. Soul Skill 4, immortal divine body. Fifth Soul Ring, self-congealed soul ring. Soul Skill 1, rule evolution. Soul Skill 2, eternal world. Soul Skill 3, divine light from above. Soul Skill 4, eternal kingdom. Ice Snow Goddess. First Soul Ring, 800,000-year ice snow maiden. Soul Skill 1, imperial sword, ice extreme peerless. Soul Skill 2, imperial palm, great cold nose snow. Soul Skill 3, imperial cold sky, snow dance radiance. Soul Skill 4, frozen space. Second Soul Ring, 500,000-year ice emperor scorpion. Soul Skill 1, ice snow celestial sorrow. Soul Skill 2, ice snow fury. Soul Skill 3, extreme frost ray. Soul Skill 4, ice soul detonation. Third Soul Ring, 300,000-year titan snow demon king. Soul Skill 1, titan snow demon cannon. Soul Skill 2, titan snow demon summon. Fourth Soul Ring, 300,000-year ice bear king. Soul Skill 1, ice bear blizzard. Soul Skill 2, ice soul meteor. Special item, star core. In Huo Yuhao's past life, Kafka infused the star core into the body of the star, granting her all the abilities of the star god's fate in this life, and she can briefly summon the star gods for support. Laws, complete space law, complete fate law, complete ice and snow law, complete void law. Chapter 98 has been restored. Even if these treasures are immensely powerful, in the face of an overwhelming number of divine artifacts that obscure the heavens, one may still find oneself at a disadvantage. However, after unleashing a beam of spear light to eliminate those beings that harbored the deepest greed towards him, Hong Ling then turned his gaze upon the remaining beings. Now it is your turn. I beseech you, fellow Taoists, to meet your demise. On this particular day, the atmosphere in Hongming was exceptionally vibrant, with the brilliance of sword lights and spear glimmers resonating throughout the realm. Enough. Spare me your flattery. Is there still something to discuss here? If not, please leave. I have something of great significance to share with you, said Lang Yexiang. In his astonishment, Zagura cast a questioning glance at Murong Hui. Through the mutual elaboration between Murong Hui and Muyu, the events were finally conveyed to Zaguru in meticulous detail. At this moment, Mi Shixiang felt as though he were damp kindling ignited, yet persistently smoldering without ever truly catching fire, caught in a state of turmoil. Humph. I couldn't care less about you. Do as you please. Mi Jiu turned his head away dismissively. Let me go. I do not wish to see him. Xia Qi struggled to say. Yet, with her strength, escaping from Xia Han's grasp was an impossible feat. Beat him? I didn't catch that. Could you speak a bit louder? Ma Qianan deliberately placed his right hand behind his ear, his body language unmistakably indicating his desire to hear more. Zay couldn't help but inquire. Young master, what do you mean by that? I cannot use it myself. Wouldn't it be better for you to keep it? They refrained from action. But when they did act, it would stir a tempest, a decisive battle that would leave their adversaries utterly defeated and bereft of all. However, Zhou Ziyan dared not ask. Not out of fear of Jiang Bei's silence, but rather out of concern that Jiang Bei might misconstrue his intent. After the storm, Ling Tian and Showa sat embracing one another, with the flush on Showa's face still lingering, while Ling Tian pondered deeply. This clarification could explain the recurring presence of a black cat, whether in dreams or in reality, it existed. Jiang Xianfu slowly approached, leaning on his cane, and gazed intently at the motionless elder on the bed for a long while before finally sighing and speaking. Fortunately, Shun Xing could sense the location of the divine artifact, the Qi rod of heaven and earth. Hence, they should be able to navigate towards it. I nodded in agreement while contemplating Jiang Yuhan's words. The sudden emergence of this individual naturally led to some suspicion. However, seeing his familiarity with Jiang Shiwei, it was only natural to categorize him among the ranks of companions. Yet, they had never encountered such a scenario before. Their family was evidently anxious. Having heard tales of hauntings, midnight knocks on the door, and demands for retribution directed at Zhao Hu, instilling fear that their son might be taken away, hence their hasty burial. These were merely some of the more intricate family matters, though Wuji himself had not even noticed them. If Wang Li had not disclosed the matter of claiming the prize, it indicated he was cashing in on the winnings. Upon returning to the anomaly office, the murderer must have realized he possessed a substantial fortune, thus inciting murderous intent, suggesting the assailant had prepared in a relatively rushed manner. How many 7th-grade alchemists could there possibly be? The renowned 7th-grade alchemist Zhu Xingkong was still being pursued. Could it be that, moments ago, she had wept helplessly in her dreams, questioning whether she was not strong enough, prompting the spiritual spring space to assist her in becoming powerful? The technology seems to have become more adept. It is no longer clear when he mastered the art of spinning the empty fan around his fingers. At this very moment, he is thoroughly engrossed in his performance. Even without Shi Lingjing, she could still seek companionship elsewhere. Although she holds no real power, she does possess a few trusted confidants and secrecy. In the days that followed, little changed. She continued to attend classes during the day and worked at night. However, she never set foot in Zero again. In Chapter 99, Recognition, when Hong Ling witnessed this scene, she was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she swiftly executed a sweeping strike, ensuring that life and death would not be extinguished, preserving the essence of true spirit. Xu Wan, observing Long Yuan's fate, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, though a resolute smile lingered on his face. He turned to the remaining dozen or so comrades, his eyes filled with determination and reluctance. Dear friends, I, Xiwan, shall take my leave. With that, he no longer hesitated and charged directly towards Hong Ling. The one who had spoken earlier was a descendant of the Meng family from Luo Shui, currently the grandson of the family head. Although the Meng family wielded considerable influence, Meng Xiaoqing's father was a complete pushover, excessively pedantic, and overly concerned with propriety. Were it not for the old patriarch keeping a watchful eye, the family business would have long since collapsed. The second son of the Lin family is my senior brother. I entered the Lin residence at his invitation. Moreover, does the heir not desire a capable physician to serve in the residence? Why must you jest with me? This was a polite refusal. In this mode, players are required to move in the real world and perform actions, which renders it somewhat perilous. Thus, Lin D stipulates that only those with professional training may activate this feature. The first to launch an attack was the gorilla, who blew a few times on his chest, producing a resonant sound akin to a war horn, and emitted a deep growl, with a sudden burst of strength in his legs. He vanished from the side of the spirit ape as its pupils constricted. Chiafeng felt a jolt in his heart, sensing that Qianye's words were laden with profound mysteries. Yet he found himself unable to decipher them. He silently committed Qianye's words to memory and nodded slightly. Regarding this matter, Fujimiya Hiro was acutely aware. Hence he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he contemplated aiding these individuals. The proposal from Director D, apart from the remaining 2 members of the Crow team, received favorable responses from everyone else. The captain of the Inari team also considered it inappropriate for his members to partake in such a perilous task. As he slowly approached the window, he noticed a significant transformation in his surroundings. More planets appeared, and their colors became increasingly vibrant. At last, he had completed his task. Lin Chong let out a deep sigh. Though merely 2 minutes had elapsed, it felt to him as if 2 months had passed. The tension was unbearable, as he feared any misstep might provoke a furious reaction from Teng Gong, leading to a disastrous outcome for his TPC headquarters, even if he himself remained unscathed. Time slipped away swiftly, aligning closely with Li Rue's predictions, just as he was reorganizing his forces to assault the city gates with a direct cavalry charge. News about Zhang Zhao's appearance at the East City Gate naturally reached other parts of the battlefield. The strategists, in a moment of desperation, devised a contingency plan that involved having a wealthy heir deliver supplies. Yet, That seemed far less effective than simply requesting a sum of silver to procure what they needed themselves. Kong Hung was infuriated by the alternative plan proposed by the strategists after the fishhawk had been grounded. Nie Fenghua gritted his teeth, internally cursing the sorcerer. But after a moment's reflection, recognized that he had indeed been weary all day, and perhaps a wash would do him good, regardless of whether he rinsed clean or not. In this world, Liu Yu's confrontation with the old man was indeed a remarkably exaggerated affair, given the circumstances. Bianjing, once the capital, had now become a symbol of our disgrace. The laughter of a man ceased abruptly, his expression shifting dramatically. Thank you, Brother Qin Feng. Guling Yu said with a graceful smile as she lifted her cup for a sip, revealing no malice in her gaze, though her vigilance remained intact. The gentleman referred to as the wandering soul was none other than Yu Fei. Upon hearing the words of the person beside him, he turned with a serious expression. You are truly intoxicated, sighed by Taizong, leaning in closer. At the doorway, Jean Eyre was poised to enter upon witnessing the scene, only to be halted by Huo Yuhao's firm grip. Yi Fei had narrowly escaped death and, as he rose, cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yunfei. Many other events were unfolding around them, yet they were of no concern to Liu Yu and did not factor into his calculations. This path was not the original route I took to follow Han Feishue, and continuing down it could lead to perilous consequences, as Cold Xiaoyan had indicated. Working for unknown individuals was fraught with danger. I need not take further risks. Wang, you would be wise to seek another option. I shall return with Cold Xiaoyan, said the man clad in brown. Is it possible that the force of destruction is not a pure power, but rather a form cultivated and controlled by some fearsome entity? Thus, Tang Yi surmised that Qiyu was an anomaly, and indeed, the inheritor of the sword truly existed. Having had all his vital energy siphoned away, Qin Sheng met his end. With a thought, Li Ziyuan commanded the patterned beast to pounce upon Qin Sheng's body, swiftly consuming him. After finishing his attire, Uncle Guang retracted his neck, glancing apprehensively at his reflection in the mirror, turning away in fear. I had thought you would refrain from mocking me, yet here we are. How could success be possible now? Although Li Huanhuan usually held a certain disdain for him, had she not missed him even a little after a few days apart? It is indeed a heart-wrenching matter. Tang Yi glanced at the time, initially intending to visit Sima Puyu, but as it was already noon, he resolved to treat Sima Kuangnan's legs first and postponed his visit until the evening. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yi Xuanhuan's lips curled into a chilling smile. His right hand suddenly reaching out, grasping the other shoulder with the ease of plucking something from a pocket. Liang Mingchu's smile blossomed even more radiantly. She turned and walked away, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, pondering how she had shifted from opposition to encouragement so swiftly. Just as mythological figures appear in films, the capacity of humanity to triumph through technological means has become a latent peril of war, reflecting the conflict between technology and arcane arts. Certainly, so long as the grand scheme of Xianhuang remains unfulfilled, the populace will not fully embrace the existence of arcane arts. Thus, thwarting the Xianhuang plan alleviates this concern. Moreover, Yang will recall that historically, Li Qiong's assault on Luzhou was remarkably smooth, as Ding Hui, the military governor of Luzhou, harbored resentment towards Zhu Chuanzhong for his oppression of the Tang dynasty and directly surrendered to Li Qiong. Chapter 100, A Return. Yet, the Douluo realm's unfolding astonishes me. As there exists a force of regulation, although its origin remains a mystery, it is best for me to recover, preparing for a grand surprise when you all arrive. With a delicate motion of her finger, Huo Yuhao enveloped the entire Douluo continent in this regulatory power, or, to phrase it more aptly, she encapsulated the entire Douluo star. Now that the memories of her first life have returned, the previously uncommunicative eunuch Hai remained as tight-lipped as if his mouth were sewn shut, revealing no information despite all attempts to pry. Having ensured the soldier's training regimen, Marin found himself at ease and ventured to another shooting range, where he chanced upon Carter supervising his troops. Zhang Dabiao, positioned at the front, unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the approaching foes, compelling the soldiers to crouch low, unable to lift their heads. Chen Yuqi, with narrowed eyes, observed. As an elder of the Huaxian sect, his presence was indeed the most formidable thus far. Within just 2 hours, both Chen Yuqi and the portly Chun rushed over, only to halt in astonishment upon seeing Zhang Xiaodian and his companion stationed at the entrance. Well, let us give it a try, muttered Huo Shursen thoughtfully, preparing to exit Xiao Chen's office. Yi Xingchen remained still, resting her head on Si Rue's shoulder. Si Rue felt the warmth and dampness on his shoulder and dared not move. If her anguish could be released through tears, then let her weep to her heart's content. Once she had cried enough, he vowed never to allow her to weep again. Xiaochen, did you not promise me that we would date? Li Xiao said with a playful pout. Xianyuan Pe, maintaining a serious demeanor, pondered internally, utterly perplexed as to how he had offended Chang'e, nearly inciting her wrath. This was no boxing ring with gloves for protection. It was a raw clash of flesh and bone, the most intense of collisions. In the midst of his speech, I delivered a powerful strike directly to his chest. In the past, Zhang Jian had ventured into the abyss, while Jian Ling and others were brought to this temporal palace by the Emperor Xianlong. The entire morning had left me so occupied that I scarcely found a moment to sip water. It was only during the midday break that I could finally catch my breath. As I sipped tea and glanced at my phone, I was taken aback to see dozens of missed calls, all from Xia. The simplicity of those 3 words reminded Yang Xue of the previous encounters between Huo Yuhao and the societal elder, instilling a slight sense of calm within. The godmother possessed little in terms of wealth, aside from peculiar jars and bottles whose purposes were unknown to ordinary folk. I had been dwelling on the letter she had mentioned, seizing the opportunity while my father and uncle were preoccupied. I discovered it within a red box and tucked it into my pocket. Thus, the only remaining possibility was either the godmother or that corpse demon. I sincerely hoped the visitor was the godmother, wishing she had not perished and that she had come to share a secret with my father, prompting a change of heart. However, Zhang Jian chose to abandon all else, opting for a path that most would shun. This incident had indeed stirred great commotion in its time. I was but 10 years old then, while my elder brother was merely 13. The entire court had rallied behind the Daoist Xihua. And shortly after my brother ascended the throne, he was unable to sway the opinions of the ministers, ultimately being compelled to issue an imperial decree for Lu Fengqing to be subjected to a burning sacrifice to the heavens. The soldiers gathered at the entrance, witnessing a figure that was not their general, erupted in fury. Without awaiting orders, they surged forward, swiftly restraining the impostor, binding him tightly in less than a quarter of an hour. Fear not, dear aunt. You can trust in my culinary skills, Murangran assured, thumping her chest confidently. The old eunuch examined a copper coin he held, contemplating its significance. After examining the front and back for quite some time, they tossed it back and forth like a parabolic arc. Yet, upon it rested the very lives of these 2 individuals. Chapter 101. Shrek concedes. Those ensnared in the tempest undoubtedly become targets, a rather exhilarating spectacle for the soul mentor. Below, Moon shook his head and remarked, Xiao Wang. Mulao, I am here. What commands do you have? There is no necessity for this match to proceed. Moon was acutely aware that the continuation of this contest was unwarranted. Yin Xiaozha and the others contemplated offering some counsel, believing victory was still within reach. Moon sternly admonished, Arctic fox? Is it truly a fox? A peculiar brilliance ignited in Taozi's large, round eyes. I am willing, she responded without hesitation, her gentle tone nearly overwhelming the delicate Yichuchu in her embrace. Perhaps Ming-Si had nodded in agreement, for I then heard the sound of footsteps, only for it to abruptly cease. In the shadowy depths of the forest, the crimson glow emanating from the fountain of chaos enticed all who had lost their way. Nangong Zhuohua had been deliberately observing her, scrutinizing her expressions for any hint of suspicion, but upon inadvertently catching sight of her, he momentarily faltered, before returning to a state of numbness.